Chapter 177. Encounter with an acquaintance in prison. This lad is quite unusual. It is my first time witnessing someone so young enter this place without a hint of fear, remarked a prison guard. Indeed, it is rather peculiar. Young man, who are you? How did you find yourself here? Inquired another guard. I committed murder, Xiang Chen replied indifferently. Murder? Whom did you kill? Only certain individuals are confined here. They claim I murdered Gongsun Shengtian. However, I am innocent, he stated as the group walked, the sound of their shackles clinking in tune with the anguished cries of others. You killed Gongsun Shengtian, the youngest genius blacksmith of the Great Shang, a spirit-level craftsman. Several guards exclaimed in astonishment. That is indeed a significant figure. Killing him certainly grants you a place here. You are bold, young man, to have dared take his life. Innocent. Everyone here claims to be wronged, the guard scoffed. Killing Gongsun Shengtian means you shall endure great suffering. I fear you may not escape the punishment of slow slicing. One guard said with malicious glee. I wish to inquire about something, Xiang Chen began. Speak. Is King Xiang in prison here? He asked. King Xiang. The guards reacted with surprise. One of them barking, What business do you have with King Xiang? I am his son, Xiang Chen. I ask you to show some kindness to a dying man by revealing his condition, so I may find peace in my demise, he implored. You are King Xiang's son. The guards gazed at him in disbelief. How intriguing. I did not expect the father and son of King Xiang to reunite here, one guard chuckled coldly. For the sake of your status as a condemned prisoner and a prince, I shall inform you. King Xiang is indeed confined here, and he is the most notorious inmate. Xiang Chen's heart swelled with emotion as he quickly asked, How is he? Is he well? Quite well, indeed, they replied with sinister smiles. One even expressing a hint of admiration. If anyone in this world can withstand the 36 tortures, it is undoubtedly King Xiang. What do you mean? Have you tortured my father? Xiang Chen demanded, his voice rising with anger and his eyes gleaming with fury. Young man, what tone is that? Do you think yourself above others? Your father is undergoing punishment here, a guard retorted, kicking Xiang Chen in the back, causing him to stagger. Suppressing his rage, Xiang Chen said, I apologize, but please inform me of my father's condition. Now that is the proper way to seek information, the guard sneered. Once you enter here, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must submit. We have seen many esteemed figures who, in the end, have cried out for mercy, another guard added. King Xiang is the only inmate exempt from execution. However, he has endured nearly every form of torture here. Yet, I have never heard him plead for mercy. And he seldom cries out in pain. I must say, King Xiang is truly a man of steel. Father. Xiang Chen felt a piercing pain in his heart, his eyes reddening with rage. King Xiang, usually a stern and serious man, possessed a true spirit of resilience and compassion, though he appeared indifferent. For years he had been seeking a path for his cultivation. In the past, within the Xiang family, anyone who dared to label themselves as an oddity or a failure would face severe consequences from their father, who was fiercely protective of them. Now, upon hearing of the immense suffering endured by his closest kin, Xiang Chen's heart ached with unbearable torment. Each step he took felt heavier, and a visage of anguish finally graced his countenance. They arrived at an iron cell, where he was unceremoniously kicked inside. This place was designated for solitary confinement, containing nothing but a single toilet and a sparse scattering of straw on the frigid floor. The iron door clanged shut with a harsh finality, and the guard coldly remarked, Kid, make yourself comfortable here. Once your sentence is finalized, we'll come to keep you company. Huh, for someone as delicate as you. The boiling oil will surely be your greatest agony. Xiang Chen remained silent. As the door closed, plunging the room into impenetrable darkness, he sat down, waiting in vain for any sign of activity. At that moment, a diminutive white tiger, no larger than a mouse, emerged from his embrace. Little White, help me gnaw through the shackles on my limbs and at my shoulder, Xiang Chen instructed the tiny creature. The little tiger responded with a soft whimper, then climbed onto his hand and began to gnaw at the handcuffs, effortlessly shattering the iron manacles and devouring the remnants. With his hands freed, the little tiger proceeded to chew through the shackles on his feet. Gritting his teeth, Xiang Chen grasped the iron hook embedded in his shoulder and yanked it out, tearing through flesh and sinew. Pain coursed through him, yet he stifled any sound of distress. The shackles on his feet were also consumed by the little tiger, allowing Xiang Chen to rise and stretch his limbs. Regrettably, his dragon-s edged demon blade and the silver emptiness jade belt at his waist had been confiscated by Zhang Baoguang. the lord of the estate. Xiang Chen expelled a ring from his mouth, the famed Qingquan ring, channeling his vital energy into it. A vial of restorative potion manifested in his hand, rejuvenation elixir. He applied the elixir to his shoulder and the site of his fractured arm, marveling at the remarkable speed with which his injuries began to mend. After consuming several pieces of large serpent meat to restore his strength and energy, Xiang Chen soon felt his condition normalize. Once the shattered bones healed at an astonishing pace, he rose to survey his surroundings. Moon-gazing eyes activate. A surge of silver light erupted from his eyes, transforming the sealed space into a translucent haze. Beyond the confines of his cell lay a long corridor, where guards stood watch and others patrolled, their cultivation levels exceeding the sixth realm of the divine concealment. Adjacent to him were cages containing serious offenders, with walls forged from a combination of dark iron and ordinary steel, exceeding a meter in thickness. A practitioner of the Yuanyang realm. Xiang Chen's heart raced with astonishment. His neighbor was a formidable Yuanyang cultivator, yet he appeared battered and on the brink of death, evidently having recently endured torture. A flicker of recognition ignited within him. It was him, Uncle Xiaobai, the renowned Yuanyang cultivator of the great merchant, at the 7th level of Yuanyang. His archery skills could strike down foes from thousands of meters away, possessing the spirit of the bow, a natural sharpshooter. Even those at the 9th level of Yuanyang revered him with caution. Due to prior interactions with the Xiang family and a favorable relationship with his father, Xiang Chen recognized the individual before him. He had once received guidance from this person while practicing with a crossbow. Uncle Xiaobai is a renowned general of the Great Shang. Why is he imprisoned here? Xiang Chen's expression darkened as he recalled the kindness he had received from this individual, perplexed as to why he too found himself in such dire circumstances. Grateful for the assistance of the elder Luo Yumi and the unsealing of Huang Yuan, Xiang Chen pondered the situation. It was expected that Xiaobai would be stationed at the border, leading the elite Divine Arrow Battalion, which fell under the command of his father. Could it be that his father's influence had inadvertently implicated him? Xiang Chen felt a weight in his heart. If his father's actions had led to this entanglement, many other generals could also be affected. Gathering his focus, he directed his gaze elsewhere. Through the perspective of the moon viewing eye, he pierced through the iron door and several iron walls to behold a peculiar cage. This prison cell was suspended, tethered by iron chains in the center of the castle. Within, a figure sat cross-legged. His complexion was pale, hair disheveled, and his handsome features bore striking similarities to Xiang Chen, with distinct tiger-like brows and sharp angular lines. Clad in black prison garb, his wrists were shackled, and iron chains adorned his ankles. The man, appearing to be in his 40s, bore a resemblance to Xiang Chen's father, the esteemed Lord Xiang, Xiang Liang. Witnessing his once formidable and commanding father now reduced to such a pitiful state sent waves of anguish through Xiang Chen's heart. His father had undoubtedly endured immense suffering. An overwhelming fury against the royal family and the current emperor of Shang surged within him. His father devoted his life to safeguarding the nation, yet due to his remarkable accomplishments and considerable power, he had fallen into such disgrace. How could Xiang Chen not feel enraged? The emperor, a former comrade of his father's, showed such ruthlessness towards his own kin, a testament to the heartlessness of a sovereign. It is said that peace is achieved through the might of generals, yet generals seldom witness tranquility. The seated Lord Xiang remained poised, his posture unwavering. Suddenly, his eyes flickered open, shining with a glimmer of golden light, revealing a hint of confusion. What is happening? Why do I feel as though I am being observed? The design of his prison was exceedingly intricate, surrounded by a void of several meters, rendering escape nearly impossible. Xiang Chen clenched his fists, gazing at his father's puzzled expression, his heart aching. Father, wait for me. I vow to rescue you and make the royal family pay dearly, he swore within, harboring no reverence for the so-called royal lineage, only a profound animosity. Retracting his gaze, he noted that utilizing the moon viewing eye was draining his mental energy. Observing his surroundings, he noted the thick iron walls of his cell, nearly 8 meters in thickness, impenetrable even to a warrior of the Yuanyang realm, impervious to missiles. Beyond the wall lay an expanse, leading to the towering outer castle walls that soared high above, without mentioning that the little white can devour gold and iron. My own innate talent as a clinking allows me to transcend space and penetrate this wall. However, I am currently unable to leave. If I do not clear my name, the entire Deshang will hunt me down, making me an enemy of the world. Xiang Chen mused. He has the ability to escape this seemingly impenetrable prison in the eyes of outsiders, yet he cannot flee himself. Nevertheless, just because I cannot escape does not mean I cannot assist others in their escape. Xiang Chen turned his gaze to the neighboring Xiaobai, cradling the little white tiger once more in his arms. Soon, a beam of purple gold radiance emanated from within him, coalescing into a silver fish with a large head, which floated around him. The spirit of the divine, the big-headed silly fish. With the talent of traversing vast distances, Xiang Chen channeled his vital energy into the big-headed silly fish, which then vanished into his body. Instantly, the world within Xiang Chen's eyes transformed into a three-dimensional realm composed of countless lines. He stepped forward, depleting 1/3 of his vital energy in an instant, causing ripples in the space around him, and then he mysteriously vanished from his prison cell. In the next moment, Xiang Chen reappeared in the adjacent cell. Over a meter beyond the wall, Xiaobai was leaning against the wall, resting, his gaze somewhat vacant. Suddenly, a figure inexplicably materialized before him. The previously listless Xiaobai's eyes brightened in an instant, astonished at the sight of the familiar young man before him. "Uncle Xiaobai, it's been a long time." Xiang Chen greeted him. You are Xiao Chen?" Xiaobai sat up, propping himself against the wall, staring in disbelief at the young boy he recognized. "Indeed, it is I, Uncle Xiaobai. You have suffered." Xiang Chen stepped forward to support him. "Xiao Chen, is it truly you? How did you come to be here? How did you suddenly appear in my cell?" Xiaobai asked incredulously. Xiang Chen chuckled bitterly. "I reside next door, and my unique ability allows me to penetrate this wall and find you, Uncle Xiaobai." Xiaobai was dumbfounded, a talent that can traverse walls. "Xiao Chen, you can cultivate now? You have a spirit? Wait, you have been captured and thrown into prison?" His expression shifted dramatically in shock. "Indeed, I was wrongfully imprisoned. I can indeed cultivate now. Uncle Xiaobai, let me first assess your injuries. I will assist in your healing," Xiang Chen stated. Xiaobai's eyes betrayed his concealed fury. What a heartless royal family. Even the prince has been captured. Do they wish to eliminate the prince's lineage as well? Chen, you are truly ruthless." The Chen he referred to was the current emperor of Deshang. Xiang Chen tore open Xiaobai's tattered robes, revealing numerous bite marks on his body, with many areas showing exposed bone, an utterly horrifying sight. Among the 36 tortures, there exists a particularly dreadful punishment known as the nest of 10,000 ants, wherein a person is cast down to be devoured by fierce ants, left in a state of despair. Upon witnessing such injuries, anger surged within Xiang Chen's eyes. "Xiao Chen, since you possess the ability to penetrate walls, you must escape quickly. Do not concern yourself with me." Xiaobai gazed at the youth and remarked, "This is no place for humans. Even with my cultivation, I cannot endure the tortures here. Uncle Xiaobai, do not worry. I will escape, and I will rescue you," Xiang Chen assured, gripping the iron hook on his wrist. "Please endure a little longer." With a swift pull, Xiang Chen extracted the iron hook, drawing forth blood, yet Xiaobai did not flinch, either numbed by the cruelty of his torment or possessing an indomitable will. Immediately, Xiang Chen applied the rejuvenating elixir to his wounds and smeared it on his body. Xiaobai, despite the numbing pain that enveloped him, felt a wave of refreshing coolness wash over him, eliciting a soft moan of relief. Then, to Xiaobai's astonishment, Xiang Chen produced a substantial piece of white crystalline serpent flesh. "Uncle Xiaobai, please endure this discomfort and consume some of this flesh to restore your strength and vitality. This is a purple jade grape, a spiritual fruit. Eat it to regain your true essence, and then I will guide you to freedom." Chapter 179. Lingxi Execution. Xiaobai was taken aback by Xiang Chen's ability to bring a storage artifact inside. They had been stripped of their possessions before entering. However, gazing at the raw meat, Xiaobai's mouth watered, and he quickly devoured it, finding it remarkably delectable despite being uncooked. The flesh of the great serpent was rich in vitality, aiding him in recovering his energy and healing his wounds. The purple jade grapes, being spiritual fruits, were imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy that would further restore his true essence. "Little Bai, gnaw a hole through," Xiang Chen instructed the little white tiger. The little white tiger whined, reluctant to comply. Xiang Chen chuckled softly, for the little tiger complained that the wall was unappetizing. "You little glutton, bear with it. Once we escape, I shall treat you to a grand feast of fine metal." At last, the little white tiger, albeit reluctantly, approached the wall and began gnawing. To Xiang Chen's amazement, the little creature bit through the iron wall effortlessly, its claws tearing through the steel. Xiaobai, who was in the midst of eating the serpent meat, stared in disbelief. It was the first time he had seen a beast capable of consuming steel. He swallowed a piece of serpent flesh and exclaimed, "Xiang Chen, is this little creature a monster? What breed is it that can eat steel?" Xiang Chen smiled. Little Bai is a rather unique young tigress, gifted with the ability to consume gold and iron. Xiaobai marveled. Indeed, there are wonders among the demon tribes. The little white tiger, with a combination of clawing and gnawing, quickly fashioned a hole large enough for a person to crawl through, though it was not yet fully opened. Xiang Chen engaged Xiaobai in conversation, asking, "Uncle Xiaobai, were you not stationed at the front lines? How did you end up captured here?" Xiaobai, running a hand through his disheveled hair, sat down after finishing the serpent meat, refining and recuperating as he sighed. After the prince was captured, the royal family dispatched new personnel to take command at the borders. However, many were discontent and caused unrest. I was among them, and as a result, I was arrested on charges of treason and brought here. In truth, they sought to control my archery battalion. Xiang Chen's expression darkened. It seems the royal family intends to purge the leadership of the border forces and establish their control. Who is the new commander at the border now? It is Prince In Zhengfeng, Xiaobai replied. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes, for this man was the younger brother of the merchant emperor. Are you the only one captured? Xiang Chen inquired once more. No, there are two generals, Wang Tian and Wang Yi. Both have been apprehended, but Wang Yi has already been executed, Xiaobai replied, his expression heavy with sorrow. The others, coerced by authority, can only swallow their pride and submit to In Zhengfeng. A tempest of anger surged within Xiang Chen as he exclaimed, "What a heartless family the Yins are! To consolidate their power, they resort to treachery against the national heroes of the Great Shang." Xiaobai remarked coldly, though the current state of affairs appears stable. One must remember the saying, when the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden, when the cunning rabbit dies. The hounds are cooked. We never anticipated the Yins would be so ruthless. Had the prince detected this sooner, we would have revolted against the Yins. I will rescue you shortly. Once you are free, what are your plans? Xiang Chen asked. Xiaobai furrowed his brow. He had not contemplated the possibility of escaping. And you, Xiao Chen? He inquired. I am currently amassing my strength in secret. When the time is ripe, I shall exact vengeance, rescue my father, and revolt against the Yins, Xiang Chen declared. Xiaobai gazed at Xiang Chen in astonishment, realizing the latter harbored such ambition. He then said, I hadn't considered what to do after escaping. Yet once I am free, I shall become a rebel against the treacherous ministers. If you do not mind, I would like to accompany you and lend my support. Xiang Chen responded with delight. That would be splendid. With Uncle Xiaobai aiding me, our future endeavors will progress significantly. Xiao Chen, if you have the capability, please rescue Wang Tian as well. He is to be executed in a few days and remains loyal to your father, Xiaobai implored. Uncle Wang Tian, the soul-cutting blade? Fear not, I shall save him, Xiang Chen assured, nodding, as Wang Tian was imprisoned next door. Wang Tian was indeed a formidable warrior, a grand master in the Yuanyang realm, renowned for his astonishing swordsmanship, famously known as the soul-cutting blade. Xiaobai, soon I will excavate a passage through the wall. We are merely a thin layer away from breaking through completely. Uncle Xiaobai, I will go to rescue Uncle Wang Tian shortly. I have observed that behind this wall lies an outlet to a drainage system. Through that entrance, you can escape to the outer moat of the Great Shang's royal city. The sky is dark, and a torrential rain falls outside, providing the perfect cover. Once you are out, wait for me at the Wan Yao Pavilion and inform the pavilion master of my situation, Xiang Chen instructed. And what about you? Will you not escape with us? Xiaobai asked in surprise. No, I cannot become a fugitive. I am wrongfully accused and must clear my name to act freely in the Great Shang. Rest assured, I possess the means to survive and leave this place, Xiang Chen replied, shaking his head. Very well, then you shall rescue Wang Tian first. I will recover my true essence, and then we shall escape together, Xiaobai nodded, witnessing the peculiar beast beside Xiang Chen, convinced of his ability to escape. With the little white tiger in tow, Xiang Chen passed through the wall and arrived at another cell, where a burly man with a thick beard was imprisoned, Wang Tian. Within the castle, in a lavishly decorated hall adorned with a red carpet, fragrant smoke from sandalwood incense wafted gracefully from a small tripod. The walls were adorned with exquisite paintings. In comparison to the prison cells, This chamber felt like paradise. A middle-aged man, adorned in a python robe and a jade belt, was toying with a string of exquisite, top-grade jade walnuts in his hands. Behind him, a remarkably beautiful and alluring woman, clad in revealing attire with her snowy bosom partially exposed, was tenderly massaging his shoulders. A respectful eagle guard presented a dossier on Xiang Chen to the man. This man, with a lion's mouth and tiger's nose, thick brows, and large eyes, exuded the authority of a high-ranking official. He was none other than Liao Yuan, the general in charge of the prison guards. Intriguingly, the younger son of the Xiang family, Xiang Chen, had committed a grave offense and was imprisoned. It seemed that father and son would finally reunite. Liao Yuan gazed at the dossier with amusement. "General, here is a personal letter from the Crown Prince for your perusal." The eagle guard respectfully presented a letter. Liao Yuan accepted it, opened it, and after reading, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. He then set the letter aside, saying, "It appears that the Crown Prince harbors considerable animosity towards this young man. He has even ordered me to execute him through the method of slow slicing." The enchanting woman gasped in surprise. "Is this young man the Crown Prince's designated criminal?" "Very well, I understand," Liao Yuan replied. "Inform the Crown Prince that in 3 days, Xiang Chen will be reduced to a pile of flesh. He is most welcome to witness the execution. Rest assured, I shall report to His Highness." "Thank you for your consideration, General. I take my leave." The eagle guard bowed respectfully and exited. "Xiang Chen, Hong Yi, tell me, how could the Crown Prince trouble a mere insignificant figure like Xiang Chen?" Liao Yuan embraced the alluring woman beside him, his hand wandering restlessly over her body. "Who knows? He must have offended His Highness in some way," she replied, nestling into Liao Yuan's embrace. "Yet this young man dared to kill Gongsun Shengtian. He has indeed brought calamity upon himself. Whether his father, the Xiang Wang, can protect him while in power is uncertain. But for him to commit such an act as a fallen heir is quite audacious." Liao Yuan mused while playing with the jade walnut and holding the beauty close. Suddenly, the woman's eyes gleamed with excitement as she gently caressed Liao Yuan's cheek, exclaiming, "General, this presents a splendid opportunity." "What do you mean?" Liao Yuan inquired, intrigued. "General, consider this. Xiang Chen has been imprisoned, and the iron-willed Xiang Wang cannot be killed or forced to confess. But what if we leverage his son against him? Regardless of how strong his will may be, every heart has its soft spot. Eventually, he will yield and reveal the treasures sought by the emperor," she suggested. Liao Yuan's eyes sparkled with realization, and he burst into laughter, kissing the woman passionately on the cheek. "Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? Ha! By threatening his son, I shall see whether he speaks or remains silent. Hong Yi, you truly are the jewel of my heart. Of course, I consider everything for you, General." The enchanting woman cooed playfully. "Very well, tonight I shall reward you with delight beyond measure." "Ha! Come, let us visit that iron-willed man," Liao Yuan proclaimed, rising and taking the alluring woman with him to the prison where the Xiang Wang was held captive. He exited the hall, traversed a corridor where the guards respectfully saluted, and soon arrived at the central castle, directly beneath the suspended prison cell. Liao Yuan's footsteps struck the ground, propelling him skyward, where he manifested a pair of crimson fire wings that carried him to the prison cell. In his hand, a key materialized, which he used to unlock the cell door and stepped inside. The prison cell was over 20 square meters in size, where the king of Xiang was also ensnared, bound by chains and sitting cross-legged on the floor. General Liao gazed upon the desolate figure of the king, a sardonic smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Your Highness, it has been a few days since we last met. I wonder how my men have been attending to you during this time?" The king remained seated, eyes closed, unperturbed by Liao's presence. Unfazed, General Liao walked in with his hands clasped behind his back, saying, "Your Highness, after all this time, why endure such suffering in silence?" The king continued to resemble a statue, indifferent to Liao's taunts. Nevertheless, the general could not help but admire the king's unyielding spirit. He had endured 36 forms of torment, aside from a few capital punishments, yet he remained resolute. Such fortitude was indeed commendable, and it would not be an exaggeration to label him the most indomitable warrior of the Great Shang. As Liao paced back and forth, a sudden chuckle escaped him. "I wonder, does your son, Xiang Chen, possess even an ounce of that same iron resolve?" Just then, the king, who had been in a meditative state, abruptly opened his eyes, which glinted with cold fury, fixating upon General Liao. Seeing the king finally react, Liao continued to jest. Indeed, your highness still cares for your son. What do you mean? The king finally uttered, his voice deep and resonant. I fear you may not be aware, but your son, Xiang Chen, has also been captured and brought to this very place, Liao replied with mirth. This place is reserved for those guilty of grave crimes. How could my son, an ordinary man, be brought here? Liao, are you jesting with me? The king inquired icily. Ordinary? Your son is no mere commoner. He is accused of murdering Gongsun Shengtian and has been imprisoned here for a serious offense. You must be aware of the caliber of Gongsun Shengtian, the prodigious craftsman of our Great Shang, a pillar of the state. Liao sneered as he leaned closer, observing the king with disdain. Nonsense. Gongsun Shengtian is a master of innate prowess. How could my son, Xiang Chen, an ordinary man, possibly kill him? What motive would he have? The king retorted sharply. He employed poison. If you doubt it, I shall bring him here shortly so you can converse with your son. Hong Yi, please send for Xiang Chen. Let the father and son reunite, Liao commanded, casting a derisive glance at the alluring woman who promptly left. The king's eyes flickered with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. Was his son truly captured? Your highness, if you divulge the location of the treasure, I assure you, I can grant that lad a chance to live, allowing him to disappear into obscurity. Should you refuse, I will ensure you witness him endure every form of torture repeatedly, culminating in a gruesome execution. The sorrow of a white-haired man sending a black-haired one to the grave. What a tragic performance that would be, General Liao sneered menacingly. Liao Yuan, should you dare to harm my son, I will ensure that when I have the opportunity to escape, I will annihilate your entire family. I shall eradicate the Liao lineage. The king suddenly roared, rising to his feet, the chains clanking violently as his eyes blazed with fury. Escape? You truly overestimate your situation. There is no way you shall ever escape this fate, nor can your subordinates muster the capability to rescue you, Liao Yuan scoffed, an air of satisfaction swelling within him as he finally grasped the vulnerability of the king of Xiang. In another cell, a large opening connected to his enclosure, through which Wang Tian had also been liberated. Xiao Chen, I am profoundly grateful to you this time, Wang Tian said, his gaze towards Xiang Chen tinged with complexity. Their relationship was merely acquaintance, yet Wang Tian was a loyal general under Xiang Chen's father. Uncle Wang, there is no need for gratitude. It is my family that has inadvertently entangled you in this plight. The path to freedom lies before us. You must flee at once, Xiang Chen sighed. It is not entanglement. It is the prince who bears the greatest grievance. Very well, we shall depart first. Once outside, I shall exert all efforts to assist you, and together we shall devise a means to rescue the prince, Wang Tian replied, shaking his head. He, too, belonged to the esteemed Wang family, albeit a collateral branch. Yet his loyalty lay with the king of Xiang, having followed him for many years, akin to brothers. Xiao Chen, we shall take our leave now. Do take care. We will attend to the matters you entrusted to us, Xiao Bai declared. Subsequently, the two men crawled through the passage unearthed by the white tiger. Xiang Chen concealed the opening with some dry grass. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Someone was approaching. Xiang Chen hastily employed the technique of Zikidianya, traversing the space back to his own cell. Just then, the door to his prison clanged open, revealing 4 jailers and a captivating woman clad in red. Xiang Chen, come forth. A jailer bellowed as he entered. From the dark chamber, Xiang Chen emerged. However, upon noticing that the handcuffs and shackles binding Xiang Chen had mysteriously vanished, the jailer's expression darkened. What is the meaning of this? Where are your restraints? Xiang Chen shrugged. The quality of the handcuffs from the Flying Eagle mansion is terribly poor. They simply fell apart. Nonsense. How could they possibly shatter on their own? The jailer clearly dismissed Xiang Chen's claims as mere folly. Enough. In this esteemed prison, does it truly matter whether we bind a mere youth of the divine concealment realm? Bring him forth. The enchanting woman commanded coldly. Understood. The jailer, no longer pursuing the matter, advanced to escort Xiang Chen outside. You are Xiang Chen? The captivating woman inquired, her gaze fixed upon the strikingly handsome youth with flowing white hair. To her surprise, she detected no trace of fear or trepidation in his eyes. An unexpected reaction given that they were in the notorious Yama Hall, a place that even formidable masters of the Yuan Yang realm would dread. Indeed, my dear sister, you are exceedingly beautiful. Do you seek something from me? Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Giggle, you are quite the charmer, little one. Your composure is commendable. Do you not fear being here? The alluring woman laughed, for women often relish compliments on their beauty, particularly when they come from younger men. Since life is inherently transient, why should one fear? Having arrived at this juncture, one must embrace it. I never anticipated encountering such a striking sister in this eerie place. It is akin to finding a flower blooming amidst the desolation of this infernal realm. Xiang Chen chuckled, cautioning against excessive sweetness in speech. The enchanting woman, flattered by his words, laughed with a captivating charm and replied, "Given your eloquence, dear brother, I shall refrain from shackling you with handcuffs. Come, let me take you to meet your kin." Xiang Chen possessed a tongue capable of both venomous critique and sweet persuasion. The notion of meeting his family stirred something within him, prompting him to inquire, "Could it be that someone has come to see me?" "You shall know soon enough." "Let us proceed," she responded, turning away as several guards encircled Xiang Chen and escorted him onward. Before long, he found himself beneath a suspended cell, a tremor of anticipation coursing through him. Was it possible that he would be permitted to see his father? His suspicions were soon confirmed by the actions of the enchanting woman. Grasping his shoulders, she unleashed a surge of true energy, propelling them toward the elevated cell. They landed before the door, and Xiang Chen peered inside. "Ah, a visitor has arrived," Liao Yuan remarked with a faint smile. Meanwhile, the figure of Lord Xiang gazed at the entrance, observing a significantly taller and transformed youth. "Chener," Lord Xiang called softly, his voice laced with recognition. "Father." Upon seeing his parent, Xiang Chen's eyes glistened with emotion, his heart quaking within him. "Ha, my Lord Xiang, I did not deceive you, did I? You two should have a heartfelt conversation. My lord, it would be wise to consider my words carefully for your son's sake." Liao Yuan sneered before signaling to the enchanting woman. As Liao Yuan passed by Xiang Chen, he whispered, "Young man, if you wish to preserve your life, I suggest you persuade your father to heed my counsel. Otherwise, a fate of slow torture awaits you." He patted Xiang Chen's shoulder and departed with Hong Yi, locking the cell door behind them. "Father." Xiang Chen rushed forward, kneeling before Lord Xiang, his eyes moist with unshed tears. "I am sorry. I have been an unfilial son. For nearly 6 months, you have languished in prison while I remained powerless to rescue you, allowing you to suffer in this abyss." His voice trembled with sincerity, revealing not a ruthless demon, but a boy burdened by regret. "Chener, rise. If apologies are due, it is I who must apologize for failing to protect you." Lord Xiang replied, his voice quavering as he approached to assist his son, his gaze filled with remorse. "Father." Xiang Chen stood and embraced Lord Xiang. "Wait, something is amiss. You possess true energy. You can cultivate?" Lord Xiang exclaimed, astonished to discover the energy within his son. As they separated, Xiang Chen explained, "Since your imprisonment, I encountered a wise mentor who guided me to an appropriate cultivation method. I am now capable of cultivation." "Excellent. I knew you were not without potential," Lord Xiang rejoiced. But his expression soon darkened once more. "Yet, what does it matter? You are still confined to this dungeon. How did you end up here? Furthermore, what has become of the Xiang family since my incarceration? After your imprisonment, the situation within the Xiang family drastically altered. Lin Lian began to seize control, expelling those loyal to you and plotting against me. Father, Lin Lian is not to be trusted. She is the hidden hand of the Lin family attempting to dominate the Xiang clan." Xiang Chen briefly recounted the affairs of the Xiang family. Xiang Wang's countenance darkened as he said, "I never imagined that this wretched woman could betray me so profoundly. It appears she is indeed the partner of my sworn brother. Zheng Chen, you have been plotting against me for over a decade." He was engulfed by a deep pain and overwhelming guilt. Nearly 20 years prior, he had fallen in love with Lin Lian, who had initially formed a close bond with the merchant emperor, yet suddenly agreed to marry him. Subsequently, with the birth of Xiang Ke, Xiang Wang wed Xiang Chen's mother, Su Qing'er, making these two women the sole companions of his life. "You have suffered greatly. But how did you end up here? What has become of your mother?" Xiang Wang lamented. "My mother remains in the Xiang family, unwilling to leave. As for me, I have been wrongfully imprisoned. Someone has framed me, accusing me of poisoning Gongsun Shengtian. I never anticipated that I would have the chance to see you, father. Rest assured, I will find a way to rescue you," Xiang Chen replied. Xiang Wang spoke bitterly. "I fear that your father lacks the ability to extricate you from this place. It is, without a doubt, the most heavily guarded location in the great merchant empire. No, I can escape. I have already rescued Xiao Bai and Wang Tian. However, Your cell is particularly unique, and I am powerless in this situation. I am awaiting my friends to clear my name, and then I will be able to leave openly. Even if they cannot assist, I can still find a way out. Chun'er is no longer the same as before. I possess many special abilities of which you are unaware. Xiang Chen whispered as he grasped Xiang Wang's hand. What? You possess such capabilities? You have rescued Xiao Bai and Wang Tian? Xiang Wang inquired, astonished. Unless something unforeseen occurs. They have likely already escaped from the heavenly prison, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Therefore, father, do not despair. Engage with our enemies as best as you can. I will certainly devise a plan to rescue you. Xiang Chen briefly revealed his innate spiritual talent to Xiang Wang, who was filled with excitement upon learning this. Haha. This is splendid news. I never imagined you possessed such talent. Heaven has not forsaken the Xiang family, Xiang Wang exclaimed, his emotions oscillating from despair to elation. Chun'er, now that I have the chance to see you, it is time for me to bestow upon you a treasured heirloom. Chapter 182, The Family Heirloom Treasure. Xiang Chen gazed at his father in astonishment. Xiang Wang glanced at the closed prison door and whispered, Do you know why the merchant emperor has not executed me? After pondering, Xiang Chen replied, Because your crimes are insufficient to warrant death, and the troops at the borders are all trained by you. As long as you are held here as a hostage, the soldiers will hesitate to rebel. That is one reason. The royal family dares not kill me until they completely control my forces, using me as a hostage. The second reason is due to an extraordinary treasure, which can also be referred to as the heirloom of the Xiang family. Xiang Wang spoke softly, and upon hearing the words family heirloom, Xiang Chen's heart stirred. How could he be unaware of this treasure? It was a secret known only to the head of the Xiang family and those within the royal family. Before the establishment of the great merchant empire, this land was dominated by sects, families, and gangs. And your grandfather fought alongside the Yin and Xiahou families, as well as the Lin family, to carve out this territory. In the past, your grandfather, accompanied by the former merchant emperor, embarked on a journey across the continent. By chance, they stumbled upon a remarkable ancient relic, from which they acquired two immensely powerful treasures. One of these was the royal serpent demon core, a demon core belonging to a formidable being of the Yuanyang realm. After the old merchant emperor refined it, his power surged, allowing the descendants of the Yin family to awaken the serpent spirit. Furthermore, your grandfather discovered another treasure within the remains of a meditative elder. As Xiang Wang spoke, he managed to condense a faint glimmer of golden true essence upon his fingertip. With a swift motion across his chest, blood erupted forth as a gaping wound was torn into his torso. Xiang Chen gazed at his father in astonishment. Out, Xiang Wang commanded, and from the location of his heart, a radiant light flickered forth. A crimson glow blossomed, and remarkably, a small red box emerged, transforming from the size of a bean to that of a palm. The box was adorned with naturally occurring intricate patterns, emanating a soft red luminescence reminiscent of blood jade as it settled into Xiang Wang's hand. Xiang Chen, wide-eyed with wonder, gazed at the box and then at his father. Father, is this the treasure? He inquired in shock. This object can be absorbed into the body. Could it be a spirit artifact? He gasped, for only legendary spirit artifacts possessed such transformative abilities. Indeed, this is the box your grandfather referred to as the blood box. Its origins remain unclear. Yet this box can aid in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing the speed of cultivation, and even strengthening vitality in the physical body. It was through this that your grandfather swiftly reached the pinnacle of martial prowess in the territory of the great merchant, joining forces with the Xiahou and Yin families to establish this domain. This treasure can only be inherited by the head of the Xiang family. Xiang Wang placed the box into Xiang Chen's hands. Then, with a focused gesture, he condensed a strand of true essence and tore open Xiang Chen's chest, pressing the blood box directly into the wound. The box transformed into a stream of crimson light, surging into Xiang Chen's body and vanishing without a trace. Xiang Wang acted swiftly, not allowing Xiang Chen a moment to react, seemingly fearful of the imminent arrival of Liao Yuan and others. Xiang Chen stared at his chest, bewildered by the disappearance of the box. Soon, he felt a powerful surge of vitality coursing through him, nourishing his body. Even the faint spiritual energy in the surrounding atmosphere was drawn toward him, flowing into his being. What is the origin of this box? Xiang Chen questioned in astonishment. What lies within? I do not know what treasures are contained within this box, for I cannot open it. However, with this blood box, Your cultivation speed will greatly surpass what it was before. Your grandfather became a top-tier, true martial cultivator in this land within just 10 years, thanks to this treasure. And at that time, he was merely at the divine concealment realm. Now, this blood box is passed on to you, Xiang Wang said solemnly. It matters not that your father may perish here, as long as you can escape alive, endure for a few years, and with this treasure, the Xiang family has a chance to rise again and avenge our grievances. No, father, do not worry. I will certainly find a way to save you, Xiang Chen resolutely declared, shaking his head. Ha! I am already content to see you, my son. In the past, I was so focused on the family and the nation that I could not care for you as I should have. I hope you do not harbor resentment towards me. Xiang Wang shook his head, embracing his son. Where can one find a son who despises his father? A father acts for the greater good of the people, and I have always understood my father's intentions. That's good. If you manage to escape, make sure to treat your mother well and honor her on my behalf. Please convey my apologies to her. Rest assured, once I am free, I will bring mother out of the Xiang family and take care of her myself. The father and son shared a rare moment of warmth. However, at that moment, within Xiang Chen's body, a blood box the size of a pea sought to merge with his heart. Yet, a peculiar force of absorption erupted from within Xiang Chen's heart, causing the blood box to vanish and reappear within a mysterious ancient cauldron. Inside the cauldron, the blood box appeared, seemingly attempting to resist, crashing about in a futile effort to escape. Subsequently, an overwhelming force of suppression enveloped the blood box, transforming it into radiant runes as it vibrated within this space. Held down by an extraordinary power, rendered obedient. What, then, is the origin of this enigmatic blood box? What does it contain? Furthermore, what is the provenance of this mysterious ancient cauldron? Just then, the iron door swung open once more, and Liao Yuan entered with a cold smirk, saying, "Indeed, a profound bond between father and son. Have you gathered enough now?" Xiang Chen's garment concealed the wound on his chest, as Xiang Wang replied indifferently, "Liao Yuan, return my son to me, and allow me a couple of days to ponder." Excellent. That is the answer I wish to hear. I shall grant you 2 days to come to a decision. Should the outcome not satisfy me, you will witness your son being torn apart piece by piece. Liao Yuan rejoiced at this prospect. Finally, this tough nut had begun to soften. Xiang Chen, bid farewell to your father and return, Liao Yuan commanded. Father, I shall visit you again, Xiang Chen whispered, bowing slightly. Go. Xiang Wang closed his eyes and waved his hand. With a clatter, the iron door closed once more. And at that moment, this iron-blooded man shed a solitary tear. Xiang Chen was once again confined to his cell, and soon after, someone delivering food discovered that Xiao Bai and Wang Tian had vanished. Instantly, the entire prison was put on high alert. How could this happen? How could there be such a large hole? Liao Yuan seethed in fury, staring at the massive breach in the 8-meter steel wall, incredulous. The guards trembled, unable to provide answers. Outside, the commotion surrounding Xiang Chen's capture had already escalated into chaos. Chapter 183. The Loyalty of Xiahou Before the Flying Eagle Mansion. Thousands of soldiers surrounded the premises. A young man clad in armor, tall and imposing, radiated a sense of valor as he rode atop a swift, mythical dragon, coldly surveying the Flying Eagle Mansion. Hundreds of archers and crossbowmen aimed their weapons at the 200 or so individuals within the mansion. Young Master Xiahou, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Baoguang, the lord of the Zhang family, emerged amidst a throng of supporters, his expression shifting to one of alarm and anger as he beheld the multitude of soldiers. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Baoguang, how dare you accuse my brother of being the murderer of Gongsun Shengtian? Are you courting death? My brother Xiang Chen and Gongsun Sheng are friends. How could I possibly harm Gongsun Sheng? I demand, with fervent insistence, that my brother be released immediately, or I shall lay waste to your errant judgments at the Feiying Manor and bring ruin upon you. You wretched official. Xiahou Wu's voice thundered with lethal intent. Zhang, the lord of the manor, darkened his countenance and replied, Young Prince Xiahou, the evidence against Xiang Chen for murder is irrefutable. Do you not fear the wrath of His Majesty for contravening military law? Xiahou Wu scoffed, military law? In my army, I am the law. I shall not be swayed. This case is now under the jurisdiction of the Xiahou Prince's manor. Release him at once. Release him. The chorus of thousands of soldiers roared with ferocity. 10, 9, 8. Xiahou Wu began to count down, issuing commands with unwavering authority. Zhang's expression shifted, and he hurriedly interjected, Xiang Chen has already been transferred to the dungeon. I cannot hand him over. What? You have already sent him to the dungeon. Xiahou Wu's countenance paled. The dungeon was a place of torment. A hell on earth where 36 tortures awaited, enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. You vile scoundrel, you dare send my brother to such a place? Should anything befall him, I will not forgive you. Rage ignited within Xiahou Wu's crimson eyes. What of Xiang Chen's weapon? Is it in your possession? Hand it over. Along with all his belongings. Xiahou Wu demanded furiously. That is a murder weapon. Indeed it is with me, and I cannot relinquish it, Zhang replied coldly. The Dragon K demon blade is notorious, the finest blade of the Great Shang, worth hundreds of thousands. Archers, prepare. At my command, ready your arrows. Xiahou Wu bellowed. Hundreds of archers aimed their prized crossbows at the feiing guards. Xiahou Wu, do not act recklessly. Zhang Baoguang shouted in alarm. 3, 2, 1. Prepare. Yet Xiahou Wu paid no heed. Release. Stop. I will comply. Zhang Baoguang cried out, fearful of provoking this mad young noble. He quickly ordered his men to retrieve Xiang Chen's Dragon K demon blade and storage jade belt, casting them before Xiahou Wu. Xiahou Wu commanded his men to collect the items and shouted to the assembled soldiers, change course. Follow me to the dungeon. This fellow dares to storm the dungeon. One must admit, Xiang Chen is fortunate to have such a brother, willing to go to any lengths for him. Impudent brat, how dare you? A voice of fury rang out. From the heavens, a dragon steed galloped through the sky with astonishing speed. A majestic steed of the Yuan-Yang realm. Upon its back sat a robust man clad in a black dragon robe, his countenance rugged and bearing some resemblance to Xiahou Wu. As the man descended, he approached with a face full of fury. My lord. 1,000 soldiers knelt in reverence. Xiahou Wu's father, Lord Xiahou. Father. Xiahou Wu's expression changed dramatically. Lord Xiahou strode forward and delivered a resounding slap to Xiahou Wu's face. Unfilial son, what are you doing? Are you rebelling? You dare bring this many men to the dungeon? Are you courting death? I have only recently promoted you, and already you are embroiled in trouble. Lord Xiahou rebuked him sternly. Xiahou Wu gritted his teeth and replied, Father, Xiang Chen has been captured. My dearest brother has been wrongfully accused and imprisoned. How can I turn my back on him? Silence. The matter concerning Xiang Chen is beyond your control. He has been imprisoned in the celestial dungeon. If you dare to rescue him, it will be considered rebellion, and the entirety of the Xiahou royal residence will be implicated by your actions. Return to your quarters at once. Lord Xiahou bellowed furiously. I will not retreat, you old fool. Do you presume I am as heartless and ungrateful as you? Xiang Wang was once your comrade in arms, fighting side by side. Now that Xiang Chen's father is in trouble, you do not even lift a finger for him. Xiang Chen is my dearest brother. Even if I must perish today, I will rescue him from that dungeon. If I fail, I shall die alongside him in that prison. Xiahou Wu declared, his fierce gaze fixed upon his father, radiating defiance. Lord Xiahou's face flushed with rage, and in a fit of anger, he struck Xiahou Wu across the face with a palm infused with true essence. Xiahou Wu was sent flying over 10 meters, blood spewing from his mouth as he fell unconscious. Lord Xiahou's chest heaved with fury, his fists clenched tightly. Were it not for the sake of our family, for your mother, and for you, this ungrateful wretch, I would not allow my own brother to languish in that dungeon, haunted by the pain of his son's actions. Lord Xiahou reflected with a bitter smile. Liang Zi, I am truly sorry. Who would have thought that I would be chastised by my own child? Bring the young prince back at once and confine him. He shall not be released without my command. Lord Xiahou ordered angrily. Yes. The soldiers promptly lifted Xiahou Wu. Lord Xiahou cast a cold glance at Zhang Baoguang, stating, Master Zhang, you have handled this case remarkably well. I ask for your understanding regarding my son's transgressions. Master Zhang quickly bowed his head, replying softly, I pay my respects to the Lord. The impulsiveness of youth is understandable. Humph. Lord Xiahou snorted disdainfully, instructing his soldiers to depart, while he directed his gaze towards the palace in the central city. Chen, your family has been spared my wrath regarding Liang Zi's matter. But this time you have gone too far, even targeting the younger generation. It is time for me to have a word with you. Alone. Lord Xiahou rode his dragon steed towards the palace. In the Gongsun estate, a multitude had gathered. Gongsun Shengtian lay unconscious in bed, his complexion dark and his breathing nearly imperceptible. An elderly man clad in white had inserted 7 needles into his chest. utilizing the Beidou heart stabilization technique to protect his heart. Master Hua, how is he? Gongsun Yu inquired anxiously. Master Hua frowned, responding, I can only safeguard young Master Gongsun's heart for 7 days. However, the poison has already permeated other organs, and its source is unknown. I cannot resolve this. Prepare for the worst after 7 days. What? My son, the eldest young Master Shengtian. The Gongsun family members were plunged into despair upon hearing this. Gongsun Yu's eyes reddened. Amidst the crowd, Gongsun Ku revealed a hint of a cold smile. Master Hua, you are the most renowned healer in the Shang dynasty. Surely you must possess a solution? Gongsun, the family head, asked, unwilling to accept defeat. I am powerless, but my master can undoubtedly save young Master Gongsun. Master Hua replied indifferently. Who is your master? I will seek him out immediately. Gongsun Yu demanded. My master is Xiang Chen. The expression on the face of the Gongsun family head shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, You cannot possibly be referring to Xiang Chen, the one who harmed Shengtian? He is, after all, your teacher? Old Master Hua replied coolly, Gongsun family head. It would be more accurate to say that Xiang Chen, wrongfully imprisoned by you, is indeed my mentor. My acupuncture techniques were inherited from him. Without those techniques, young Master Shengtian would not have survived even 3 days. Though my teacher is young, he possesses the selfless compassion of a true healer and would never wish harm upon young Master Gongsun. His medical expertise undoubtedly surpasses mine, and he is certainly capable of saving young Master Shengtian. Alas, the very person who could save him is now unjustly incarcerated by your actions. Upon hearing this, the Gongsun family head's countenance darkened. Gongsun Ku sneered, Old Master Hua, given that he is your mentor, are you fabricating lies merely to rescue him? It has been established that Xiang Chen poisoned my elder brother Shengtian. I cannot believe that such a young lad possesses such remarkable medical skills. If Old Master Hua is unable to help, we can always summon the imperial physicians. Silence, thundered the Gongsun family head. Not long ago, at the medical association, the imperial physicians were defeated by Old Master Hua. If he cannot save him, how could they? Family head, the master of Wanyao Pavilion has arrived. At that moment, a member of the Gongsun family reported. The master of Wanyao Pavilion. The Gongsun family members displayed surprise at this revelation. Wanyao Pavilion is one of the most mysterious and powerful forces in the Great Shang, with immense financial resources, leading the entire medicinal industry in the region. Quickly, go and invite him in. The Gongsun family head urged. No need, Gongsun family head, I am already here. At that moment, a handsome man clad in green entered, accompanied by a woman in similar attire. The Gongsun family members quickly stepped aside, gazing at the man with reverence. The esteemed master of Wanyao Pavilion has graced us with his presence. We apologize for not welcoming you properly, the Gongsun family head said, clasping his fists in respect. Ha ha, Gongsun family head, Chen Feng replied with a faint smile, also returning the gesture. Master, Old Master Hua said respectfully. Still unable to provide assistance? Chen Feng inquired as he approached. Old Master Hua shook his head and replied, This poison is unfamiliar to me, and it has penetrated deeply into the internal organs. My medical skills cannot remedy it. Only my teacher may have the ability. Chen Feng glanced at Gongsun Shengtian and then addressed the Gongsun family head. Gongsun family head. I have come to request the retraction of the charges against Xiang Chen and to clear his name. The Gongsun family head's expression grew solemn as he replied, Chairman Chen, I regret to inform you that Xiang Chen has been identified as the murderer of my son. I fear we cannot accommodate your request. Chen Feng smiled lightly and asked, May I inquire as to what motive you attribute to Xiang Chen for such an act? Gongsun Ku responded, according to the guards. It was due to a dispute over material costs. Xiang Chen was unwilling to cover the expenses, which led to the conflict. Material costs? Chen Feng scoffed. How much could those possibly amount to? Xiang Chen is like a younger brother to me. I once offered him 500,000 gold coins, which he refused. What could your Gongsun family's trivial material costs be worth in comparison? The members of the Gongsun family fell silent. Chen Feng continued, Moreover, it is said that my young brother Xiang is friends with Gongsun Shengtian. How could he possibly harm a friend over such matters? It is truly a feeble lie. Gongsun Ko muttered, but the poisoned dagger was his. It is ludicrous. I have heard it said that my brother Xiang's blade could have been in your Gongsun family's possession for 2 days prior. During this time, it would have been entirely feasible for someone to poison and frame him. You dare to conclude that he is the murderer based on this? Chen Feng asked with a cold smirk. The members of the Gongsun family found themselves at a loss for words in response to such an inquiry. A guard witnessed it firsthand. There can be no doubt, Gongsun Hua asserted. Oh, where's that guard? Bring him forth. I wish to question him. Chen Feng replied indifferently. That guard has already taken leave to return home. Gongsun hurriedly interjected. He must have been silenced to prevent him from speaking, Chen Feng scoffed. Gongsun family head. The only one capable of saving your son is my brother Xiang. Furthermore, I have already contacted the head of the Jin family regarding our collaboration on your mining operations. Without my intervention, the Jin family will cease supplying iron ore, secret silver, and mysterious iron for your weapon forging. Without the resources from the Jin family, how long can your Gongsun family's refining industry endure? Chen Feng inquired coldly. What? You? The face of the Gongsun family head changed dramatically, and others were equally incensed. The Wanyao Pavilion possesses such power to sever our supply lines. Gongsun Hua demanded angrily. The true murderer cannot be my brother Xiang. I am not here to plead with the Gongsun family. If Gongsun Shengtian wishes to survive, and if the Gongsun family intends to maintain its foothold in the refining industry, you must drop the charges and release my brother Xiang. Otherwise, within a year, I will bring the Gongsun family to ruin. Do not doubt my capability. I assure you, I possess it, Chen Feng declared, disregarding the ashen faces of the Gongsun family members. Panic gripped the Gongsun family as their expressions soured. Chen Pavilion Master. You are going too far. Do you think the Gongsun family is easy to bully? Gongsun Hua shouted angrily. Huh. In my eyes, you truly are easy prey. Not only you, but all present here are beneath my notice. Chen Feng replied with a mocking smile, before directing a fierce glare at Gongsun Hua. An overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Gongsun Hua turned pale, feeling an ominous sword intent that suggested he could be slain at any moment. He too was a formidable warrior of the 8th level of Yuanyang, yet he found himself terrified by such an aura. Head. We have received a letter from the Jin family of the West Wilderness, stating they are suspending all mining transactions with our family. A pale-faced individual entered and announced. What? At this revelation, the Gongsun family was thrown into utter chaos. Their primary source of, or was truly at risk of being severed. Effective immediately. The Tianxiang Wine Manor will also halt the supply of beverages to the Gongsun family's establishments. A middle-aged man in a green robe entered, his expression indifferent. It is the proprietor of Tianxiang Wine Manor, Lu Qing. Master Lu, what do you mean by this? The Gongsun family members inquired in panic. Lu Qing entered with a cold smile, stating, it means exactly what it sounds like. Xiang Chen is my brother. You have wrongfully accused him and caused him to be imprisoned. Why should I continue our collaboration? If you wish to proceed, you must drop the charges and restore my brother's innocence. Otherwise, I will cease all business dealings with the Gongsun family's establishments. The wines from Tianxiang Winery are the finest in the Great Shang dynasty. Any prestigious establishment serves wines from Tianxiang. Without them, a restaurant's business would inevitably falter against its competitors. The Gongsun family was astounded. How could such a seemingly insignificant figure, Xiang Chen, possess such formidable connections? He was being embraced by the top representatives of 2 major industries, alongside elite true martial cultivators, who called him brother and offered their assistance. Xiang Chen, you little wretch. What right do you have to garner such influential patrons? Gongsun Ku's eyes reddened with rage. What right? Because he is the protagonist, and you are but a mere wretch. The head of the Gongsun family felt a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow at being manipulated by others. Very well, we shall withdraw the case. However, if Xiang Chen emerges and fails to save my son or prove his innocence, we shall have no choice but to confront him openly. I will kill him. Thanks to Longfeng Xuanquan, Guanfumo, Off Fei, and the others for their release. Remember to vote for the devil fruit. In the end, the head of the Gongsun family relented. Although a flicker of anxiety and gloom passed through Gongsun Hua's eyes, his fists clenched tightly. Let us proceed to withdraw the case, Chen Feng stated with indifference. It is best to resolve matters without resorting to force. When force is necessary, it signifies a lack of options. Brother Lu, please remain here to guard young Master Gongsun Shengtian. I fear there may be those who wish him harm, Chen Feng said, casting a meaningful glance at Elder Gongsun Hua before addressing Lu Qing. Rest assured, Lu Qing nodded. Subsequently, the group swiftly departed from the Gongsun residence, heading towards the Eagle's Nest to withdraw the case. Outside the west city gate of the Great Shang royal city, amidst a wooded path, a dragon steed was galloping fiercely, splashing water as its hooves struck the muddy ground in the relentless downpour. Upon the steed sat none other than Sun Fong, a guard of Gongsun Shengtian. Burdened with guilt after accepting a significant sum of illicit money from his backers, he was set to betray Xiang Chen. Not foolish. He intended to escape the Gongsun family immediately after the matter concluded, fearing for his life. Suddenly, several crossbow bolts whistled through the air, striking the dragon's steed in the head and leg. With a pained cry, the steed fell to the ground, causing Sun Fong to tumble off, rolling over. "Who goes there?" he bellowed in fury as he drew his long sword, his innate, true energy surging. At that moment, from the depths of the forest emerged 8 figures clad in black, cloaked in dark robes, wielding blades and swords, their own innate, true energy swirling around them. Sun Fong's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing these individuals, and he demanded, "What do you want?" One of them sneered, "Sun Fong, having pocketed such a fortune, do you think you can simply walk away?" Sun Fong's face darkened. "Are you here to kill me and silence me?" The man replied coolly, "A wise man would hand over the money. Perhaps we might spare your life." Realizing they had no intention of letting him go, Sun Fong acquiesced. "Fine, I will comply, just do not kill me." He then hastily retrieved a treasure crossbow from his storage belt and aimed it at the 3 individuals, releasing a volley of 3 bolts in rapid succession. 2 individuals were suddenly struck in the head by an arrow, letting out a piercing scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, while a third managed to evade the attack. "Kill!" Sun Fong took the initiative, thrusting his sword towards the remaining assailant. "Seeking death, finish him!" The leader bellowed, prompting 6 others to rush forward, encircling Sun Fong. The opponents were formidable, and before long, Sun Fong was overwhelmed, suffering a grievous blow to his arm that left it shattered, eliciting a cry of agony. Shortly thereafter, another adversary unleashed a powerful strike of innate energy against his chest, sending Sun Fong hurtling backward as blood gushed from his mouth upon crashing to the ground. "Kill!" Another assailant leapt forward, swinging his blade menacingly towards Sun Fong's head. Yet, at that moment, a vivid azure handprint coalesced in the sky, descending with great force. Boom! The attacker targeting Sun Fong was obliterated by the impact, his body exploding into a shower of blood and flesh. In the depths of the prison cell, Xiang Chen sat cross-legged, attuned to the enigmatic blood box within him. He discovered that the blood box had appeared within a small cauldron, emanating waves of crimson light. The faint spiritual energy in the prison cell was entirely absorbed, flooding into his being, allowing him to cultivate at a rate equivalent to several hours of typical energy absorption. What exactly is this blood box? Such a simple container possesses this kind of power. What lies within it? Xiang Chen pondered, realizing for the first time that this family heirloom existed in his home. He resolved to inquire about it with his elder brother upon their next meeting, knowing that his brother, well-versed in the world, would surely have insights. "I wonder how things are faring outside. If there is still no news in 2 days, I will have no choice but to escape myself," Xiang Chen thought, recalling his obligations to Zhao Mo. Escaping was entirely different from clearing his name. If he fled, he would be branded a fugitive, allowing the skilled authorities to hunt him down openly. Suddenly, the iron door creaked open. "Young Master Wang, you have only 10 minutes. Please hurry," a guard instructed a youth of about 18 or 19. "Understood," the young man replied as he entered the cell, casting a glance at Xiang Chen before the door was sealed once more. "Xiang Chen, we meet again," the youth sneered coldly. "Wang Aixiang," Xiang Chen recognized him, a smirk playing on his lips. Hearing the name, Wang Ying felt a surge of revulsion and retorted angrily, "You little wretch, even here you dare to act so brazenly. What do you want?" "Ah, I came to see how it feels to be a prisoner, Xiang Chen. Heaven truly has eyes, allowing you to languish in this cell. It is said that the punishments here are worse than death. You are in for a torment." Wang Ying approached, a mocking smile gracing his face. "Rest assured, I will be out soon," Xiang Chen laughed coldly. "You'd best not provoke me. While I cannot kill you now, turning you into a dog is still within my capabilities. Who are you trying to scare? I spent a considerable sum to gain entry here, just to deal with you." Wang Ying scoffed, twisting his wrist menacingly. However, without warning, Xiang Chen surged forward, his speed astonishing. Dragon Elephant Fist. He unleashed a devastating blow, channeling the fierce energy of the Dragon Elephant Fist, a formidable force that surged forth like a tempest. "What? You haven't been shackled?" Wang Ying exclaimed in shock, just as a powerful punch landed squarely on his chest. Bang! Ah! Blood gushed from Wang Ying's mouth as he cried out in pain, crashing against the iron door, his insides quaking from the internal injuries. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen stepped forward, seizing Wang Ying by the hair and forcefully driving his knee upward. Crack! Ah! Wang Ying screamed, his face smeared with blood, the bridge of his nose shattered by the impact. Xiang Chen yanked his hair down again, slamming his head onto the ground with a thud. Wang Ying was pinned down, and Xiang Chen coldly smirked, placing a foot on Wang Ying's head. You foolish fool, you paid to come here and seek torment. Surprised, are you? I'm not shackled, nor have I been hooked by my tendons. Are you blind or just plain stupid? Xiang Chen sneered, and then delivered a kick to Wang Ying, sending him crashing into the wall. The dimly lit cell made it difficult for Wang Ying to see, and he mistakenly believed Xiang Chen was indeed shackled and restrained. Xiang Chen advanced again, unleashing a flurry of brutal kicks. Ah, Xiang Chen, it's a misunderstanding. I just came to see you. My teeth. Xiang Chen, brother Chen. Don't hit my face, I was wrong. Please, spare my face. The cell echoed with Wang Ying's desperate cries as he endured a merciless beating, his hands crushed beneath Xiang Chen's relentless assault. Poor Wang Xiaoji, who had paid to enter and suffer, truly had no one to blame. Outside, the guards, hearing the screams, assumed it was Xiang Chen causing the chaos, unaware that Wang Ying had been reduced to a mere shadow of himself. Chapter 186. The dragon emerges from the abyss. This brutal beating lasted for a full 10 minutes. Wang Ying's body was left devoid of unscathed flesh, while Xiang Chen expertly moderated his strength, ensuring that Wang Ying did not meet his demise, but was rendered nearly paralyzed, destined to lie in bed for at least a month. Young Master Wang, the time has come for you to exit. At that moment, the guards suddenly swung open the door. Help! Help me! Wang Ying crawled out, his head swollen like a pig's, features unrecognizable, his body drenched in blood. Xiang Chen. Back inside. The guard forcefully kicked Wang Ying, sending him stumbling back. Ah, I am Wang Aixiang. No, I am Wang Ying. Ah, young Master Wang. Ultimately, Wang Ying was assisted away by the guards, while Xiang Chen performed a set of exercises, stretching his limbs and laughing. Aixiang, do come by for sparring again. Woo-woo. Xiang Chen, go to hell. I will never return. Hurry, take me away. Wang Ying was led away, and the iron door slammed shut once more. By this time, evening had settled, and Xiang Chen had been imprisoned for nearly a day. At this moment, a throng of people entered the prison, numbering in the hundreds, members from Tianxiang Winery, Wanyao Pavilion, the Gongsun family, and the Feiying Mansion. Zhang Baoguang from Feiying Mansion wore a grim expression as he strode ahead, accompanied by several influential figures, the head of Wanyao Pavilion, the chief steward, Hua Lao, the Gongsun family head, and several elders from Tianxiang Winery. Open the city gates. I demand an audience with General Liao. Zhang Baoguang bellowed. The prison guards promptly opened the gates, and the crowd surged in. In General Liao's office, he personally welcomed his companion, Hong Yi. Master Zhang and Master Gongsun, what brings you here? General Liao greeted with a smile and a cupped fist. However, Master Zhang Baoguang's expression was far from pleasant. General Liao, we are here regarding a person. The case has been resolved. Xiang Chen is not the murderer, and Master Gongsun has closed the case. The smile on General Liao's face froze, and he exclaimed in disbelief. What? Xiang Chen is not the murderer? How can that be? Damn it, release him. What a joke. He still intends to use Xiang Chen to threaten Wang Xiang. If Xiang Chen is released, he will lose his leverage. Indeed, we were mistaken. Please release him quickly. The Gongsun family has closed the case, Master Gongsun said, his expression neither joyful nor sorrowful. General Liao's face darkened. We have no precedent for releasing prisoners from the Tianlao unless they are deceased. This is not a place where you can simply imprison someone at will and release them at your convenience. He was clearly unwilling to release him. Oh, what do you mean by that, General Liao? At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly interjected with a hint of mockery. General Liao turned to Chen Feng, furrowing his brow. Who are you? He did not recognize Chen Feng, who appeared considerably younger than he remembered. I am Chen Feng, the master of Wanyao Pavilion. Xiang Chen is my younger brother. He has committed no crime. Are you intent on keeping him here unlawfully? If I were to meet the emperor, I wonder if he would take issue with you, General Liao. Chen Feng stated coolly. You are the master of Wanyao Pavilion. General Liao's expression changed dramatically, immediately adopting a respectful demeanor. Wanyao Pavilion, the most enigmatic and powerful consortium in the Great Shang, had existed even before the founding of the state, virtually controlling all aspects of the medicinal industry. Previously, when the new emperor ascended the throne, he sought to bestow a noble title upon this individual, who declined, showcasing the influence of Wanyao Pavilion. Your presence, Master Chen, is indeed an honor. I must apologize for not welcoming you properly, General Liao said with a face full of ingratiating smiles. General Liao, I do not wish to engage in idle chatter. The Gongsun family has closed the case. Xiang Chen is innocent. It would be inappropriate to keep my younger brother imprisoned any longer, while you hold authority here, outside these walls. Chen Feng's smile turned somewhat frigid as his gaze fixed on General Liao. Feeling a weight in his heart, General Liao quickly replied, since Master Chen has said so, it must be true. I will release Xiang Chen. He understood that this individual was someone the royal family would not dare to offend easily. He was already acting on behalf of the royal family and had no desire to create animosity over Xiang Chen. He held no personal grudge against Xiang Chen. He was merely performing his duties. Thank you, General Liao. Qing Feng, present General Liao with a 300-year-old ginseng to restore his vitality. Chen Feng instructed Qing Feng. She promptly produced a ginseng box and presented it to General Liao. Master Chen, you are too kind. My gratitude to you, General Liao said with a cheerful smile as he accepted it before turning to Hong Yi. Hong Yi, go and have young Master Xiang released. Yes, sir. Hong Yi replied respectfully before proceeding to free Xiang Chen. Let us go below and await my younger brother, Chen Feng said. A group of individuals congregated at the entrance of the celestial prison, awaiting the arrival of Xiang Chen. When the iron gate swung open, a guard entered with a broad smile, addressing him. Young Master Xiang, I apologize for the inadequate reception today. I hope you can forgive us. Upon hearing these words, a smile graced Xiang Chen's face, indicating that his troubles had been resolved. Young Master Xiang, you are free to return home. A woman named Hong Yi said with a playful laugh. Thank you, sister. I shall visit you again when the opportunity arises, though I assure you, it will not be under duress, Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile, his words laden with meaning. I too hold a fondness for you, young Master Xiang. Such a dashing and youthful gentleman. Hong Yi giggled, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, Brother, do come and visit room 38 at the listening pavilion sometime. I often go there to enjoy tea and music, and I would love to share that experience with you and discuss life. As she spoke, her lips brushed gently against his ear. Xiang Chen felt a peculiar sensation. Was this woman pursuing a youthful romance? Yet, such encounters had become commonplace in the era of information overload that he had known in his past life. Very well, if the chance arises. I shall treat you to tea, he said with a smile. With a light-hearted laugh, Hong Yi turned and led the way, her figure swaying enticingly. Following her, Xiang Chen arrived at the long corridor and beheld the suspended prison cells. Father, I am leaving. Stay strong. I will surely rescue you, he shouted, his eyes reddening. Chen, do not dwell too much on this. Remember your father's words. Patience will reveal the moon through the clouds. Protect yourself first. The strength you cultivate is paramount. Take care of your mother, came the deep, trembling voice of his father from within the cell. Xiang Chen stifled his tears, responding, I shall remember, father, before hastily departing. Behind the prison gate, hundreds gathered on either side, waiting in silence. Residents and passers-by in the distance gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. At that moment, a young man clad in white, with striking features and white hair, emerged slowly from the prison. Welcome back, young master, came the collective greeting from the assembled crowd, who bowed in unison to honor the young man, leaving the onlookers speechless with awe. Is that the head of the Gongsun family? The renowned spirit-level blacksmith from the great merchant clan, here to greet someone? Murmured the crowd. And who is that young man? Is that Elder Yi from the Tianshang winery also here to welcome him? Among them stood an even more distinguished figure, the head steward of the Wan Medicine Pavilion. Qing Feng, a person revered even by princes. The crowd was astounded, unable to fathom the significance of this gathering. Ha, little brother, congratulations on your release, Chen Feng exclaimed with a hearty laugh, approaching to welcome him. The throng surged forward in greeting. Young master, you have endured much, said the head steward Qing Feng with a smile. Young master, you are finally free, exclaimed Man He, who dashed forward to embrace Xiang Chen, overcome with joy and tears. Xiang Chen gently patted her shoulder, looking at Chen Feng and the others with a smile. I owe my release to all of you for your efforts on my behalf. Thank you, my brothers. Step aside, Manha, Xiang Chen humbly clasped his fists and bowed to the crowd. There is no need for such formalities. We are all brothers here. I cannot allow you to suffer. Chen Feng smiled, assisting Xiang Chen to his feet. Young Master Xiang, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I implore you. Please save my son. At this moment, the head of the Gongsun family was compelled to bow his head, clasping his fists in a soft plea. Please rise. Head of the Gongsun family. I understand this is all a misunderstanding. Let us not delay any further. We must hasten to rescue Brother Shengtian. Xiang Chen supported the Gongsun patriarch as they prepared to depart. Thank you, young Master Xiang, for putting aside past grievances. Let us proceed at once. The Gongsun patriarch, eager to save his son, wasted no time. The dragon steeds were ready, and the group swiftly mounted to ride toward the Gongsun family estate. At the Gongsun estate, within the confines of Gongsun Ku's residence, he paced anxiously in his living room. Young Master, dire news. A trusted guard approached with urgency. Xiang Chen has already been rescued from prison. What? He has been released? Gongsun Ku's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it. How could this happen so swiftly? He quickly inquired. What of Sun Fang? Is he dead? Do not worry, young master. Sun Fang has already fled the city. Our men have been waiting in ambush. He must surely be dead by now, the guard assured him. That is good to hear. Gongsun Ku sighed in relief, a cold smile creeping onto his face. With Sun Fang's demise, all evidence will vanish. His expression darkened once more. Xiang Chen, your fortune has spared you this time. Not long after, a group arrived at the Gongsun estate, riding swiftly. Dismounting, Xiang Chen hurriedly made his way to Gongsun Shengtian's chamber. You have returned, my brother. Lu Qing exclaimed with a smile. Brother Lu, my heartfelt thanks. Xiang Chen responded with a respectful gesture. Master, please come and take a look. Old Hua's face bore a grave expression. Brother Xiang, you must save my elder brother. Gongsun Linger approached, clutching Xiang Chen's arm, tears streaming down her cheeks. Do not worry. Linger, rest assured, I shall ensure that Brother Shengtian is saved. Xiang Chen reassured her, gently ruffling her hair before hastening to Gongsun Shengtian's bedside, his demeanor turning serious. Gongsun Shengtian's complexion had turned dark, and his fingers were also blackened. The external symptoms indicated that poison had infiltrated his internal organs. Xiang Chen swiftly grasped Gongsun Shengtian's nearly icy hand to check his pulse. Master, the poison has reached the internal organs. Fortunately, thanks to your teachings on the Beidou calming needle, his heart meridian is protected. Otherwise, Gongsun Shengtian would have succumbed to the poison by now. This poison is unfamiliar to me. Researching its properties and formulating an antidote would take at least 7 to 8 days. And I fear that Gongsun Shengtian cannot endure such a lengthy period, Old Hua lamented. Xiang Chen's eyes shimmered with a moonlit radiance as he gazed into Gongsun Shengtian's body, observing the meridians and organs. This poison is a lethal concoction of Herba euphorbiae, the deadly nightshade, and the neurotoxin from the poison dart frog. As he spoke, he swiftly retrieved silver needles from a nearby case. Is there still hope for salvation? The Gongsun patriarch's countenance turned pale. The first 2 poisons were notoriously deadly. Old Hua expressed admiration. Xiang Chen had swiftly identified the toxins at play. Xiang Chen remained silent, deftly twisting a silver needle between his fingers. One by one, the needles, as fine as cow hair, pierced Gongsun Shengtian's chest, entering his meridians and even penetrating deeply into his internal organs. Subsequently, a strand of the miraculous white yin qi surged into Gongsun Shengtian's body, encountering no resistance from his meridians. Instead, it stimulated the flow through his meridians and into his organs. With the assistance of the needle technique, the black medicinal energy and toxins within his organs began to expel. Remarkably, the white yin qi voraciously consumed these poisonous forces, causing it to swell in strength. The toxins invading the body would also erode its vitality and essence. Thus, this poison, which devoured one's life force, became a boon for the white yin qi. This was the extraordinary aspect of the white yin qi. With Xiang Chen's current cultivation, unless faced with an exceptionally potent toxin, he was nearly impervious to harm. The wisps of white yin qi rapidly expanded to the size of chopsticks, as the toxins were frantically absorbed. Gongsun Shengtian's skin, visibly tainted with dark poison, began to fade, restoring its pallor. The noxious vapors dissipated. Elder Hua gasped in astonishment, then exclaimed with delight, Young Master Gongsun is saved. Shengtian is saved. The head of the Gongsun family was equally astonished and overjoyed. trembling with excitement. Gongsun Shengtian was his pride and the embodiment of his lifelong aspirations. How could this be possible? Among the crowd, Gongsun Hua's eyes flickered with disbelief. Master Xiang Chen's medical skills are truly astonishing, he marveled. Indeed, it was inconceivable. The poison that Elder Hua could not resolve, he managed to neutralize. The members of the Gongsun family murmured in awe, casting respectful glances towards Xiang Chen. Chun Feng smiled silently. The poison he had once endured was far more insidious, yet Xiang Chen had assisted him in overcoming it, rendering this toxin trivial in comparison. Half an hour later, Xiang Chen withdrew the Huaiqian qi into himself, astonishingly enhancing its potency from a level around the first stage of the divine concealment realm to the 5th stage. This detoxification and healing not only saved lives, but also elevated one's cultivation. Such was the miraculous nature of the Huaiqian Sutra. Some might wonder, given its ability to absorb toxins, why Xiang Chen did not simply consume poisons to augment his power. The scenario with Gongsun Shengtian's toxins was unique, as they had consumed his life essence. Ordinary poisons held no effect on Xiang Chen unless they were of a superior, ethereal nature. At that moment, Gongsun Shengtian, who had been lying unconscious, coughed, spitting out a mouthful of poisonous blood, and then opened his eyes. Shengtian, brother. In an instant, the Gongsun family erupted in jubilation. Chapter 188, Casting Blame. Shengtian, the head of the Gongsun family, filled with excitement, hurriedly grasped Gongsun Shengtian's hand, asking joyfully, "How do you feel?" "Dad," Gongsun Shengtian weakly called out. "Brother, I was so worried about you." Gongsun Linger cried tears of joy, rushing to embrace him. "Dad, Linger, why are you both here?" Gongsun Shengtian asked feebly. "Shengtian, you were poisoned. It was thanks to young brother Xiang Chen that you were saved. Shengtian, tell me, who did this to you? I will ensure they pay dearly." The head of the Gongsun family declared coldly. Some cast a glance at Xiang Chen, questioning whether it was indeed his doing. "It was Sun Fong, my personal bodyguard, who suddenly launched a surprise attack on me, leading to my loss of consciousness," Gongsun Shengtian coldly stated. "What? Sun Fong? That wretched beast, he has betrayed his own master." The anger of the Gongsun family surged, with the family head's face turning crimson as he bellowed. "Bring Sun Fong to me at once." It appeared that young Master Xiang Chen was indeed wronged. The Gongsun family members seethed with rage, and the family head shouted, "Quickly, capture that beast Sun Fong." "Master, Sun Fong has vanished. Someone reported seeing him ride away on a dragon steed this afternoon," came the response. "Immediately pursue him. That beast must be brought back." The family head roared. In the crowd, Gongsun Ku exchanged a glance with his father, Gongsun Hua, who nodded reassuringly. "Young Master Xiang Chen, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the Gongsun family for the grave misunderstanding you have suffered." Gongsun Yu bowed respectfully to Xiang Chen. "Please rise, head of the Gongsun family. You two have been manipulated." Xiang Chen hastily assisted him up. "Brother, was it you who saved me this time?" Gongsun Shengtian inquired. "Yes, it was brother Xiang Chen who saved you," replied Gongsun Linger. "Brother, I owe you my life once more," Gongsun Shengtian said with a bitter smile. Xiang Chen chuckled. "A brother's bond surpasses all, with you calling me brother. My act of saving you is merely an expression of brotherhood, devoid of any notion of debt." The family head sighed. "Shengtian, we indeed owe young Master Xiang far too much. Sun Fong, that wretched beast, falsely accused you of attempting to kill him, leading us to misjudge young Master Xiang and imprison him unjustly. The Gongsun family has wronged him and is indebted to him in ways we cannot repay." Gongsun Shengtian, both astonished and enraged, exclaimed, "That beast! I treated him well. I fail to comprehend why he would wish to harm me. When I capture him, I shall throw him into the furnace for smelting." Gongsun Shengtian's face expressed guilt as he addressed Xiang Chen. "Brother, I apologize for the suffering you endured." Xiang Chen slowly shook his head, remarking, "If anyone has suffered, it is you, brother Gongsun. I fear this was merely a scheme devised by the true mastermind to ensnare me, and perhaps you have been inadvertently implicated as well." "A scheme?" The crowd's expressions shifted, astonishment illuminating their faces as they turned to Xiang Chen. Chen Feng interjected, "Indeed, this is a scheme. From the incident to the swift conclusion and imprisonment, everything has unfolded too rapidly, as if there were a singular intent to ruin my brother." Xiang Chen continued, "The Lord of the Flying Eagle, Zhang Beoguang, and the guard Sun Fong, all are players in this scheme. Their primary objective is to ensnare and eliminate me. The family head's expression darkened. Then who is the mastermind behind this? Xiang Chen coldly smiled as he gazed at Gongsun Ku and his father, stating, I suspect that both Gongsun Ku and elder Gongsun Hua are well aware of the truth. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Gongsun Ku. Gongsun Ku shouted angrily, Xiang Chen, I know we have our differences, but what nonsense are you spouting? What does this have to do with me? Gongsun Hua, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, Young Master Xiang, although we may have offended you with our words before, there is no need for such hostility towards us. Indeed, what business does young Master Gank with elder Gongsun Hua have? Surely, one would not suspect young Master Gank to be the mastermind behind this. That would be a grave misunderstanding. Even the members of the Gongsun family do not believe this. Elder Gongsun Hua is the most esteemed elder beneath the family head. Gongsun Yu, the head of the family, gazed at the two with a calm expression, remaining silent and noncommittal. Xiang Chen sneered, saying, When Sun Fong accused me of being the murderer, your attitudes were the most fervent, eager to see my demise, adamantly asserting that I was the culprit. Have you both not reflected on your strangely fervent stance? Elder Gongsun Hua replied indifferently, Shengtian is also my nephew. Upon Sun Fong's accusation, I was enraged. Is it unusual for me to express my feelings towards you? Should I have greeted you with a smile instead? Young Master Xiang, we are grateful for your rescue of Shengtian, but please refrain from making baseless accusations. Indeed, there is no need for you to slander me, Xiang Chen. It is well known that we have had our conflicts, Gongsun Ku added, his voice filled with anger. Haha, slander? Do you think I am the sort of despicable and shameless person who would abandon kin? Xiang Chen mocked, laughing derisively. In this matter, you are merely pawns. There are greater players behind the scenes. Elder Gongsun Hua retorted angrily, Xiang Chen, enough. Do not unjustly accuse others without evidence. Once we capture Sun Fong, the truth will be revealed. He then turned to Gongsun Yu, his face filled with anguish. Family head, I could never conspire against my own nephew. You must believe us. The head of the Gongsun family appeared uncertain. Xiang Chen, with a cold smile, remarked, Given your intelligence, how could you allow Sun Fong to remain alive? I fear you have already dispatched someone to silence him. Such nonsense. Xiang Chen, I have never wronged you. Why must you slander me? Elder Gongsun Hua bellowed. His demeanor a mixture of grievance and fury, his expression far more convincing than many young actors. Slander? You seek evidence, do you? You shall have it shortly. Xiang Chen replied coldly. Young master, we have captured them. At that moment, a voice rang out as three individuals entered hastily, each grasping another person. Two of them were clad in black, their powers stripped away, barely clinging to life, while the third, missing an arm and held by Zhao Mu, was none other than Sun Fong. The two who had captured the black-clad figures were strong practitioners of the Yuanyang realm from the Wanyao Pavilion. Sun Fong, you scoundrel! Why did you harm the young master? The Gongsun family members erupted in furious accusations upon seeing Sun Fong brought back. In an instant, Gongsun Ku's countenance paled, his expression one of utter dread. Elder Gongsun Hua lost his composure, his face shifting as all of this unfolded before Gongsun Yu's eyes. How could this happen? Did I not send someone to eliminate this wretch? How is he still alive? Gongsun Ku's heart raced with fear and despair. Gongsun Ku, Elder Gongsun Hua, you possess a cruel heart. Sun Fong, upon being captured, roared with resentment towards the father and son. This outburst drew the gaze of everyone in the room. Their eyes filled with suspicion towards the two. Chapter 189. The truth revealed. Sun Fong, you wretch, you dare betray your own master and kill Shengtian? I shall slay you. Gongsun Hua suddenly unleashed his formidable true essence, striking a powerful palm towards Sun Fong's head. However, Chun Feng was swifter. With a disdainful snort, he swept his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of potent true essence sword energy that surged towards Gongsun Hua's attack. The collision erupted with a resounding thud, forcing Gongsun Hua to retreat several steps. A gaping wound appearing on his palm, blood seeping forth. What do you intend to do, Gongsun Hua? Are you planning to silence me? Chun Feng mocked coldly. How dare this scoundrel kill Shengtian? Why do you obstruct my vengeance? Gongsun Hua retorted angrily. Enough. Gongsuan's patriarch barked. Gongsun Hua, did I permit you to act? Cousin. Silence. The patriarch's furious command silenced Gongsun Hua, who fell into an uneasy silence. It seems someone is eager to eliminate witnesses as the truth begins to unravel. Xiang Chen sneered. The patriarch turned his icy gaze to Sun Fong, demanding, why did you conspire against Shengtian? Speak. or not only will you perish, but your wife and children shall be buried alongside you. Sun Fang's expression turned grim. Patriarch, it was all Gongsun Ku and Elder Gongsun Hua who directed me. They offered me 100,000 gold coins to slay the young master. Initially, I refused, knowing the gravity of such a crime, but they threatened my wife and children. Under duress and temptation, a mere pawn, I committed this heinous act, hoping to pin the blame on young Master Xiang Chen. I do not deserve to live, but I beseech you to spare my innocent family. They are in no way involved. Sun Fang knelt, bowing his head in despair. His words incited an uproar among the Gongsun clan members. What? It was indeed Elder Gongsun Hua. How could this be? Elder Gongsun Hua. Why would you do such a thing? Gongsun Hua, Gongsun Ku, are you even human? The clan members were filled with righteous indignation, vociferously questioning the father and son duo. Both men turned pale, Gongsun Ku collapsing to the ground, fully aware of their impending doom. Gongsun Hua's expression fluctuated between fury and despair as he shouted, Sun Fang, do you dare to slander me? Speak, were you coerced into saying this? Bah, Gongsun Hua, it is you who seeks to silence me. Patriarch, I speak only the truth. Sun Fang retorted vehemently. Turning towards Gongsun Shengtian, he bowed deeply, lamenting, Young master, I am deeply remorseful. I never wished to betray you. I was merely a pawn in the hands of others, destined for ruin. I deserve death, but please spare my wife and children. Gongsun Shengtian's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze on Gongsun Ku and his son. Elder, do you have anything to say for yourself? He asked coldly. Shengtian, it is all slander, pure slander. Gongsun Hua protested. Sun Fang must have been threatened by Chen Feng's men. Slander? At that moment, Zhao Mu sneered, tearing away the masks of two men clad in black. Elder Gongsun Hua, do you recognize these two? They, along with several others, ambushed Sun Fang to silence him. Our young master anticipated such treachery and saved Sun Fang, this vital witness. Li Qing, Yang Ping, they are in league with the elder. The members of the Gongsun clan recognized the two men. The two individuals, pallid and trembling, knelt and implored, Master of the house, we were merely instructed by the elder. We only sought to eliminate Sun Fang. Beyond that, we possess no knowledge. We have not harmed the young master. Gongsun Hua, enraged, staggered backward, realizing that no amount of subterfuge could salvage his position. Gongsun Hua, the head of the Gongsun family, glared furiously at the elder, his eyes ablaze with wrath and sorrow. Why? Why must you harm Shengtian? He demanded. Why, ha 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 ha. Gongsun Hua suddenly erupted into a maniacal laughter, his gaze turning savage. Because your son is too exceptional. With him around, my own son shall forever remain in the shadows. As long as he exists, your position as the head of the family shall be unattainable for me. Indeed, it was I who instructed Sun Fang to carry out the deed. You wretched beast. Does the position of the family head outweigh the value of our kin? Shengtian represents the future hope and successor of our Gongsun clan. You have slain him. Can Gongsun Ku bear the weight of our legacy? The head of the Gongsun family bellowed, striking the elder across the face. Gongsun Hua's eyes reddened, and suddenly, a sword emerged from his sleeve, plunging mercilessly into the chest of the family head. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through to his heart. The head of the Gongsun family gazed in disbelief at the unfolding horror, while those surrounding them stood in stunned silence. Father, Gongsun Shengtian cried out in despair. Master of the house, the members of the Gongsun family echoed their anguish. Meanwhile, Gongsun Hua, with one hand gripping the sword embedded in the family head's chest, turned to shield himself behind the elder's form. Clear the way. Prepare 500,000 gold coins, or I shall crush his heart this very instant. Gongsun Hua shrieked menacingly. You vile beast, a monster in human guise. How dare you claim the title of elder in the Gongsun family? The family members shouted in outrage. Yet even the strongest among them dared not advance. Clear the way. Gongsun Hua thundered again. Ha, do you think you can escape? Chen Feng's voice cut through the tension, cold and mocking. In an instant, a swift azure sword beam, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, shot forth, bypassing the family head and swiftly severing Gongsun Hua's throat. Blood gushed forth as Gongsun Hua's head soared into the air, his decapitated body convulsing before collapsing to the ground with a thud. His head blinked momentarily, mouth twitching in its final moments. The head of the Gongsun family, too, collapsed, only to be caught by those rushing to his aid. Father, Gongsun Ku cried out in horror, cradling Gongsun Hua's severed head in a sorrowful embrace. Father, Gongsun Shengtian rushed over to support the head of the family, who coughed blood, his heart pierced, face ashen, yet still gripping Gongsun Shengtian's hand. Sheng Tian, the family shall be entrusted to you henceforth. The head of the Gongsun family stammered, a testament to the resilience of a warrior of the Yuanyang realm, who could linger even after such a grievous injury. Father, you will be fine. Gongsun Shengtian and Ling Er wept as they held the family head. Step aside. Let me through. At that moment, Xiang Chen rushed forward, tearing open the fabric over the family head's chest, the sword still lodged within. With a swift motion, he inserted 7 silver needles with accuracy around the heart, invoking the Beidou stabilization technique. Subsequently, Xiang Chen struck the vicinity of the Gongsun Patriarch's chest with a palm, channeling his celestial energy, which surged into him. Master Hua, assist me. I implore you to bestow upon me all your true essence. Xiang Chen commanded. As you wish, my teacher, old Hua promptly replied, placing a hand on Xiang Chen's back, transferring his vital energy. At that moment, all attention and hope converged upon Xiang Chen, oblivious to Gongsun Ke's actions. Chapter 190. A joyous conclusion. It is all because of you, Xiang Chen. Gongsun Ke's eyes blazed crimson as he suddenly produced a crossbow, aiming it at Xiang Chen's head. However, a surge of vital energy unexpectedly struck him, causing Gongsun Ke to cry out in agony. The bolt he had just fired was deflected, and he was sent flying, crashing into the distance. Chen Feng scoffed. Under my watchful gaze, you shall not succeed. I would have wasted decades of cultivation otherwise. Seize him. A formidable warrior of the Yuanyang realm approached, effortlessly subduing Gongsun Ke. Xiang Chen frantically converted Old Hua's vital essence. Old Hua's essence was unique, possessing restorative qualities. And under the relentless transformation of the sacred scripture of reversing heaven, the meager amount of true energy that could be extracted surged into the Gongsun Patriarch's heart. With one hand gripping his sword, Xiang Chen cautiously drew it out, sealing the wound in the heart with the true energy to prevent excessive bleeding while simultaneously aiding in self-recovery. Miraculously, under the astonishing regenerative power of the reversing heaven true energy, the pierced heart began to heal. All eyes were fixed on Xiang Chen, their hopes resting upon him. Half an hour later, the unconscious Gongsun Patriarch awakened, and to his astonishment, his heart had indeed healed. Xiang Chen also withdrew the reversing heaven true energy, letting out a sigh of relief, only to feel a wave of dizziness wash over him, causing him to stumble backward. Master, little brother. Old Hua hurriedly caught him. Upon regaining consciousness, the Gongsun Patriarch stared in disbelief at the healed wound on his chest, gazing incredulously at Xiang Chen. Father, are you well? Gongsun Shengtian inquired with delight. Patriarch, how do you fare? The elders of the Gongsun family expressed with excitement. I am well. It is truly astonishing. What miraculous medical skill is this? A heart pierced can still be healed. The Gongsun Patriarch marveled at Xiang Chen. Little brother, how are you? Chen Feng asked with concern. I am fine. Merely a bit fatigued, Xiang Chen replied, his complexion slightly pale. The Gongsun Patriarch rose and, gazing at Xiang Chen, knelt before him, saying, Xiang Chen, young brother, your life-saving grace is unforgettable. The Gongsun family owes you an immense debt. You have saved Linger, you have saved Shengtian, and ultimately, you have saved this old body of mine by exposing the true perpetrator. We are deeply indebted to you. Thank you, young brother Xiang Chen. The strong members of the Gongsun family bowed respectfully. Patriarch, please rise. I consider Gongsun de Ge as a brother. You are my elder. By kneeling before me, you diminish my own lifespan, Xiang Chen urged, quickly assisting the patriarch to his feet. Brother, thank you, thank you. Gongsun Shengtian expressed boundless gratitude, embracing Xiang Chen. From this day forth, Xiang Chen shall be our Gongsun family's benefactor, our most esteemed guest. To see Xiang Chen is akin to seeing me. Do you all understand? The Gongsun patriarch solemnly declared to his kin. Lord Xiang Chen. Everyone, understanding the sentiment, altered their address accordingly. Young brother Xiang Chen, henceforth, the Gongsun clan shall be your most steadfast ally. Whatever you require, merely voice your need, and the Gongsun family shall readily brave fire and water for you. The patriarch of the Gongsun clan solemnly vowed. Xiang Chen replied with a smile. As long as misunderstandings can be amicably resolved, this time, we can all rejoice. The Gongsun patriarch gazed upon the lifeless body of Gongsun Hua with a sigh, saying, I never anticipated that Gongsun Hua would commit such inhumane acts for the sake of his son and the position of clan leader, nearly bringing you, Xiang Chen, to harm. Bring Gongsun Ku here. Gongsun Shengtian commanded. Gongsun Ku was brought forth, his face ashen and filled with despair. Brother, how shall we deal with him? Shall we execute him or turn him over to the authorities? The decision lies with you. Gongsun Shengtian looked at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Gongsun Ku. Gongsun Ku, tell me the truth. Who orchestrated all of this behind the scenes? Is there someone else involved? Everyone looked at Gongsun Ku in astonishment. Gongsun Ku snapped back to reality, glaring at Xiang Chen with malice and howling. Xiang Chen, it's all because of you. All because of you that my father met his demise. I will kill you. Even in death, I shall not spare you. Be honest. Zhao Mu slapped Gongsun Ku across the face. I ask you, who is behind this? It's the Crown Prince Tianai. I assent it? Xiang Chen inquired with a cold smile. Indeed, it is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He masterminded all of this. Xiang Chen, if I cannot kill you, he will certainly take your life. Gongsun Ku shrieked. What? The Crown Prince? How is this connected to the Crown Prince? The members of the Gongsun clan were incredulous. I understand now, the Gongsun patriarch said coldly. Tianai sought to win over the Gongsun clan to support his claim to the throne. I did not agree at the time, but now he has approached your father to assist him in seizing the position of clan leader, using you to bolster his power. Gongsun Ku remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the accusation. Traitorous and heartless scum, drag him out and behead him. The Gongsun patriarch declared icily. Hold on. Xiang Chen interjected hastily. Patriarch Gongsun, leave this one to me. I still have use for him. Very well, Xiang Chen, his life will be in your hands. You may deal with him as you see fit, the patriarch nodded. Masters Chun Feng and Lu Qing, as well as you, Xiang Chen. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in ridding the Gongsun clan of this pest. I would like to offer a modest banquet in your honor. Please allow me to express my gratitude properly. The Gongsun patriarch addressed the others. Haha, certainly no problem, my brother. What say you? Master Chen replied with a smile. Of course, no problem at all, Xiang Chen echoed. Prepare the feast. As the Gongsun clan made preparations to host the banquet, a young woman clad in white suddenly burst into the Gongsun residence. While Xiang Chen was conversing and drinking with the patriarch and others, he turned around to see at the entrance of the hall a girl in a snow-white dress, wearing a half-mask, gazing at him. Qing Cheng. Xiang Chen immediately stood up. It was none other than Xia Qing Cheng. Upon seeing that Xiang Chen was unharmed, her eyes glistened with moisture, yet she said nothing and promptly turned to leave. Qing Cheng. Xiang Chen quickly left the banquet table to pursue her. Alas! Xiang Chen, the Gongsun patriarch exclaimed. Ah, Gongsun, let the youth handle their own romantic affairs. Come, let us continue to drink. Lu Qing laughed. Xia Qingqing swiftly departed from the Gongsun residence, mounting her steed and galloping away. Qingqing. Xiang Chen pursued from behind, calling out while unleashing his true energy in a burst of speed, desperately trying to catch up. However, Xia Qingqing's steed had reached a preternatural realm, moving with astonishing speed, leaving Xiang Chen's efforts in vain as she distanced herself further. Haha, second master, do you need my assistance? A gust of wind swept in, and a figure appeared above Xiang Chen, sporting a pair of jade-green wings. It was Qing Feng. Xiang Chen rejoiced, Sister Qing Feng. Little brother. That must be the eldest daughter of the Xia family, Xia Qingqing. Just look at her figure. She is a beauty, but it seems you have upset her. Qing Feng floated above, chuckling. Xiang Chen responded with a wry smile, Sister Qing Feng, please do not tease me. Help me catch up with her. Of course. If second master requests it, how could I refuse? Qing Feng laughed, playfully pressing down on Xiang Chen's shoulder, lifting him effortlessly into the air, and then her jade wings unfurled. With a swish, Qing Feng soared with incredible speed, comparable to sound itself, leaving behind a trail of airwaves and covering hundreds of meters in mere moments. Her wings appeared to possess more than just ordinary true wings. They were far swifter than typical true elemental wings. The howling wind whipped against Xiang Chen's face, making it difficult for him to open his eyes, and he felt a pang of envy at her ability to fly so freely. Flight has been a long-held dream of humanity throughout the ages. In just a few breaths, they caught up to the distant Xia Qingcheng, and as they approached her, Qing Feng released her grip, sending Xiang Chen plummeting from several meters above. Go for it, second master. Remember, girls need to be courted, Qing Feng giggled, then transformed into a streak of light, and vanished into the sky. With a resounding thud, Xiang Chen landed before Xiang Chen. The steed let out a neigh, rearing its front hooves and nearly colliding with him. Xiang Chen gazed at the girl atop the steed. She met his gaze with a feigned indifference and commanded, "Step aside." Xiang Chen grinned widely, his demeanor playful. Then, with a sudden leap, he landed behind Xiang Chen, wrapping his arms around her waist. She shuddered at the unexpected contact, and a surge of innate true energy erupted from her, causing Xiang Chen to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yet, he did not relinquish his hold. "Let go. Get down," Xiang Chen exclaimed angrily. Xiang Chen replied firmly, "Unless you kill me, I shall never let go." "You scoundrel," Xiang Chen retorted furiously. "Qingqing, you have known me long enough," Xiang Chen replied with a cheeky grin. He then squeezed his legs against the steed's belly, letting out a loud neigh. The steed responded and galloped off wildly. As they raced through the streets, Xiang Chen took hold of the reins, guiding the steed as they charged forward. Both clad in white, they appeared to merge into one, with Xiang Chen silent, skillfully directing the reins as they sped toward a destination within the city. At this moment, Xiang Chen sat quietly before Xiang Chen, her body leaning against his, yet her eyes glistened with tears, melting away any facade of indifference she had maintained. The sky drizzled lightly, and the streets were sparsely populated, with a few individuals walking under oiled paper umbrellas along the avenues. A swift steed galloped past, leading to a distinct location. This was a peak within the royal city, home to a winery and an inn, where the scenery was typically enchanting. Known as Cloud Exiting Mountain, it rose to a height of 1,000 meters. As the steed ascended the mountain, it arrived at the edge of a precipice, beneath which lay a panoramic view of a significant portion of the Merchant King's city. At dusk, the city below sparkled with countless lights, a sea of glowing homes. The steed halted at the cliff's edge, and Xiang Chen, alongside Xiang Chen, gazed down at the radiant lights, saying, "Do you remember this place? In the past, I and the monkey often came here to play." Xiang Chen remained silent, enveloped in stillness. Xiang Chen continued to peer at the twinkling lights, lamenting, "So much has transpired over the years. Ever since you went to the academy, I have not had the chance to come here alone with you, nor have I been able to witness the glow of countless homes below." He sighed, "Qingqing, I am sorry. I have come to learn of many things in these years. You have suffered." Tears streamed down Xiang Chen's cheeks, yet she uttered no words. "You possess the water and fire physique, a condition of opposing forces. The physician has said you shan't live beyond 30, correct?" Xiang Chen spoke softly. Xiang Chen's expression shifted, her heart trembling as she turned in astonishment to face him. With a bitter smile, Xiang Chen confessed, "In truth, I know everything now. Qingqing, I am sorry." "Brother Chen," Xiang Chen finally cried out, her voice breaking. Xiang Chen's eyes reddened, a pang of pain striking his heart as he replied, "It has been 4 years, for long years since I last heard you call me that. My dear Brother Chen, I am so sorry. I do not have long to live. Please, forget about me," she sobbed, covering her face with her hands. Yet Xiang Chen stepped forward, flipping over to face her directly, embracing her tightly. "Foolish girl, what nonsense is this about living only until 30? Those quack physicians speak nonsense. Fear not. Brother Chen has now mastered miraculous medical arts. I will surely find a way to heal you. Even if you were destined to live only until 30, you are still my dear, my girl, my future wife. I shall never forget you in this lifetime." Xiang Chen held Xiang Chen closely, his voice resolute. "Brother Chen, I am so sorry." Xiang Chen clung to him, her voice choked with emotion. "Qingqing, my dear, I am unworthy of you. I am destined not to accompany you through life, and I am so ugly now, so terrifying. I am a monster, unworthy of your kindness." Xiang Chen released her, gazing at her masked face, and reached out to remove her mask. As Xiang Chen wept and looked at him, he was met with a sight that was truly shocking. One side of her face was a deep crimson, marred with charred patterns, starkly contrasting with the delicate, flawless skin of the other side. Such an unparalleled beauty now bore a visage that could frighten the faint-hearted even in the night, a result of her water and fire physique. However, Xiang Chen exhibited an unparalleled tenderness, devoid of any astonishment or disdain, as he caressed her flushed cheek, softly declaring, "In truth, Brother Chen has known for quite some time. Qingqing, in this world, one's appearance holds little significance. What I cherish is not your exterior, but the pure, kind, and beautiful heart that resides within you. Moreover, Brother Xiang Chen himself is rather peculiar. He revealed his fluffy, wolf-like white ears, cradled Xia Qingqing's face, and kissed the seemingly flawed half of her cheek with exquisite gentleness. "Ah, a bit warm." Xia Qingqing shivered slightly, then suddenly threw herself into Xiang Chen's embrace, holding him tightly, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. "Silly girl, rest assured. Brother Chen will surely help you heal both your ailment and your visage, so that my beloved Qingsheng can shine beautifully every day, free from this mask. Therefore, remember my words, hold on to hope, and trust in me, will you?" Xiang Chen gazed at Xia Qingcheng, his voice tender. Hum. She nodded obediently. As Xiang Chen beheld her cherry-red lips, he leaned down and kissed her. Xia Qingcheng trembled, then closed her eyes, wrapping her delicate arms around him, shyly reciprocating. "True love ought to be like this. Whether you are beautiful or plain, I shall not depart. Whether you are rich or poor, strong or weak, I shall not forsake you." After a long while, their lips parted, and they exchanged glances filled with deep affection. "By the way, Qingcheng, I have a gift for you," Xiang Chen said with a smile, revealing a snow-white longsword in his hand. This sword was the 8th-grade treasure he had won from the Morong family at the weapon exhibition. A keepsake for Xia Qingqing. "Such a sharp sword. Thank you, Brother Chen," she exclaimed, awed by the astonishing aura emanating from the blade. "Silly girl, why thank me?" Xiang Chen teased, playfully brushing her nose, his eyes filled with fondness. "Brother Chen, I heard that rower. Has she met with misfortune?" Xia Qingcheng hesitated to ask. Yi Ro had once shared a close bond with her, akin to that of sisters, and was the only woman besides herself whom Xia Qingqing acknowledged in Xiang Chen's life. Of course, the notion of men taking multiple wives was deeply rooted in this world, yet there was only one official consort, and Xia Qingcheng was Xiang Chen's nominal fiancée. Upon hearing her words, Xiang Chen could not help but stroke the small white tiger, no larger than a pet, nestled in his arms. His gaze darkening slightly as he replied, "Indeed, Rower has encountered trouble, but she has not perished. One day, you shall see her again. That's a relief. When I learned of your predicament, I was truly worried sick about you." Xia Qingcheng sighed in relief, nestled against Xiang Chen. "By the way, I met your teacher one day, Brother Chen. Is he the one who passed on his medical skills to you? He even gifted me 2 powerful techniques." Xia Qingqing inquired softly. "Indeed, he is my teacher, and my ability to cultivate is due to his guidance," Xiang Chen affirmed. Though he could not disclose that his teacher was a pig in disguise, it was difficult to believe without first-hand knowledge. He and Ba Ge shared a relationship that was both mentor and friend. He is truly an extraordinary individual. He even imparted to me a set of acupuncture techniques that can temporarily suppress the elemental conflict within my body. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen smiled in silence, refraining from revealing that it was indeed he himself. "By the way, after learning of your predicament, Dahome mobilized his troops to encircle the Feiying Manor, demanding the surrender of individuals. Subsequently, he was knocked unconscious by Prince Xiaohou and taken back to the royal residence for confinement. Before his imprisonment, he entrusted a person to deliver these items to me, your blade and a storage jade belt." Xia Qingcheng then spoke of Xiaohou Wu, presenting the Dragon K demon blade and the storage jade belt that Xiaohou Wu had retrieved for Xiang Chen. These individuals had been very good friends since childhood. To encircle the Feiying Manor. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen felt a surge of emotion and bitterly smiled, saying, "This fellow is truly reckless. Now that I have emerged, I must send someone to the Xiaohou royal residence to deliver a letter, lest he worry. By the way, how have you fared at the branch academy in the Wilderness province over the years? Have you been bullied?" Xiang Chen inquired. "No," Xia Qingqing shook her head, replying. "Due to my exceptional cultivation talent, I was taken as a disciple by the dean, and no one dares to bully me. However, the first prince, Intianai, has persistently pursued me. Speaking of which, Brother Chen, now that you are able to cultivate, why not accompany me to the Wilderness Province Branch Academy? The martial arts training there far surpasses that of our homeland. It gathers the finest talents from the 13 nations of the Western Wilderness. This spring, individuals from the Wilderness Province Branch will be coming to recruit students." "The Western Wilderness Academy?" Xiang Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "I will go in the future. But given the current situation of the Xiang family, I have many matters to attend to and cannot go just yet." Xia Qingcheng hesitated for a moment and asked, "Is Uncle Xiang truly unable to come out?" Xiang Chen's gaze grew colder as he said, "The royal family, in an effort to consolidate its political power, will not allow my father to emerge. However, I will surely rescue him in the future. At that time, Qingqing will accompany you, Qingqing asserted resolutely. We will save Uncle Xiang together. Ha ha. Well, he is also your future father. After all, Xiang Chen chuckled, gently stroking Qingqing's hair. The two nestled closely together, the dragon steed pausing at the cliff's edge. After a day of rain, the night sky was remarkably bright and beautiful, the moonlight illuminating the pair and blending seamlessly with the enchanting nightscape of the Great Shang below, forming a picturesque tableau. The next day, the Gongsun family proactively issued an announcement clarifying that Xiang Chen had been wrongfully accused, revealing that the true culprits were the family's own elder and Gongsun Ku, thus proving Xiang Chen's innocence. Upon the release of this announcement, the public erupted in astonishment, and those who had vehemently condemned Xiang Chen just a day prior now found themselves in an awkward predicament. Within the inner city, in the royal palace, the first prince, residing in the residence of the virtuous prince, bore the title of virtuous prince. Until the establishment of the crown prince, he was not the heir apparent. Upon seeing this announcement, Tianya's expression darkened. What on earth is happening? He furiously demanded of a slender man clad in black. The man in black stated, Your Highness, this predicament arises from the interference of the Wan Yao Pavilion and the Tianxiang Wine Manor, who aided Xiang Chen's escape from prison. Furthermore, the foolish Gongsun Hua and Gongsun Ku failed to eliminate the individuals responsible, resulting in their capture and the revelation of the truth. Gongsun Hua has been slain, and Gongsun Ku's fate remains uncertain. Tianya's chest heaved with fury. Once again, it is the Wan Yao Pavilion. Why has the Tianxiang Wine Manor allied itself with this insufferable wretch? The mere mention of the Wan Yao Pavilion caused him distress, for it is one of the powers within the Great Shang that even the royal family dares not offend. The Tianxiang Wine Manor also possesses a formidable backing. His subordinates remained silent, evidently unaware of the gravity of the situation. Your Highness, what shall we do now? Inquired a beautiful woman clad in a flowing blue dress, her voice a gentle whisper. The crown prince remained silent, gradually regaining his composure, his gaze gleaming with a cold light as he pondered over some devious scheme. The announcement's release incited not only his wrath, but also that of Lady Lin from the Xiangwang Manor, who was so enraged that she tore the notice to shreds. After Xiang Chen's release, Xia Yunlong even came personally to pay a visit. After managing to placate Xia Yunlong, the two individuals appeared in Xiang Chen's courtyard. Both wore bronze masks, concealing their identities. These two were none other than Wang Tian and Xiao Bai, whom Xiang Chen had rescued. Little Chen, we have both made our decision. From now on, we shall follow you until we can rescue the prince, declared Xiao Bai, dressed in white. Indeed, we are now wanted criminals in the Great Shang. You won't despise us, will you? Wang Tian laughed. Huh, how could I? Uncle Xiao Bai and Aunt Wang Tian are renowned figures in the Great Shang. I am overjoyed. Xiang Chen responded with delight, for both were formidable warriors of the Yuanyang realm. They exchanged glances and together clasped their fists in respect, bowing. We pay our respects to the young master. Xiang Chen's expression turned serious as he helped them to their feet. At last, he had two powerful allies of the Yuanyang realm by his side. Chapter 193. The Ghostly Calamity of the Underworld Younger Master. May I inquire about your current plans? Xiaobai asked, having changed his address following his pledge of loyalty, which is the most basic form of respect towards a leader and a means of establishing authority. Wang Tian also turned her gaze towards Xiang Chen, who replied, To achieve success, one must have their own forces. To cultivate one's power, economic resources are essential. I intend to establish my own enterprises and rally the former loyalists of my father from the Xiangwang Manor to quietly amass strength. Xiaobai pondered for a moment, then said, This indeed is the most prudent choice at present. Should you require our assistance, please do not hesitate to command us. However, the Xia family operates under the scrutiny of others, making it inconvenient to act. We must secure our own residence. Xiang Chen nodded. I have already contemplated this matter. I will send Zhao Mu to scout for suitable properties and purchase a residence. We should receive news shortly. My uncles, let us dine first. Man, he has prepared the meal. Very well. The group entered the dining room and shared a meal, and soon afterward, Zhao Mu returned with his report. My lord, I have discovered a remarkably expansive estate, encompassing an area of approximately 400 acres, and it is being offered at an exceedingly modest price of merely 30,000 gold coins. It is situated to the west of the city. Would you care to inspect it? Zhao Mu returned to report, having located the property. 400 acres for only 30,000 gold coins. That is indeed quite a bargain, Xiang Chen remarked, setting down his chopsticks in astonishment. How vast is 100 acres? It is equivalent to 150 standard basketball courts. 400 acres is truly expansive. How could it be so inexpensive? Xiang Chen inquired, noting that such a price was abnormal in the royal capital. Although the land area in this world is significantly larger than the 10 previous worlds he had inhabited, the cost of land deeds in a royal city is typically high. A deed for 400 acres would normally be valued at over 100,000 gold coins. Zhao Mu responded with a wry smile. It is said that the area is haunted. Previous buyers have experienced mysterious deaths. Over the course of 2 years, a wealthy merchant purchased the property, only for his entire family and servants, over 100 individuals, to perish one after another within a year. Since then, no one has dared to buy the place, and the property prices have plummeted. Haunted. Xiao Bai furrowed his brow. What ghosts exist in this world? Perhaps some malevolent beings are at play. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed thoughtfully, a place of intrigue. Let us go and see for ourselves. Disregarding his meal, Xiang Chen prepared to investigate the notorious residence. We shall accompany you, Xiao Bai and Wang Tian declared, donning their masks as they rose. The group exited the estate, and Xiang Chen summoned several dragon steeds from the Xiao family, together with Man He, Zhao Mu, Xiao Bai, and Wang Tian. They mounted the steeds and hastened toward the location Zhao Mu had described. After traveling several dozen kilometers, they arrived at the western edge of the city, finally reaching the estate mentioned by Zhao Mu. Before them loomed tall, grayish-white walls, rising over 30 meters, encircling the expansive property. Behind the walls stood towering locust trees. The main gate of the estate appeared dilapidated, adorned with 2 large, dust-covered red lanterns, while a fierce tiger head knocker graced the vermilion door, flanked by 2 imposing stone lions. Zhao Mu pushed the door open, and the group entered. Xiang Chen scrutinized the locust trees surrounding the high walls, frowning. Locust trees are known to attract malevolent spirits, making such a location susceptible to unseen entities. Beyond the gate lay several long corridors leading to various courtyards, many of which were overgrown with weeds and strewn with dead leaves, exuding an aura of desolation and eeriness. The estate boasted over 100 rooms, a grand lotus pond, rockeries, and gardens, yet it was clear that no one had tended to it, resulting in a state of neglect. With additional renovations, this place could comfortably accommodate thousands, and constructing tall residential buildings could easily house tens of thousands. As the group traversed the corridor, Xiang Chen began to sense an extraordinary energy. The malevolent energy is quite potent. There are indeed spirits here, he declared, narrowing his eyes. What? My lord, please do not frighten me. Are there truly ghosts? Man, he gasped, her complexion paling as she clutched Xiang Chen's arm, casting anxious glances around. Haha, dear Man He, what is there to fear? Even if there are spirits, a single strike from me would send them fleeing. Wang Tian chuckled, remarking that such a formidable Jinwu cultivator possessed terrifying strength, capable of shattering a building or crushing a small mountain with a mere swipe of his hand. Renowned as a 1,000-man foe within the military, he harbored no fear of spectral entities. Xiang Chen remained silent, his eyes shimmering with a silvery luminescence. The moon-gazing eye. Instantly, the world before him transformed into a surreal and kaleidoscopic vista, as if composed of diverse energies. The oppressive aura of the Earth's yin energy was palpable. Xiang Chen suddenly detected an invisible energy fluctuation emanating from a distant courtyard. As the Wan Yao Sacred Cannon's first-level technique, the Taiyin True formula, activated within him, the Earth's yin energy surged into his being, refined by the celestial wolf spirit into Taiyin True Qi, significantly accelerating his cultivation speed compared to other locations. This place is indeed a splendid site for cultivation, he thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The first level of the Wan Yao Sacred Cannon is remarkably effective at absorbing various forms of malevolent energy, particularly this type. Come, follow me, he urged, springing forth nearly 17 or 18 meters towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the dilapidated gates of the courtyard, he pushed them open, only to be greeted by a chilling wave of coldness. Suddenly, a gust of sinister wind surged forth, rustling the fallen leaves and causing the lanterns to sway ominously, instilling a sense of dread. Manha felt a shiver run through her body, a primal fear awakening within her. Within the courtyard, 7 or 8 ghastly white bones, unmistakably human, lay scattered. This place is indeed unsettling, Xiao Bai remarked with a furrowed brow. Xiang Chen's gaze was drawn to an ancient well in the courtyard, its diameter exceeding a meter, from which a dense aura of Earth's malevolence continuously emanated, coalescing into swirling tendrils of dark mist. Young master, let us depart from this frightening place, Manha implored, clinging tightly to Xiang Chen's arm. Suddenly, a cacophony of eerie laughter echoed ominously, sending chills down their spines. The laughter distinctly belonging to a woman's sinister tone. Ah! Manha screamed in terror, instinctively burying her face in Xiang Chen's chest. In that instant, a surge of black mist erupted from the ancient well, rapidly expanding and enveloping the surrounding area, obscuring their vision entirely. Who dares to intrude upon this domain? Xiao Bai and Wang Tian shouted in unison, astonished that anyone would venture here to meet their demise. Chapter 194. Call me master. The chilling laughter reverberated throughout the vicinity, deeply unsettling. Manha trembled in fear, her complexion paling. Despite their surprise, Xiao Bai, Wang Tian, and Zhao Mu exhibited no signs of trepidation. However, their visibility was severely compromised by the black mist, prompting them to unleash their protective true essence. What divine being dares to play tricks here? Xiao Bai demanded coldly. It has been long since I savored the essence of human vitality and souls. Since you have come to me, you shall become my feast. The sinister voice echoed in their ears. Suddenly, tendrils of black light surged forth, revealing themselves as strands of long hair, akin to sharp needles launching towards them. Humph! Masquerading as a specter, seeking death. With a sharp command, Wang Tian summoned a surge of golden true essence in one arm, and then, with a swift motion, transformed it into a blade that cleaved through the air. Whoosh! A golden blade of light, over a yard long, erupted forth, tearing through the cascading locks of hair. Boom! The blade of light exploded, unleashing a powerful wave of blade chi that enveloped the surroundings. The encroaching hair was shattered and reduced to mere strands by the force of the strike. From within the two bodies, a tremendous surge of true essence resonated, dispersing the surrounding black mist. A Yuanyang realm expert. The woman's exclamation echoed, filled with astonishment at the power radiating from the two. Xiang Chen turned to observe and saw a figure amidst the black fog, astonished as she gazed at them. This figure was unmistakably a woman with flowing long hair. Clad in ethereal white garments, her form appeared almost spectral, her beauty striking with autumn-like pupils, a delicate peach blossom face, and cherry-red lips. Her graceful stature was accentuated by wisps of eerie green flames dancing at her feet, as she hovered in midair, her hair cascading down in a terrifying display. However, this was a sight only visible to Xiang Chen through his moon-gazing eye. Without it, he could not perceive her, nor could an ordinary person. The specter, noticing Xiang Chen's unwavering gaze upon her, displayed a flicker of surprise. Could it be that this young man could see her? The Xianin body. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Xiang Chen's eyes as he focused on a peculiar pattern etched on her forehead, resembling 3 delicate petals of a pale red flower. The Xianin body is an exceedingly rare and precious constitution. In this world, alongside various extraordinary spirits, there exist many unique physical forms. Some individuals are born with the innate ability to harness the elements of wind, fire, and thunder, while others can communicate with the spirits. The Xianin body is a special constitution that manifests in women born during the Yin year, Yin month, and Yin hour, specifically at the juncture of the Zi and Chou hours. Those endowed with this constitution possess an inherently powerful soul and the ability to commune with spirits, absorbing Yin energy. However, such individuals typically do not survive beyond the age of 18 unless they embark on the path of cultivation. Upon death, their souls coalesce with Yin energy, becoming specters while retaining their memories from life. For Xiang Chen, who practices the Taiyin true art, such a woman represents an exceptional opportunity for cultivation. Xiao Bai and Wang Tian remained vigilant, unable to perceive the existence of such spirits. "Young man, can you see me?" The specter inquired coldly. "Oh, what a beautiful specter you are. Yet, why do you possess such a malevolent heart, inflicting harm upon others in this place?" Xiang Chen retorted with a cold smile. "Young master, you can see her?" Xiao Bai and Wang Tian asked in astonishment. "Yes, she is a specter, or more accurately, a ghost cultivator of the innate realm." Xiang Chen confirmed with a nod. "Foolish child, what do you know? All who dwell here deserve to die, and you shall perish as well." The specter sneered. Before transforming into an invisible gust of wind, unleashing a phantom claw aimed directly at Xiang Chen's head. This claw was potent enough to shatter the soul of an ordinary person. Xiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, showing no intention of evading as the claw descended upon him. Within Xiang Chen's body, an unexpected surge of lunar true energy erupted, igniting into a flame of ethereal moonlight. Hiss! As the female specter's claw made contact with this lunar flame, she emitted a piercing scream, her claw corroded by the searing fire. The female ghost recoiled amidst the swirling black mist, gazing at Xiang Chen with a mixture of shock and fury, exclaiming, "Who are you? What manner of flame is this that can harm me?" Ordinary flames and regular true fire posed no threat to her. Only formidable Yin fire or the utmost Yang fire could contend with spirits. The lunar true fire, indeed, was the most potent Yin fire at this stage, capable of injuring both the soul and the corporeal form. Though Xiang Chen's cultivation was not on par with that of the ghost, his energy completely suppressed her. Moreover, his bloodline and divine soul effectively dominated the specter, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf, the sovereign of demons and spirits. To his astonishment, he encountered a ghostly entity of the profound Yin body here. This was an unexpected delight, for he would become her master. Xiang Chen regarded the female specter with a faint smile. The ghost, both alarmed and infuriated, was astonished that he could discern her nature as a profound Yin entity, and enraged by his subsequent words. "You little wretch, regardless of your origins, since you can see me and know my constitution, you must die." With a furious shriek, the female specter gathered her ghostly energy, manifesting a spear of malevolent energy over a meter long, aimed directly at Xiang Chen with far greater force than her previous claw strike. The profound Yin spike. As the spike hurtled toward him, Xiang Chen declared, "Celestial wolf divine soul, activate." Stepping forward, a small wolf of moonlight coalesced behind him with a roar, unleashing a beam of luminous energy that shattered the profound Yin spike upon impact. The moonlit radiance then ensnared the female ghost, binding her with a force specifically designed to counter her essence, eliciting a cacophony of anguished howls. "What is this?" the ghost shrieked, transforming into a shadowy wind, yet unable to escape the binding power. "This is the celestial wolf divine soul. I am the sovereign of demons and spirits. Your abilities may overpower most true martial practitioners, but before me, you are but a jest." Xiang Chen's cold laughter resonated, and for reasons unknown, he emanated an overwhelming aura of dominion. Xiao Bai and Wang Tian exchanged astonished glances, sensing a powerful regal pressure emanating from him, as if he were a king ruling over all beings. Lunar Ghost Suppression Spell, Gather. With a gesture, Xiang Chen concentrated his true energy, altering the incantation to conjure a series of distinctive crescent moon sigils, which transformed into a beam of white light that imprinted upon the female ghost. "Uh-huh." The ghost suddenly cried out in agony as the crescent light seeped into her soul, revealing a lunar seal upon her forehead. In that moment, her gaze towards Xiang Chen transformed entirely. She could no longer harbor any hatred or murderous intent, only a profound fear, awe, and reverence. As if he were the sovereign of her life and death. "Address me as master," Xiang Chen stated, hands clasped behind his back, his tone indifferent. Chapter 195, I am a wolfish rogue. What was that overwhelming aura just now? Xiao Bai and Wang Tian exchanged a glance, both revealing a hint of astonishment. The aura of disdain for the mortal realm that they had just sensed emanating from Xiang Chen instilled a moment of reverence in their hearts. Despite being formidable practitioners of the Yuanyang realm, unbeknownst to Xiang Chen, he had unconsciously radiated this formidable presence. The female ghost gazed at Xiang Chen with awe, ultimately bowing her head and softly uttering, "Master." The emotions of reverence, fear, and submission surged within her soul, compelling her to utter this title. "What is your name?" Xiang Chen inquired. "I am Yu Mei, paying my respects to you, Master." The female ghost responded in a voice that resonated directly within Xiang Chen's mind. "Yu Mei? A lovely name indeed. From now on, you shall accompany me," Xiang Chen replied with a gentle smile, looking at the ghost without a hint of discomfort, as if it were only natural for him to be her inherent master. "Yes, Master," Yu Mei replied respectfully. "How did you come to be in this place? You were not an ordinary person in life, were you?" Xiang Chen asked. Yu Mei softly responded, "In life, I was a female cultivator of the Batian sect. However, while traveling the continent with my senior brother, he harbored wicked intentions towards me." seeking to tarnish my purity. During our conflict, I was no match for him. And thus I took my own life by leaping into a well. My soul did not enter reincarnation, and instead aimlessly wandered within the well, nourished by the underground yin energy, ultimately cultivating into a ghostly spirit. I have remained here for an indeterminate number of years. Batian Sect. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He had not heard of this sect, suggesting it was not one of the prominent sects of Deshang. What was your cultivation level in life? He queried. Xiao Bai and Wang Tian looked on in astonishment as Xiang Chen spoke, as if to himself. Man, he, frightened, distanced herself from Xiang Chen, fearing her master had been possessed. I had reached the Yuan-Yang realm, the woman respectfully replied. To have transformed into a spirit at the Yuan-Yang realm, and to cultivate to this extent relying on the yin energy indicates you have indeed spent a considerable amount of time here. You do not possess any cultivation techniques for ghostly practitioners, do you? Xiang Chen remarked. No, I simply cultivate by breathing in the yin energy, Yume replied. No wonder. With such dense yin energy, you have attained the innate fierce ghost realm, Xiang Chen mused. Ghostly cultivation is categorized into different levels. The lowest is the vengeful ghost realm, characterized solely by resentment and devoid of intelligence, akin to the divine concealment realm. Following this is the innate fierce ghost realm, where spirits typically lack intelligence, driven only by murderous intent to harm the living. Next comes the yang ghost of the Yuan-Yang realm, who is no longer fearful of ordinary sunlight and can venture out during the day. Lastly, there are the spirit ghosts, powerful ghostly cultivators who have attained intelligence and can solidify their ethereal forms, making them formidable. Those above the Yuan-Yang realm are no match for them. However, Yume's soul is unique, as she is also untroubled by sunlight and retains memories from her previous life. Enter within me, and I shall impart a cultivation technique to you, Xiang Chen proposed. Yume expressed her surprise. If I enter a mortal's body, the yin energy will corrupt their vitality. Are you not afraid, master? Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Your yin energy is no different from ordinary spiritual energy to me. How could I, a master, be considered a mere mortal? The moonlit allure was mesmerizing. Indeed, how could a mere mortal compel her to submit? The moonlit enchantress transformed into a surge of potent dark energy, flooding into Xiang Chen's being. He felt an invigorating chill course through him, oddly comforting. As the enchantress inhabited Xiang Chen's corporeal form, she was astonished to discover that his flesh offered no resistance. It felt as welcoming as a long-lost home, stirring a sense of nostalgia within her. Xiang Chen's soul energy resonated, and a pathway concerning the supreme yin true art harmonized with the essence of the moonlit spirit, manifesting vividly in her memory waves. Upon entering Xiang Chen's body, he sensed a dramatic enhancement of his supreme yin energy, astonishingly reaching the level of innate mastery. His perceptiveness and spiritual power surged exponentially. This was the remarkable innate ability of the moon-devouring celestial wolf, capable of harnessing ghostly energy, nurturing spirits, and accommodating them within its physical form. This aligned with what the elder brother had mentioned. The spirit of the moon-devouring celestial wolf lacked the combat prowess of the celestial ape spirit of Xiahou Wu, but possessed far greater supernatural abilities. As the spirit melded with Xiang Chen, it transformed into a powerful energy, integrating with the celestial wolf spirit, allowing it to reside within. Xiang Chen's cultivation reverted to its original pinnacle of the divine concealment realm, with a newfound strength amplified by the absorption of substantial dark energy. From now on, we shall cultivate together. My celestial wolf spirit will nurture you, facilitating your evolution, and in turn, you will aid my ascent, Xiang Chen proclaimed. His notion of dual cultivation was not the crude interpretation of the elder brother's lewd practices, but rather a profound unity of dual souls in practice. With the moonlit spirit assisting in the absorption of dark energy for Xiang Chen's cultivation. Concurrently, his progress would also nourish the moonlit spirit, aiding in her evolution. Yes, my master, I pledge to follow you for life, the moonlit spirit responded, her voice softening, becoming melodious and even possessing a hint of seduction. After merging with the celestial wolf spirit, Xiang Chen felt his capacity to absorb the ethereal yin energy from the world multiply two or threefold. This astonishing rate of cultivation, coupled with the mysterious blood box within him and his innate talents, rendered his daily progress equivalent to that of others over 10 days, a staggering disparity. When calculated over the years, the difference became even more daunting. With the moonlit spirit now by his side, Xiang Chen felt elated. Never anticipating the encounter with such a potent ally in the supreme true art, which could serve as a formidable trump card. Young master, were you conversing with that female ghost all this time? Xiao Bai inquired, astonished. Indeed, but she has since submitted to me, so there is no need for concern. Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Both listeners stared at him in disbelief, with Wang Tian exclaiming, Young master, how did you manage that? He quickly realized he had overstepped. Acknowledging, I was merely curious. Xiang Chen offered a nonchalant smile. It's nothing extraordinary. My spirit possesses the innate ability to restrain ghostly beings. Both were taken aback, with Xiao Bai sighing, I never imagined that spirits truly exist. This is my first encounter. Man He, why are you keeping your distance? Xiang Chen asked, noticing her retreat. My lord, I am fearful of ghosts. Where could she be? Man He replied, trembling and nervously scanning her surroundings. Haha, what is there to fear? In truth, I am also a specter. With a sudden lunge, Xiang Chen seized Manha's shoulders, his gaze piercing into hers, revealing sharp fangs as he extended his tongue to lick his lips, wickedly grinning. Little girl, I am quite the lecher. Are you afraid I might devour you? Haha, I am not afraid. Let the young master indulge in me, Manha replied with a light laugh, her sparkling eyes gazing affectionately at Xiang Chen. Old Wang, shouldn't we retreat? Chapter 196. Underground Creatures. Day 5 of the 7 Explosions. Youth is indeed a blessing, allowing one to tease the neighbors freely, Wang Tian sighed. You mischievous little girl. Always scheming to entice your master, aren't you? Xiang Chen teased, lifting Manha's chin. Humph, a maid's duty is to warm her master's bed. It is the young master who has cast aside Manha, she lamented. Once I come of age, I shall feast upon you, Xiang Chen smirked, playfully brushing Manha's nose. Uncle Mu, this estate is quite commendable. Here are 30,000 gold coins. Please deliver them to the land management department. We shall purchase this property, Xiang Chen stated, producing 3 chests of gold coins and handing them to Zhao Mu. Yes, young master, I will proceed to handle the paperwork and acquire the deed, Zhao Mu responded, taking the coins and departing to secure the land contract. Xiang Chen approached an ancient well, observing the thick, malevolent energy swirling below. This energy could shorten the lifespan of ordinary cultivators, yet for Xiang Chen, it was a source of nourishment. Peering into the depths, he noticed the water was a faint black hue, rich with dark energy. The well water had transformed into an ethereal liquid. It seemed that beneath it lay something extraordinary. Perhaps even a vein of spiritual minerals. Xiang Chen mused, recognizing that such a potent energy emanating from this ancient well must have a significant origin. Mooncharm, have you ever ventured below? Xiang Chen inquired of the spirit residing within his celestial wolf essence. Master, I have not. My current constitution prevents me from penetrating the water. Yet it appears there are other beings below. I often hear deep growls resonating from the depths, Mooncharm replied, shaking her head. Being a spiritual entity, she could not merge with the water unless she possessed a unique water spirit constitution. Ghost cultivators come in various forms, indeed. Xiang Chen focused his true energy through his eyes, penetrating the water's surface to reveal depths of 7 or 8 miles. The well was extraordinarily deep, and at its base, the marks of human excavation faded, giving way to naturally formed underground caverns. What lurking creatures might exist within? Xiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Uncle Xiao, Uncle Wang, let us descend and investigate. He urged the 2 powerful beings of the Yuanyang realm. Very well, they nodded, their prowess rendering them fearless in the face of all but the most formidable true martial cultivators in this land. Xiang Chen shed his outer garment and approached the well's edge, then leapt into the abyss. After a drop of over 10 meters, he plunged into the icy waters, the bone-chilling liquid enveloping him. Xiang Chen exerted all his strength to operate his cultivation technique, holding his breath as he activated the turtle breathing technique, allowing the celestial wolf spirit to fervently absorb the earthly spiritual energy from the well water. The formidable breath-holding ability of the turtle breathing technique enabled Xiang Chen to remain submerged for an entire hour. Subsequently, 2 beams of light leapt into the well. Xiao Bai and Wang Tian followed suit, enveloped in their own true essence. Like a swift fish, Xiang Chen swiftly dove deeper into the well. While he awaited the trio above. Xiao Bai and Wang Tian closely trailed behind, their true essence shielding them from the water's pressure. resembling two large bubbles as they descended into the depths. As they plunged 20 meters down, the well's diameter expanded, reaching 4 to 5 meters and growing ever wider, with the earthly spiritual energy becoming increasingly dense. After descending over 40 meters, the water pressure intensified, causing their speed to diminish slightly. Xiaobai grasped Xiang Chen's shoulder, his true essence protecting him, and with a powerful burst of energy, the three resembled arrows of water plunging downward rapidly. Soon, they descended 400 to 500 meters, where the well's shaft completely vanished, leading them into a vast underground water cavern. The concentration of earthly spiritual energy here was 5 to 6 times that of the well above, and they had yet to reach the bottom. Unbeknownst to them, such a vast underground water domain existed below. Young master, the energy here is incredibly dense, Xiaobai exclaimed in surprise. Wang Tian echoed his astonishment. Such spiritual energy. If only we could cultivate and absorb it. This would be a paradise for cultivation. Surrounding Xiang Chen was Xiaobai's protective true essence, and he remarked in delight. There must be an earthly vein down here. Otherwise, this level of energy would not exist. As he surveyed the underground water expanse with his moon-watching eyes, his gaze suddenly fixed upon a smooth cavern below, its diameter measuring 7 to 8 meters, surrounded by numerous scale-like objects. Sure enough, there are demonic beasts. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes and swam toward the cavern, with Xiaobai and Wang Tian in pursuit. Upon arriving at the entrance of the cavern, they found it shrouded in darkness, extending several dozen meters deep. The trio entered the submerged cavern, where peculiar luminous stones emitted a faint glow, providing limited visibility. Earthly spirit stones, Xiang Chen exclaimed in excitement, gazing at the embedded glowing stones within the cavern. Young master, look! Xiaobai suddenly cried out, pointing toward the far end of the cavern. Xiang Chen's pupils constricted as he beheld a massive natural stone pillar, upon which a creature was coiled. This beast resembled a giant python, its diameter comparable to that of a large water tank, measuring 2 meters across with an indeterminate girth. Its head resembled that of a flood dragon, equipped with fins, and adorned with a large bulge over 1/2 meter in size. The creature's entire body was covered in black scales, its abdomen possessing 4 three-toed claws, while its back was lined with a row of menacing bone spines, and its tail resembled a fish fin. It was estimated to be 20 to 30 meters long, exuding an astonishing aura of demonic energy. The earthly fiend Xianjiao. Xiang Chen exclaimed in awe. This was indeed a jiao, a close relative of the flood dragon. It harbored a trace of true dragon blood within its veins. The creature without horns is known as a jiao, while one adorned with horns is referred to as a jiao long, also known as a half-dragon. A formidable beast possessing a bloodline closely akin to that of a true dragon. Behold a jiao. Should it further evolve its lineage, it may transform into a jiao long. In this world, the jiao long stands as one of the most powerful beasts with the highest bloodline. Is this truly a jiao? The young master inquired. As Wang Qian and Xiaobai gazed in astonishment at the formidable beast, both aware of what a jiao signifies. We must depart. The energy fluctuations within this jiao are at least of the Yuan-Yang realm's great celestial level, far beyond our capabilities, Xiang Chen murmured, understanding that the jiao harbors a trace of true dragon blood, making it a top-tier entity among beasts of the same realm. The trio retreated quietly. At that moment, the slumbering Disha Xianjiao suddenly opened its dark red eyes, the size of watermelons. You have come here, discovering this secret, yet you wish to leave? The Disha Xianjiao's voice echoed chillingly within the cavern. This is bad. We must flee. Xiang Chen's countenance shifted drastically as he shouted. Chapter 197. The Dragon Hunt Arc. It is a widely accepted notion that beasts of the same realm generally surpass human martial cultivators, especially given that this is a jiao imbued with a fragment of true dragon blood. A deep roar emanated from the water, causing the once tranquil surface to churn violently. In an instant, the Disha Xianjiao transformed into a streak of black light, pursuing Xiang Chen and his companions with a speed far superior to theirs, akin to a torpedo racing through the depths. From its maw, the jiao unleashed a black beam of light that pierced through 100 meters in an instant, hurtling towards the trio. Dodge! They swiftly evaded, with Xiaobai grasping Xiang Chen's shoulder to avoid separation from Wang Qian. Boom! The beam struck the water, erupting in a violent explosion, generating immense pressure that surged outwards in all directions. Old Xiao, Take the young master and flee quickly. I will hold it off for a moment. Wang Qian bellowed, turning towards the jiao, a pristine white blade materializing in his grasp. Old Wang. Xiaobai turned to Wang Qian in alarm. Uncle Wang, if we are to leave, let us depart together. If we are to stay, we shall remain united. Uncle Xiao. We must assist him. Xiang Chen was not one to abandon his companions out of fear for his own life. Very well, young master, take care of yourself. I will go to aid old Wang. Should the situation turn dire, make your escape immediately, Xiaobai urged, unwilling to forsake his brothers-in-arms forged through trials and battle. Wang Qian, with his blade in hand, cleaved forward, unleashing a golden blade of light spanning 7 to 8 meters, aimed directly at the Disha Xianjiao. The blade sliced through the water, leaving a trail of bubbles, though its speed was considerably hindered by the water's resistance. The Disha Xianjiao retaliated with a powerful sweep of its tail, unleashing a surge of demonic energy that collided with the oncoming strike. Shattering the blade of light with a thunderous sound, its scales impenetrable. With a roar, the Disha Xianjiao expelled a concentrated burst of demonic energy, forming a 10-meter-long beam that surged forward. Greedy wolf strike. Wang Qian shouted in fury, swinging his blade to conjure a golden wolf several meters in size that charged towards the beam. Boom! The two formidable energies collided in an explosive display, sending tumultuous waves that roiled the water for hundreds of meters around. A surge of demonic energy slammed into Wang Qian, causing him to spit blood and retreat. With a thunderous roar, the earthly fiend Xianjiao transformed into a streak of black lightning, hurtling towards Wang Qian with astonishing speed. One claw, infused with formidable demonic essence, struck fiercely at her. At that moment, a several-meter-long azure arrow swiftly shot forth, colliding with the claw. The impact was tremendous, unleashing a cataclysmic force capable of obliterating a small mountain. The claw's demonic power was detonated, and the strike was successfully intercepted. In that instant, Xiaobai conjured a magnificent longbow, with an ethereal bow shadow materializing behind him. 7-star arrows, strike, he bellowed, as he concentrated his true essence, manifesting 7 beams of arrow light that rained down upon the Xianjiao. The arrows struck with unparalleled penetration and explosive force, reverberating through the beast's massive form. Though the Xianjiao was pushed back, its formidable scale defense remained unbroken, merely repelled. Damn it! If only my 7-star bow were here. You would not stand a chance, Xiaobai cursed inwardly, recalling how his prized bow had been taken from him during his capture. The bow in his hands was now a manifestation of his own soul's true essence. Flash! Wang Qian roared, unleashing a blade of light that extended over 10 meters, striking the Xianjiao. Yet, it merely grazed the scales, inflicting little damage. The earthly fiend Xianjiao howled in fury, charging at Wang Qian with a claw poised to rend her apart. With a sickening sound, Wang Qian spat forth a mouthful of blood. Her body sent flying as a gaping wound tore through her chest, her insides severely injured. The Xianjiao opened its gaping maw and lunged toward her. At that moment, an arrow of energy, though seemingly weak, struck its head, shattering the scales and creating a small blood hole. This arrow contained a unique sharpness specifically designed to target dragonkind and draconic beasts. The Xianjiao howled in pain, its massive eyes narrowing upon a distant figure, a wolf-headed creature wielding a black longbow. The sight of the bow instilled a sense of dread within it. You dare to wound me? Prepare to die? It roared, charging directly at Xiang Chen, unleashing a beam of light aimed at him. Young master, be careful, Xiaobai shouted. Xiang Chen remained unfazed, employing the surprising swan step, propelling himself aside by several meters in an instant. The energy grazed him and collided with the stone wall, creating a gaping hole over 10 meters in diameter. Had it struck him directly, it would have obliterated him entirely. The earthly fiend Xianjiao barreled towards Xiang Chen, its ferocious demonic energy overwhelming. Do not harm my master, Xiaobai cried out in fury, unleashing a barrage of 7 arrows that struck the Xianjiao. Yet, the power of these arrows merely pushed the beast back, failing to inflict any substantial damage. Its demonic form was far too resilient. Xiaoshu, catch! Xiang Chen shouted decisively, tossing his dragon-hunting bow to Xiaobai. Xiaobai also took note of the black bow in Xiang Chen's hand and immediately seized it. The moment he grasped the dragon hunter bow, an exhilarating tremor coursed through his bow spirit. Xiaobai's eyes sparkled with delight as he beheld this exquisite bow, exclaiming, "What a magnificent weapon! He then channeled his true essence into the bow, which instantly coalesced into 7 formidable arrows of light. With a whoosh, the 7 arrows surged forth, emitting a mournful dragon's roar as they violently struck the earth fiend Xianjiao, causing a tremendous explosion. The creature let out a harrowing cry, blood erupting from 7 gaping wounds as it was sent hurtling away, its body riddled with gory holes. Terrified, the earth fiend Xianjiao fled towards a distant cave, leaving a crimson trail in the water. Haha, what a splendid bow! Xiaobai marveled at the dragon hunter bow, recognizing that its power, combined with his spirit and cultivation, was extraordinarily formidable. Even the earth fiend Xianjiao, at the great celestial stage of the Yuanyang realm, could be grievously wounded. Uncle Xiao, do not let it escape, Xiang Chen shouted. Rest assured, Xiaobai replied with a confident smile, then surged forward, his gaze fixed upon the earth fiend Xianjiao, as his bow spirit emitted a strange aura. Arc tracking arrow, go forth, he commanded, and the dragon hunter bow conjured an arrow of light adorned with runes, which swiftly shot forth. The earth fiend Xianjiao twisted and turned within the cave, attempting to evade the arrow's path, but to its astonishment, the arrow veered and pursued it, striking fiercely at its abdomen and exploding upon impact. The creature let out a pained cry, spewing forth a torrent of blood before colliding with the rock wall and plunging into the depths of the water, severely injured by the arrow. Goodness, this archery technique can curve and pursue like a guided missile, Xiang Chen exclaimed in shock, recognizing the true prowess of archery mastery. Chapter 198. The mightiest deception. How is this possible? What kind of bow is this, capable of piercing my scale armor? The earth fiend Xianjiao, now submerged, bore the wound inflicted by Xiaobai's arrow, which had obliterated its abdomen, staining the waters red. The arrow's force seemed to counteract the very bloodline and flesh of the beast. If the dragon hunter bow indeed possessed the ability to hunt true dragons, then the earth fiend Xianjiao, merely a distant descendant with a hint of draconic blood, stood no chance against the terrifying might of the dragon hunter arrow. Old Xiao, your archery skills have truly flourished, so much so in such a short time, remarked Wang Tian, who had been knocked aside. Xiaobai glanced at the dragon hunter bow in his hands, marveling, my own archery skills are not so formidable. It is entirely due to the prowess of this divine bow. Xiang Chen swam over and added, this bow, named Dragon Hunter, is indeed powerful. But it is also thanks to your formidable cultivation, Uncle Xiao, that its potential is fully realized. Reluctantly, Xiaobai returned the Dragon Hunter bow to Xiang Chen, who accepted it with a smile. In a couple of days, I will have Sheng Tian craft a fine bow for you, Uncle Xiao. That would be wonderful, Xiaobai replied. Young master, I recall your exceptional talent in archery. Once we are outside, I shall impart my skills to you. However, I must say, this Xianjiao is truly terrifying. In this water, I am utterly no match for it, Wang Tian remarked, casting a glance at the earth fiend Xianjiao. In the water, the formidable resistance greatly diminished the effectiveness of his swordplay. Were he on solid ground, Wang Tian would possess the confidence to engage this adversary in a fierce battle, thus avoiding such a disgraceful defeat. Xiang Chen swam towards the earthly serpent, which lay coiled at the bottom of the cavern, its massive, melon-sized eyes glaring icily and furiously at Xiang Chen, Xiaobai, and Wang Tian. Its dantian had been shattered, leaving it gravely injured and deprived of much of its combat power. The earthly serpent rumbled in a deep voice, humans, what do you seek here? Xiang Chen, with a cold smile, retorted, what a delightful experience, earthly serpent. Were it not for your reliance on the power of the divine bow, how could you ever hope to be my match? The earthly serpent snarled, why have you come here? You dare to attack us? Xiang Chen replied, we merely came to observe, yet you sought to harm us. If you wish to silence us, you have only yourself to blame for your impending demise. Earthly serpent, I offer you a chance, submit to me. The earthly serpent scoffed, I am of dragon blood. How could I bow to a mere human? Xiang Chen remained unfazed, stating, refusal leads only to death. Should you choose to submit, I can grant you the opportunity to evolve into a dragon. The earthly serpent paused, then laughed derisively. You bestow upon me the means of transformation? You are nothing but an ant of the divine concealment realm. I could extinguish you with a single breath of my dark energy. Impudent wretch, how dare you speak to our young master in such a manner? Wang Tian interjected sharply. Xiang Chen continued, reciting a lengthy incantation, In Sha Xian Tian, guiding the dark energy back to its source, The earthly Sha transforms into Yin, embracing Yin while guarding Yang, transforming Yang into Yin. The earthly serpent, initially dismissive, began to display astonishment, which then morphed into sheer shock. For the incantation Xiang Chen recited was the very technique it had awakened to master. The earthly Yin Serpent Sutra. Who are you? How do you know my cultivation method? The earthly serpent inquired, astonished. Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. I not only know your cultivation methods, but also the techniques to evolve the earthly serpent into a dragon. Indeed, the true cultivation methods of the dragon race. Tell me, do you wish to pursue this path? Indeed, the earthly serpent exclaimed, but quickly followed with a gasp. Who are you to possess such knowledge? Xiang Chen, lifting his chin with pride, proclaimed, I am the destined king of all beasts, fated to command all creatures. Encountering me is your serendipitous fortune. I am a reincarnation of a peerless entity among the demon race. Did you not see how those two, despite their superior cultivation, submit to me? Xiao Bai and Wang Tian exchanged covert smiles, recognizing that Xiang Chen was merely engaging in grandiose deception. The earthly serpent's pupils narrowed, filled with astonishment and suspicion. Xiang Chen then brandished the dragon hunting bow, stating, Do you understand why this bow can easily pierce your defenses? In my past, I have slain true dragons. What are you compared to them? Earthly serpent, I have something else for you to see. With that, he produced a small white tiger from his bosom, giving it a gentle tap on the forehead. Little White, awaken. Xiang Chen called for Xiao Bai, who opened its hazy blue eyes and glared at him in displeasure, letting out a whimper as it was disturbed from its slumber. With a smile, Xiang Chen urged, quickly, enlarge your form and unleash a fierce roar at that earthly fiend Xianjiao. Xiao Bai shot him an incredulous glance, but soon transformed into a size comparable to a pastoral dog, roaring at the earthly fiend Xianjiao. Its youthful roar reverberated through the space. The earthly fiend Xianjiao stared in astonishment at the small white tiger. A tremor of fear coursing through its bloodline, a manifestation of bloodline pressure. The pressure from the bloodline of a demon. Do you see? It is the sacred beast white tiger that I nurture. Are you familiar with the sacred beast white tiger? Even it bows before me, let alone you, Xiang Chen declared, exuding an air of superiority. Earthly fiend Xianjiao, I am offering you an extraordinary opportunity. If you do not seize it, you shall regret it for eternity. However, this is my secret. If you do not submit and learn of these secrets, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you and cook you in a pot. Those who believe in me shall attain eternal life, ascend to immortality, and transform into dragons. Those who do not believe shall enter the cycle of reincarnation and be thrown into the pot. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xiang Chen maintained a lofty demeanor, truly resembling a figure of grandeur. Your future lies on two paths. Submit to me, become a true dragon, or become my meal. How will you choose? He bellowed suddenly. My lord, my master, I, the small Jiao, wish to submit. I desire to transform into a true Jiao and become a true dragon. The earthly fiend, Xianjiao, trembled in fear and quickly lowered its head. Xiao Bai and Wang Tian stared in disbelief at this scene. Can this really be happening? Is this a trick? Has he truly managed to deceive such a terrifying beast as the earthly fiend Xianjiao? Although they were skeptical of Xiang Chen's claims, they could hardly believe that the earthly fiend Xianjiao had genuinely fallen for it. Indeed, congratulations. You have made the wisest choice of your Jiao life. From this moment on, follow me, and you shall have countless opportunities to soar through the world in glory, Xiang Chen affirmed, nodding before adding, Now, let us establish a master-servant contract. Yes, the earthly fiend Xianjiao joyfully produced its demon core, a fist-sized black orb radiating demonic power. This power coalesced into a 6-star pattern, emitting a luminous aura. Master-servant contract. Xiang Chen chuckled inwardly, nearly bursting into laughter at the foolishness of the Jiao. The words he had spoken were a mixture of truth and fabrication. He had never been a transcendent being in his previous life, merely an ordinary youth. However, he indeed possessed the methods to evolve into a true Jiao and even a true dragon, as recorded in the vast inheritance of the myriad demon sacred canon. Combined with the pressure exerted by the small white tiger and the incantations he recited, which led the earthly fiend Xianjiao to genuinely believe that Xiang Chen was a reincarnated figure of great stature. Suppressing his excitement, Xiang Chen sliced his palm, blood gushing forth. He then concentrated his vital energy, transforming his blood into a series of crimson runes, which flowed like tadpole-like imprints into the master-servant contract formed by the earthly fiend Xianjiao. Demon Summoning Spell. The Demon Summoning Spell is a binding incantation for linking the master-servant contract. Should his cultivation be sufficiently formidable, he would not need the earthly fiend Xianjiao to voluntarily form the contract. He could forcibly bind it to him. The mystical seal of the demon subjugation curse was imprinted upon the contractual array binding the master and servant, bestowing upon Xiang Chen a mysterious power to command the life and death of the earthly fiend Xuanjiao. The master-servant pact responded with a curse mark, surging into Xiang Chen's body, where, to his astonishment, a phantasm of the earthly fiend Xuanjiao materialized within his divine abode. Master. The earthly fiend Xuanjiao spoke in a respectful murmur. Ah, excellent. Little Jiao, you have made the wisest choice of your serpentine existence. By the way, what is your name? Xiang Chen inquired, exuding an air of superiority as he gazed upon the immense form of the earthly fiend before him. The little Jiao introduced itself. I am called Longyue. Longyue, a fine name indeed. I am Xiang Chen. Henceforth, you shall guard this place diligently. By the way, is there a Yining mine located here? Xiang Chen asked. The earthly fiend Xuanjiao nodded and replied, Indeed, beneath this ground lies a Yining mine. I have resided here for over 2 centuries, diligently safeguarding this location. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's heart soared with joy. There truly was a Yining mine. With the presence of the Yining mine, he could freely absorb the Earth's Yin energy for cultivation and even construct a 5-elements energy conversion array above, transforming the Yin energy into the essence of heaven and earth, thereby creating a sanctuary for cultivation. This estate was indeed a remarkable fortune, Xiang Chen mused. Let us ascend. I shall tend to your wounds, Xiang Chen instructed the earthly fiend Xuanjiao. The Xuanjiao nodded, still in a state of severe injury. The motives for its submission to Xiang Chen were twofold. First, it had been deceived, and second, the temptation of transformation into a dragon was overwhelming. Furthermore, having sustained grievous wounds, its refusal to submit could very well lead to its demise at Xiang Chen's hands. Turning, Xiang Chen and his companions swam upward, as Xiao Bai and Wang Qian stifled laughter. Xiao Bai, communicating through his true essence, remarked, Young master, your eloquence is truly remarkable. I did not anticipate that you would so swiftly subjugate such a formidable demon. Xiang Chen smiled faintly. With this fellow as our guardian, our estate shall be graced with a powerful protector. The group traversed through a cavern and approached the ancient well's shaft. Upon emerging from the well, Xiang Chen unleashed his true energy, condensing it into a shadow of a wild goose, and leaped over 10 meters high, soaring out of the ancient well. After breaking through with his surprising swan step, the shadow transformed into a more formidable goose shadow, enhancing his speed significantly. Xiao Bai and Wang Qian followed suit. My lord, Man He, who had been anxiously awaiting their return, felt her worries dissipate upon seeing Xiang Chen and his companions emerge. Suddenly, a colossal creature over 30 meters long erupted from the ancient well, sending a cascade of water splashing. The bulky form of the earthly fiend Xuanjiao became wedged at the well's mouth, causing Man He to gasp in fright as she stared in horror at the trapped Xuanjiao. The Xuanjiao struggled momentarily, finding itself awkwardly stuck in the narrow passage. Can't you transform into human form? Xiang Chen asked with a wry smile, bemused by the creature's lack of wit. The earthly fiend Xuanjiao suddenly realized, its body undulating as it emitted a black glow, shrinking in size and transforming into a humanoid form with a dragon's head, crawling out of the ancient well. My lord. Man He, alarmed, turned pale and hid behind Xiang Chen. Fear not. He is one of us, named Longyue. Longyue, this is Man He, who shall serve as the steward of this estate from now on. You must heed her, understand? Xiang Chen addressed the earthly fiend. Yes, master. The earthly serpent, with its dark red eyes, scratched its head and gazed at Manha. Aunt Manha, it called out. This was the customary way for a servant to address their master's close attendant. Hello, Manha responded, a hint of trepidation in her voice. Xiang Chen observed her with a slight frown. Her timid nature was concerning. He resolved that she must cultivate her mental fortitude and courage, lest her commendable talents go to waste. He tossed a bottle of healing elixir to the earthly serpent, saying, This is a medicinal potion, suitable for both external and internal use. Thank you, master, the earthly serpent replied, promptly swallowing the entire bottle, its fierce fangs gnashing as it consumed the elixir. Afterward, it declared, "Master, I shall return now. I prefer not to remain on the surface." Xiang Chen nodded, instructing, "Guard the subterranean mine well. Do not allow outsiders to intrude." "Understood, Master," the earthly serpent acknowledged, then leapt back into the ancient well, transforming into its serpentine form as it descended into the depths. "Young Master, I have returned," Zhao Mu announced as he arrived, holding 2 animal skin land deeds. "The land and property deeds have been secured, young Master. This place will henceforth belong to us." Zhao Mu smiled as he handed the deeds to Xiang Chen. "Excellent. This will be our new secret abode. Manha, please summon some construction and landscaping workers to renovate the residence," Xiang Chen instructed as he accepted the deeds. Manha complied and departed to the labor market to recruit workers. "Uncle Mu, please contact those who wish to follow me. Gather them here tonight. I have important matters to discuss," Xiang Chen instructed. "Of course, young master. I shall notify them immediately," Zhao Mu replied, hastening away. "Uncles Xiao and Wang, you shall reside here from now on. This will be our base of operations and a place to nurture our forces," Xiang Chen conveyed to the 2 men. They nodded, aware that their status as wanted individuals necessitated caution and disguise when venturing outside. That evening, Zhao Mu successfully gathered 25 former guards and experts from the Xiangwang residence, all loyal to his parents and the former lord. These individuals were all practitioners of the innate realm. Upon seeing them, Xiang Chen could not help but offer words of comfort and encouragement, fostering loyalty and building his own cadre. Once these matters were settled, Xiang Chen returned to the Xia family's residence. With the new year approaching, he intended to visit the Xiangwang residence once more to see his mother. What new stories would unfold as he forcefully re-entered the Xiangwang residence? Chapter 200. Returning to the Wang residence the next day, at the Xiahou Wang residence, 2 grand stone lions flanked the crimson gates, surrounded by towering walls and watchtowers, with a multitude of soldiers patrolling the vicinity. Adjacent to the estate lay a military camp housing thousands of directly subordinate troops, making the Xiahou Wang residence resemble a fortified military base. Xiang Chen arrived at the entrance, accompanied by Zhao Mu, the masked Xiao Bai, and Wang Tian. He arrived at the residence of Lord Xiahou, naturally seeking the Lord's intervention to lift the confinement of Xiahou Wu, to visit him, and to express his gratitude for Lord Xiahou's advocacy on his behalf in the court. "Please inform Lord Xiahou that Xiang Liang's son, Xiang Chen, requests an audience," he said, cupping his fists towards the guard at the entrance. "Please wait a moment. Young Master Xiang, I shall promptly notify the Lord," the guard replied, not daring to be negligent, aware of the close bond between Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu. Shortly thereafter, the guard returned, accompanied by the sound of clanking armor echoing from within the estate. With a resounding crash, the iron gates swung open to reveal 2 rows of armored warriors, each wielding long spears and sheathed blades. The guard, somewhat embarrassed, announced, "Young Master Xiang, the Lord has decreed that if you wish to meet him, you must first breach the ranks of these soldiers. If you can overcome them, the Lord will gladly receive you." Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the 100 warriors, all of whom possessed the cultivation of the divine concealment realm. He stepped forward, confronted by the soldiers, who stood resolutely in his path. "Young Master Xiang, we await your command," they called out, ready to engage. With a faint smile, Xiang Chen realized that Lord Xiahou wished to assess his prowess. "Forgive my intrusion," he said, cupping his fist once more. Suddenly, he launched himself forward, transforming into a swift arrow as he dashed into the fray. "Charge!" The 100 soldiers shouted in unison, rushing towards Xiang Chen without drawing their weapons. As he approached, he deftly sidestepped, suddenly shifting his body to stand before one soldier, unleashing a punch imbued with the power of a dragon's might. With a sickening thud, the soldier spat blood, propelled backward as he collided with 3 others. "Charge!" 3 warriors unleashed their true energy, attacking Xiang Chen from various angles, their fists and legs cutting through the air. Xiang Chen deftly evaded one soldier's strike, pivoting to deliver a powerful elbow strike to another's chest, sending him staggering back. One soldier leaped into the air, his leg infused with true energy, aiming to cleave Xiang Chen in half. Xiang Chen also jumped, countering with a fierce kick that resonated with a loud crack, sending the soldier flying as if struck by a steel beam. Like a nimble butterfly, Xiang Chen weaved through the onslaught, evading the attacks while retaliating with precision. Each strike found its mark, incapacitating one soldier after another. The sounds of impact and cries of pain filled the air as dozens of soldiers fell before him. After no fewer than 30 warriors had been dispatched, a voice resonated from within the estate. Enough. Withdraw. The astonished soldiers, taken aback by Xiang Chen's formidable strength, slowly retreated. From within the hall, a figure approached, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an aura of authority with each deliberate step. Indeed, he possesses the ability to cultivate, the individual remarked, nodding at Xiang Chen. It was none other than Lord Xiaohou himself. Uncle Xiaohou, Xiang Chen said, respectfully cupping his fists in greeting. He was well acquainted with Xiahou Wu's father, having met him on numerous occasions. Ah, Chen, it has been quite a while. I underestimated your connections. Who would have thought you could rescue yourself through your own allies? Lord Xiaohou gazed at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen expressed his gratitude. I must also thank Uncle Xiaohou for advocating on my behalf in the court. Indeed, you are far more astute than that little rascal Xiahou Wu. You did not come merely to extend your thanks, did you? Lord Xiaohou remarked. Xiang Chen replied, I would like to request Uncle Xiaohou to release the monkey. He acted impulsively that day. With a cold snort, Lord Xiaohou responded, Isn't it because of you, Chen? You are quite clever. I do not oppose your association, but remember, that rascal considers you a true brother, and I would not wish for you to exploit him in the future. Xiang Chen nodded, I understand. I have always regarded having the monkey as a brother as a blessing. That is good to hear. I regret the situation regarding your father, but I am unable to assist him. I must also consider the Xiahou family and the Xiahou residents. Bring Xiahou Wu to me, Lord Xiahou commanded. He promptly instructed his personal guards to release him. Thank you, Uncle Xiahou. Xiang Chen expressed his gratitude and bowed. Soon, Xiahou Wu was brought forth from military confinement, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Xiang Chen unharmed. Dog, he exclaimed, rushing towards his brother for an exuberant embrace. Monkey, Xiang Chen reciprocated, and the two brothers shared a heartfelt hug. Haha, I knew you were tough. Even in the sky prison, you wouldn't perish, Xiahou Wu laughed heartily, patting Xiang Chen on the back. You are quite reckless yourself, daring to lead troops to the sky prison. Are you courting death? Hey, I didn't think much when I heard you were captured, Xiang Chen admitted, feeling deeply moved. Such a brother was rare in his life. Father, thank you, Xiahou Wu said, turning to his father. Lord Xiahou grunted and turned to leave. Come, now that you are out, we must celebrate with a good drink. With that, Xiahou Wu draped his arm around Xiang Chen's shoulders, guiding him towards his residence. They drank heartily until midday, and only then did Xiang Chen depart from the Xiahou residence, preparing to head to the Xiang manor. However, Xiahou Wu, concerned for his friend, summoned 20 men to accompany him back. As Xiang Chen approached the entrance of the manor from which he had been expelled months prior, his emotions were tumultuous. The guards recognized him, their expressions shifting, and one hurried to report his arrival. Yet, as Xiang Chen and Xiahou Wu reached the entrance, they were intercepted by the guards. Second young master. I'm afraid you cannot enter, one guard said, his demeanor conflicted as he raised his hand to stop Xiang Chen. This is my home. Why can I not enter? Xiang Chen replied coldly. The princess has commanded that you are no longer a member of the Xiang family, the guard murmured. Xiang Chen scoffed. How absurd. I, Xiang Chen, am the true blood of the Xiang family. What right does that outsider Lin Lian have to declare, I am not a member? Step aside, or I shall not hesitate to harm you. The guard was torn, but Xiang Chen pushed past him and entered the Xiang manor. At that moment, a throng of people surged forth from within, blocking their passage. Well, isn't this the dog we expelled from the Xiang family? What brings you back with such audacity? Chapter 201. Charge in. A figure clad in a black brocade robe approached, accompanied by a throng of followers. It was none other than Xiang Ke. Oh, is that not Xiang Ke? I wondered who was responsible for such a foul stench, mocked Xiahou Wu. Xiang Ke's expression darkened immediately, and he retorted sharply, Xiahou Wu, this is not your Xiahou residence. Mind your words. And if I choose not to, what will you do? Bite me? Xiahou Wu replied with a sneer. Xiang Ke's countenance grew even grimmer as he turned his gaze towards Xiang Chen, whose icy stare met his own. Xiang Chen, do you still have the audacity to return? Xiang Ke scoffed. This is my home. Why should I feel shame in coming back? Xiang Chen replied coldly. Nonsense. This is no longer your home. It belongs to me now. You are merely a discarded pawn of the Xiang family. Cast out, Xiang Ke mocked. Xiang Chen retorted with indifference. Xiang Ke, I have no time for your petty squabbles. Step aside. I intend to visit my mother. Xiang Ke chuckled derisively. You dare be so arrogant on my territory? What are you, Xiang Chen? Do you think this is the Xia family? No one here will aid you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a group encircled Xiang Chen and his companions. Xiang Chen smirked coldly. Are you seeking a fight? Leave the Xiang family, or I shall rightfully slay you for trespassing upon the royal estate, Xiang Ke warned icily. Give it a try? Xiahou Wu laughed with fury, brandishing his battle spear, which he thrust into the ground. At that moment, his men drew their blades. Xiao Bai and Wang Tian stood behind Xiang Chen, their expressions calm. The two factions clashed with palpable tension, and more formidable members of the Xiang royal family arrived, encircling Xiang Chen and his allies. Today, whoever obstructs my return home shall face death, Xiang Chen declared coldly, emanating a murderous aura, his demeanor resolute. Tomorrow marks the new year, and I will not allow anything to prevent me from celebrating it with my mother. Xiang Chen, do you believe that just because you have married into the Xia family, I am afraid to kill you? Charge! Xiang Ke bellowed. Kill! At his command, a multitude surged forth, shouting the word kill as they rushed towards Xiang Chen and his companions. Kill! Xiang Chen shouted in response. Kill! Xiahou Wu echoed, wielding his spear as his men charged at the Xiang royal family. In an instant, blades clashed, and spiritual energy erupted. Xiang Chen drew his sword and lunged forward, as two guards shouted angrily, attacking him with their blades. These two men were seasoned martial artists at the 6th and 7th levels of the divine concealment realm. Clang! Xiang Chen swung the dragon's abyss demon blade ferociously, unleashing the power of the lunar true qi, cutting through the guards' weapons with a single strike. Their swords shattered instantly. Whoosh! A wave of black-red blade energy surged forth, cleaving through the two guards, whose screams echoed as they were bisected at the chest. Xiahou Wu swung his spear, imbued with terrifying strength, disarming 3 adversaries, the spearhead slicing through their necks, severing their heads in one swift motion. As Xiang Chen stepped forward, his movements were akin to a startled swan, unleashing a burst of speed. With a swift stroke, he cleaved toward an advancing guard, who had yet to register the threat, only to feel a chilling sensation at his throat as his head was severed, blood gushing forth. Die! Roared a formidable innate realm expert, leaping forth with a long sword in hand, unleashing a 2-meter-long sword energy aimed at Xiang Chen. Behind him, Zhao Mu surged forward, wielding a heavy sword, and shattered the opponent's strike with a single blow. The 9th-grade flame sword, reforged for him by Gongsun Sheng, emitted a searing sword energy, striking down with tremendous might. The innate realm expert, taken aback, raised his sword to defend, but the explosion of sword energy impacted him, resulting in a piercing shriek as the fine sword energy penetrated his body, ultimately slain by Zhao Mu's blade. Though their numbers were few, they surged forward with unstoppable momentum. At that moment, a powerful aura of true essence swept through the air, and a figure descended like a great rock from the heavens, coalescing a palm of red true essence into a fiery cloud that enveloped and struck down. Boom! Boom! 2 innate realm warriors brought by Xiahou Wu were engulfed and obliterated in an instant, reduced to a mere mass of flesh. A formidable Yuan Yang realm expert had arrived, revealed to be a middle-aged man clad in a light red robe. Elder Xiang Shan, eliminate them. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiang Ke exclaimed with joy. Xiang Shan, an elder of the Xiang family, had now pledged allegiance to the Princess Lin. Within the Xiang family, direct blood relatives were scarce, with many surnamed Xiang being those who had followed the family's ancestors and adopted the name. Xiang Chen regarded the newcomer coldly, remarking, Elder Xiang Shan, I did not expect you to become a dog for Lin Lian. Xiang Shan looked at Xiang Chen with indifference, stating, Second young master, you should leave the Xiang family. Out of consideration for having watched you grow, I will spare your life. Xiang Chen's lips curled into a chilling smile, declaring, You have audacity. Since you are determined to follow Lin Lian, you shall pay the price. Anyone who obstructs me today shall perish, unaware of your own folly. I have granted you an opportunity. Since you refuse to heed it, I shall fulfill your wish. Kill. Xiang Shan erupted with a terrifying aura, charging at Xiang Chen, his palm coalescing into the fire cloud palm. A crimson palm strike, over a yard in size, surged forth, powerful enough to obliterate any expert below the Yuan Yang realm. The stone bricks beneath them were upheaved, igniting with a fiery red hue, radiating an astonishing heat. The fire cloud palm was a low-grade profound technique of the Xiang family, and its might was sufficient to obliterate Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen's expression remained indifferent as the scorching waves of energy approached, causing his robes to billow and inducing a suffocating sensation. Yet, there was no trace of fear in his demeanor. Suddenly, a dazzling blade light cleaved from behind Xiang Chen. The masked Wang Tian, who had remained passive until now, sprang into action, transforming a palm into a blade. He unleashed a golden blade light that struck with a thunderous impact against Xiang Shan's palm, shattering it effortlessly. The blade light pierced through, instantly striking Xiang Shan's arm. With a horrified scream, Xiang Shan's arm was severed, recoiling in terror as he cast a fearful glance at the figure donning a bronze mask. A great celestial of the Yuan Yang realm. Xiang Shan was filled with dread. He was merely at the minor celestial level of the Yuan Yang realm. "Young master, shall we kill him?" Wang Tian inquired, deliberately lowering her voice. "Kill," Xiang Chen replied indifferently, arms crossed behind his back. Upon the utterance of that single word, Wang Tian erupted with an astonishing surge of blade energy, transforming into a golden arc that cleaved through the air. The 3 guards of the Xiang Wang mansion were enveloped in its path, subsequently reduced to mere fragments of flesh. With a swift motion, Wang Tian wielded her treasured blade, unleashing a streak of blinding light that sliced through the air. In an instant, Xiang Shan's protective essence was torn asunder, and the blade struck true, severing his head. His eyes widened in shock as his head was cleaved in two, and he fell lifeless to the ground. "Elder Xiang Shan," Xiang Ke exclaimed, his face paling in utter disbelief. "Impudent." Chapter 202. Above the Yuan Yang realm suddenly, an even more formidable wave of energy surged forth. As a figure enveloped in violent essence charged in, wielding a sword aimed at Wang Tian. Wang Tian retaliated with a powerful slash, unleashing a blade of light that extended 7 or 8 meters. Boom. The clash of 2 potent forces reverberated, sending shockwaves that rattled the surroundings for hundreds of meters, causing onlookers to cough up blood and retreat. An elderly man, appearing to be over 50, approached with a sword that emanated a force capable of pushing Wang Tian back several steps. Yet, he too was forced to take a few steps back. "Steward Zhou." Xiang Ke recognized the newcomer, his heart sinking. The figure was none other than Zhou Ji, the steward of Lin Lian. Zhou Ji, exuding the powerful essence of the grand celestial level of the Yuan Yang realm, regarded Wang Tian with a cold stare. Wang Tian's expression grew grave in response. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, figures radiating formidable Yuan Yang energy descended from various estates, surrounding them. 16 terrifying powerhouses, loyal followers of Lin Lian from the Xiang Wang mansion, had arrived. A multitude of innate and divine concealed realm experts, numbering over 400 martial cultivators, rushed in from all directions to encircle Xiang Chen and his companions. Amidst the crowd, a resplendent lady adorned in a golden gown, exuding elegance and nobility, approached, flanked by 2 maidservants, her expression icy. It was Lady Lin Lian. Upon seeing her, Xiang Chen's cold eyes gleamed with a wolfish, bloodthirsty light. "Xiang Chen, do you dare to return?" Lin Lian's voice was frigid. "This is my home. Why should I not return? It is you, you shameless harlot, who has taken root in my family." Xiang Chen retorted coldly. "Impudent, you wretched beast. How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Steward Zhou bellowed in anger. "Preposterous. I am now the rightful master of the Xiang Wang mansion. With your father imprisoned, as the legitimate wife, I naturally possess the authority to govern the Xiang family," Lin Lian replied with indifference. "Bah, you shameless harlot. Do you truly believe you can claim to be my father's legitimate wife? Do not think I am unaware of the schemes you have orchestrated behind the scenes. Out of consideration for my father's reputation, I do not wish to expose your vile character in public. Today, I have come to the Xiang Wang mansion to take my mother away. Whoever obstructs me shall die, including you," Xiang Chen declared coldly. "Heh, do you truly believe that with the few individuals you have brought, you can act recklessly in my Xiang Wang mansion?" Lin Lian mocked with a sneer. "They are insufficient. We also have the Tianxiang winery." At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from the air above the Xiang Wang mansion. A cerulean light streaked through the air, followed closely by 8 formidable beings of the Yuanyang realm. The Tianxiang distillery, led by Lu Qing, arrived with great haste. As Lu Qing and the 8 elders of the Tianxiang distillery settled beside Xiang Chen, they cast scornful gazes towards Lin Lian. "We, from the Gongsun clan, have come to support our young brother Xiang Chen." Soon after, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from outside the Xiang Wang mansion, as 100 horsemen surged forth. Gongsun Shengtian, the patriarch of the Gongsun clan, along with 6 elders of the Yuanyang realm, burst through the encirclement to stand behind Xiang Chen. And we, from the Wanyao pavilion, wonder if these forces will catch the eye of Lady Lin. A light laughter floated in the air. With a swift whoosh, a woman clad in a cerulean gown, her back adorned with radiant jade wings, arrived, accompanied by 20 warriors of the Yuanyang realm, landing behind Xiang Chen. In that moment, there were a staggering 38 formidable beings of the Yuanyang realm emanating a terrifying aura behind Xiang Chen. The expressions of Lin Lian and the strongmen of the Xiang Wang mansion shifted dramatically, their faces filled with astonishment as they beheld the assembly behind Xiang Chen. The Gongsun clan, the Tianxiang distillery, and the enigmatic Wanyao pavilion. Each was a renowned force within the Merchant King city. Now, all these entities stood firmly behind Xiang Chen. How about that? Are these forces sufficient? Xiang Chen remarked with a sardonic smile directed at Lin Lian. This was an arrangement he had long established with the Gongsun clan. What is the meaning of this, patriarch of the Gongsun clan, Master Lu, Chief Qingfeng? Are you declaring war against the Xiang Wang mansion? Lin Lian's face darkened, her heart seething with rage. This little wretch, how could he amass such power, rallying so many strong allies? The patriarch of the Gongsun clan replied coolly. Our Gongsun clan has forged an indomitable alliance with young Master Xiang Chen. We shall advance and retreat together. Master Lu sneered. Xiang Chen is my little brother. He wishes to return home, and as his elder brother, I shall not allow anyone to obstruct him. Chief Qingfeng chuckled lightly. The commands of the second master are the commands of our pavilion master. Are we afraid to oppose the Xiang Wang mansion? Not at all. Lin Lian's expression darkened as she regarded this assembly. Such a multitude of Yuanyang realm warriors was more than enough to flatten the Xiang Wang mansion. The Yuanyang realm warriors of the Xiang Wang mansion gazed at Xiang Chen in disbelief. How had this once exiled scion of the Xiang family acquired such prowess, mustering so many formidable allies? Xiang Chen, you are still a member of the Xiang family. How dare you enlist outsiders against your own kin? Do you still deserve the Xiang surname? Xiang Ke exclaimed, both astonished and furious. Xiang Chen retorted mockingly. Now you acknowledge me as a member of the Xiang family? Did you not claim that I had been expelled and was no longer a part of it? Xiang Ke, you truly have no shame. Indeed, I am a member of the Xiang family. No one, save my father, can erase my name from the family tree. However, I do not regard you as my kin. I have stated before, anyone who dares to obstruct me shall meet their end. Begone. With a cold shout, Xiang Chen advanced, followed by over 30 formidable beings of the Yuanyang realm, their presence formidable. The members of the Xiang family retreated in haste, clearing a path, unwilling to confront the overwhelming momentum of Xiang Chen at that moment. Lin Lian's face flushed with anger, her fists tightly clenched as she glared at Xiang Chen, wishing she could tear him apart. However, she no longer dared to act. Such imposing authority. At that moment, a cold sneer echoed through the air. A figure descended, stepping upon a green war spear, slicing through the sky. The newcomer was a middle-aged man clad in a green robe, hands clasped behind his back as he landed before Xiang Chen and his companions, exuding an overwhelming force of true essence. This man was handsome, embodying the demeanor of a high-ranking individual, radiating a terrifying energy that surpassed the Yuanyang realm. Following him, 18 powerful warriors of the Yuanyang realm also emerged from the void. Father, Lin Lian exclaimed with delight upon recognizing him. This man was none other than Lin Ba, the head of the Lin family, a rare powerhouse above the Yuanyang realm in the Dashang kingdom. The realm of Pu Lin Ba? The expressions of the powerful figures behind Xiang Chen shifted subtly. Above the Yuanyang realm lies the Pu realm. Those of this tier possess formidable martial arts, their soul power condensing into a Pu, enabling them to wield spiritual treasures to vanquish foes. Xiang Chen regarded this man, who was indeed one of the most elite powerhouses in Dashang. Lin Ba approached, his tone icy. My daughter is married to the Xiang Wang residents. Do you think she lacks familial support? He glared at Xiang Chen. You ungrateful wretch. How dare you show disrespect to your elder? Lin Ba's presence exuded a formidable pressure that enveloped the entire area. Even the Yuanyang realm warriors trembled under this dominance, feeling a sense of trepidation. The guards from the Gongsun family quaked, utterly stripped of any fighting spirit by the sheer intensity of his aura. Xiang Chen met Lin Ba's gaze, his expression unchanged. Devoid of any panic, he retorted coldly. Since you are aware, This is a matter of the Xiang Wang residence. As an outsider, what right do you have to interfere? Your daughter's marriage to the Xiang Wang residence has merely introduced a malignancy to it. Lin Ba advanced step by step, his formidable aura pressing down on Xiang Chen, who felt increasingly uncomfortable under its weight. Wang Qian and Xiao Bai positioned themselves protectively in front of him. Brat, I care not what transformation you have undergone. The Xiang family is no longer yours. Leave now, or I shall not hesitate to eradicate a mere junior. Lin Ba spoke coldly. Old fool, as long as Xiang Chen, draw breath. I will not permit the Xiang family to become someone else's puppet, falling into another's grasp. The Xiang family shall remain Xiang, never Lin. Xiang Chen declared with a chilling voice. It seems you refuse to heed my warnings. Thus, I am left with no choice but to eliminate you. Lin Ba replied icily, transforming into a streak of green light, launching himself towards Xiang Chen in an instant. Protect the young master. Wang Qian bellowed, gripping her treasured blade as she swung it with ferocity. With this strike, the blade's energy coalesced, morphing into a ferocious golden lion that pounced upon Lin Ba. Lin Ba snorted coldly, gathering powerful true essence to unleash a punch. A massive green serpent, several meters long, roared as it formed, crashing against Wang Qian's blade. With a resounding crash, the golden knife lion was obliterated by a single punch, unleashing two formidable streams of true essence that caused the ground to tremble and fracture violently, creating a massive pit over 10 meters deep in the azure stone surface. The ferocity of this punch sent Wang Tian staggering back several steps, his vitality surging tumultuously. And a mouthful of blood surged toward his throat, though he swallowed it back with great effort. Just then, Lin Ba thrust his spear forward, swift as a startled dragon. The attack aimed directly at Wang Tian. Wang Tian's countenance shifted dramatically as he retaliated with a slicing blow, deflecting the spear's trajectory slightly. Nonetheless, a radiant spear light erupted forth, piercing Wang Tian's left shoulder. Blood sprayed forth as the spear penetrated deep. Subsequently, Lin Ba transformed the thrust into a sweeping strike, wielding power capable of shattering small mountains, which struck Wang Tian with tremendous force. With a pained cry, Wang Tian was sent flying several dozen meters away. Old Wang. Xiao Bai's expression turned grave as he grasped his treasured bow, concentrating his arrow energy, unleashing 7 luminous arrows that shot toward Lin Ba in an instant. Lin Ba, standing atop his spear, hovered mid-air, moving with the swiftness of lightning to evade, before launching a counterattack, the spear whistling as it aimed for Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai swung his treasured bow to parry the strike, channeling his true essence, but the spear bore a powerful essence that surged toward him. With a sickening sound, Xiao Bai coughed up blood, sent reeling by the force of the blow. Meanwhile, Lin Ba's spear targeted Xiang Chen from afar. Grandfather, kill him! Xiang Ke roared, his expression twisted with excitement. The spear locked onto Xiang Chen, a lethal force poised to extinguish him, and Xiang Chen felt an ominous presence closing in on him. Just then, a flash of azure light surged through the air, colliding with the spear. The spear was deflected with a resounding clang, revealing a 4-foot-long sword suspended in the air. This sword then transformed into a colossal azure blade, embedding itself in the ground and emanating an astonishing sword energy. With a thunderous roar, the azure stone surface shattered within a 100-meter radius, crushed by the terrifying sword aura. Lin Ba's expression shifted as he gazed at the massive azure sword, feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy it radiated, a flicker of dread crossing his features. Who is this formidable presence? Lin Ba exclaimed in astonishment. Today, my brother returns home. Whoever obstructs him shall face my wrath. Lin Ba, how dare you bully my people? A chilling and authoritative voice echoed through the air of the Xiang family, as the massive azure sword released a fearsome sword energy, rising to confront Lin Ba. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Ba's expression changed instantly. May I inquire if it is Mr. Chen? Remarkable, you can still recognize my voice. You have 5 breaths to vacate the Xiang family with your people, or none shall leave. Qin Feng's voice rang coldly. Lin Ba's features contorted in complexity as he cast a deep glance at Xiang Chen, realizing this individual had indeed forged a profound connection with the Wan Yao Pavilion. I shall honor Mr. Chen's request. We shall take our leave. Lin Ba addressed the warriors accompanying him from the Lin family. Dad. Lin Lian's face turned pale as she called out. Lianer, do not impede Xiang Chen any further. Today he has gathered great momentum. It is prudent to avoid his wrath for now. There will be ample opportunities to deal with him later, Linba replied, casting a glance at Lin Lian and communicating through thought. With a fierce expression, Lin Lian gritted her teeth as she cast a glance at Xiang Chen. Did she truly have to bow her head to him today? In contrast, Xiang Chen regarded Lin Lian with indifference, advancing step by step into the Xiang family estate. The members of the Xiang family promptly stepped aside, despite being outnumbered by hundreds of formidable individuals, many of whom possessed superior innate abilities. Yet, in this moment, none dared to obstruct Xiang Chen. It was not fear of him, but rather the overwhelming momentum he had summoned that deterred them. Everyone, take your places. Let us depart. Lin Lian barked, shooting a cold glance at Xiang Chen before turning away, choosing not to impede his progress. Lin Lian, your life will be mine within 2 years. Xiang Chen declared coldly. You wretched creature, we shall see who can slay whom. Lin Lian retorted with a venomous glare. Her followers dispersed, no one daring to hinder Xiang Chen's return to the Xiang residence. Xiang Chen made his way directly to where his mother resided. However, upon arriving at the Qingxin elegant courtyard, he discovered it had been sealed off, devoid of any inhabitants. A chill swept over his expression as he closed his eyes momentarily. When he opened them again, the Wang Yue shone brilliantly, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters within his line of sight. His mind conjured a three-dimensional perspective, akin to a bird's-eye view of the surroundings. Through the lens of the Wang Yue eye, the world appeared illuminated like the moon casting its light upon the earth. In the distance, in a dilapidated courtyard, a modestly dressed, beautiful woman was scrubbing a large basin of clothes. Su Qing, why haven't you finished washing the clothes I asked you to do yesterday? A corpulent woman barked. With so many garments, who could possibly finish in a single day? You are being unreasonable. The beautiful woman replied, her delicate brows furrowing. Do you dare to retort? You are no longer the favored concubine. You are now a fallen phoenix. Lesser than a mere chicken. The ugly woman sneered, delivering a harsh kick that sent Su Qing tumbling to the ground. Vile woman, you are courting death. Suddenly, the courtyard door was flung open with a resounding crash. Xiang Chen, his countenance darkened, strode into the yard, witnessing the scene that ignited his fury. Both the ugly woman and Su Qing were taken aback, the latter's eyes welling with tears. Chen'er, mother. Xiang Chen rushed forward to assist Su Qing. But upon touching her hand, his expression shifted dramatically. Su Qing's vitality, her life force, was alarmingly frail. You are Xiang Chen, the ugly woman exclaimed, astonished. Mother, what has happened? Why are you washing so many clothes and doing such laborious tasks? Xiang Chen inquired, his heart aching as he observed the large basin of clothes and the calloused hands of his mother. It's nothing, Chen'er. Why have you returned? You must leave the Xiang family. It is no longer what it once was, Su Qing urged, a mix of surprise and joy on her face, pleading for him to depart. You little bastard, how dare you return to the Xiang family? The ugly woman shouted harshly. Xiang Chen turned to her, a glint of cold murder flashing in his eyes. Is it you who has forced my mother to do this labor? He confronted the ugly woman. She sneered, Xiang Chen, do you still believe yourself to be the young master of the Xiang family? Now, the Xiang family has become the domain of the Grand Princess, and your mother is nothing more than an ordinary woman of lowly status. You are courting death. Xiang Chen, filled with rage, charged forward, unleashing a punch infused with the essence of Taiyin, violently striking at the ugly woman. The woman's expression changed, and she retaliated with a palm strike, producing a surge of 6 circles of true energy. This wretched woman surprisingly possessed a cultivation level of the 6th realm of the divine concealment. Bang! The punch collided with her, and she let out a wretched scream as the overwhelming force shattered her wrist bones, sending her flying. Su Qing looked on in astonishment. True energy. It is true energy. Chen'er has begun his cultivation? You little beast, you can cultivate now? The ugly woman shrieked in horror, sprawled on the ground, spitting blood. Xiang Chen approached with a frigid expression, the claws of the heavenly moon wolf extending from his fists, radiating a terrifying aura of murderous intent. You have insulted my mother. You deserve to die? Xiang Chen lunged forward, his claws aiming directly at the woman's head. No. The woman screamed in terror as his claws fiercely pierced toward her skull. Chen'er, stop. She does not deserve death. Su Qing urgently commanded. Xiang Chen's sharp claws halted just before the woman's head, causing her to release a foul stream of urine in fright. The woman screamed, desperately trying to retreat on the ground. Xiang Chen smiled bitterly. Turning to gaze at his mother, still so kind-hearted. The ugly woman, terrified, scrambled to flee towards the courtyard door. However, at the entrance, a spear pierced her chest with a soft thud. A burly young man had thrust his spear into her heart. The woman's eyes widened, blood gushed from her mouth, and she collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Qing, this vile woman dared to insult you and deserved to die. I am the one who killed her. If you are to blame anyone, let it be me, said Xiao Wu as he stepped in. Xiao Wu, seeing the deceased woman, glanced at Xiao Wu and sighed, saying, "How could Qing ever blame you?" Cough, cough. Su Qing suddenly broke into a violent cough, blood spilling from her throat, and she nearly stumbled. Mother. Xiang Chen rushed over to steady Su Qing. Mother, what has happened to your cultivation? Your energy? Xiang Chen's expression shifted dramatically as he felt her pulse, realizing something was amiss within her. His mother had once been a formidable expert of the innate realm, not an ordinary person. Yet now she possessed no true energy at all. Su Qing weakly explained, "Not long ago, I suffered a severe illness, and since then, my cultivation has gradually diminished, and my health has deteriorated day by day." Chenner, can you cultivate now? Yes, mother, do not speak, let me check for you. A surge of revitalizing energy flowed from Xiang Chen into Su Qing's body. Soon, Xiang Chen's expression darkened. A potent poison was corroding her life force and eroding her spirit. This is no mere illness, she is clearly poisoned. The heart-eating poison. Xiang Chen's face turned grim. The poison afflicting Su Qing was one that devoured true energy, gradually eroding one's life force, leading to a slow, torturous death. It must have been that wretched Lin Lian who inflicted this poison. Rage surged within Xiang Chen, and without needing to guess, he knew who was responsible. He channeled the true energy of reversal into his mother's body, consuming the toxic essence within. As the poison encountered the true energy, it was akin to ice meeting fire, being devoured and merged into the true energy, thus amplifying its potency. Su Qing distinctly sensed the discomfort within her gradually dissipating, her weakness ebbing away. Moments later, Xiang Chen withdrew his hand. The poison within his mother had been neutralized. Mother, you were poisoned, but I have resolved it for you. Was it the poison from Lin Lian? Xiang Chen inquired. Su Qing gazed at her son in astonishment, marveling at his newfound abilities. Chenner, you can detoxify? She exclaimed, a blend of astonishment and joy illuminating her features. Yes, over the past few months, I encountered a sage who imparted medical knowledge and a cultivation technique suited to my practice. I am no longer a worthless child, he proclaimed. Splendid. I always knew my Chenner was not ordinary. Your father will be overjoyed to hear this, Su Qing said, her eyes reddening with emotion, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. I cannot ascertain if it was indeed Lin Lian's poison, but that is of little consequence now. What matters is that you can cultivate. In this world, your father and I will no longer be able to protect you, yet you possess the strength to safeguard yourself. She reassured him. Mother, do not worry. From now on, it is my turn to protect you. I will ensure no one harms you again, Xiang Chen vowed, embracing his mother with a heavy heart. I too will protect Aunt Qing, Xiao Wu chimed in, thumping his chest in determination. Good children. I am deeply touched by your resolve, Su Qing replied, wiping away her tears with a smile. Mother, let us leave the Xiang family. As you have said, it is no longer the same. I have secured a safe dwelling outside where I can care for you, Xiang Chen proposed. Su Qing chuckled at his words, shaking her head. As long as you have a place to stay, that is sufficient. However, I will not leave the Xiang family. This is the home your father protected for half a lifetime. I shall wait here for his return. At the mention of Xiang Wang, Su Qing's eyes shimmered with longing. Mother, look, it's Xiao Ba. Xiang Chen suddenly pointed behind her. Su Qing turned, expecting to see her beloved pet pig returning. Yet, Xiang Chen swiftly struck the back of her neck, causing her eyes to roll back as she fell into unconsciousness. Cradling Su Qing, Xiang Chen whispered, Mother, I have promised father to take good care of you. I cannot leave you in this perilous place. Since the Xiang family has betrayed him, it falls upon me, as his son, to dismantle this decayed lineage and establish a new Xiang family. He pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, holding her close as he departed from the family he had known for over a decade, devoid of any lingering attachments. When I return, I shall wield my strength to make all tremble for their betrayal. Chapter 205. The Frenzied Alchemy. It is noteworthy that after consuming the poison within Su Qing, the true energy of reversal within Xiang Chen surged to a new level, reaching the 6th stage of the divine concealment realm. Due to his remarkable cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the 6th level of the divine abode realm, his formidable returning heaven chi would not be constrained by the varying tiers of the divine abode. His ascension was swift, largely owing to the venom that had consumed an excessive amount of his mother's life essence. Upon returning, he would need to concoct some restorative elixirs to aid in rejuvenating her health and restoring her cultivation. Regaining one's cultivation is a rapid endeavor. It is akin to continuously excavating a reservoir. True chi and true essence are like water. Su Qing had merely depleted her true chi, akin to a reservoir running dry. Yet the reservoir itself remained vast. As long as there is an adequate source of water, it can be replenished swiftly. Half a day later, Su Qing awoke and was brought to the Xia residence by Xiang Chen. The mansion that Xiang Chen had purchased was still undergoing renovations, making it inconvenient for them to reside there at present. Upon awakening, Su Qing bore no resentment towards Xiang Chen, understanding that his intentions were for her benefit. As a mother, how could she blame her son? Despite the Xia family's current mistreatment of her, she still cherished the memories of that place, for it housed the sacrifices of the man she held dearest. As Su Qing consumed the restorative potions brewed by Xiang Chen, he observed her melancholic demeanor. Feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart, he silently resolved to reclaim the Xia family and rescue his father as soon as possible. Although the Wanyao Pavilion, the Gongsun family, and the Tianxiang wine house could assist him to some degree, Xiang Chen was reluctant to become overly reliant on others' strength. Engaging in conflict with the Lin family and the forces of the Lin princess would result in excessive casualties, which would unduly deplete the goodwill he had cultivated. The concept of human favor is exceedingly fragile. Even with great benevolence towards others, one cannot excessively demand reciprocation or assistance. Over time, such goodwill may wane, leading to disdain from others. A relationship built on mutual exchange and support is essential for longevity. On New Year's Eve, the Great Shang royal city was awash with festivity, adorned with fireworks and firecrackers, as every household was decorated with vibrant lanterns, embodying the rich essence of the new year. Summer Lotus, the wife of his third uncle, had prepared a grand feast at home, having already invited Xiang Chen and Su Qing in advance. In the kitchen, Su Qing, Summer Lotus, and Man He busily crafted an array of delectable dishes, while Xiang Chen showcased his culinary skills by preparing several renowned dishes from his past life, such as Kung Pao chicken and Buddha jumps over the wall. Having grown up as an orphan, Xiang Chen had learned to be self-sufficient from a young age, and his culinary abilities were quite commendable. After enjoying the New Year's Eve dinner, Xiang Chen set off with Shui Er to set off fireworks. Later that evening, he carried Shui Er on his back and invited Qing Cheng to join him for a stroll through the festive lantern displays, making for a joyful celebration. That night, the entire Great Shang royal city was enveloped in tranquility as the conflicts between rival factions and the skirmishes among martial cultivators came to a halt. Everyone gathered with their friends and family to celebrate this auspicious New Year's Eve. As for the origin of the new year, it is rooted in an ancient legend concerning the birth of the year beast. On this day, which marks the cyclical transition of the 4 seasons, a fearsome creature known as the year beast awakens from the primordial forests, preying upon humanity. In their struggle against the year beast, humans discovered its aversion to fire, thunder, and the color red, which led to the customs of adorning red couplets, hanging red lanterns, and igniting firecrackers to drive away the beast. In the wake of the rise of numerous formidable beings among the human race, the ferocious beasts were vanquished, resulting in the absence of the year beast in the world. Consequently, the celebration of the new year became the most significant festival of the year. The following day, the Xia family held a ceremony to honor their ancestors, an event to which all disciples of the Xia clan were expected to attend. However, Xiang Chen harbored no interest in participating in the ancestral rites. Instead, he isolated himself within his cultivation chamber, entering a state of seclusion to study the art of alchemy. Xiang Chen had procured a substantial quantity of medicinal herbs from the Wanyao Pavilion, which he amassed within the confines of his cultivation chamber. He then retrieved his mysterious ancient cauldron and commenced the process of alchemy. He began by concocting the strengthening bone and vitality pill, introducing black goji berries, tiger bone grass, and 10-year ginseng into the alchemical furnace. Having practiced this several times before, Xiang Chen was now well versed in the procedure. As the 3 ingredients transformed into medicinal powder and merged into a pill, The ancient cauldron emitted a unique energy that nourished the elixir, drawing upon the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth. When the strengthening bone and vitality pill was completed, it resembled a translucent, pale red crystal. Surrounded by 9 radiant halos, its potency exceptionally rich. An exquisite strengthening bone and vitality pill. Xiang Chen exclaimed joyfully, a smile breaking across his face. The elixirs possessed distinct grades, and even among those of the same level, there exists a differentiation in quality, superior, medium, and inferior, with the finest being classified as exquisite. Alchemists capable of producing such exceptional elixirs are exceedingly rare, akin to finding a gem amidst 1,000 stones. This particular vitality pill could likely enhance one's internal strength by an entire realm, providing ample resources for Schwer to utilize. Xiang Chen mused to himself as he carefully placed the elixir into a nearby vial. Unbeknownst to him, his remarkable talent for alchemy astounded his ethereal companion. The moon charm materialized as a wisp of ghostly mist, coalescing into the form of a beautiful woman, who marveled, "Indeed, your aptitude is astonishing. Of course, I am a genius. In the future, no treasure, elixir, or celestial pill shall be beyond my grasp," Xiang Chen replied with a hint of pride. "I will even forge ghostly spirit pills and xianyin pills to aid your cultivation, and one day, I shall help you reconstitute your corporeal form, no longer confined to this ephemeral existence." He smiled at the moon charm, which only he could perceive. "Thank you, master," she responded, filled with anticipation, yearning to reunite with her body and experience the beauty of the world firsthand. Xiang Chen then decided to test the concoction of 2 additional sets of materials, successfully producing 2 more strengthening bone and vitality pills, both exquisite. He suspected that his success was tied to the ancient cauldron. When he attempted to create 4 sets, he succeeded once more, although it required greater exertion of mental energy. However, during his attempt with 7 sets, he mismanaged the temperature, causing part of the medicinal powder to char, which compromised the quality, yielding only 7 medium-grade strengthening bone and vitality pills. After a brief respite, he resumed his efforts, continuously refining elixirs within the confines of his cultivation chamber. For 3 consecutive days, apart from dining with his mother, attending to nature's call, and dedicating 4 hours daily to cultivating his inner energy, he devoted the remainder of his time to alchemy. In just 3 short days, his ability to control fire during alchemy had improved remarkably. The powerful blood chi pill could be refined into 12 exquisite pills, a testament to his formidable talent in alchemy that left Yu Mei astounded. At present, his mental and spiritual capacity allowed him to manage the refinement of 12 materials, which had become his limit, and Xiang Chen refrained from pushing himself further. Instead, he prepared to concoct truly exceptional elixirs, the treasured pills. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 206, Nurturing the Vines. While Xiang Chen was consuming several true chi pills like candy to replenish his energy, a resounding boom echoed from within his divine reservoir. The space within the reservoir had expanded once more, and a more potent essence of true chi flooded his dantian. With a sudden release, Xiang Chen found himself momentarily stunned. Had he truly broken through? He had ascended to the 7th level of the divine reservoir. His cultivation had reached the realm of the great divine position, marking a swift progression since his last breakthrough in battle. Exhilaration coursed through him. Indeed, he was a genius. At this rate, it was likely he could attain the innate realm by summer. Pleased with himself, he speculated that his accelerated cultivation was due to the mysterious blood box within him, which continuously aided in absorbing the spiritual essence of the world. Even during mundane activities such as eating or sleeping, he remained in a state of cultivation. Stepping outside to open the stone door for some fresh air, he was greeted by the pungent ammonia released during his breakthrough. The room had become stifling. It was essential to ventilate it. After circulating the air, Xiang Chen resumed his alchemical work, this time not with ordinary pills, but with treasured ones. Specifically, a 3rd-grade true chi pill. The true chi pill was the most commonly used elixir among practitioners within the divine reservoir, capable of being directly refined into true chi for absorption, thus aiding in cultivation. A standard quality bottle containing 10 true chi pills could fetch over 100 gold coins, making it one of the most sought-after elixirs in the market. A single bottle could equate to the arduous training of an average individual over 2 to 3 months. In this world, those with power, influence, and wealth had the advantage of accelerated cultivation, while the impoverished were left to endure the tedious practice of sitting and absorbing the spiritual essence of the universe. The masses, in their frantic pursuit of a few silver coins, often overlooked the reality of their circumstances. How many martial practitioners could afford to consume pills in abundance? The refinement of the true qi pill required a first-grade precious ginseng, aged 50 years, along with first-grade medicinal herbs and spirit-infused grasses. The crafting of treasured pills demanded an even higher level of fire control, as the refining temperature for first-grade ginseng hovered around 800 degrees Celsius. At such elevated temperatures, a moment's inattention could reduce the medicinal materials to ashes. During his initial attempt at refinement, he successfully extracted the medicinal powder and completed the fusion steps. However, the creation of treasured pills involved a unique process. Unlike ordinary elixirs, it required the condensation of pill patterns using true qi to nurture the treasured pill, incorporating specific alchemical seals. Such knowledge was often guarded closely by alchemists. Nevertheless, the heavenly scriptures contain references to these techniques, and Xiang Chen realized he need not seek instruction from others. He could explore and experiment independently. During the initial attempt at refining, my technique was frantic. The rhythm and the formation of the pill were poorly managed, resulting in the concoction exploding within the ancient cauldron, transforming into a mass of black ash. It was evident that my first endeavor had ended in failure. This precious pill is not easily crafted. However, since failure is the mother of success, I was not at all surprised. In my subsequent attempts, I reflected on the lessons learned from the previous failure, carefully controlling my rhythm while condensing the pill formations and seals. Yet, just as I was nearing success, an error occurred with the seal, leading to a flawed pill with only 10% of its medicinal potency. Undeterred, I continued to refine the true qi pills through my third, fourth, and fifth attempts. By the seventh endeavor, I successfully produced a medium-quality true qi pill, which brought me great joy. I then continuously adjusted my refining temperature and maintained the rhythm of the pill formation, persistently experimenting with the true qi pill. On my 20th attempt, I was already able to forge a superior quality true qi pill. By the 89th iteration, my control over the rhythm was perfected, resulting in an exquisite pill, albeit at the cost of over 10,000 worth of medicinal materials. Fortunately, these materials had been generously provided by the Wan Yao Pavilion, costing me nothing. My innate talent required such a significant expenditure of resources to produce a top-tier pill, underscoring the substantial investment needed to cultivate a skilled alchemist, typically only feasible within powerful factions capable of supporting the training of alchemists. Nevertheless, the finished pills could be sold immediately for a profit, recouping my costs and more. After secluding myself in the training chamber for over a month, my cultivation had ascended to the pinnacle of the 7th level. Upon emerging, I found the room cluttered with various pills, bottles, and jars. My appearance was disheveled, with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard, emanating a rather unpleasant odor. I requested Manha to prepare hot water for a bath, and she dutifully assisted me, kneeling in the large wooden tub, scrubbing my back while wearing a bright red apron. Manha had also progressed swiftly in her cultivation, thanks to an abundance of pills and superior techniques, achieving the 4th realm of the divine concealment stage. Manha, when will the Alchemist Alliance commence the alchemist examinations? Have you gathered any news? I inquired, my legs lazily draped over the edge of the tub. Sir, it's the day after tomorrow, she replied while massaging my shoulders. The day after tomorrow, I mused, narrowing my eyes before asking, what about the renovations at Fengshan Manor? Fengshan Manor was the estate I had purchased and renamed. After a month of renovations, it was now ready for occupancy. Sir, Fengshan Manor is beautifully transformed. Will it be our home from now on? She smiled. Indeed, staying at the Xia family is not quite the same. From now on, it will be our home, I said, sitting up after she finished scrubbing my back. Manha proceeded to dry me off and help me dress neatly. By the way, Manha, your cultivation is no longer weak. I plan to send you to the Misty Beast Mountains for training, I recalled. Ah, sir, must I go to the Misty Beast Mountains? I've heard there are many ferocious beasts there. I'm afraid. I just want to stay by your side and serve you. Manha replied in a hushed tone. Xiang Chen smiled and said, you will only be away for a short while, not too long. Within 2 months, it shall be resolved. I will prepare various cultivation elixirs and emergency supplies for you. A jade that is not carved will not become a vessel. Although your cultivation has improved, I estimate that you may struggle against mercenaries with 2 ranks lower than yours. Being by my side does not guarantee your safety. In case of urgent matters, you should be able to assist me. I do not wish for you to live your life merely as a maidservant catering to my needs." He gently ruffled Manha's hair and patted her shoulder, smiling. "Would you prefer to remain an ordinary maidservant or to become a renowned heroine, admired by thousands? Which path do you truly desire?" Manha felt a surge of aspiration at Xiang Chen's words. Everyone yearns for the martial world, and no one wishes to be weak. "I wish to become a heroine, but I also want to continue serving you, my lord. I aspire to be a heroine who exclusively serves you," Manha exclaimed with excitement. "That is the spirit. Go and gather your belongings. You shall depart today. Here is the silver storage jade belt, within which I have prepared weapons, elixirs, medicines, and provisions for you. You have a mission. Within 2 months, you must return with the heads of 3 villains and the corpses of 5 demon beasts of your rank. Should you fail, our master-servant bond shall come to an end." Xiang Chen presented Manha with the silver storage jade belt, and his words caused her countenance to change drastically. "My lord, I will surely complete the task. Please do not send me away." Chapter 207. Taking action against the mother-in-law. Manha possesses considerable talent. It would be a waste for her to squander it. Moreover, her courage is lacking, and her combat skills are insufficient. A jade that is not carved will not become a vessel. Therefore, it is imperative to set a goal for her to diligently train herself. As someone close to him, Xiang Chen cannot constantly protect her. It is best for her to cultivate her own self-defense abilities for any emergencies that may arise. If she can become his true right hand in the future, that would be even better. Go now, and remember the mission I assigned you. The martial world is fraught with danger. Once you are outside, there will be no one to protect you. You must be vigilant and remember that I will not keep a mere decorative vase by my side." Xiang Chen spoke sternly, his expression resolute. "I understand. I will complete the mission," Manha replied, feeling somewhat aggrieved as she lowered her head and accepted the storage jade belt. After Manha departed, Xiang Chen instructed Zhao Mu to follow her discreetly, ensuring that Zhao would protect her from the shadows, only intervening in matters of life and death. He did not genuinely wish for Manha to face life-threatening dangers, but she must be allowed to hone her skills. The harrowing example of Hong Xiu weighed heavily on his mind. He was determined to prevent a similar incident from occurring again. It is better to teach a person to fish than to merely give them a fish. True strength is the best form of self-protection. For there will always be times when others cannot be present. One must strive for self-improvement in this vast world. The following day, Xia Qingsheng came to seek out Xiang Chen. "Qingsheng, are you leaving?" Xiang Chen asked in surprise. "Yes, Brother Chen, my leave has come to an end, and I must return to the academy," Xia Qingsheng replied softly, her eyes filled with reluctance. Understanding the reluctance in his heart, Xiang Chen forced a smile and said, "You should focus on your studies at the academy. There is no need for you to worry about my affairs. By the way, here is a batch of elixirs I prepared for you. Please accept them." With a flick of his fingers, a radiant light enveloped the area, revealing no fewer than 20 vials of elixirs on the ground. "Is this the true Qi elixir? So many of them. Brother Chen, where did you acquire these? Did Wan Yao Pavilion provide them?" Xia Qingqing exclaimed, astonished. 20 vials amount to 200 elixirs. "Not at all. I can't rely on Wan Yao Pavilion forever. I still have my pride," Xiang Chen replied, teasingly pinching Xia Qingqing's nose. "These are all concocted by me, and their efficacy surpasses those made by others." "Brother Chen can refine elixirs?" Xia Qingqing asked in disbelief. To be able to create true Qi elixirs indicates you must be at least a third-tier alchemist. Indeed, your brother Chen is a prodigy. Now, quickly store them away and focus on your cultivation at the academy. Once I have concluded my business in the merchant kingdom, I will accompany you to the academy, Xiang Chen said with a smile. Xia Qingqing placed the vials into her golden spatial ring and grasped Xiang Chen's hand. Her expression filled with concern. "Brother Chen, the situation in the merchant kingdom is uncertain, and many wish to see you come to harm. You must be cautious. Foolish girl, worry not. Your brother Chen is clever and resourceful. Have you ever seen me suffer a loss? Focus solely on your cultivation. I have a way to heal your ailment." Xiang Chen reassured her gently, pulling her close. "Once my illness is cured, I will marry you, Brother Chen. You must promise to take me as your wife then." Xia Qingqing whispered against his chest. "Rest assured, I will indeed marry you. Together, we shall roam the vastness of the world and gaze upon the endless starry skies." Xiang Chen replied with a smile. Xiang nodded. Then, on tiptoe, and with a blush, leaned in to kiss him. Xiang Chen lowered his head to savor the delicate touch of her lips. After a long while, they finally parted, and Xiang Chen, her eyes glistening, said, "Brother Chen, I must leave now. Remember to think of me. Until I am your wife, you cannot marry anyone else. I am your rightful partner." "Haha, don't worry." As if I would be so fickle, Xiang Chen chuckled, suppressing his reluctance as he gently pushed Xiang Chen towards the exit. "Humph. My mother says that no man is ever faithful. They are all untrustworthy," Xiang Chen retorted playfully as she mounted her dragon steed. A snow spirit cat perched on her shoulder. "Go on," Xiang Chen waved, bidding her farewell. With a bite of her red lip and a command, her dragon steed reared and galloped away. Xiang Chen closed the gate behind her, choosing not to see her off to prevent any lingering sadness. Leaning against the gate, he sighed, feeling a sense of melancholy wash over him. "Qingcheng is a good girl. You must never betray her. If you dare to, I will break your legs." Su Qing, his mother, approached and admonished him. "Mother, how could I ever do that? How is your cultivation progressing?" Xiang Chen replied with a smile. "Thanks to the medicine you prepared, my divine reserve has fully recovered, and my cultivation has returned to the innate realm," Su Qing said with a smile. Appearing much younger and looking to be in her late 20s, though her actual age was around 35 or 36. "That's wonderful. Mother, I shall return to my training now." Xiang Chen greeted briefly before returning to his cultivation chamber. Su Qing gazed at Xiang Chen's retreating figure, sighing to herself. "Ah, Chener, I had hoped for you to lead an ordinary life, to safeguard your peace and remain untainted by the ceaseless strife of the cultivation world. It is the inadequacy of your parents that has burdened you with so much at such a tender age. Yet now that you have embarked upon this path, I implore you not to be a naive do-gooder. In the realm of cultivation, such individuals do not travel far. Brother Liang, if you were aware of Chener's current capabilities, you would surely be delighted. I wish for him to be ordinary and safe. Yet I also yearn for him to carve out his own place in this world. Such is the heart of every parent." Upon returning to his room, Xiang Chen found himself in possession of a golden venomous bee, a creature he had nurtured, a king of arrow-poisoned bees. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he declared, "It is time to retrieve the contract from my third uncle. Zhao Chunwei, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." With a swift motion, he cast the arrow-poisoned bee, which buzzed and transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring out the window. Within the Lord's mansion, the hall echoed with heated arguments. Why didn't you allow Qingsheng to break off the engagement? That wretched child of Xiang Chen pales in comparison to the crown prince. Yunlong, you are being foolish. Even if that boy has gained some abilities, can he secure a lifetime of support? The crown prince is the future sovereign of the Great Shang. Marrying him is 1,000-fold better than being with that wretched child. It would bring great fortune to our family. A finely dressed matron clashed with a man. "You know nothing. The heir to the Great Shang is not yet determined. How can we recklessly entangle Qingsheng in such affairs? And are you unaware of Qingsheng's condition? She has but a few short years to live. I would rather see her live happily, even if it means marrying someone she does not love in her final years. You seem more concerned with competing with those noble women than caring for your daughter's feelings." Xia Yunlong retorted coldly. "I only wish for Qingsheng to enjoy the wealth and splendor of this world in her remaining years. What wrong have I committed?" Zhao Chunwei exclaimed in anger. "Enough. Who Qingsheng marries is a decision for her to make when she is grown. I will not allow her to wed Xiang Chen, nor will I permit a marriage to Yin Tianai. Do you think Yin Tianai is an easy opponent?" Xia Yunlong replied, exasperated. "You shall regret this, mark my words." Zhao Chunhui seethed, storming off in fury. Yet, at that moment, she suddenly let out a piercing scream. Chapter 208. Ah, how delightful. As Zhao Chunhui passed by the flower bed in her front yard, a sharp pain suddenly pierced her leg, followed immediately by an agonizing throb. "Oh," she cried out, collapsing to the ground, clutching her leg in torment, her beautiful face contorted with pain. "What is happening? My lady, what is wrong?" A maid hurried over to assist Zhao Chunwei. "My lady, what ails you?" Xia Yunlong, hearing the commotion, rushed out to inquire. I do not know. My leg suddenly aches terribly. It is unbearable." Zhao Chunhui shivered in agony, tears streaming from her eyes. "Is it your chronic leg ailment acting up again?" Xia Yunlong furrowed his brow and hurriedly examined Zhao Chunhui's leg. He noticed a black, swollen mass the size of a fist around her ankle. With a small black wound oozing fresh blood, and sinister black veins spreading up her entire leg. It was poison. Xia Yunlong's expression shifted, and he immediately channeled his vital energy into the site of Zhao Chunhui's affliction. However, as his energy surged in, her pain intensified, causing her to cry out in agony. Yunlong, it hurts so much, stop. Quickly retract your energy. Zhao Chunhui wept, feeling as though needles were piercing her bones. Suddenly, the swollen mass exploded, splattering blood and flesh, revealing her stark white bones. Hurry, summon the apothecary from the clinic. Xia Yunlong shouted, swiftly picking up Zhao Chunhui and carrying her home. The maid rushed to call for the family's apothecaries, and soon 5 of them arrived. Among them was an elderly man, Wang Balin, a top-tier apothecary of the Xia family, who took Zhao Chunhui's pulse and gradually grew serious. Elder Lin, what is the situation? Xia Yunlong asked anxiously. Master, the situation is dire. The lady has been poisoned by an insect toxin. If I am not mistaken, it appears to be bee venom, but it is unusually insidious, seemingly containing multiple toxins that can rapidly infiltrate the bones and marrow, spreading throughout the body, Wang Balin explained hastily. Insect toxin? How could that happen? Are there poisonous insects in the house? Xia Yunlong frowned. Can it be cured? I shall endeavor to try, Wang Balin replied, producing a set of silver needles and piercing them into Zhao Chunhui's leg. Gradually, some toxic blood flowed out, indicating a degree of efficacy. However, Zhao Chunhui's screams did not diminish. Her agony remained unabated. Elder Lin then infused his vital energy into her leg to help expel the poison, but upon doing so, the toxicity surged wildly, causing her flesh to erupt, prompting him to withdraw in alarm. This poison is exceedingly troublesome, spreading too rapidly, having already penetrated the bone. The only method I can think of to save the lady is amputation, Elder Lin stated gravely. What? Amputation? No. I refuse. Yunlong, save me. Zhao Chunhui shrieked in terror, grasping Xia Yunlong's hand in desperate plea. The other apothecaries attempted to assist as well, but were equally powerless against the toxin. Master, we are at our wits' end. Perhaps old Hua from the Wan Yao Pavilion can find a remedy for this poison, they said apologetically. Good for nothing. Useless. What purpose do we serve if you cannot heal my leg? I will have your legs chopped off. Zhao Chunhui wailed in anguish. Old Hua, isn't Xiang Chen his disciple? He may have a solution, Xia Yunlong suddenly suggested. Wang Balin responded, Master, I have witnessed young Master Xiang's medical skills. They are indeed remarkable. He might possess a remedy. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly, summon Xiang Chen. Zhao Chunhui cried out. Xia Yunlong commanded the maid to fetch Xiang Chen, who was currently practicing a set of dragon elephant fist in his courtyard, exuding great vigor. When the maid approached to summon him, Xiang Chen first looked surprised, then coldly remarked, I want to go. If Zhao Chunhui wishes for my assistance, she must come to plead for it herself. Young Master Xiang. The maid wore an expression of distress. You may convey her your words directly, Xiang Chen said calmly, resuming his practice of martial arts. The maid, left with no choice, returned to relay Xiang Chen's message to Zhao Chunhui. Upon hearing it, Zhao Chunhui was filled with both rage and indignation, exclaiming, This wretched child is utterly audacious, demanding that I plead with him. I shall not go, even if it costs me my life. Quickly, summon Mr. Hua from the Wan Yao Pavilion. The pain is unbearable. The maid had no option but to rush to the Wan Yao Pavilion to seek Mr. Hua. Xia Yunlong remarked, Look at you. It is your usual disdain that has led to this. You have met him with nothing but scorn, and now he refuses to assist you. Xia Yunlong. Whom do you side with? I disdain that wretched child. Even if I, Zhao Chunhui, were to perish in this bed, I would never allow Xiang Chen to save me. Zhao Chunhui retorted vehemently. At that moment, the poison began to spread toward her thigh, causing excruciating pain that made even this advanced practitioner of the innate realm cry out in agony as her skin began to fester. Soon, the maid returned, but without Mr. Hua. She explained that Mr. Hua had gone to the palace to attend to a noble consort. Zhao Chunhui's face twisted in pain, her lower body rendered powerless as the poison continued to advance. Madam, we cannot delay any longer. The toxin is highly aggressive. Once it reaches the internal organs, there will be no turning back, and her life will be in jeopardy, Lin Lao urged anxiously. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chunhui's face turned pale with fear. Quickly, help me to my feet. I must see Xiang Chen. Even if I, Wang, were to starve to death here, I would never consume a morsel of your food. Before she could finish, Xia Yunlong had already scooped her up and hurriedly exited the room, soaring towards Xiang Chen's vicinity. Within moments, Xia Yunlong landed in Xiang Chen's courtyard, cradling Zhao Chunhui. "Chener, come quickly to see your Aunt Zhao," Xia Yunlong urged as he approached the hall. Xiang Chen was enjoying a meal crafted by his mother. "Master Xia, what brings you here?" Su Qing, surprised, set down her utensils and rose to inquire. "Su Qing, please, have Chen save Aunt Zhao. She has been bitten by a venomous insect and is poisoned," Xia Yunlong implored urgently. "Xiang Chen, please, save me." Zhao Chunhui trembled in pain. Xiang Chen took a sip of yam and pork rib soup, leisurely wiped his mouth with a napkin, and inquired, "Uncle Xia, what has happened?" "I do not know. Aunt Zhao suddenly became poisoned, bitten by a venomous insect. The family's apothecary is at a loss. Please see if you can help," Xia Yunlong replied with a wry smile. Xiang Chen approached, observing Zhao Chunhui's leg, which was already bloodied. He pressed down deliberately, causing Zhao Chunhui to nearly unleash another tirade against him. Xiang Chen then pretended to take her pulse and stated, "The poison has entered her body and is rapidly approaching the internal organs. Uncle Xia, quickly find a cool place for Aunt Zhao to rest and burn some agarwood." "How will that counteract the poison?" Xia Yunlong asked, astonished. "No, a cool place will prevent premature decay, and agarwood will help mitigate the stench of the corpse," Xiang Chen explained. Xia Yunlong's forehead creased with disbelief as he chuckled bitterly. "Little Chen, do not jest. Ah, you wretched child, dare you curse me to death? I knew you had ill intentions." Zhao Chunhui seethed in fury. Xiang Chen's expression darkened, and he said, "Uncle Xia, I shall not keep you any longer. Please, take your leave. Can you not silence yourself?" Xia Yunlong snapped at his wife, before turning to Xiang Chen with a smile. "Little Chen, I understand there are some misunderstandings between you and Aunt Zhao. For my sake, let it go. Uncle Xia, it's not that I wish to disregard your feelings. But is it appropriate for one seeking medical assistance to display such an attitude?" Xiang Chen replied indifferently, moving towards the tea table to pour himself a cup. "You should promptly apologize to little Chen. Your reckless words have caused this trouble," Xia Yunlong admonished his wife. Zhao Chunhui gritted her teeth in pain and resentment. Yet for the sake of her life, she had no choice but to lower her voice. "Nephew Xiang Chen, I was wrong. It was all my fault. Please, save me." After sipping his tea, Xiang Chen coldly remarked, "I sense no sincerity in your words. However, in consideration of Uncle Xia, I may save you. Even cure your chronic scorpion venom and cold leg ailment. But I have one condition." "What condition?" Xia Yunlong promptly asked, eager to agree, clearly valuing his wife's well-being. Xiang Chen replied calmly, "Initially, my third uncle humbled himself to plead with me to remain in the Xia family, even signing a contract of servitude. If you provide me with that contract, I shall save her without charge." Xia Yunlong was slightly taken aback, then regarded Xiang Chen intently before saying, "Very well, I agree." Xiang Chen was surprised at how easily he acquiesced. It seemed that Xia Yunlong genuinely prioritized his wife's safety. Both Xia Yunlong and Zhao Chunhui felt a surge of emotion. As Xiang Chen's third uncle was a formidable warrior of the 8th level in the Yuanyang realm. "Uncle Xia is a man of his word," Xiang Chen nodded. "I shall leave her here. You quickly save her while I retrieve your third uncle's contract," Xia Yunlong stated solemnly, placing Zhao Chunhui on a nearby bench. He promptly turned and departed to fetch the contract. "Mother-in-law, please bear with it," Su Qing said as she attended to Zhao Chunhui. Soon after, Xia Yunlong returned, carrying a beast skin contract, the very servitude contract of Xiang Hong. He handed it directly to Xiang Chen, who upon inspection noticed the blood seal and signature of his uncle. A wave of emotion washed over him, for he could only imagine the immense sacrifices his iron-willed uncle had endured to ensure his safety within the Xia family, sacrifices he had never been told of. Some relatives treat you as their own flesh and blood, while others eagerly become parasites, revealing their true colors during your times of despair. "Uncle, you are free," Xiang Chen murmured to himself. From now on, Chen shall never allow his family to protect him in such a manner. He ignited the contract with true fire, releasing a burden from his heart. Approaching the suffering Zhao Chunhui, he coldly smirked, knowing this venomous woman had finally learned a lesson. Xiang Chen lifted Zhao Chunhui's skirt, revealing her entire leg afflicted by poison, though she wore leggings beneath. The one that bit her was the arrow venom bee he had cultivated. Thus, he knew precisely how to cure her. He first applied acupuncture to Zhao Chunhui's legs, sealing the source of the toxin to prevent its further spread. He then addressed Xia Yunlong. I have contained the poison. It will not continue to spread. I will now concoct an antidote, and it will not take long. Thank you for your trouble, Xia Yunlong replied with a nod, watching as Xiang Chen departed, his eyes narrowing slightly. Is this young fellow's medical skill truly so remarkable? Who, I wonder, stands behind him? I'll let you in on a secret. It's a pig, raised by his mother. In truth, Xiang Chen already possessed the antidote, but he refrained from presenting it outright to avoid arousing Xia Yunlong's suspicions. This was a reflection of his careful nature. Half an hour later, Xiang Chen emerged from his room, producing a vial of liquid medicine. He applied it to the areas where the toxin had spread on Zhao Chunhui and administered a pill. Gradually, the poison within her body began to dissipate, and the pain she had been enduring faded away. Yunlong, my leg is better, Zhao Chunhui exclaimed joyfully, even feeling the cold toxin deep within her bone marrow receding. Indeed, little Chen's medical skills are astonishing. Thank you once again, Xia Yunlong smiled. Zhao Chunhui glanced at Xiang Chen, her expression still not particularly warm, yet she managed to express her gratitude. There is no need for thanks. This was merely an equitable exchange. Uncle Xia, I must inform you that I may move out of the Xia household in a few days, Xiang Chen stated. Shaking his head, move out of the Xia household? Xia Yunlong's expression shifted slightly. Is it that someone from the Xia family has disrespected you? You may confide in Uncle Xia. Isn't the Xia household quite comfortable? Not exactly. It is simply my own desire to leave, Xiang Chen replied, shaking his head once more. Xia Yunlong advised, Little Chen, you must understand that your aunt harbors ill intentions towards you, while she is wary of acting against you within the Xia household. That will not be the case once you move out. I am aware of that, and I appreciate your concern, Uncle Xia. However, I have lived here long enough to attract unwarranted attention. If Lin Lian wishes to take my life, she may send someone to do so. I am no longer a lamb to be slaughtered, Xiang Chen said with a calm smile, his words imbued with a newfound confidence. Xia Yunlong opened his mouth to respond, but then recalled that Xiang Chen had established connections with the Wan Medicine Pavilion, which would surely provide greater safety than the Xia household. Even the royal family would think twice before acting against him. With a sigh, Xia Yunlong conceded, Very well. Since you are so resolute, I shall not obstruct you. However, remember that the doors of the Xia household will always be open to you. This residence will be reserved for your return, and when Qingcheng comes home, it would be good for you to stay for a while and spend time with her. Thank you for your understanding, Uncle Xia. I will visit often. Should the Xia family encounter any issues requiring my assistance, especially in matters of healing, do not hesitate to reach out. I will not stand idly by, Xiang Chen assured him with a nod. Then we shall not linger any longer, Xia Yunlong said, embracing his wife as they departed. With the matter of the contract resolved, Xiang Chen felt a weight lift from his heart. Although his methods may have been slightly underhanded, he found satisfaction in teaching Zhao Chunhui a lesson. One must employ appropriate measures for the kind of individual they are dealing with. Compassion is best met with compassion. Another day passed. On this day, Xiang Chen rode alone atop a dragon steed, a petite white tiger perched upon his shoulder. He hastened towards another destination, intent on delivering a fitting reprimand to the Alchemist Alliance and the woman who betrayed him and his mother. Chapter 210, You Get Down. As for the current prowess of the white tiger, Xiang Chen was uncertain. It was one of the few beings his moonlit eyes could not discern. After all, this was a sacred beast, the West's killing god. The renown of the sacred white tiger far surpassed that of the moon-eating wolf. Moreover, it was of pure blood, while Xiang Chen could only claim mixed lineage. However, the last time, the white tiger had saved him, breaking through the essence of a Yuan-Yang realm master and delivering a fatal bite to the master's neck, which truly astonished Xiang Chen. The white tiger's tail flicked back and forth across Xiang Chen's shoulder, occasionally brushing against his cheek, its sapphire eyes half closed, exuding an air of leisure, resembling a feline, making it difficult to conceive it as a fearsome sacred beast. The effects of the mysterious ancient cauldron were astonishing, possessing the power of reincarnation, enabling transformation into a tiger. After a swift gallop spanning several dozen kilometers, they finally arrived at their destination. The architecture here resembled a colossal alchemical furnace, standing several tens of feet high, grand and imposing. At the entrance, numerous individuals came and went, all being true martial practitioners. The Alchemist Alliance. The large characters inscribed above the entrance proclaimed its name. If the Lin family commanded 40% of the medicinal market in the Great Merchant, The Alchemist Alliance held 50%. In fact, some of the Lin family's elixirs were imported from the Alchemist Alliance for sale in other cities. The Alchemist Alliance existed solely within the royal city of the Great Merchant. Its influence extended across the 9 provinces, yet typically, each nation housed only one Alchemist Alliance hall. The Alchemist Alliance was a force constructed by a group of alchemists dedicated to the art of alchemy, an entity of considerable stature, one that even the royal family dared not provoke, existing in a realm beyond others. Most alchemists refrained from involving themselves in the power struggles of the mundane world. Their status was elevated, and high-ranking alchemists were revered wherever they went, rendering the pursuit of worldly power unnecessary. Living within disparate circles cultivates distinct mindsets. Among a congregation of alchemists, the competition lies in surpassing those more skilled than oneself, rather than engaging in violence or territorial disputes. The Alchemist Alliance was particularly vibrant on this day, as it marked the annual alchemist recruitment assessment. Those who passed the assessment gained formal recognition as alchemists, earning respect and deference wherever they displayed their credentials. Of course, joining the Alchemist Alliance conferred even greater privileges, with such a formidable backing. Individuals from lesser factions would hesitate to provoke you. Xiang Chen tethered his dragon steed to a row of hitching posts outside and entered the Alchemist Alliance. Surrounding him were numerous young men and women engaged in light-hearted conversation, many clad in moon-white robes adorned with alchemical patterns and emblems, signifying their status as alchemists. Within the grand hall, a group of youths surrounded a strikingly beautiful young woman, engaging in laughter and conversation, much like stars encircling the moon. Qin Shimi is truly remarkable. Today she is set to challenge the 4th rank of alchemist. Her extraordinary talent humbles us all. A young man clad in an alchemist's robe exclaimed. Indeed, Qin Shimi is merely 22 years old. She is destined to become a spirit alchemist, rising above the masses. After this assessment, we may very well have to address her as Qin Shiji. Haha, indeed, I shall preemptively extend my congratulations and call her Qin Shiji. A group of individuals flattered the young woman. This lady, adorned in a white alchemist's robe, could not conceal her exquisite figure, gracefully curvaceous and alluring. With an oval face, a subtly pointed chin, and thin lips that bore a hint of sharpness, her proud, peach blossom eyes conveyed an air of superiority. Overall, she was a striking beauty. A beautiful woman with commendable alchemical talent is naturally held in high esteem among the male alchemists. Ronger. It is said that the master of the Alchemist Hall will personally select a disciple. You must seize this opportunity. A regal and elegant lady in teal approached with a smile. Do not worry, Auntie, Ronger is sure to succeed, the young woman replied confidently. This lady was none other than Qin Rong. The elegant woman was Lin Lian. Qin Rong, the sworn sister of Xiang Chen, had been taken in by his mother after losing her parents during the turmoil of war at the age of 13. She served as a maid to Xiang Chen's mother, Su Qing, who later accepted her as an adopted daughter, hoping to one day see her married to Xiang Chen as a concubine. After Qin Rong awakened her spiritual essence and demonstrated her alchemical talent, Su Qing devoted considerable resources to nurture her skills. Ironically, when the Xiang family faced upheaval, the astute Qin Rong secretly aligned herself with the Grand Princess, betraying Su Qing and Xiang Chen. She later conspired with others to frame Xiang Chen, making her one of the women he detested most, alongside Lin Lian. Yiroer, also an adopted daughter of Su Qing, displayed a stark contrast in loyalty compared to Qin Rong. While both were nurtured under the same roof, they bore vastly different characters. As long as you possess confidence, that is what matters. Should you become the Master's personal disciple, I shall have the privilege of introducing you to His Majesty. Your future will surely be bright, Lin Lian stated with a smile. Rest assured, Qin Shimi's talent is undeniable. She will undoubtedly outshine the competition in this alchemical assessment. A handsome youth chimed in. Indeed, if Wuji has said so, then it must be true, Lin Wangfei replied with a faint smile. This young man was none other than Fei Wuji, a renowned alchemical prodigy of the Great Merchant Empire, already a 5th-rank alchemist at the age of 25. His father was one of the 4 esteemed elders of the Alchemist Alliance, a spirit alchemist. Lin Lian casually scanned the hall, and suddenly, her gaze narrowed, locking onto a figure that darkened her expression instantly. What is that wretched creature doing here? Xiang Chen arrived at the 2nd-floor hall, which was vast and already gathered over 300 to 400 individuals, all of whom were alchemists. Most wore alchemist robes without badges, their faces youthful, ranging from 15 to 20 years of age. These individuals are mere alchemists, not true masters. What constitutes an alchemist? They are practitioners beneath the level of true masters, unable to be regarded as such. Within the realm of alchemy, these practitioners can only concoct basic elixirs, merely scraping the surface of mastery. There is quite a number of them, which took Xiang Chen by surprise. Xiang Chen, what brings you here? A cold voice interrupted his thoughts. Upon hearing it, Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of frost illuminating his gaze. It was Lin Lian, along with Qin Rong. Why should it concern you? You're neither my mother nor my father, Xiang Chen replied icily, devoid of any respect. Lin Lian's face flushed with anger. This audacious youth spoke with such boldness, igniting her ire. Xiang Chen, leave at once, Qin Rong commanded, her demeanor haughty and aloof. Chapter 211. The Master of Tongue. Misfortune gathers in company. Scoundrels congregate together. To encounter two such despicable individuals simultaneously, I must truly be unfortunate today, Xiang Chen thought with a sardonic smile, his eyes cold as he regarded Qin Rong, the woman he once held in high esteem as an elder sister, who had ultimately betrayed him. Betrayal and deceit are the hardest to bear, and Xiang Chen was no exception. You dare to call me a scoundrel? Qin Rong exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with rage. She had long been accustomed to the reverence of others, having forgotten her humble beginnings as a maid. Did I utter such a word? You chose to walk into the line of fire yourself. I am not to blame. Some individuals ought to reflect upon their own worth. How shameful they are. Do I really need to point it out? Luckily, today is not Arbor Day. Otherwise, I would truly plant a seed of worth in your heart. Xiang Chen retorted with a chilling laughter, his words sharp as blades. You are audacious. Leave at once. The second-floor hall is currently reserved for esteemed alchemists. Unless you are an invited guest, commoners have no right to enter, Qin Rong declared, her face burning with indignation. She knew well she could not contend with Xiang Chen, who had thrived in an era rife with keyboard warriors. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, "In this realm, I reign supreme. I can defy the heavens above and challenge the depths below. Is the alchemist alliance you're doing? You claim I cannot ascend? I am merely here to assess my qualifications as an alchemist. You have no authority to dismiss me." Qin Rong sneered. You qualify as an alchemist? You aren't even worthy of being a first-tier apprentice. I know not who you are, but you think I am unaware of your lack of skill? During your time at the Xiang residence, you were nothing but a burden to your parents. Scoundrel, let us not forget that without my mother's unwavering support, you would not be where you are today, Xiang Chen scoffed. You shameless wretch. Everything I have achieved is through my own efforts. Qin Rong retorted, her anger palpable. Shameless? You are mistaken. We may speak harshly, but we do not harbor darkness within our hearts. Do not lecture me on shame. You lack the standing to do so. Xiang Chen replied calmly. Qin Rong was left seething, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Junior sister Qin, who is this audacious brat? Fei Wuji inquired, his brow furrowed. He is Xiang Chen, once my sworn brother, yet later sought to usurp power, poisoning his own elder brother and attempting to force his desires upon me. Qin Rong replied coldly. Is he the Xiang Chen from the Xiangwang residence? Fei Wuji scrutinized Xiang Chen, having heard whispers about his reputation. Xiang Chen, a man known for his extraordinary birthmark, possessed a malevolent disposition. The wasteful young master of the Xiangwang residence? Murmured the surrounding alchemists, casting glances at Xiang Chen. Upon hearing that he harbored inappropriate thoughts towards Qin Rong, their gazes turned icy. How dare you not be more outrageous? Is it truly me who harbors such thoughts? It is evident that the deed has already transpired. You were so proactive that night, and your performance was nothing short of breathtaking, Xiang Chen taunted, seeking to tarnish his opponent's reputation further. The surrounding alchemists gasped in shock, their hearts breaking as they looked towards their goddess. You, I have done nothing. You are slandering me, Qin Rong exclaimed in fury. She was taken aback by Xiang Chen's audacity, as he shamelessly twisted her lies to sully her pristine name. This was indeed a form of reverse psychology. The truth emerges. You have just admitted that nothing occurred between us. So how can you claim that I have harbored improper thoughts about you? Your previous attempts to defame me were not but empty words. I worry for your intellect. Perhaps you should think before you speak next time, my dear sister. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, shattering her deception. Enough. At that moment, Fei Wuji's cold voice reverberated, his gaze icy as it fell upon Xiang Chen. You wretched brat. This is the Alchemist Alliance, not a place for your insolence. Kneel and apologize to Ronger, then leave. Indeed, kneel and apologize to Sister Qin, shouted the surrounding young alchemists in unison. Xiang Chen regarded the youth with indifference, responding coldly. Who is this little pup barking at? Wretched brat, who are you cursing? Wretched brat, I curse you. Fei Wuji retorted icily. However, the moment the words left his mouth, his expression shifted. He realized he had fallen into Xiang Chen's trap. Fool, think before you bite. Is Qin Rong your mother? I am conversing with her. When did it become your turn to interject? But I suppose it makes sense. Only a dog of the same breed would find itself in the same kennel, Xiang Chen mocked. You seek death? Fei Wuji roared, his fury palpable, unaccustomed to such insults. Brother Fei, allow me to teach him a lesson, a young man declared angrily, eager to prove himself. Surging with true energy as he advanced toward Xiang Chen, boasting an 8th-level cultivation in the divine concealment realm. Wretched brat, retract your words, or I shall leave you crippled and crawling out. The young alchemist declared coldly. Ah, there are indeed many dogs eager to defend their master. Come. I wager you have no bullets in your gun. No, wait, I take that back. I wager you will crawl out of here, Xiang Chen retorted with a chilling smile. His gaze fixed on the young alchemist. Seeking death, are you? The young alchemist roared, unleashing a punch infused with 8 circles of true energy, enveloped in a pale blue glow, charging towards Xiang Chen. To Xiang Chen, this punch was riddled with flaws. With a swift step, he surged forward, lowering his body just before contact, delivering a powerful blow to the young alchemist's abdomen. The young man let out a horrific scream, completely unprepared for the counterattack. With a resounding thud, he was propelled outwards, and then, with a second step, Xiang Chen erupted forth like a startled swan. He charged again, delivering a fierce kick to the face of his adversary. The young alchemist spat out a mouthful of blood, his teeth shattered beyond count by Xiang Chen's brutal strike. He was sent flying over 10 meters, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing into the crowd. 2 individuals, caught off guard, were knocked to the ground by the impact. The young alchemist lay there, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes rolled back, convulsing in a manner indicative of a severe concussion. Xiang Chen executed a graceful landing, surveying the unconscious young alchemist. He dusted off his hands and remarked indifferently, while I was taking lives, you were busy concocting potions, thinking to play the hero. Perhaps you ought to consider your own worth before stepping in, you worthless scum. Feng Wu this fellow possesses astonishing speed. I couldn't even catch a glimpse of his movements, murmured the onlooking alchemists in disbelief, their eyes brimming with shock. Chapter 212. Carving a tortoise. Xiang Chen's remarkable speed and strength left the assembled alchemists awestruck. With just a single punch and kick, he rendered an 8th-tier alchemist unconscious, an ability that most present could only dream of achieving. These alchemists, despite their cultivation levels, were mere practitioners lacking combat training. Their abilities rather average. Even those of the 7th tier, battle-hardened mercenaries would likely best them without difficulty. It was evident they were no match for Xiang Chen, a beast cloaked in human guise. Fei Wu's expression darkened. The individual he had relied upon was effortlessly defeated by Xiang Chen, a clear slap to his face. Your men are rather unimpressive, it seems. If you wish to defend your beauty, perhaps you should step up yourself? Xiang Chen taunted, his gaze fixed on Fei Wu, intrigued by the prospect of clashing with someone of the 1st-tier realm. Turning his attention to Qin Rong, he derided, Qin Rong, you wretched piece of filth. Even the flies buzzing around you are unimpressive. Xiang Chen unleashed his scorn upon all those surrounding Qin Rong. Impudent, you little beast, seeking death by insulting us as flies. Cripple him, shouted several young alchemists around Qin Rong, seething with rage. Fei Wu's voice cut through the air, cold and commanding. Everyone, let's join forces and teach this insufferable brat a lesson. Instantly, 6 young alchemists unleashed their true energies, charging towards Xiang Chen. Punches and palm strikes filled the air like a torrential assault. Let me see the prowess of you pill peddlers, Xiang Chen scoffed, his demeanor unfazed. He deftly sidestepped, his true energy surging forth as he executed a swift movement, evading 2 powerful strikes. With a resounding thud, he appeared before one of the assailants in an instant, his speed so rapid that the individual was caught off guard. Xiang Chen seized the man's hair, driving his knee into the opponent's face with brutal force. Crack! The man screamed in agony, blood spraying forth as he was sent sprawling backward. Die! Another assailant, wielding the strength of an 8th-tier practitioner, launched an attack capable of shattering steel. However, Xiang Chen merely raised his arm to block, and with a resounding thud, the kick caused him to retreat a single step. In an instant, his other hand seized the opponent's leg, while his elbow descended with ferocious force. Crack! A scream erupted from the unfortunate soul, as his leg was shattered by Xiang Chen's strike. Grasping the man's leg, Xiang Chen swung him, over 100 pounds of weight, like a mere straw, forcefully hurling him towards another young alchemist enveloped in true qi. With a thud, the man was sent flying, both of them emitting anguished cries in unison. Thud, thud, thud. Ah! Oh! Do not strike my face. The chorus of wails continued, as one young alchemist after another fell victim to the terrifying power unleashed by Xiang Chen's fists, palms, legs, elbows, and knees. The other alchemists present were left in stunned silence, their expressions filled with awe and reverence. This is astonishingly powerful. Who is this brother? Truly fierce. Many youthful and impassioned alchemists gazed at the scene, their eyes reflecting admiration and dread. In less than 10 breaths, 6 or 7 individuals lay on the ground in disarray, groaning with bruised faces. The commotion upstairs startled many guests below, who looked up in astonishment, while a group of guards rushed upstairs in alarm. Xiang Chen smirked dismissively, remarking, "With such feeble strength, I wonder how you would fare in the world of martial arts." His gaze turned towards Qin Rong and Fei Wuji, giving a thumbs-down gesture. Enraged, Fei Wuji was about to take matters into his own hands when a squad of guards charged up from below. "What is happening?" inquired a guard captain of innate realm, his expression dark as he surveyed the groaning alchemists on the floor. "Captain Luo, you have arrived just in time. This brat infiltrated the second-floor alchemist assessment and assaulted the alchemists. Quickly, break his hands and feet and throw him out." Fei Wuji barked, pointing at Xiang Chen. The captain's cold, piercing eyes turned to Xiang Chen, radiating an icy glare. "Surround him," he commanded, and 7 or 8 innate experts rushed forward, encircling Xiang Chen. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Xiang Chen confronted Captain Luo, who coldly questioned, "Where did this brat come from, daring to wreak havoc in the Alchemist Alliance? Are you seeking death?" Xiang Chen replied coolly, "I am here to take the Alchemist assessment. These individuals attacked me first. I was merely acting in self-defense. If their skills are too lacking to defeat me, can you blame me? Nonsense. You clearly have no knowledge of alchemy. Captain Luo, I recognize him. He is here to cause trouble. Dispose of him." Qin Rong declared coldly. "Miss Qin, since young Master Fei has spoken, it must be true. Men, break this brat's hands and feet and throw him out. The Alchemist Alliance is no place for anyone to act recklessly." Captain Luo commanded. 7 or 8 innate experts charged forward, unleashing their formidable innate true qi. "Let us see who dares," Xiang Chen bellowed, producing a letter of recommendation. "This is a personal letter of recommendation from the master of Wanyao Pavilion. I am here to assess as an alchemist. Who dares to lay a hand on me?" Upon hearing this, the assailants paused, astonishment washing over their faces as they regarded Xiang Chen's letter, stamped with a grand seal. Captain Luo's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, as he looked over and indeed saw the grand seal of the Wanyao Pavilion. The Wanyao Pavilion is the largest partner of the Alchemist Alliance and a primary supplier of medicinal herbs. Naturally, one must not offend those recommended by the pavilion. At the very least, they, as guards, dared not provoke them. "Cease your actions. Let me take a look." Captain Luo quickly admonished his subordinates and stepped forward to receive Xiang Chen's letter of recommendation. After reading it, his demeanor immediately shifted to one of respect. Smiling as he said, "My apologies, young sir. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. However, even as you come to assess as an alchemist, I kindly request that you adhere to the order here. Otherwise, it may become difficult for us to fulfill our duties. As long as others do not provoke me, I shall not instigate trouble. It is they who initiated the confrontation," Xiang Chen replied indifferently. "Very well, here is your letter of recommendation back." Captain Luo returned the letter to Xiang Chen. "Where is the registration area?" Xiang Chen inquired. "On the 3rd floor, if you please," Captain Luo replied. Xiang Chen nodded and ascended to the 3rd floor, casting a glance at the visibly displeased Qin Rong, allowing a cold smile to grace his lips. "Even with a letter of recommendation, what expertise do you possess in alchemy, you waste-born of privilege?" Qin Rong remarked icily. "How about we place a bet, shall we?" Xiang Chen said with a playful smile. "What shall we wager?" Qin Rong asked coldly. If my alchemical skills do not surpass yours, I will submit to your whims. However, if I exceed your prowess, I shall carve a turtle on your face with a knife. Do you dare to accept this challenge? Chapter 213. You are depleted. Do not enter the pit of deception. Qin Rong scoffed. You, competing with me in alchemy? Wait until you pass the apprentice assessment before uttering such words. Fei Wuji also mocked. Precisely. What are you? How dare you speak of alchemy with junior sister Qin? Among us, whose skills do not surpass yours. You brutish oaf, a mere fighter. Being assessed as an alchemist is an affront to us all. Oh, my back. You may excel in brawling, but in alchemy, everyone here would outshine you by a mile. With you, how could you dare to compare yourself to junior sister Qin? Indeed, with or without junior sister Qin, my alchemical skills would obliterate yours. You, a mere brute who knows only how to fight, do not belong in the noble circle of alchemists. You are akin to a mouse dropping. The individuals who had been bested by Xiang Chen groaned, rising to insult him. Xiang Chen had not been overly harsh. He had merely put them in their place. Ah, how they extol their own alchemical prowess. Very well, today I, Xiang Chen, challenge all of you self-important alchemists to see who truly is the inferior. If I am superior, you shall all kneel and call me father. Are you daring enough to engage? Xiang Chen said, amusement evident in his tone. Impudent. How could you possibly win against us? I, Su Zhe, will wager with you. Should you fail to best us, I shall sever your hands. I shall wager as well. I refuse to believe that someone like you could surpass us in alchemy after we have labored for years. It would be as if living in a dog's shadow. A large crowd surrounding Qin Rong erupted in righteous indignation, clamoring to join the bet against Xiang Chen. Ha ha, quite impressive, showing more backbone than that despicable individual. After all, they are a group of men, obedient sons, waiting to call him father. Xiang Chen smirked and turned to ascend to the third floor. The other young alchemists and adolescent alchemists were left dumbfounded. This fellow was challenging the youngest and most talented alchemist group of the Great Shang Alchemist Alliance. Is that even possible? Xiang Chen truly dares to play this game. Could it be that he possesses formidable alchemical skills? How could that be? The name of the Xiang family's wasteful second young master is notorious. Even if his martial talent is commendable now, it is unlikely he would achieve significant success in the realm of alchemy. Intriguing, this second young master of the Xiang family, so arrogant and domineering, exudes an air of wickedness. One wonders where his confidence stems from. The crowd buzzed with discussion as they watched Xiang Chen ascend to the third floor. Ronger, do not let this little scoundrel disrupt your state of mind. Focus on the upcoming assessment, Lin Lian advised. Alchemy differs from martial arts. Even if this little rascal has encountered some fortuitous opportunity, he cannot possibly refine any pills in such a short time. Mother, I understand. Rest assured, this fellow is merely seeking to attract attention, Qin Rong replied. As long as you comprehend. Xiang Chen ascended to the third floor alone, yet the Alchemist Alliance was vast, and with numerous rooms on the third floor. He was unaware of where to register. Strolling leisurely down the corridor, he surveyed his surroundings until suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unusual medicinal aroma. Someone was refining pills. Intrigued, Xiang Chen followed the scent. Deep within a corridor on the third floor, he discovered a room with an open stone door. A pill furnace, over a meter tall, was ablaze with vigorous true essence flames, emanating strong medicinal vapors. A middle-aged man, disheveled with tousled gray hair slightly curled, sat before the furnace, controlling the flames and continuously adding medicinal materials. Inside the furnace, several precious spiritual herbs and various auxiliary medicinal materials were being fused, releasing an astonishing aura of medicinal essence. However, at the moment of fusion, a sudden explosion occurred, and the pill shattered, transforming into a plume of black smoke. The furnace emitted a loud bang, and a cloud of black smoke engulfed the middle-aged man's face. Damn it all. Another failure. Where did it go wrong? The man, resembling a mischievous and impatient child, kicked the furnace in frustration and cursed. The age of the spiritual ginseng was too high, exceeding 50 years. Its medicinal potency was too intense. Moreover, the refining temperature for the treasure lotus should be at 2,800 degrees for purification. Additionally, you miscalculated one of the critical medicinal materials for concocting this soul spirit pill, the soul nurturing wood. The fire spiritual energy contained within your soul nurturing wood has exceeded the fusion tolerance of the other spiritual herbs. At that moment, a languid voice drifted in from the doorway. The middle-aged man's eyes brightened at the sound, and he turned to see a 16-year-old youth in white leaning against the stone door, observing him. Old man, you're refining pills without even closing the door? Aren't you afraid of being disturbed? Xiang Chen said with a faint smile. Youngster, can you discern what pill I am refining? The middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise. Isn't that a bit redundant? If you truly lack knowledge, how would you dare to speak so carelessly? If you wish to successfully refine a top-tier soul spirit pill, you must use a 500-year-old spiritual ginseng and maintain the fire temperature at a precise 2,800 degrees, with an allowable deviation of no more than 20 degrees. The soul nurturing wood must possess a strong wood spirit energy. You will need to replace that fire spirit energy you have. The optimal time for nurturing the pill is precisely 80 minutes. No more, no less. Give it a try. Xiang Chen recounted this according to the memories of his inheritance before turning to leave. The middle-aged man, upon hearing this, appeared suddenly enlightened. Just then, Xiang Chen remembered something and turned back to inquire. Old sir, where is the registration place for the alchemist assessment? Just turn left and walk 20 steps. Then turn right for 10 steps. The middle-aged man replied, momentarily stunned. Thank you. Xiang Chen expressed his gratitude before departing. Who is this lad? Where did he come from? The man was taken aback. Never mind. Let's try it as he suggested. The man's eyes gleamed with determination as he promptly retrieved more medicinal materials from his storage ring. Following the man's directions, Xiang Chen indeed found the registration site, where a queue of individuals awaited their turn. He joined the line without cutting ahead, only to notice a girl behind him, seemingly around 15 or 16 years old. She sported 2 playful pigtails, donned a striking red outfit that revealed a hint of well-defined abs, and paired it with a short skirt, knee-high socks, and black leather boots. A delightful yet alluring young lady. Albeit quite petite, standing under 1.60 meters, a quintessential lowly. Hey, white-haired boy, are you here for the alchemist assessment as well? The girl cheerfully remarked, giving Xiang Chen a light pat on the shoulder. Isn't it obvious? What else would I be lining up for? Xiang Chen retorted, turning to face her with a hint of annoyance. Oh, so you're impatient when I ask you a question? Who are you? A student of some mentor? I don't recall seeing you before, she inquired, gazing curiously at Xiang Chen's striking yet slightly devilish features. My name is Xiang Chen. I have no mentor. Merely a natural prodigy in alchemy, self-taught. He continued to chat with the girl as they progressed in the queue. How shameless. How could you have white hair at such a young age? Could it be due to kidney deficiency? Young man, one must practice moderation. Seeing you so young with white hair indicates a deficiency. Do you realize you might have a shorter lifespan? Avoid entanglements with the 5-fingered maiden. Though the girl was charming, her words left Xiang Chen utterly dumbfounded, a dark line forming on his forehead. Go away, little girl. You are the one with deficiency. My hair color is a result of my cultivation. This is moonlight snow hair. You wouldn't understand. Xiang Chen turned and playfully flicked her forehead. Explanation is merely a cover-up. My name is Li Bauer. You can call me Sister Bauer. I concoct a remarkable pill known as the 6 Flavors Emperor Pill. Would you care to be the first to try it, white-haired boy? It's free. The girl, identifying herself as Li Bauer, beamed with delight. I'm perfectly fine. But you, looking like a little 3-inch tall person, perhaps you lacked calcium as a child and love as you grew? If that's the case, I wouldn't mind providing you with some. Xiang Chen chuckled, amused by the exchange. Leave, you scoundrel. What do you know? This is where the essence lies. Though I may be short, it cannot conceal my natural beauty. What use is your height? Just a tall fool. Research indicates that taller individuals do not necessarily enjoy longer lives. Like a lumbering giant. The young lady, infuriated, attempted to pinch Xiang Chen, but he effortlessly held her forehead with a single hand, preventing her from reaching him. It was quite adorable. As they playfully tussled, they soon arrived at Xiang Chen's turn. He presented his recommendation letter, and upon reviewing it, the staff member asked no questions and promptly approved his registration, completing some paperwork. Next was Li Bauer. Upon her arrival, the staff exhibited a notable respect. Smiling as they said, Sister Bauer, are you aiming to become a treasure alchemist? Of course. A mere treasure alchemist is nothing. I am destined to become the Empress of Alchemy. Li Bauer proudly lifted her chin. Truly impressive, Sister Bauer. The staff member promptly filled out her information. See, white hair. I am indeed remarkable. Li Bauer beamed at Xiang Chen with a triumphant smile. PSH. You're merely striving to become a treasure alchemist, Xiang Chen scoffed, rolling his eyes and giving her a playful thumbs down to tease the amusing little girl. How impressive you are. What rank do you hold? What level of alchemist are you? Li Bauer retorted, her large almond-shaped eyes fixed on him. Well, I have yet to attain any rank. I have just come to take the assessment. Ha. So, you are not even a novice alchemist yet, and you dare to call me a small fry? If I'm a little trash, then you are but a speck of dust. The girl mocked with a laugh. Skill is never determined by rank. Soon you will understand the meaning of genius, little imp. Xiang Chen flicked her forehead playfully and then descended the stairs. Flick me again, stop right there. You silly white hair. What are you even saying? Li Bauer chased after him. My name is Xiang Chen, remember it. For this name will one day resound throughout the world. Xiang Chen, that does sound familiar. Perhaps you should consider my 6-flavored emperor pill. It's free for you to experiment with. The two continued their playful banter as they made their way to the hall, where over 400 alchemists had gathered. Primarily young individuals, along with some special guests observing. Some of the young alchemists were as young as 12 or 13 years old. A middle-aged man clad in a white alchemist's robe and sporting a goatee entered, cleared his throat, and announced, "Welcome to the annual Alchemist Alliance assessment. I am Feng Mo, the host of this year's event." The previously bustling hall fell silent in an instant. Elder Feng Mo, a 9th-ranked treasure alchemist. Many young alchemists gazed at him with respect in their eyes. Elder Feng Mo continued. This alchemist assessment has no age restrictions and will be divided into ordinary and treasure alchemist testing areas. Those who have not undergone any assessment are all in the realm of novice alchemists to take their examinations. The challenges for novice alchemists aspiring to advance their ranks also take place in this very realm. Registered practitioners of the treasure rank must complete their evaluations for rank advancement. Or those aspiring to rise from novice to treasure rank will do so in the treasure rank alchemist area. All necessary materials and assessment contents have been meticulously prepared. However, each participant is required to bring their own alchemical furnace. Indeed, on either side of the hall, there exist 2 distinct areas, brimming with numerous vacant spots, stocked with a plethora of diverse materials. Many young aspirants are eagerly poised to commence. Those under the age of 25 who achieve the status of treasure rank alchemist, or who attain the 3rd tier of treasure rank or above, are welcome to join our Alchemist Alliance. The individual who emerges as the top performer in this evaluation will be rewarded handsomely with an annual prize, a 9th-tier treasure alchemical furnace personally crafted by the prodigious alchemist from the Gongsun family, Gongsun Shengtian. This reward is arguably the most generous in the past decade, remarked Elder Feng with a smile. A 9th-tier treasure furnace crafted by Gongsun Shengtian. What an extravagant reward. Why is this year's prize so remarkably abundant? Gongsun Shengtian is also my idol. I aspire to achieve a status in the alchemist world akin to his in the crafting realm. Upon the announcement of this reward, the eyes of nearly everyone present ignited with fervor. Wow, it's the 9th-tier furnace meticulously refined by Gongsun. I must secure 1st place this time. He is one of my idolized figures. Li Bauer exclaimed, her face alight with admiration. Qin Rong, Fei Wuji, and others were similarly captivated by the allure of the reward. Certainly, alchemical furnaces of the same rank far surpass the value of comparable weapons such as swords. An alchemical furnace is indeed the most cherished treasure among alchemists. However, Xiang Chen's demeanor remained indifferent. What use was a 9th-tier furnace when he possessed his own enigmatic little cauldron? Moreover, Gongsun Shengtian was his comrade. If he desired one, he could simply request his assistance in crafting it. Now, let the alchemist assessment officially commence. Everyone, take your positions, Elder Feng announced with a smile. Instantly, the more than 400 individuals present divided into 2 main areas. The novice alchemist area was the most populated, with over 300 participants, while the treasure rank alchemist area contained only around 100, primarily young alchemists in their 20s. Xiang Chen, you little rascal, do not forget our wager. We await your downfall. Fei Wuji sneered at Xiang Chen. Sons, remember well, Xiang Chen retorted with a cold smile as he made his way toward the novice area, specifically to the entry-level section. In this area, most participants were merely a gaggle of children aged 12 or 13, some even younger, who looked at Xiang Chen, an older youth, with amusement as he came to partake in their entry-level examination. They could not help but mock him. Qin Rong, observing Xiang Chen's descent to the lowest tier, could not suppress a scornful smile. Look, this big brother is so shameful. He is so old, yet still attending the entry-level exam. Indeed, he must be the kind of person our fathers warned us about, lacking ambition and diligence. At this age, he should not be in such a position, We must never become like him. How embarrassing, big brother. The children laughed, yet their teasing bore no malice. For they were merely children after all. You little ones know nothing. Big brother here is a late bloomer, and soon I shall astonish you all. At such a tender age, how can you so carelessly mock others? A poor example indeed. Xiang Chen made a face at the children. Shame, boasting, shame, shame. In response, he was met with a chorus of ridicule from the group of children. Xiang Chen's forehead darkened, and he let out a howl akin to that of a wolf. Sharp claws sprouting from his fingers, revealing fangs from his mouth. Mock me again, and I shall devour you. He growled, baring his teeth and clawing theatrically. The children were left in stunned silence. The next moment, cries of monster. Ah, mommy, I don't want to take the exam anymore, erupted from the frightened children. Huh? Afraid now, are you? That will teach you to laugh at me. Xiang Chen smirked shamelessly, reveling in his triumph. Who among us isn't still a child? The proctor, a rather overgrown child himself, admonished him. You mustn't frighten the other examinees. Bah, you are the one who has grown too quickly, and your entire family is filled with overgrown children. Xiang Chen shot a disdainful glance at the proctor. The proctor, suppressing the urge to thrash Xiang Chen, hurried to console the weeping children. All right, we shall commence the introductory alchemist assessment. The first level of the assessment is fire control. After finally calming the children, the proctor announced, as an alchemist, mastering fire control is essential for potion brewing. In this introductory assessment, each of you has 3 ice orbs before you, each containing a common medicinal herb. The task is to melt the ice without damaging the herb inside to pass the assessment. Xiang Chen gazed at the 3 fist-sized ice orbs before him, each containing a green medicinal herb, a standard healing plant. The older children, those with spiritual concealment realms, ignited true flames, while those at the physical realm summoned fiery stones, known as flame stones, to ignite their inner power. The children began melting the ice, aiming to retrieve the herbs within. Without a second thought, Xiang Chen summoned a surge of tiny true fire, enveloping the 3 ice orbs. In an instant, the ice melted away, revealing the 3 herbs unscathed upon the table. I'm done, Xiang Chen announced, raising his hand. So fast, the proctor was astonished, and the surrounding children looked on in awe, their eyes filled with admiration for Xiang Chen. You did not damage the herbs. You have passed the most fundamental introductory assessment, the proctor declared. Big brother is amazing, the children exclaimed in unison, genuinely impressed. Indeed, big brother is a genius. Little ones, strive hard. Xiang Chen laughed heartily as he carried the herbs into the next assessment area. This area was predominantly filled with individuals aged around 14 or 15, many of whom had already broken through to the spiritual concealment realm, not much older than Xiang Chen himself. The assessment here involved either refining medicinal liquids or powders, meaning that success would come from properly extracting the essence of the herbs into either a liquid or powder form. The supervising alchemist approached specifically to present Xiang Chen with the assessment herbs, while the surrounding youths were engaged in the conventional practice of refining with ordinary alchemical furnaces. Suddenly, Xiang Chen called out to the supervising alchemist to halt. Is there something amiss? Inquired the alchemist. With a grin, Xiang Chen ignited the true yin flame in his hand, causing the herbs to levitate. In an instant, the fresh herbs ignited, transforming into a vibrant azure liquid. With a mere flick of his finger, the liquid surged into a Dan bottle. No need to trouble yourself with unnecessary movements, Xiang Chen remarked cheerfully. The supervising alchemist stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the astonishing speed of refinement, accomplished without any tools. What sorcery is this? Where did this prodigy emerge from? The other youths undergoing the assessment were equally dumbfounded. One of them cried out in shock, inadvertently ruining their herbs. The alchemist approached to examine the liquid, confirming its purity. It was a flawless extraction. Pass. You have passed, the supervising alchemist declared in astonishment. Thank you, Xiang Chen replied before proceeding to the next area. In this section, the alchemists were diligently refining potions. Various ingredients were laid out on tables, including the most rudimentary healing pills and the more advanced blood chi pills. The candidates here were predominantly 16 or 17 years old, with some as old as 18, 19, or even 20. Each was immersed in their own alchemical endeavors. The supervising alchemist soon took notice of this extraordinary individual and approached, stating, within half an hour, produce a potion of at least low-grade quality. Inferior potions will not be counted. You have 3 attempts. Xiang Chen summoned his true energy to manipulate 3 types of materials for the blood qi pill, and with the true yin flame igniting, he effortlessly refined all 3 ingredients simultaneously. Before long, the materials visibly transformed into a liquid, which then fused together as Xiang Chen lowered the temperature to condense the pill. In under 3 minutes, a radiant blood qi pill emerged, emanating a fragrant aroma that captured the attention of everyone nearby. "I'm done," Xiang Chen announced, raising his hand. "Is that all?" The supervising alchemist was in disbelief as he witnessed Xiang Chen refine the pill barehanded. Approaching, he examined the pill closely, and upon seeing the 9 rings of Dan aura, he gasped, "A top-tier blood qi pill. How is this possible? This individual has refined a top-tier blood qi pill with nothing but his bare hands, and so swiftly. It must be a trick." The surrounding candidates gasped in astonishment, some becoming so distracted that they ruined their own furnaces. "What is your name?" the supervising alchemist asked, still in shock. "Xiang Chen," he replied. "You are not a disciple of our alchemist alliance, are you? You have truly opened my eyes. You have passed all the assessments for alchemists, and you are now qualified to challenge the alchemist examination. Here is your qualification certificate," the supervising alchemist exclaimed, handing Xiang Chen a small yellow token. In less than 10 minutes, Xiang Chen had successfully completed all assessments for alchemists. The hundreds present in the alchemist evaluation area stared at Xiang Chen in astonishment, their whispers igniting a fervor of discussion. "Thank you," Xiang Chen said as he accepted the token. "What is happening here?" Elder Feng, noticing the commotion, approached. "Elder, this candidate has passed all alchemist assessments within 10 minutes, and even refined a top-tier blood qi pill barehanded," the supervising alchemist exclaimed, still in shock. "What?" Chapter 216. Do you even deserve it? Elder Feng approached in disbelief, his astonishment directed towards Xiang Chen, who had just received the qualification certificate for a treasure stage alchemist. "Let me see the elixir," Elder Feng inquired. "Here you go, Elder." The supervising alchemist promptly presented the qi blood pill refined by Xiang Chen. As Elder Feng accepted it, the blood amber-colored pill radiated with 9 rings of pill aura. "This truly is a top-tier qi blood pill," he exclaimed in astonishment. Although he could also concoct such exquisite pills, the success rate was not guaranteed, and it was improbable for an alchemist of his caliber to waste their status on such a concoction. Moreover, Xiang Chen had refined it barehanded, without the aid of a cauldron, in a mere 5 minutes. The supervising alchemist, feeling somewhat disheartened, was deeply impacted by this feat, refining pills barehanded in just 5 minutes. Elder Feng gasped, his gaze following Xiang Chen as he advanced towards the treasure stage assessment area. "A prodigy, a genius. Haha, a true talent. No, I cannot allow the other old fools to discover this first." Elder Feng's eyes glowed with fervor as he watched Xiang Chen's retreating figure. Upon entering the treasure stage for alchemists, Xiang Chen noticed Li Beiyer's peculiar alchemical state. A blue-golden halo shimmered behind her, and a spectral blue-golden cauldron flickered within her own. Divine soul, a divine-level divine soul. Xiang Chen was taken aback. This girl possessed a divine-level divine soul, a talent so formidable that it had eluded his notice. Her aptitude seemed particularly suited for alchemy. It seemed the people of this world were unaware of her remarkable gifts. I must devise a plan to bring this little girl under my wing to assist me in alchemy in the future, Xiang Chen mused, already plotting to gain her favor. "Examiner, I wish to challenge for the treasure stage alchemist," Xiang Chen declared to his supervising alchemist. "Are there any available spots?" "All materials are prepared, ranging from 1st grade to 5th grade treasure pills, provided free of charge." The supervising alchemist approached and, after inspecting Xiang Chen's qualification certificate, replied affirmatively. "Look, Senior Sister Qin Rong has successfully refined a 3rd grade treasure pill. Unbelievable. She has achieved this so swiftly. No wonder, with her 6th grade spiritual level azure flame aiding her." The area erupted in exclamations of astonishment as they turned their attention to Qin Rong, who had successfully concocted a 3rd grade treasure pill, a true qi pill. As she stored the pill into a vial, a proud smile adorned her face, reveling in the attention she garnered. However, a particular gaze made her exceedingly uncomfortable. When she glanced over, she found Xiang Chen regarding her with utter disdain, as if he had encountered a repulsive cockroach. Upon seeing Xiang Chen, a surge of anger welled up within Qin Rong. She regarded him coolly, stating, "For the rest of your life, you shall only be able to look at me with envy and contempt." The crowd turned their attention to Xiang Chen, who had already gained notoriety due to previous events. Envy? Contempt? Surely you jest. I envy you. A shameless wretch who has merely concocted a low-quality true qi pill? Why would I have any reason to envy you? Would a Kunping envy a mere earthbound chicken? Xiang Chen scoffed, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. Qin Rong's expression darkened. How could this fellow's tongue be so venomous now? Arrogant and self-important, he boasted as if he were on top of the world. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to refine a third-grade treasure pill? A Dan master, who had previously been beaten by Xiang Chen, mocked. Indeed. We passed the Dan apprentice assessment years ago, and yet you dare to speak so boldly with your meager accomplishments? Others who found Xiang Chen intolerable couldn't help but join in the ridicule. Qin Rong sneered, Look at you. Who would believe your words? Xiang Chen's face remained indifferent as he replied, I, Xiang Chen, live a life of integrity and fearlessness. I care not for their belief. The strong continually strive and challenge themselves, while the weak remain mired in doubt and mockery. Such spirit. Why not try refining a treasure pill? Qin Rong retorted disdainfully. What are you even worth? Back at the Xiangwang residence, you merely dabbled in weaponry and studied alchemy for at most half a year. No matter your talent, you shall remain a mere Dan apprentice. Xiang Chen chuckled coldly. A mere hen should not judge the wingspan of a great rock. Prepare to have your face branded with shame. Qin Rong laughed derisively. You are nothing more than an ugly duckling, hardly worthy of being compared to a great rock. I have been refining pills for many years, guided by Master Lu, an 8th-grade treasure pill master from the Dan Master Alliance. What do you have to compare with me? How long have you been refining pills? Do you even have a proper teacher? Xiang Chen smirked dismissively. A teacher? Apologies, but I hardly require one, as my mind is filled with inherited knowledge. If I were to name a mentor, it would only be my elder brother, for my lineage comes from him. Xiang Chen, would you consider becoming my disciple? At that moment, a Dan master approached briskly, smiling at Xiang Chen. Elder Feng. The surrounding Dan masters gasped in astonishment as they turned to the presiding elder, Elder Feng, as he approached. What? Xiang Chen stared in shock at the somewhat excited Elder Feng. Elder Feng laughed. Xiang Chen, are you truly only 16 years old? Yes, just turned 16. Why do you ask, senior? Xiang Chen frowned in inquiry. Ha ha ha, a prodigy indeed at such a young age. Elder Feng laughed heartily. His gaze fixed on Xiang Chen with fervor, reminiscent of a famished man beholding an alluring beauty. Xiang Chen felt a chill run down his spine under the elder's intense gaze. Could it be that this old fellow was infatuated with his youthful charm? Xiang Chen, with your remarkable talent at such a tender age, you must not squander it or stray down the wrong path. Become my disciple, what do you say? I shall take you as my personal disciple and impart my lifetime of alchemical knowledge to you. Elder Feng proposed directly. At this declaration, the onlookers were left in bewilderment, staring incredulously at Elder Feng and Xiang Chen. Qin Rong, Fei Wuji, and the others seemed to think they had misheard. Xiang Chen was equally astonished. Elder, are you serious? You wish to take this young man as your personal disciple? A young Dan master exclaimed in disbelief. Naturally, this elder is not jesting. Elder Feng shot a glare at the young man. How could this be possible, Elder Feng? How can this insignificant creature be worthy of being your disciple? Qin Rong questioned vehemently, her own mastery of alchemy overshadowed by Elder Feng's prowess. Elder Feng furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards Qin Rong, responding coldly. In this world, you are not the only genius. Xiang Chen, at the same age, possesses far greater talent than you did at that time. If he is unworthy, then what of you? Chapter 217. A mere number in the world. His words struck like a dagger to Qin Rong's pride. Her expression darkened as she retorted. On what grounds do you say I am unworthy? I am merely 23, yet I am already capable of refining superior true qi pills. How can he possibly compare to me? In her anger, her tone turned accusatory. Indeed, Elder Feng, this boy cannot possibly be compared to junior sister Qin, Fei Wuji interjected. His brow furrowed, unafraid of Elder Feng. His father was among the 4 elder alchemists of the Alchemist Alliance, a highly esteemed spirit-level, first-grade alchemist. Elder Feng extended his hand, revealing a top-grade qi blood pill, and stated indifferently, at 16, Xiang Chen has already mastered the refinement of top-grade qi blood pills, and he did so without the aid of a pill furnace. Could you have achieved such a feat at that age? What? A top-grade qi blood pill? Qin Rong's expression shifted. How is it possible to refine a top-grade qi blood pill without a pill furnace? This cannot be. Indeed, his cultivation level seems insufficient for such an accomplishment. Could it be a deception? The crowd buzzed with astonishment, their gazes fixed on the qi blood pill. Elder Feng continued. I recall that at 16, you could barely refine a low-grade qi blood pill, while Xiang Chen produces a top-grade one with his bare hands. This talent, even if he does not surpass you now, with a few years of guidance from me, he could easily evolve into a 4th-grade treasure alchemist, far surpassing you. So tell me, if he is unworthy, then what of you? Qin Rong's complexion soured, her eyes filled with shock and fury as she turned to Xiang Chen. How can this be? This boy, how can he possess such talent? The onlookers also shifted their gazes, now viewing Xiang Chen with awe rather than mockery. Xiang Chen maintained his calm demeanor, appearing undisturbed, for one must not reveal excessive joy in the face of rivalry. Elder Xiang Chen, why not take me as your master? I do not accept personal disciples lightly, but I would dedicate myself to nurturing your talents, ensuring they do not go to waste, Elder Feng said with a warm smile. At their age, when life and talent often approach their limits, there was a profound yearning to pass on one's knowledge and legacy to the next generation, hoping that even after their demise, their spirit would be carried forth by their disciples, who would continue to thrive and excel. The bond between a master and disciple is akin to that of a father and child. The term master inherently carries paternal connotations for this reason. Xiang Chen shook his head, expressing his apologies. Thank you, Elder, for your esteemed regard for me. However, I have already taken a teacher and do not wish to apprentice under another. I sincerely apologize. He gave a slight bow to Elder Feng. His rejection was not born of arrogance or disdain, but rather a recognition that Elder Feng might not have much to impart to him. It seemed more prudent to allow this opportunity to be bestowed upon someone else, rather than occupying a position without merit and wasting the elder's time and emotional investment. He had turned down the offer. Surrounded by a throng of astonished onlookers, Xiang Chen's outright rejection left everyone in disbelief. In the entire merchant realm, there were hardly more than 10 alchemists who could rival Elder Feng. The elder himself was taken aback. His sincere offer to take on a disciple had been unexpectedly spurned. Very well, I shall hold this opportunity for you for the time being. Without any pressure, he conceded, choosing not to elaborate further. Alchemists were inherently proud, and he could not humiliate himself by begging Xiang Chen to become his disciple. There were many who sought to study under him, yet he had turned them all away. Many gazed at Xiang Chen with incredulous expressions, bewildered that he would refuse such a fortuitous opportunity that had seemingly fallen from the heavens. Turning his gaze towards Qin Rong, Xiang Chen scoffed. Qin Rong, since you are so insistent on boasting your ludicrous pride, allow me to demonstrate what true genius looks like today. An upper-grade true qi pill is nothing but refuse in my eyes. Arrogant child, do not presume that Elder Feng's attention has elevated your status. Wait until you possess the qualifications to refine a 3rd-grade treasure pill before you speak such words, sneered Fei Wuji. Qualifications, you say? Allow me to show you my qualifications. Xiang Chen retorted coldly, slamming his hand on the table, causing 3 first-grade precious herbs to levitate into the air. In an awe-inspiring display, a tricolored flame ignited in his palm. 3 true flames. The sight of this rare flame left Elder Feng astounded, staring incredulously at Xiang Chen. The 3 true flames could only be wielded by an alchemical prodigy possessing the elemental talents of water, fire, and wood, alongside specific cultivation methods. A genius. A talent of divine proportion. I must take him as my disciple, Elder Feng exclaimed, filled with delight. The other less experienced alchemists were oblivious to the significance of the moment. Soon, they witnessed Xiang Chen effortlessly refine 3 types of herbs, which transformed into liquid under the visible speed of the 3 true flames. The astonishing velocity left everyone in shock. Then came the purification and pill formation process, which took less than 10 minutes. A pill crystallized before their eyes, its creation marked by rapid changes in technique, seals, and the gathering of true qi, resulting in a dazzling display of light encircling the pill. After 10 minutes, the radiance faded, revealing a verdant pill emanating 9 rings of aura, the supreme 1st-grade treasure pill. The Qingyuan pill. How could he possibly refine a supreme 1st-grade treasure pill so swiftly, with bare hands? Is this man even human? At that moment, all the alchemists who had yet to attempt refining were in a frenzy, their faces frozen in disbelief as they gazed at Xiang Chen. Impossible. Qin Rong and Fei Wuji were equally stunned. Elder Feng's expression was one of exhilaration. A 1st-grade treasure pill master, accomplished. With a deliberate sweep of his true qi, Xiang Chen executed a flawless motion, causing materials for a 2nd-grade treasure pill to levitate. The three true flames blazed anew. In less than 3 minutes, the materials transformed into powder, which the water-based flame absorbed, fusing the components into a pill without the need for any additional liquid. His technique was fluid, as he condensed his true qi and employed seals and pill patterns to nurture the pill. 15 minutes later, the crimson glow dissipated, revealing a 9-ringed, exquisite second-grade treasure pill. Success. The examination for second-grade treasure pill master was passed. At this moment, all present were left speechless, including Qin Rong and Fei Wuji, their faces etched with disbelief. Elder Feng trembled with excitement. Xiang Chen cast a sidelong glance at Qin Rong, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Now, let us commence the alchemical creation of the Qi essence pill, which you so proudly boast about. Can one truly refine a third-grade treasure pill? Surely, this cannot be. Oh heavens, are we merely meant to exist as numbers in this mortal realm? My dear brother, I feel as though I've languished in servitude for years. And he is but 16. I am already 24, and I can scarcely manage to concoct a first-grade treasure pill. Have I truly spent 26 years merely taking up space in this world?" Upon hearing Xiang Chen's tone, the gathered crowd was astounded at the audacity of his claim to refine a third-grade Qi essence pill. Impossible. You have never practiced the way of alchemy before. This is utterly inconceivable. I refuse to believe you can produce a third-grade treasure pill. Qin Rong shouted in a fit of rage. Very well. Today I shall demonstrate to you the brilliance of a prodigious talent, endowed with the halo of a protagonist, a life that defies the heavens. No need for further explanation. I shall candidly inform you that this young master is about to make a grand display. Chapter 218. In high demand, Xiang Chen chuckled coldly, then slammed his palm upon the table, invigorating his qi. A century-old ginseng and several other medicinal herbs soared into the air. As ever, he refined pills with his bare hands. The Qi essence pill? During his seclusion, he had crafted no fewer than 1,000, and he could do so with his eyes closed. With 3 flames of true essence, he fervently refined the various herbs. The news of Xiang Chen's ability to create exquisite treasure pills with his bare hands swiftly spread among the astonished onlookers, reaching the entirety of the Alchemist Alliance. What? A 16-year-old youth refining exquisite treasure pills with empty hands? Impossible. Are you jesting? Why would I deceive you? The news has already circulated. It is happening on the 2nd floor, in the examination area of the central building. Come, let us see. Refining exquisite pills with bare hands. Xiang Chen is merely 16. No, this cannot be. If he can truly accomplish this, then I, Goei Erzi, must have grown up eating dung. Goei Erzi, my friend, you may indeed have grown up consuming refuse. Truly, the news is everywhere. If you do not believe me, go and witness it for yourself. It is truly spectacular. I must gather others to witness this. I cannot bear to experience this alone. Oh dear, to be able to refine exquisite treasure pills at 16. And I have lived to 30 only to be outdone by a mere youth. Several alchemists, feeling overwhelmed, kicked their own alchemical cauldrons in frustration. As the news spread, the entire Alchemist Alliance, from novice to master, saw thousands flocking to the 2nd floor hall, where the area for pill refinement became a sea of faces, all gazing in disbelief at the young man skillfully refining herbs with his bare hands. Lin Lian's expression darkened, as if he had just fallen into a pit of despair. How could Xiang Chen possess such terrifying talent for alchemy? What trials had he endured? Who might be his formidable mentor? Qin Rong and Fei Wuji also wore expressions as grim as stormy waters. I have heard that there is a child in our Alchemist Alliance capable of refining exquisite treasure pills with empty hands. I must see this for myself. Ah Ming, you have been stirred as well. With such a commotion, how could I not come? A bunch of rascals shouting everywhere. Old Kong, Old Kai, are you not here as well? A few hearty laughs resonated, and 3 elders clad in white alchemical robes, adorned with yellow flame patterns, approached. These 3 were all over 50 years of age. One was rather short and lean, another was robust and tall, and the last was quite portly. They were the 3 esteemed elders of the Alchemist Alliance, Ming Ming, Kong Yong, and Kai Su. Greetings to the 3 esteemed elders. The Grand Elder has attracted attention. The surrounding alchemists displayed expressions of respect and admiration as they gazed at the 3 approaching alchemists. This is troubling. These 3 old codgers are here to poach talent. Elder Feng's expression changed upon witnessing this scene. The trio entered the crowd, which parted to make way for them as they approached the assessment area. Upon seeing Xiang Chen refining pills with empty hands, they all revealed looks of astonishment. 3 flames. They exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances with one another. Elder Ming, filled with delight, remarked, "It is indeed 3 flames. Could it be that this lad possesses a tri-elemental spiritual root? Truly, he is a rare gem of talent." All 3 displayed expressions of exhilaration. Coughing, Elder Ming continued, "Old Kong, Old Kai, I recall both of you have direct disciples, yes? This young man has caught my eye. Would you be so kind as to let him come to me?" "Absolutely not," came the resounding refusal from Elders Kai and Kong, as well as Elder Feng. Elder Kai chuckled, "I believe I still have ample energy left. I can cultivate another talent for the path of alchemy." "Enough, Old Kai. Have you no shame? With that face of yours, many have taken to calling you Kai Su as a joke. I, on the other hand, am still vigorous and can nurture 10 or 8 elite talents for the noble profession of alchemy. I could live for another 50 years. No one shall snatch this young lad from me." Elder Kong retorted, his neck flushed. "You old geezers have a modicum of dignity." Elder Feng exclaimed, enraged. "In the past, all the promising talents were snatched up by you lot. I discovered Xiang Chen first. With only a decade left in my life, I still have no disciple. He is mine, and no one shall take him from me." Fuming, Elder Feng brandished his formidable treasured artifact, a magnificent golden brick he had cultivated for many years, clutched tightly in his hand. Its presence exuded an air of dominance, as if he were prepared to clash fiercely with the 3 old bandits. "Cough, cough, Old Feng, we sincerely apologize and sympathize with your plight. Wasn't it your high standards that caused this? You should resign yourself to your fate. Leave the responsibility of educating the next generation to us. We can bear the burden." The 3 elders retreated a few steps, knowing that while Elder Feng's alchemical prowess was not on par with theirs, his strength was not to be underestimated. "Indeed, Old Feng, you don't have many years left. These children are quite mischievous. A group of rascals could easily give you a heart attack, and you might lose years of life because of them. It would be unwise for you," they continued. "Just enjoy your remaining years in peace. Why tire yourself? Yes, our experience in alchemy surpasses yours, and we are perfectly suited to educate the next generation. Enjoy your life, dear elder," they insisted. Elder Feng was nearly driven to the brink by their shamelessness, and with a hum, the brick in his hand expanded to an impressive size of 5 or 6 meters, emanating an astonishing aura. The crowd retreated in fear. Hey, Old Feng, don't be impulsive." Yes, Old Feng. Remember, there are many young ones around. You wouldn't want to accidentally harm us with that brick. If you strike down the future of the Alchemist Alliance, it would be a tremendous loss. Don't act rashly." The 3 elders' expressions changed dramatically. "Get lost. Whoever dares to compete with me, I shall eliminate them," Elder Feng exclaimed, his eyes ablaze, emanating a formidable aura characteristic of one at the pinnacle of the Yuan-Yang realm. Surrounding young alchemists looked on in silence at the fierce confrontation among the elders, their hearts suffering a 1,000-fold blow from the evident favoritism displayed. "Xiang Chen, my ancestor, are you perhaps a celestial being descended from the immortal realm? Must you vie for attention amongst us mere mortals?" Witnessing this scene, Qin Rong trembled with anger, her gaze filled with resentment and jealousy directed at Xiang Chen. Elder Ming, one of the mentors she most desired to apprentice under, was now competing for Xiang Chen's favor. How could her small, envious heart not harbor hatred? "Look, he is condensing his elixir. Unbelievable. It has barely been 20 minutes. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixated on Xiang Chen, who was indeed in the process of condensing the elixir, preparing to form the mystical seal. "Silence. Close your mouths. Do not disturb my disciple's alchemical work. If anyone causes him to falter, I shall flay them alive," Elder Ming bellowed, his voice overshadowing all others. Having already claimed Xiang Chen as his disciple without even seeking his consent. "That shameless old fool, he is my disciple." A cacophony erupted among the elders as they argued over Xiang Chen's apprenticeship. Meanwhile, laughter resounded from the 3rd floor. "Ha! The soul spirit elixir. I have finally succeeded in concocting it. That little brat did not deceive me after all." The boisterous laughter reverberated, shaking the entire floor as an incredible surge of spiritual energy emanated from the 3rd floor, drawing in vast amounts of spiritual essence from outside. The previously raucous elders fell silent in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a flash, they transformed into streaks of light and ascended to the 3rd floor. vanishing from the second. The crowd below, still in shock over Xiang Chen, was left bewildered. Soon, the elders appeared outside a room, where an abundance of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly inside. Inside, an elderly man danced with joy, cradling a radiant golden elixir surrounded by 7 shimmering rings of light, his face alight with exhilaration. The soul spirit elixir has been successfully crafted, Elder Kong exclaimed in astonishment as the others hurried forward. Master, you have succeeded in creating the soul spirit elixir? Elder Ming questioned, astonished. Indeed, it is the soul spirit elixir, and of superior quality. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Master. We now have a 3rd-tier elixir master in our alchemist alliance. They cheered enthusiastically. The old man's eyes squinted into crescents as he proudly showcased the soul spirit elixir to his old friends. From now on, our alchemist alliance shall no longer be oppressed by those old fogies from the Scorpion Nation. I have discovered the method to successfully concoct the soul spirit elixir. Master, you must not be modest, Elder Kai said with a sly grin. Indeed, Master, please share the secret of your success. The others eagerly pressed, including Elder Fei, another spiritual-level alchemist, who had approached to inquire as well. Old Feng sighed, his expression filled with despondency. It seemed he would never have the opportunity to concoct a spiritual elixir in his lifetime. Even if the Hall Master had discovered the method for successfully refining the soul spirit pill, it was destined to remain beyond his reach. Oh, but I cannot divulge this to you, the elder remarked as he tucked away the soul spirit pill with a smile. Come now, Hall Master, we've been brothers for decades. Who are we to each other? One of the others urged. Indeed, if you refuse to share the successful method, do you believe we one team make your reputation suffer? We could very well strip you of your garments and leave you in Widow Zhang's courtyard, and before dawn, an announcement would spread throughout the Great Shang. The Hall Master has been caught in an affair with Widow Zhang. Elder Ming threatened outright. Yes, what a splendid idea, Old Ming. How did you come up with that? The others chimed in, their laughter ringing out as they closed in on the elder. The old man's countenance shifted, and he took a few steps back, exclaiming, You truly are ruthless. We have been brothers for years. Such harmless jesting is merely in good fun. I am not withholding the method. Rather, it was imparted to me by another. I encountered a remarkable young lad, and had it not been for his guidance, I would have wandered in the dark for countless years. If I am to share this method with you, I must first obtain his permission. The elder explained with a wry smile. Imparted by another? The group paused, surprised. Elder Kong furrowed his brow and remarked, There cannot possibly be anyone in the Great Shang with greater alchemical skills than you. You might find it hard to believe, but it is indeed a child. I approached it with a spirit of experimentation, never imagining it would yield success. By the way, he may still be within our alchemist alliance. As long as he consents, I can certainly pass the knowledge to you, the elder continued. One could not help but admire the virtue of this elder, for he was none other than Li Tianqing, the Hall Master of the Alchemist Alliance. Such a matter truly exists. The others exchanged glances, their skepticism evident. It worked. Xiang Chen has actually succeeded. My heavens. An exquisite true qi pill, refined from nothing but sheer skill. What a prodigy. This is utterly astonishing. At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted from downstairs. What is happening below? Elder Li inquired, his brow furrowing. Old Li, do congratulate me. I have discovered a gifted disciple to inherit my alchemical legacy. Elder Ming exclaimed with a grin. Old thief Ming. Elder Ming had yet to finish his sentence when an authoritative shout rang out nearby. Suddenly, a massive golden brick, measuring a yard in size, flew through the air and struck him on the head with a resounding thud. Ah! Elder Ming cried out in agony, blood gushing from his head as he collapsed, his eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. Old Feng retrieved the golden brick, reducing it to a foot in size, and fainted as well. By heavens, Old Ming! The others recoiled in shock, hastily distancing themselves from Old Feng. Old Feng, let us discuss this amicably. Why did you use your mountain suppression seal on Old Ming? Elder Li exclaimed, startled as he gazed at Feng, who held the golden brick. Hall Master, this old rascal is truly insufferable. I've only lived for a mere decade or so, and now that I've finally found a disciple I cherish, he seeks to snatch him away. This old thief is intent on severing my alchemical lineage. Old Feng lamented, wiping the blood from the brick on Elder Ming's unconscious garments. What disciple has captured your attention? Why would you go so far as to use the mountain suppression seal on Old Ming? Elder Li asked in astonishment. Ah, Master, It is not only old Feng and old Ming who have taken a liking to him. We too have our eyes on him. I wish to take him as my closed-door disciple. That young lad possesses exceptional talent in alchemy, with remarkable control over fire and an acute sense of perception. Elder Kai remarked with a smile. Do you dare to compete with me? Old Feng glared fiercely, kicking aside his longtime comrade who lay unconscious on the ground. The bond of brotherhood had become rather superficial. Come now, you are all grown men. Is it not shameful to quarrel over a disciple? Master Li said, striding towards the door. I must see what sort of disciple could incite such rivalry among you. Is he a three-headed, six-armed being, or what? The group proceeded to the balcony on the third floor, overlooking the crowd, where they beheld Xiang Chen, who had just completed a true qi pill. That's him. This young lad can forge a true qi pill with his bare hands, and even produce top-tier ones, Old Feng pointed out. Elder Li's smile faltered as he gazed in astonishment at Xiang Chen. Is it truly this young fellow? Old Feng, puzzled, inquired, Master, do you know him? Elder Li's expression turned peculiar as he looked at Old Feng and chuckled awkwardly. Old Feng, perhaps I should help you find another candidate. There are others who are equally talented. I too have no personal disciple, after all. Old Feng's smile froze, and suddenly, without hesitation, a brick struck Elder Li's face with blinding speed. Bang! Ah! Master Li's eyes rolled back, leaving him momentarily dazed. You dare to compete with me for a disciple? I shall reveal to the world your scandalous affair with Widow Zhang that lasted a mere 2.5 minutes 3 years ago. Chapter 220. A resounding slap in the face. Old Feng felt disheartened. After much effort to find a disciple, a top-tier genius at that, he was beset by so many old geezers coveting him. Below, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the crystalline true qi pill in Xiang Chen's palm, radiating with a luminous aura, disbelief etched on their faces. He forged a top-tier true qi pill with his bare hands. What defines a genius? What constitutes a prodigy? This is it. How could this be? How could this be? Qin Rong's complexion turned pale as she stumbled backward, nearly colliding with someone, her enchanting eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the pill in Xiang Chen's hand. Fei Wuji and the several young alchemists who had clashed with Xiang Chen earlier gazed in shock at the top-tier true qi pill. How could this fellow possess such extraordinary talent in alchemy? Is he truly only 16 years old? All felt their pride as alchemists thoroughly shattered. The white-haired one is truly remarkable. Li Baobao was equally astonished, her gaze fixed on Xiang Chen. Having successfully forged a top-tier second-grade pill herself, she had already garnered attention. Yet in this moment, all of her brilliance was eclipsed by Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen turned to Qin Rong, his demeanor indifferent. Qin Rong, what do you have to say? Do you dare to flaunt your average-grade pill before me? There are countless individuals in this world who surpass you. Do not view others through the narrow lens of your own limitations. Impossible! 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 Qin Rong shrieked, her eyes ablaze with fury as she glared at Mu Feng. Oh, just stay calm and allow me to engrave a turtle on your face, Xiang Chen sneered, his sharp claws extending as he approached Qin Rong. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at the young alchemists beside Qin Rong, as well as at Fei Wuji, and mockingly declared, And you, my sons, do not forget to call me father. The expressions of the young alchemists darkened, rendered speechless. I refuse to accept defeat, Xiang Chen. I challenge you to another alchemy contest. This time we shall refine a 4th-grade treasure pill. Qin Rong shouted, her anger directed at Xiang Chen. Do you dare to compete with me? I do not believe you can produce a 4th-grade treasure pill. Qin Rong was unwilling to concede to Xiang Chen. A 4th-grade pill? Very well. Today I shall ensure your defeat is utterly convincing. Xiang Chen replied with a cold smirk. The crowd was astonished. A 4th-grade treasure pill already belonged to the mid-tier of treasure pills. Many elders within the Alchemist Alliance possessed no greater alchemical skills than this. Qin Rong approached the assessment position, where the materials for the 4th-grade pill were nowhere to be found. She retrieved her precious furnace, inhaled deeply, and began to stoke the flames. Xiang Chen, with an indifferent demeanor, remarked, Allow me to guide you through 2 steps. Arrogant, junior sister Qin. You must surpass him. Encouraged several young alchemists supporting Qin Rong, their voices rising in fervor. Qin Rong tossed the medicinal materials into the furnace, initiating the refinement process. After a quarter of an hour, the materials began to dissolve, followed by nurturing and extraction. After half an hour, Qin Rong commenced the fusion of the medicinal liquid to form the pill. A little over 10 minutes later, the pill was successfully condensed. As she channeled her true energy, Her hand gestures shifted, and streams of true energy pill patterns transformed into beams of light, penetrating the furnace to commence the final step. At this moment, Xiang Chen began his own alchemical endeavor. With a loud exclamation, Xiang Chen called out, "Come forth." "No, I misspoke. The cauldron, come forth." A resounding thud echoed as a crimson alchemical cauldron materialized upon the ground. This cauldron was a 6th-grade treasure cauldron, borrowed from the Gongsun family, as he could not casually reveal the mysterious ancient cauldron within him to the public eye. From his palm, 3 flavors of true fire erupted, flooding into the cauldron. The cauldron instantly began to heat up, and Xiang Chen hurled one medicinal material after another into it. With the enhanced potency of the true fire, the materials merged into a medicinal liquid in just over 10 minutes, a speed far surpassing Qin Rong's. Subsequently, as the medicinal liquid merged, the wood-flavored true fire transformed and nurtured it, condensing it rapidly from a large mass into a pill. Once the pill was formed, Xiang Chen concentrated his true energy, altering his hand gestures to manifest pill patterns, which surged into the cauldron, initiating the final step. Both individuals were now engaged in the pattern condensation phase. Yet Xiang Chen's alchemical speed was so swift that the audience fell silent, their eyes fixed upon the 2 alchemists. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Qin Rong struck her furnace, causing the lid to fly off, and a radiant light burst forth, landing in her palm. A pure white pill appeared in her hand, emanating 7 rings of pill patterns. This 7th-tier pill was of superior quality, a 4th-grade treasure pill. "Excellent. Well done, junior sister Qin. Ha ha ha. This time that fellow surely cannot surpass you." The supporters of Qin Rong erupted in joy, their confidence restored. The distinction between the 3rd and 4th ranks is significant. Alchemists of the 3rd rank and above are referred to as mid-tier alchemists, while those below the 3rd rank are known as low-tier alchemists. Qin Rong, too, revealed a renewed smile of confidence. However, her joy was premature. At that moment, Xiang Chen chuckled softly and struck the alchemical cauldron. With a resounding boom, 2 beams of light surged forth, transforming into 2 semi-translucent pills that landed gracefully in his palm, emanating a radiant aura of 9 rings. They were exquisite, truly pure pills. In that instant, the triumphant smile on Qin Rong's face froze once more. Everyone present was riveted, their gazes fixed on the 2 exquisite pills in Xiang Chen's hand. 2 pills, both of exceptional quality. From a single set of materials, he had managed to refine 2 truly pure pills, both of the highest grade. This was utterly astounding. The atmosphere was once again charged with shock and disbelief. Qin Rong's smile had completely stiffened. One of her true pure pills fell from her grasp, hitting the ground with a sound akin to a falling bead. This little scoundrel. Fei Wuji was red with fury. He could not produce such quality pills himself. Qin Rong, what more can you say? Xiang Chen sneered as he collected the pills. Qin Rong's face turned pale, rendering her speechless. Suddenly, with a shriek, she clutched her head and turned to flee, unable to bear the weight of today as humiliation. Thinking to escape? In your dreams, Xiang Chen scoffed. And in a sudden burst of speed, he propelled himself over 20 meters, delivering a merciless kick to Qin Rong's back. She coughed up blood and was sent flying, only for Xiang Chen to follow through with a second step, directly stepping onto her slender, pale neck. "Let me go?" Qin Rong shrieked. Others finally reacted. "Presumptuous. Xiang Chen, release junior sister Qin Rong at once." Fei Wuji roared. "Guards, quickly seize Xiang Chen," he bellowed to the surrounding guards. "If I let you go, Qin Rong, have you forgotten our wager? You lost, and I intend to carve a turtle on your face." Xiang Chen sneered, his fingers extending into sharp claws, swirling with the essence of true yin energy. "No, Xiang Chen, I am your sworn sister. You cannot treat me this way." Qin Rong shouted in fury. At her words, Xiang Chen's expression shifted to one of disdain, his voice icy. "Wretched woman, you remember you were once my sworn sister? Then why do you forget how you cast me into the fire, betraying my mother? Compared to Lin Lian, my hatred for you, the one I once regarded as an elder sister, is far greater. Today, I shall mark you with this turtle. Not even Jesus can save you. Mark my words." As he spoke, Xiang Chen's claws began to carve into Qin Rong's beautiful face, blood gushing forth, flesh splitting open. Qin Rong screamed in agony. Her face, centered around her nose, was indeed marred by the image of a turtle, blood splattering everywhere. Her entire visage was utterly disfigured. "Ah!" Qin Rong wailed. rolling on the ground as she covered her face. Xiang Chen chuckled coldly. His claws were laced with poison, ensuring her face would never recover, leaving only scars. This was the most brutal punishment for this woman. To kill her? No, that would not suffice to quench his hatred. Junior Sister Qin. This individual possesses an unyielding heart, capable of inflicting harm upon the stunning Senior Sister Qin. That devil, Xiang Chen. Some young women turn pale with fright. There are those who cherish beauty, perhaps even more than life itself. Ah, Xiang Chen, should you dare to mar my visage, I shall take your life. Qin Rong, upon gazing into the mirror, beheld her face marred by horrific wounds, forming a grotesque pattern reminiscent of a tortoise. An overwhelming fury erupted within her chest. Grasping a long sword, she charged forth in a fit of rage, her vital energy surging, the sword radiating an imposing aura, her cultivation at the 8th level of the divine concealment. Xiang Chen, with a cold smirk, swiftly evaded her chaotic strike with a mere step, finding himself beside Qin Rong. Subsequently, he executed a spinning kick, landing a brutal blow to her face. A chilling scream escaped her lips as blood poured forth, her pristine teeth mingling with crimson as she was sent flying by the force of the kick. Her eyes widened in shock, rolling back as she collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. Impudence. Lin Lian, seething with rage, could no longer restrain herself. A powerful surge of true energy at the Yuan-Yang realm erupted from her, manifesting as a massive azure palm imprint that soared towards Xiang Chen with incredible speed. Xiang Chen's expression shifted. The strike was too swift for him to evade. With a roar, he transformed into a werewolf, wielding the dragon-quelling demon blade to parry the impending attack. Crash! The blade met the palm imprint. Yet the force of his strike could not possibly withstand the onslaught from a Yuan-Yang realm master. Boom! An explosive sound reverberated as the true energy erupted, sending Xiang Chen's dragon-quelling demon blade flying, causing him to spew blood as he was propelled 10 meters away, crashing to the ground. The disparity in realms was insurmountable. Dare to harm my daughter, and I shall end your life. Lin Lian bellowed, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Seizing the opportune moment, she vowed to eliminate Xiang Chen. The azure true energy coalesced into a blade of light, several meters long, slicing through the air with tremendous power. Dare to slay my disciple, and I shall crush you. Yet at that moment, a more terrifying aura erupted, illuminating the building as the defensive array activated. Boom! A golden slab, measuring over 10 meters, descended with a radiant glow, hurtling towards them. Bang! The imprint contained an unfathomable force, akin to a mountain crashing down. Lin Lian's countenance changed drastically as her attack was obliterated by the imprint, which then struck her with tremendous force. Ah! Lin Lian screamed in agony, her bones shattering under the impact as she was slammed to the second-floor ground, the sound echoing ominously. Had it not been for the protective array, the building would surely have collapsed. Elder Feng waved his sleeve, the slab returning to a palm-sized form, promptly landing beside Xiang Chen, who had reverted to his human form, gazing at Elder Feng in astonishment. Chener, are you unscathed? Quickly, take this 9th-grade life-renewing elixir. Elder Feng, believing Xiang Chen to be gravely injured, hastily placed the elixir into his mouth, urging him to swallow it. Though Xiang Chen had suffered significant internal injuries, the dragon-quelling demon blade had mitigated the brunt of the impact, rendering it non-fatal. Coughing up a mouthful of congealed blood, he reassured Elder Feng. Thank you for your concern. I am fine. The true energy within him had already begun to mend his wounds. Elder Feng's willingness to assist him and his evident concern left Xiang Chen somewhat taken aback. No worries, just wait. I shall step forward on your behalf. Elder Feng, without allowing Xiang Chen to respond, directly acknowledged him as his disciple, brandishing a brick with a grim expression as he approached Lin Lian, whom he had just sent flying. Lin Lian rose to her feet, coughing up blood. Numerous bones within her body were fractured, and her internal organs were injured. She was also a formidable warrior at the 7th level of the Yuan-Yang realm, yet she had refrained from unleashing her full power against Xiang Chen. Dare you kill my disciple? Are you seeking death? Elder Feng declared, wielding the brick with an overwhelming aura of peak Yuan-Yang strength. His status rendered him unafraid of royal authority or Lin Lian herself. Lin Lian, infuriated, exclaimed, Elder Feng, what are you doing? Xiang Chen is not your disciple. Previously he was not, but now he is, Lin Lian. Do you think the Alchemist Alliance is a place for your arrogance? Leave at once. Elder Feng roared. his fury palpable as he enlarged the brick and struck downward with tremendous force. Stop! Steward Zhou, unleashing his 9th level of true essence, intercepted Elder Feng's formidable descent with a blade, yet the force persisted, relentless and overwhelming. A thunderous wave erupted, causing the entire building to tremble. Steward Zhou's expression shifted in astonishment. The old alchemist possessed such strength. Old Feng, show some mercy. At that moment, several individuals descended from upstairs, including the pair hall master, who had a swollen forehead from Elder Feng's previous strike. Elder Feng then snorted coldly and withdrew his artifact. Steward Zhou sighed in relief and hurried back to Lin Lian's side. Leave. The Alchemist Alliance shall not welcome you henceforth, Elder Feng warned sternly. Lin Lian's face turned a deep shade of rage. Her fists clenched tightly as she shot a venomous glare at both Xiang Chen and Elder Feng. Subsequently, she unleashed her true essence, lifting the unconscious Qin Rong and departing. Xiang Chen observed Lin Lian's exit with cold indifference, cross-legged to refine the astounding medicinal power within his body to restore himself. He would eventually deal with these two women personally. Meanwhile, all eyes shifted back to Xiang Chen, the one stirring the storm, along with the elders surrounding him. Salutations to the hall master and the 4 esteemed elders. The numerous alchemists respectfully bowed. Old man Li Bauer rushed forward, clasping the pair hall master's arm. The pair hall master affectionately ruffled her hair, turning her gaze to Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen also stood, meeting the eyes of the elders, who regarded him with warm smiles. Esteemed seniors, Xiang Chen clasped his fists in salute. Ah, not bad, judging by your bone age. You are merely 16, the pair hall master remarked with a smile. You old fellows, do not harbor any unruly thoughts, Elder Feng warned, protectively positioning himself in front of Xiang Chen, still clutching the brick. Old Feng, what are you saying? We have all agreed to let Xiang Chen be yours. We would never truly contest with you, Elder Ming chuckled, rubbing the large bump on his head. Humph, at least you have a conscience, Elder Feng finally smiled, retracting the brick. Young one, thank you for your guidance, the pair hall master said, her eyes twinkling as her voice echoed in Xiang Chen's mind. It appears the elder has succeeded. Congratulations, Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Chapter 222. Departing from the Xia family, the master of the pair hall refrained from publicly stating that Xiang Chen had guided him to successfully refine a 3rd-grade spiritual pill, which was, in essence, a form of protection for Xiang Chen. Of course, there was also a hint of pride at stake. After all, living for over a century, it was somewhat humiliating to be instructed by a younger generation. My dear Chen, consider becoming my disciple. I shall undoubtedly impart all my life's knowledge and experience to you, Elder Feng said earnestly, gazing at Xiang Chen with sincerity. Ah, Xiang Chen, you are still young. Your talent in alchemy is remarkable, yet a solid foundation is paramount, though I may not compare to the others. When it comes to the mastery of alchemy among the treasure-level pill masters, we may not surpass Elder Feng. You should heed his guidance, Elder Ming sighed, rubbing his still aching head. To heed his guidance? The phrase sounded rather convoluted to Xiang Chen. Looking into Elder Feng's earnest and fervent eyes, he found it difficult to refuse. Although his knowledge of alchemy was indeed vast, surpassing the standards of this continent, he felt compelled to accept the offer. Since you hold me in such high regard, how could I possibly decline? Xiang Chen, I pay my respects to you, master. With a cupped fist and a bow, he acknowledged Elder Feng. After all, the elder had recently intervened to save him, and such unwavering support made refusal seem ungracious. Furthermore, accepting this mentor might even allow him to assist the elder in return. Ha ha ha, splendid. A good child indeed, Elder Feng exclaimed, overly excited, as he hastily helped Xiang Chen to his feet, finding the young man increasingly agreeable. Finally, he would have a successor to carry on his alchemical legacy before his departure from this world. Taking on a disciple was a highly rigorous endeavor for alchemists. They would not accept just anyone, even if they were talented. Many would rather take their knowledge to the grave than allow someone to tarnish their esteemed reputation. Elder Feng, you have struck a remarkable bargain this time. In the future, Xiang Chen's alchemical prowess may well surpass your own, Elder Ming lamented. Enough, enough. I will share with you my 18 top-tier treasure pill formulas and 4 spiritual pill recipes. Shall we drink together tonight? Elder Feng replied. Not only will he surpass you, just wait and see. Chen will undoubtedly outshine all of you old fellows in the future. Haha, with the conclusion of this Alchemist Alliance competition, all students who pass the assessment should collect their qualification badges from the supervising teachers, the master of the pair hall announced to everyone. At this, the crowd dispersed, many casting astonished glances at Xiang Chen, a 16-year-old fourth-grade treasure pill master capable of refining supreme-grade pills, an unprecedented feat in the great merchant's alchemical world. Xiang Chen's name was destined to echo throughout the realm of alchemy in the great merchant. Xiang Chen, since you have acknowledged Elder Feng as your master, why not join our alchemist alliance directly? The master of the pair hall inquired with a smile. Indeed, let us welcome you, white-haired one, to the alchemist alliance. Pair Bayer further encouraged. Xiang Chen frowned and asked, are there any restrictions to joining the alchemist alliance? He was not fond of constraints that might limit his freedom. There are not many restrictions, though there are indeed some rules, Elder Feng replied. The Lord of Pairs remarked. Joining the alchemist alliance means you will become one of its members, enjoying considerable freedom. Each year, you are only required to submit a small quantity of the elixirs you have crafted. Furthermore, the alliance holds the priority to purchase any elixirs produced by its alchemists. In instances where the alliance necessitates your services, you will be obliged to comply, although you may refuse ordinary tasks. Of course, the advantages are plentiful: a monthly stipend, access to superior recipes and alchemical patterns, and necessary herbs and resources provided at minimal cost by the alliance. Moreover, you will be under the protection of the alliance, which is undoubtedly one of the most formidable forces on this continent. However, upon joining the alchemist alliance, you cannot affiliate with any other faction, nor can you engage with rival powers. I shall refrain from joining, as it compromises my freedom. Xiang Chen promptly declined, particularly disliking the notion of being subject to others' commands. The Lord of Pairs was taken aback, not anticipating such a direct rejection from Xiang Chen. Elder Feng chuckled. If you choose not to join, so be it. Should you wish to join in the future, you may speak to these old fellows. They are my longtime companions. Indeed, Xiang Chen nodded in agreement. Elder Feng then summoned someone to present a moon-white alchemist's robe adorned with alchemical patterns, stating, "This is your alchemist robe, along with this badge." In his hand, he held a badge featuring an intricately carved crimson cauldron motif, accompanied by 4 starlet points. This is your level 4 alchemist qualification badge. Elder Feng personally affixed it to Xiang Chen's attire. Thank you, Master, Xiang Chen smiled. With this emblem, he could now legally operate an apothecary and sell elixirs without fear. Elder Feng, you have acquired an exceptional disciple. Should we not celebrate at the Tianxiang wine house? Elder Kai laughed heartily. Haha, let us go. Today, I am in high spirits, and you may indulge freely in the treasures of the Tianxiang wine house. Chener, you must join us. Elder Feng was in excellent spirits. Master, I shall pass. Enjoy your time with old friends. I will return home. By the way, here is my future address. Should you wish to find me, do not hesitate to visit. I will arrange accommodations for you. Xiang Chen wrote down the address of the Wind Dust Manor and handed it to Elder Feng. Very well. I will come to reside there and guide you in the ways of alchemy. Elder Feng nodded. After bidding farewell to Elder Feng, Xiang Chen departed from the Alchemist Alliance and rode his dragon steed back to the Xia family. Naturally, he said his farewells to Xia Yunlong, third sister Xia He, and Shuer, while his mother had already made arrangements to leave in advance. Shuer wept and clung to him, unwilling to see him go, prompting Xiang Chen to promise he would visit her often. As he completely severed ties with the Xia family and rode alone towards the Wind Dust Manor, he felt an unprecedented sense of liberation. From this moment forth, he would no longer be bound by any faction or individual. He would carve out a realm of his own. Laughing heartily as he exited, he proclaimed, "Are we mere weeds in the wind?" Xiang Chen laughed exuberantly, galloping towards the Wind Dust Manor, no longer concerned with the opinions of the Xia family, whether they favored him or despised him. In the Dan Master Alliance, the news of Xiang Chen passing the assessment to become a level 4 alchemist, thus being hailed as the youngest level 4 alchemist in the illustrious history of the Great Merchant Alchemist Alliance, rapidly circulated among the elite circles of the Great Merchant. Countless individuals acquainted with Xiang Chen found it utterly astonishing. This fellow, not only possessing extraordinary talent in martial arts, but also achieving the rank of a level 4 alchemist at the tender age of 16. Alchemists were vying to take him as their disciple. The announcement of this achievement undoubtedly sent shockwaves through many. Henceforth, it would be impossible for anyone to face Xiang Chen and utter the word waste again. He was not merely devoid of worth. Rather, he had emerged as a dazzling top-tier genius. With this, Xiang Chen was poised to embark on his plan of retribution. Chapter 223. Future plans at the Wind Dust Manor. Xiang Chen stood before the grand entrance of the estate he had acquired, observing that the doors had been freshly painted a resplendent crimson, and the surrounding weeds had been meticulously cleared away. It appeared pristine and orderly. At the entrance stood 2 guards, clad in immaculate black martial robes, exuding an air of elegance and authority. These 2 individuals were formidable, both possessing innate power, and were among the 25 recruits brought in by Zhao Mu. "Young master," they greeted with deep respect upon seeing Xiang Chen. "Uncle Ma, Uncle Lu, thank you for your hard work. Here is your New Year's red envelope. May you have a joyous New Year," Xiang Chen replied with a smile, tossing 2 red envelopes towards them. Each envelope contained 500 gold coins and notes. "Haha, it is our duty. Thank you, young master, and Happy New Year." They chuckled, accepting the envelopes with a bow. As Xiang Chen entered the manor, he beheld that the entire estate had undergone a complete renovation. The interiors were immaculate, the ground was free from the clutter of fallen leaves, and the weeds had been thoroughly removed. Every courtyard had been refurbished, and the waters of the small lake within were now crystal clear, free from debris. The entire area was festooned with decorations, having transformed completely. In one square, over 20 maidservants and male attendants stood respectfully, their heads bowed as they listened to Su Qing's instructions. These individuals were newly recruited servants. The courtyard surrounding the ancient well had also been entirely renovated, resulting in the construction of a residence spanning over 400 square meters. The area around the ancient well was transformed into a sealed stone chamber, rich in the essence of the earth, contained to prevent its spread. The essence of the earth, while detrimental to mortals and potentially impacting their lifespan, was abundant here. Xiang Chen mused that with his solitary cultivation, he could hardly exhaust it. Within the vast legacy of the myriad demons' sacred canon, there existed teachings on formations, and it would be prudent to set up a spiritual gathering array and a great 5 elements array here, transforming the essence of the earth into a form conducive to cultivation. Xiang Chen contemplated that despite the sealing of the earth well, the presence of residents had infused the manor with vitality, though a lingering aura of darkness still hovered. Formations were a unique realm crafted by cultivators through the study of the dynamics of heaven and earth, terrain, and environment, possessing the power to alter the very fabric of reality. Formations could be categorized into various types: defensive formations, killing arrays, cultivation formations, trapping arrays, bewildering formations, and combat formations. Broadly divided into 2 main categories: formations and magical arrays. What distinguishes formations from arrays? Formations are established using spirit stones or crafted foundational elements, such as array platforms and flags, to create a realm that harnesses the forces of heaven and earth. In contrast, an array is constructed by practitioners utilizing their own true energy to inscribe array patterns, forming a domain. Typically, the power of an array is lesser than that of a formation. The vast compendium of the myriad demons, known as the Myriad Demons Sacred Text, contains an abundance of knowledge regarding the art of formations. The wealth of knowledge within this sacred text is so extensive that, at present, the strength of Xiang Chen's soul renders him hesitant to fully absorb it. He can only grasp fragments that align with his existing memories, lest he be overwhelmed by the overwhelming legacy of the demon race. With his current cultivation level and soul strength, he has only assimilated the knowledge pertaining to the array art within the spirit formation. Furthermore, formations possess varying tiers of complexity. The most basic is the Xian formation, followed by the Ling formation, and the more advanced formations of heaven and earth, which are categorized into earth and heaven levels, with even higher tiers possessing the might to alter the very fabric of time and space. However, Xiang Chen has yet to dedicate himself to the meticulous study of the art of formations. Nevertheless, based on his inherited experience, arranging simpler formations should pose no challenge. At that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside, interrupting Xiang Chen's contemplation. "Master, we have arrived. Young master, congratulations on your new abode." Laughter rang out as an elderly gentleman clad in white and a young woman in green, accompanied by a multitude of over 100 people, made their entrance into the Fengshan Manor. "Qingfeng, old Hua." Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with delight as he welcomed the group. Qingfeng approached with a smile, stating, "The master mentioned he would send you 100 alchemists, and here they are. 10 first to third rank alchemists and 90 alchemy apprentices. The future development depends on you." Addressing the 100 alchemists behind her, Qingfeng declared, From this day forth, Xiang Chen shall be your new young master. You are no longer under the command of our myriad medicine pavilion. You shall obey only his orders. Greetings, young master. The crowd respectfully acknowledged him. All of them had been cultivated by the myriad medicine pavilion and were accustomed to following its directives. Please rise, Xiang Chen nodded in response. Old Hua gestured toward a group of 20 black-clad warriors behind him, saying with a smile, these individuals are the guardians sent by the pavilion master. All at various levels of innate cultivation, from the 1st to the 9th realm. From now on, Xiang Chen will be your new young master, and you shall heed only his commands. The latter part of his statement was directed at the 20 martial cultivators. Greetings, young master. They bowed respectfully. There is no need for such formalities. We are all family from this point onward, Xiang Chen said with a smile. His expression then turned serious as he continued. I do not require knowledge of your former names. However, from this day forward, having crossed this threshold, you must forsake your previous surnames. Henceforth, you shall bear but one surname, Xiang. To foster a sense of belonging and unity within this emerging familial power, the alteration of surnames was essential. This practice explains why nearly all families delineate between direct and collateral bloodlines. In the future, Xiang Chen's descendants will belong to the direct line, while they will be considered collateral. Understood. The assembly responded in unison. Old Hua, Sister Qingfeng, since you are here, let us share a meal together, Xiang Chen remarked with a smile. Naturally, neither of them would decline, and Old Hua even intended to accompany Xiang Chen from that moment on. As the banquet commenced, a variety of exquisite dishes were presented by the servants. Sister Qingfeng inquired, Second Master, what are your current plans? Xiang Chen replied with a smile. I intend to conduct intensive training for that group of alchemists, imparting to them some alchemical formulas, thereby establishing my own potion workshop. This will serve as a long-term economic foundation. He continued, by the way, Sister Qingfeng, I would like to request your assistance through the influence of the Wan Yao Pavilion to help me find a cadre of top chefs, as I also plan to venture into the restaurant business. Qingfeng smiled radiantly, saying, that is certainly no problem. Haha, thank you. Just watch how I will swiftly construct a commercial empire. Xiang Chen raised his glass in toast to the two. They clinked their glasses and drank, subsequently engaging in conversation. Su Qing quietly sat beside her son, refraining from interjecting, her gaze filled with tender light as she silently observed him. She could scarcely believe that her son, through his own abilities, had befriended so many illustrious figures of commerce. Previously, the Gongsun family had even come to bestow gifts of money, weapons, and various furnishings. Her son was indeed the hope of the Xiang family, the pride of the Xiang lineage. After Sister Qingfeng departed, Old Hua remained behind. Xiang Chen promptly imparted the cultivation method of the 3 flavors true fire to Old Hua, instructing him to pass it on to the group of alchemists. Simultaneously, Xiang Chen prepared several unique alchemical formulas, meticulously detailing the refining methods and specifics to be entrusted to Old Hua. These formulas were for some of the most popular and sought-after medicinal pills, such as cultivation elixirs, recovery potions, and detoxifying healing pills. However, the efficacy of these pills far surpassed those commonly circulated by the merchants. The reason he crafted only top-tier pills was that the recorded methods were inherently designed for the refinement of premium-grade potions. Not long after, Sister Qingfeng indeed sourced 20 top chefs for him. Xiang Chen compiled recipes from various culinary traditions he had mastered in his past life, which were non-existent in this world, and entrusted them to these chefs. Upon perusing Xiang Chen's recipes, the chefs were profoundly astonished. Many of the cooking methods, dishes, and spices were entirely unfamiliar to them. With a team in place, Xiang Chen began to invest in acquiring premises and storefronts. His primary goal was to establish a robust economic enterprise to counteract the Lin family. Thus, he strategically purchased properties along the same street as the Lin family's establishments, even acquiring some that were directly opposite or adjacent to them. How infuriating. However, all these activities were conducted discreetly. Until the grand opening, no one knew the true purpose of these renovated storefronts. Xiang Chen sold half of the batch of premium True Qi pills he had frantically refined over the past month to the Wan Yao Pavilion, garnering an initial capital of 200,000 gold coins. Although the Wan Yao Pavilion was willing to assist him free of charge, Xiang Chen maintained his integrity, refusing to take advantage of others or rely on their charity. Although investment opportunities are available, he is reluctant to allow others to control his shares at this moment. Wan Yao Gu is not solely Qin Feng's. It is a formidable power with chains spreading across the vast territories of the 9 provinces. Xiang Chen took out 100,000 and commenced the construction of a commercial street in the expansive area outside Fengchen Manor. It is worth mentioning that the vicinity of Fengchen Manor is sparsely populated, with most areas being open spaces where land can be purchased for unrestricted construction. The commercial street aims to attract foot traffic, with some shops operated by his own personnel, while others can be leased to external vendors. Furthermore, Xiang Chen established a collaborative relationship with the Gongsun family, presenting them with a batch of unique blade patterns and design blueprints. He intends to train his own people to complete the final construction of the blade patterns. While the Gongsun family is responsible for the most challenging aspect of the forging process, with profits shared equally, while Xiang Chen fervently works behind the scenes to build his commercial empire. News of his departure from the Xia family soon reached the ears of those factions eager to eliminate him. This little beast has moved away from the Xia family. Surely, he is not residing among the formidable powers of Wan Yao Gu? Lin Lian inquired excitedly within the Xiangwang mansion. Miss, it can be confirmed that he is indeed not there. The place he occupies is rather remote and sparsely populated, and we have not detected any prominent Yuan Yang realm experts or guardians of Wan Yao Gu nearby, replied Zhou Ji, the steward. Excellent. Having severed ties with the Xia family, this boy is rendered powerless without their protective veil, Lin Lian exclaimed with delight, sensing that fate had presented her with an opportunity to eliminate Xiang Chen. Mother, he must be killed. This little beast has marred my beauty. I shall never be able to face anyone again, Qin Rong declared with venom, her visage transformed into a horrifying sight. Though her wounds had healed, they left behind indelible dark scars that coalesced into the pattern of a tortoise on her face. Qin Rong even resorted to wearing a veil, no longer daring to show her face to the world. For a woman once deemed beautiful, to suffer such disfigurement is a fate worse than death. The youthful elites who once surrounded her, including individuals like Jiao Wuji, have vanished from her life. Lin Lian's expression darkened as she stated, "This boy is destined to die. Steward Zhou, please ensure to gather more intelligence discreetly regarding whether any experts are hiding in his vicinity." Understood, Steward Zhou nodded and retreated. Inside the cultivation chamber of Fengchen Manor, a dense aura of earth's Yin enveloped Xiang Chen, who held a crystal-clear stone in his hand. It was a spirit stone. As he channeled his true energy, it coalesced into unique sigils that flowed into the spirit stone, which in turn formed a distinctive, true energy pattern within. Using the spirit stone as a vessel, he endeavored to consolidate array symbols, aiming to establish formations with the spirit stones. Currently, his cultivation level and soul force allowed him to generate top-tier mysterious array symbols. However, just as the array symbol began to take shape, it immediately dissipated within the spirit stone, indicating a failure. Nevertheless, Xiang Chen remained undeterred, continuing to concentrate on the array symbols. After several attempts, he finally succeeded, achieving cohesion. Xiang Chen proceeded to inscribe array symbols onto the spirit stones he had acquired. Within the confines of 18 spiritual stones, a formation symbol was meticulously arranged by Xiang Chen, adhering to specific distances, placements, orientations, and deviations with utmost precision, thereby crafting a 2-square-meter array within the meditation chamber. Subsequently, he concentrated his vital energy to coalesce a golden rune resembling a tadpole, and with a flick of his finger, the symbol's radiance surged into one of the spiritual stones. With a resonating hum, the stone suddenly illuminated, encircled by the symbol's glow as spiritual energy surged forth, emanating intricate array lines that interconnected with the other stones. Instantly, a golden light screen enveloped the array, resembling an inverted golden bowl. The little Vajra array. A surge of joy lit up Xiang Chen's eyes. The arrangement was a resounding success. Channeling his vital energy, he unleashed a powerful punch against the golden light screen, which shimmered in response, absorbing the impact and swaying slightly. It was remarkable that such a formidable force could emanate from merely 18 spiritual stones. Indeed, the intricacies of array formation were astonishing. The little Vajra array constructed from 36 stones would surely withstand the assaults of innate realm experts, while the top-tier array, composed of 81 stones, could likely endure attacks from those of the Yuan Yang realm. Xiang Chen murmured, exhilarated by the array's capabilities, marveling at the enigmatic ancient cauldron's wonders and lineage, which bequeathed such extraordinary gifts. Having distanced himself from the Xia family, he surmised that Lin Lian, that scheming woman, would undoubtedly be plotting against him, and he felt compelled to prepare some surprises for her. A sardonic smile crept across Xiang Chen's face. It was impossible to conceal his departure from the Xia family from Lin Lian, whose nature would never allow her to overlook such an opportunity to confront him. Resolute, he continued to channel the array patterns within the spiritual stones, transforming them into array stones. Just as he anticipated, Lin Lian's minions were indeed keeping a close watch on his movements. Chapter 225. The hatching of beast eggs. At that moment, Xiang Chen suddenly sensed a surge of dense, earthine spiritual energy swelling within the stone chamber, being drawn into his body. Astonished by this anomaly, his expression shifted, and a radiant glow emanated from his chest as the mysterious little cauldron materialized in midair, enveloped in a halo of ethereal light. To his astonishment, for beast eggs, resembling white jade and larger than basketballs, appeared on the ground, fervently absorbing the earthine spiritual energy. Could it be that the Baihanxian snake eggs were on the verge of hatching? Xiang Chen exclaimed in delight. Recognizing that these 4 eggs were collected from the Baihanxian snake he had previously hunted and stored within the mysterious little cauldron. The elder had mentioned that the enigmatic cauldron could defy the heavens to enhance bloodlines and was the optimal incubator for hatching demonic beasts. After several months of gestation, were these serpent eggs finally ready to emerge? A substantial amount of earthine spiritual energy was being drawn into the 4 beast eggs, creating swirling black-gray vortices around them. As the Baihanxian snake belonged to the cold and shadowy category of demonic beasts, it was naturally capable of absorbing earthine spiritual energy, and the eggs were voraciously consuming the spiritual essence. The little white tiger emerged from Xiang Chen's embrace, glaring at the 4 beast eggs with an eager expression, licking its lips as if yearning to devour them. In fact, it acted upon its instincts, leaping toward the eggs, but Xiang Chen, quick-witted, swiftly seized the little white tiger to prevent it from pouncing. The little gluttons cannot be fed. Instead, here, enjoy this. Xiang Chen produced a remarkable sword of exceptional quality, worth several hundred gold coins, and presented it to the little white tiger. Clutching the grand sword with its 2 paws, the little white tiger perched on Xiang Chen's shoulder, gnawing at the sword as if it were a spicy snack, while simultaneously casting curious glances at the 4 beast eggs. At last, after consuming a substantial amount of spiritual energy, a crisp crack resonated, and 2 of the beast eggs began to show fissures. With a series of cracking sounds, the shells shattered, and from one of the eggs, a piece of shell fell away with a sharp snap, revealing a small black head. It was unmistakably a serpent's head, the size of a child's fist, dark in hue, with golden snake-like eyes that flickered with life. Soon, the entire snake body emerged, revealing a 2-meter-long black serpent, as thick as a young child's arm. What was truly astonishing, however, was the presence of a faint reddish pair of wings resembling those of a featherless chick, which were tightly folded against its back, lending an air of peculiarity. The little black snake, with its round, glistening eyes, gazed at Xiang Chen with a lively expression, even flicking its tongue in curiosity. Hiss! The little black snake hissed at Xiang Chen. In response, Xiang Chen chuckled, "I am not your mother. If you must call someone, it should be your father." As he spoke, his tongue flicked, producing a similar hissing sound. This creature, indeed, was far from ordinary. Then, the little black snake opened its mouth and began to consume its own eggshell, devouring it until none remained. Remarkably, it visibly grew larger and thicker, extending to 3 meters in length and as robust as an adult's forearm. The little black snake slithered towards Xiang Chen, who extended his arm, allowing the snake to coil around it before it entwined itself around his neck, its head rubbing affectionately against Xiang Chen's. "Aru!" The little white tiger growled in discontent, marking its territory. "Ha ha, little one, do not squirm, it tickles. You have wings sprouting from your back. What kind of evolution is this?" Xiang Chen mused, furrowing his brow as he gently grasped the little black snake and pinched its hairless wings. Strangely, the snake's body felt cold, yet its wings were surprisingly warm. Xiang Chen contemplated. Among serpentine creatures, those with wings are rare. The most common are flying snakes and feathered serpents, while the more formidable include the soaring serpent and the legendary divine beast, the Xian snake. This little creature, born from the mysterious ancient cauldron, surely possesses remarkable lineage. Crack! Crack! Hiss! At that moment, the remaining 3 serpent eggs hatched simultaneously, revealing 3 more black snakes, each resembling the first, all hissing in unison, each adorned with a tiny wing on their backs. The entire training room had transformed into a veritable nest of serpents, and after devouring their shells, they too slithered toward Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen plucked the 4 little snakes from his body and commanded, "Align yourselves properly." To his surprise, the 4 little snakes obediently arranged themselves in front of him, propping themselves up and gazing at him with keen intelligence. Pointing to the firstborn snake, he declared, "From now on, you shall be called Big Black. You are the second, you are the third, and you shall be the youngest." Hiss, hiss. For little black creatures incessantly called out, their cries harmonizing into a chorus of hunger. "All right, I understand you are famished. Quiet down." Xiang Chen swiftly retrieved 4 substantial pieces of glistening serpent meat from his storage ring and tossed them to the eager little beings. In a flurry, they darted forward, tearing and devouring the meat with fervor. This flesh belonged to the Baihan Xianxi, their mother. Baihan Xianxi, slain by the Tiger King. Your offspring thrive on your very essence. May you find rest in the afterlife, Xiang Chen mused silently. Each piece of serpent meat weighed between 20 to 30 pounds. After consuming their meal, the 4 little creatures curled up in a corner, coiling into a ball as they slumbered and refined the energy. The earth's spiritual essence was naturally absorbed with every breath they took. "Let me see what cultivation you possess." Activating his moon eye, Xiang Chen gazed at the 4 little black serpents and discovered a potent, innate demonic aura within each of them. "By heavens, this is absurd. They are born as innate serpent demons, leaving me with little pride," he chuckled ruefully. These little creatures harbored innate demonic power, their internal energy having already reached a primal state. "Master, these 4 little serpents are extraordinary. I can sense an astonishing bloodline power within them." You may materialized as a wisp of ghostly energy, gazing in astonishment at the sleeping serpents. "Indeed, they are remarkable, at the very least. They possess the bloodline of a soaring serpent celestial beast," Xiang Chen replied with a serene smile. Seeing the 4 little black serpents had succumbed to slumber, he resumed inscribing array stones, but as fatigue settled in, he decided to take a break in practice. Time passed, and a serene month slipped by. Throughout this period, he dedicated himself to cultivation, delving into the intricacies of array and alchemy, occasionally venturing out to observe the progress of the shops and commercial street under construction. One day, a resonating surge of Taiyin true energy erupted within him, breaking through the confines of his divine storage. The 3-zhang space expanded to nearly 4 zhang. His cultivation ascended directly from the 7th to the 8th level of divine storage. Exhaling deeply, a smile graced his face. With the 8th level, he was just 1 step away from the 9th, which would allow him to challenge the innate realm. Upon glancing at the now transformed foreshadows within his training room, he was taken aback. The little black serpents had grown to the thickness of a human thigh and stretched 7 or 8 meters long, resembling great pythons. However, they sported a pair of crimson wings adorned with feathers, spanning 2 meters when fully extended, their plumage shimmering with vibrant colors. Exquisitely beautiful. Over the past month, these 4 little creatures had consumed no less than 2,000 pounds of meat, their growth rate astonishing, spending their days in a cycle of eating and sleeping. The little white tiger was no different, often indulging in the same routine. Yet, this was to be expected, as they were all in their juvenile stages, requiring ample rest. The serpent meat Xiang Chen had initially stockpiled was rapidly dwindling, nearly half consumed by these voracious little beings. In the present day, Xiang Chen has discerned the evolutionary lineage of these 4 little creatures, revealing them to be the revered red phoenix mystic serpent, a formidable species among divine serpents. Approaching the ancient well, he observed the lingering aura of spiritual energy within, where the earthly fiend mystic flood dragon was diligently cultivating below. Noticing the tranquility, he refrained from summoning it, as their master-servant contract allowed him to issue commands merely through a thought. Within his divine reservoir, he possessed a fragment of the flood dragon's life essence, enabling him to contact it at any moment and exert control over its fate. Exiting the meditation chamber, Xiang Chen made his way to the hall, where his mother had prepared lunch. "Young master, I have returned." At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, landing in Xiang Chen's courtyard. This person, donned in a mask and wielding a sheathed battle blade, was none other than Wang Tian. Xiang Chen stepped forward with a smile. "Uncle Wang, your timing is impeccable. Let us dine together." "Haha, indeed, But let us postpone the meal for a moment, young master. I have accomplished the task you entrusted to me, Wang Tian replied, channeling his vital energy into the storage jade belt. With a thunderous crash, a colossal tiger carcass materialized in the courtyard. It was a gigantic black tiger, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence and demonic energy. Its skull marked by a gaping wound from a single strike. How swiftly you procured it. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with delight upon seeing the black tiger. Indeed, this is a 4th-tier Yang origin realm tiger demon. I was fortunate to have found this creature after wandering in the misty demon mountains for over 10 days. Wang Tian chuckled. Over half a month prior, Xiang Chen had requested Wang Tian's assistance in hunting a Yang origin realm tiger demon in the misty demon mountains, and now, it had been successfully slain. This is a black sword tiger, whose internal demonic sword energy is exceptionally powerful. Defeating it required considerable effort, as its strength rivals that of a human at the 6th tier of the Yang origin realm. However, young master, what purpose do you have for this Yang origin tiger demon? Wang Tian inquired curiously, as he doubted Xiang Chen's need for money. Given the wealth of several large factions backing him, including the Wan Medicine Pavilion, the Heavenly Fragrance Winery, and the Gongsun family's 100 Weapons Pavilion, all of which possessed assets in the hundreds of millions. With Xiang Chen's status as a 4th-level elixir master, he would never lack for funds. It holds its own unique utility, which you shall come to understand in due time, Uncle Wang, Xiang Chen teased, withholding further details. Subsequently, he stored the tiger carcass within his cosmic ring. Come, let us eat, he urged. Very well. After sharing a midday meal at Xiang Chen's residence, Wang Tian took his leave. True martial practitioners, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, can sustain themselves without food for 10 days to a fortnight, relying solely on the energy of heaven and earth. However, complete detachment from the necessities of life is unattainable unless one transcends the human experience entirely. And the act of consuming food is an inherent instinct. Even those of unparalleled cultivation must satisfy their cravings. After Wang Tian departed, Xiang Chen engaged in conversation with his mother for a while before retreating into the stone meditation chamber. This time, he summoned the enigmatic ancient cauldron, which materialized into a towering 2-meter form, levitating within the chamber. He retrieved numerous precious medicinal herbs, meticulously preparing them and placing them aside. Little White, awaken, Xiang Chen said, pulling out a palm-sized white tiger from his embrace, rousing it from slumber. The little white tiger, still enveloped in drowsiness, gazed at Xiang Chen. The great sword. Xiang Chen chuckled. Upon hearing this, the white tiger's eyes instantly sparkled with vitality, transforming into a creature over a meter long, resembling a husky. As it looked up at Xiang Chen produced a jade vial and said, "Before you consume the great sword, could you spare a vial of blood for me?" The white tiger, displeased at the prospect of shedding its own blood, let out a cold huff, turning away and presenting its rear to Xiang Chen, its tail raised high. With a sudden release, a flatulent sound echoed, landing squarely on Xiang Chen. "What on earth? Who taught you this? You little pest." The young man was taken aback. His hair tousled by the gust, a metallic scent wafting towards him, not the stench of excrement, yet far from pleasant. "You are a lady. How could you behave in such a manner?" Xiang Chen exclaimed, waving his hand to dissipate the foul odor, then donning a smile as he approached to stroke the little white tiger's head. "Just one vial, please, just one, and I shall offer you 2 great swords." Humph. The white tiger, upon hearing this, let out a soft grunt, settled on the ground, and raised its meaty paw. Its left forepaw revealed claws sharp as blades, golden and curved, which it used to slice open a small cut on its own left paw. "Thank you, little white. You are the best," Xiang Chen said joyfully, quickly bringing the jade vial to collect the flowing blood, which surged into the vial, exuding a remarkable vitality infused with potent golden spiritual energy. After filling the vial, the flow of blood from the white tiger's paw ceased instantly, the wound visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Its recovery abilities were indeed extraordinary. Xiang Chen then presented 2 swords worth 2,000 gold coins each to the little white tiger, which devoured them with the enthusiasm of a child indulging in treats. To nurture the little white tiger, he had spent over 30,000 gold coins on swords, all while carefully regulating the tiger's consumption. He suspected that if allowed to gorge freely, Little White could deplete the Gongsun family's wealth within a year. With a sigh, Xiang Chen glanced at Little White, contemplating the 4 remaining Xian serpents, realizing that the expenses of caring for these creatures far surpassed his own cultivation costs. Truly, a poor man could hardly afford such pets. Moreover, he had a retinue to support, needing to provide resources to establish his power. He must expedite the development of his economic enterprise to bear the burden. Shaking off his chaotic thoughts, Xiang Chen retrieved the tiger's corpse. The mysterious ancient cauldron radiated brilliance as it absorbed the massive remains. With the 3 flames burning in his hands, he conjured a blazing tongue of fire beneath the cauldron, refining the tiger's carcass and adding supplementary herbs. Shortly thereafter, the vial of sacred beast blood that Little White had provided was also poured into the cauldron. The moment the sacred blood entered, the ancient cauldron erupted with streams of radiant light, enveloping the stone chamber. What on earth was this fellow concocting now? Chapter 227, Gentle on the Outside. Fierce within in the distance of the Lawn Village, adjacent to the misty mountains, the sky was dimming, signaling the approach of night. A figure emerged slowly from the forest of the misty mountains. She appeared to be around 17 or 18, possessing a beauty that could be described as enchanting. Clad in a form-fitting black warrior's leather attire, her graceful curves were accentuated, and her long hair cascaded down to her waist, tied into a ponytail. Despite being a woman, there was an undeniable wildness and ferocity about her, hinting that she was not an ordinary character. The girl moved with agility, her speed akin to that of a galloping horse, heading towards the Lawn Village. Suddenly, from the surrounding woods, a sharp arrow was shot towards her. With remarkable reflexes, she evaded the attack, performing a swift backward somersault. "Oh, what a delightful little beauty," one of the assailants exclaimed, his voice dripping with malicious intent. "How lovely you are, dear sister." From the thicket, 4 figures emerged, encircling the girl. These were 4 men clad in animal hides, wielding swords and bows, their eyes glinting with lustful intent as they gazed upon her. One of them, marked by a prominent dark mole at the corner of his mouth, leered, "Little sister, the night is nearly upon us. Where are you headed all alone? Why don't we, your 4 elder brothers, escort you home?" The others joined in with sinister laughter, relishing the moment. They were bandits known for preying upon solitary travelers venturing into the misty mountains. "Please, don't come any closer. I'm scared," the girl stammered, her face pale with fear as she trembled before them. "Fear not, darling. Your brothers will protect you," they taunted, their predatory instincts ignited by her frightened demeanor. With a piercing scream, the girl crouched down, visibly shaking. However, a chilling smile crept across her lips as the 4 men closed in, ready to pounce. Claws as sharp as a cat's suddenly extended from her fingertips. In a flash, she sprang into action, her claws slashing towards the throats of 2 of the men. Splatter! Blood erupted as her claws pierced their necks, and their expressions shifted from amusement to sheer terror as they clutched their gushing wounds. In an instant, she drew a short sword, over a foot long, from her waist and sliced at another man's neck. A crimson line appeared, and he too fell to the ground, clutching his throat in horror. The final man, witnessing the brutal demise of his comrades, was struck with dread. He quickly unleashed his inner energy, retreating a step to distance himself, revealing his strength at the 4th level of cultivation. "You little witch, you seek death," he roared, swinging his long knife at her. Yet, she vanished as if swallowed by shadows, leaving only a fleeting silhouette that was hard to detect. The blade swung wide, missing its mark entirely. Where did she go? The bandit's expression changed dramatically as a figure suddenly vanished before his eyes. At that moment, an unseen person appeared behind him, and with a swift thrust, a short sword pierced through his throat. The bandit, filled with terror, gazed at the bloody blade protruding from his neck. His body weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Devoid of life, the young girl emerged coldly behind him, her eyes brimming with disdain. "To follow my master, I cannot leave you with a complete corpse," she murmured to herself, gritting her teeth. Resolutely, she closed her eyes and swiftly severed his head from his body. The scalding blood splattered onto her face, causing her heart to tremble slightly. She collected the severed heads of the bandits and stored them in her storage jade belt, hastily leaving the scene without attending to the bodies. After her departure, a figure leaped out from the forest, silently nodding as he watched the girl's retreating silhouette. This robust figure, bearing a heavy sword on his back, gazed at the corpses on the ground. In his palm, a remarkable crimson flame ignited, which he cast towards the bodies, reducing them to ashes. He then followed the girl, quietly departing. Who else could this girl be but Manha? Yet, the once delicate and timid demeanor had vanished, replaced by courage and ruthlessness. The harsh environment had forged her resilience. Lacking Xiang Chen's survival skills in the wilderness, she faced numerous challenges upon entering the misty mountain range, where danger lurked at every turn. Battling beasts and confronted by venomous snakes, insects, and monstrous creatures. Her initial fear and anxiety transformed into a survival instinct, forcing her to hunt the beasts to stave off hunger, even resorting to consuming raw flesh. A month of extreme survival challenges was sufficient to harden any fragile individual. Zhao Mu quietly followed Manha, discreetly dealing with the beasts she could not contend with. At times, he would even drive weaker beasts to attack her, honing her into a strong woman over the course of a month. Adversity is often the best catalyst for personal transformation. Soon, having left that perilous area, Manha arrived at the lanes, where the warmth of human life allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon entering the lanes, she sought a tavern, requested a room, and indulged in a hot bath to wash away the stench of the wilderness. After bathing, she donned a clean, form-fitting warrior outfit and descended to the dining hall, eager to eat. "My lord, look at that beautiful girl," remarked a servant, pointing at Manha, who was savoring her meal. At a nearby table, a young man dressed in azure silk robes was enjoying a late-night snack with a stunning woman. The young man, notable for having only one arm, held the beauty close while she fed him. As he turned to gaze at Manha, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Captivated by her graceful figure and the alluring yet proud aura she exuded, reminiscent of a noble and enchanting siren enchanting the world. The young man, exuding an aura of charm and malice, called over a waiter. The waiter approached with a dish, and the young man, wearing a wicked smile, produced a vial and sprinkled some powder into the food, mixing it in. "Take this dish to that young lady and inform her it's a gift from your establishment," he instructed the waiter, discreetly placing 10 gold coins in the latter's palm. "Understood, young Master Wu," the waiter acknowledged, pocketing the coins before carrying the dish toward Manha. "Esteemed young lady, this plate of spiced beef is a specialty of our humble establishment. Please, do indulge," the waiter presented with a smile. Manha furrowed her brows, replying, "I did not order this dish." The waiter responded cheerfully, "It is a complimentary offering from our restaurant." "Oh, I see. Thank you, kind waiter," Manha said, realization dawning. As she expressed her gratitude, "Not at all, please enjoy your meal," the waiter said, departing with the platter while casting a knowing glance at the young man. Manha picked up a slice of the spiced beef, savoring its delightful flavor, and continued to eat a few more pieces. Meanwhile, at a distant table, the young man swirled his goblet and took a sip, revealing a sinister grin. Before long, a wave of drowsiness washed over Manha, her mind growing hazy. Just as she intended to rise and retreat upstairs for rest, she found herself unable to move, collapsing onto the table in a state of unconsciousness. At that moment, the young man approached, placing his hand on her shoulder and calling out, "My lady?" Receiving no response, he motioned to his servant, who promptly came over, lifted Manha, and carried her away. The young man then exited the establishment. It is quite serendipitous that this young man is none other than Wu Qiong, who had previously lost an arm to Xiahou Wu. After bringing Manha back to the Wu residence, the servant laid her upon Wu Qiong's bed. "Master, take your time," the servant said with a grin, shutting the door behind him as he left. Wu Qiong approached the unconscious Manha, a wicked smile creeping across his face. What a rare find, to encounter such beauty, he mused, gazing at the young woman's alluring figure, swallowing hard. "My little beauty, I am here," Wu Qiong whispered as he reached to undo her garments, unfastening each button to reveal her fair skin, the alluring contours of her form barely concealed. With a sinister grin, he lunged forward, but suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from above, as a large hole was smashed through the ceiling. Debris fell, and a towering figure wielding a massive sword descended into the room. "Who goes there?" Wu Qiong, startled, turned to face the intruder. However, before he could react, the weight of a sword, weighing over 1,000 pounds, pressed down upon his shoulder. His expression changed drastically as he beheld a formidable man, standing over 2 meters tall, exuding an aura of ferocity, with faint golden markings upon his forehead, reminiscent of a demon. The man gripped the heavy sword, resting it upon Wu Qiong's shoulder. "Who are you?" Wu Qiong stammered, trembling with fear. The towering figure glanced at Manha, who was nearly undraped upon the bed, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. Scum! The giant growled, raising his hand with a chilling finality. A human head was effortlessly cleaved by a heavy sword, rolling far away as the headless corpse gushed blood onto the ground. The lifeless eyes of the severed head remained wide open in eternal shock. A burly giant kicked aside the body and proceeded to help Manha don her clothes. He then lifted her into his arms and, with a single step, soared over 20 meters high from the room. With a graceful movement, he stepped into the air, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. The commotion from the broken roof startled the servants outside. Upon entering and witnessing the headless corpse and the distant head, they were left utterly stunned. "Ah, young master is dead." The chilling cries echoed above the Wu family estate. The following day, as the dawn broke, Manha awoke slowly to find herself on a man's back, her face paling in fear as she instinctively drew a short sword. "Girl, it's me." The burly man spoke, glancing back at her. "Uncle Mu," Manha exclaimed, her surprise evident as she sheathed her sword. Zhao Mu was carrying her on the back of a dragon steed, his innate true energy enveloping her. "Uncle Mu, how did you end up here? How did I end up on your back?" Manha inquired, astonished. "You dare to ask? Last night you were careless and fell victim to a soporific drug, nearly compromising your purity. Fortunately, I have been following you. You must remain vigilant, girl. You cannot just consume gifts from others without caution, even if it isn't from someone else. You should always use the poison-testing needle given to you by the young master before eating," Zhao Mu admonished. Manha, not foolish, recalled that it was likely due to being drugged at the end of previous night. "Damn it, how dare that hotel harm me? It is truly a den of iniquity." A flicker of murderous intent crossed her face, followed by a wave of trepidation as she asked, "Uncle Mu, I am grateful for your presence. But how did you come to be here? I have been shadowing you for over a month. The young master has ordered me to protect you in secret. Do you think you would truly risk your life so recklessly?" Zhao Mu replied. Manha felt a surge of emotion at his words. Her nose tinged with the threat of tears. It dawned on her that the young master had been discreetly sending someone to protect her, showing he cared deeply for her well-being. She dismounted from Zhao Mu's back and settled onto the dragon steed. "Do you understand the young master's intentions in allowing you to experience hardships?" Zhao Mu asked, guiding the dragon steed towards the royal city. "Yes. The young master is doing this for my own good," Manha nodded in agreement. Zhao Mu continued, "The young master is currently in a tumultuous situation, with nefarious individuals lurking in the shadows. It is impossible for him to attend to you at all times. Rather than relying solely on others for protection, you must cultivate your own self-defense abilities. As the young master's close attendant, one of his most trusted, it is imperative that you can safeguard yourself. The young master, who I have watched grow, values emotions and those around him more than anyone else. There was once a maid named Hongxiu, who accompanied him throughout his childhood. She was tragically decapitated due to a scheme by the Xiang family, and you cannot imagine how heartbroken the young master was at that time." Upon hearing this, Manha's eyes brimmed with tears, her heart aching immensely as she could vividly imagine the pain. Zhao Mu continued, "You are the second maidservant to the young master. You cannot always rely on him for protection. You must learn to safeguard yourself and even protect the young master. A scholar is willing to die for a friend, and a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. For us subordinates, the most challenging pursuit is to truly understand our Lord. It is rare to find a benevolent and magnanimous leader like the young master. You must cherish that, do you understand?" "Yes, Uncle Mu," Manhe replied, her eyes filled with determination. "I will take good care of myself and the young master, and protect him well. I am willing to pay any price and become whatever is necessary." Zhao Mu gazed into the distance where the outlines of the royal city began to emerge, stating, "This world is neither wholly dark nor completely light, but rather a shade of gray. There is no absolute fairness or justice. Most people only concern themselves with the distinctions of wealth and status. It is a world that is both grim and ruthless, yet it possesses warmth. To thrive in this world and protect those dear to you, you must learn not to fear its filth. The young master is a person capable of great deeds and worthy of trust. If you wish to keep pace with him, you must exert every effort." Chapter 229. Xiang Chen. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, after having breakfast, Xiang Chen arrived at a courtyard and gently pushed the door open. Inside the yard, a middle-aged woman, a charming figure clad in yellow, was hanging clothes to dry. "Young Master Xiang has arrived," the woman smiled as she set down the garments. "Aunt Huang, Is the master in? Xiang Chen inquired. This woman was a personal maid of Elder Feng, who had recently taken up residence in Xiang Chen's brothel. Xiang Chen occasionally visited Elder Feng to learn about alchemy. Elder Feng was indeed a good teacher, imparting many intricate details of the returning heaven scriptures, deepening Xiang Chen's understanding of the alchemical arts. The formulas controlled by Elder Feng were generously shared with Xiang Chen. Although the returning heaven scriptures recorded countless formulas, the field of alchemy is ever evolving, with new concoctions being developed continuously. Thus, it is impossible for every single potion to be documented. However, the scriptures do contain the most effective elixirs for each realm of cultivation. The master is currently refining elixirs. He instructed that you may go in and seek him. Aunt Huang said with a smile. Thank you, Aunt Huang. Xiang Chen nodded and entered the estate, making his way to an open stone chamber. There, he beheld Elder Feng seated in front of an alchemical furnace, 3 types of true fire burning as he refined a batch of elixirs. Xiang Chen watched quietly, recognizing that the method of harnessing the 3 types of true fire was taught to Elder Feng by him. In addition to Elder Feng, there was another figure in the room, Old Hua, who was already acquainted with Elder Feng. Upon seeing Xiang Chen, Old Hua nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Suddenly, streams of rich spiritual energy from the heavens and earth were drawn into the alchemical furnace. The spiritual energy converged within. It is about to succeed, Old Hua remarked with delight upon witnessing this scene. As Elder Feng struck the furnace, a moment later, a beam of ethereal light emerged, transforming into a pale golden elixir that fell into his palm, emanating 7 rings of medicinal aura. The spirit-nourishing pill was successfully crafted. Elder Feng exclaimed with delight, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the pill. This was indeed a spirit elixir. Ha! A spirit elixir. I, Feng Yamo, have finally refined a spirit elixir. Ha! Just wait, old fellows. I shall see how you flaunt yourselves before me now. Elder Feng laughed heartily, overwhelmed with joy at the sight of the spirit elixir. Congratulations, Old Feng. You shall henceforth be known as a spirit alchemist, Master Hua said with a respectful salute and a smile. Congratulations, Master. Xiang Chen also clasped his fists in congratulation. Elder Feng turned to Xiang Chen, smiling. Chener, it is all thanks to you. Had it not been for your instruction on the 3 flavors true fire technique, I might have left this world without ever refining a spirit elixir. Xiang Chen replied. That is all due to your own accumulation of alchemical knowledge, Master. The 3 flavors true fire was merely a catalyst. Elder Feng's spirits soared further at Xiang Chen's words. You have arrived just in time. I have just refined a wondrous elixir for you, as a token of my appreciation for your mentorship. Elder Feng produced a pill bottle and handed it to Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes, his expression turning to one of astonishment as he gazed at the contents of the bottle. Inside were 10 top-tier 9th-grade elixirs, each glimmering gold. The Yanggang pill. Xiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is the Yanggang pill, Elder Feng beamed. This pill is a unique 9th-grade treasure, known only to me within the Alchemist Alliance. The materials required for its creation are quite rare, and its remarkable property is that upon consumption, it releases a protective aura akin to that of a formidable Yuan-Yang realm expert, safeguarding the user for a duration. Even a mere mortal consuming this pill would find it challenging for an ordinary Yuan-Yang realm expert to breach its protective barrier. For those below the Yuan-Yang realm, it serves as a miraculous life-saving elixir. Thank you, Master, Xiang Chen said as he accepted the gift. No need for thanks. If anything, I owe you gratitude for imparting the invaluable 3 flavors true fire to me, Elder Feng replied with a smile. I shall take great pleasure in flaunting my achievement to those old geezers. In this day and age, who cannot refine a spirit elixir? Xiang Chen chuckled. I am sure those elder alchemists will be delighted for you. By the way, Master, I have come with a request for your assistance. Let us not stand on ceremony. My dear student, speak freely, Elder Feng encouraged, still smiling. In due time, I will establish my own apothecary. However, my current skills and cultivation do not permit me to refine higher-grade elixirs. Therefore, I seek your help to craft a batch of advanced elixirs for me. With all the formulas and materials provided by myself, Xiang Chen articulated his purpose for visiting. Elder Feng, a master alchemist, had no reason to refuse such a request. What a trivial matter. Just send the materials my way when the time comes, he readily agreed. Young master, we have returned. At that moment, Exclamations from Man He echoed through Feng Estate. Man He. Xiang Chen's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly exited Elder Feng's courtyard. On the estate's main path, a dragon steed carried Man He and Xiaomu back. Man He leaped from the horse, rushing directly toward Xiang Chen. Man He. Xiang Chen also moved to greet the two. Young master. Manha suddenly rushed toward Xiang Chen, her eyes glistening with emotion. It's all right, it's good to have you back. Xiang Chen gently patted Manha's shoulder. Young master, I have fulfilled my duty, Xiaomu chuckled. Uncle Mu, you've worked hard. How did this girl perform? Xiang Chen inquired with a smile. Xiaomu replied, Young master, Manha has shown remarkable improvement. She is now a completely different person compared to before. She is formidable now and will be able to protect you in the future. Manha beamed with delight. Haha, that is splendid. Have all the tasks been completed? Xiang Chen asked, grinning. Manha promptly produced several severed heads from her storage belt, alongside some beast skulls. Well done, Xiang Chen nodded, recognizing her calm demeanor in presenting these trophies as a testament to her transformation. Uncle Mu, your timing is impeccable. There is a matter that requires your assistance. Xiang Chen said. Oh, please, command me, young master, Xiaomu responded. Gather all the guards from the residence and bring them to my estate. Also, call for Xiao Bai and Wang Tian, Xiang Chen instructed. Xiaomu nodded and promptly set off to carry out the task. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen returned to his grand estate, which was several times larger than others, boasting an expansive courtyard covering 700 to 800 square meters, truly spacious. Soon, a substantial number of guards were assembled. All were of the innate realm, totaling 45 individuals. 25 were originally from the Xiang family who had been driven out, gathered by Zhao Mu, and 20 were guards gifted to Xiang Chen by the Wan Yao Pavilion. 45 innate experts constituted a formidable force. Xiao Bai and Wang Tian also positioned themselves behind Xiang Chen, curious about his intentions. Chapter 230. The temptation of power. Over 40 pairs of eyes were fixed upon Xiang Chen as he addressed them. Esteemed guests, I trust you all received your New Year's red envelopes. Indeed, thank you, young master, came the cheerful responses. Ah, our young master is generous. 500 gold notes and 2 bottles of true chi pills for each of us. The crowd chuckled. Xiang Chen continued, from this day forth, you shall all be considered members of my Fengchen Manor, part of the Xiang family. My aspiration in establishing Fengchen Manor is to become one of the most powerful family forces among the great merchants. The strength of Fengchen Manor translates into prosperity for all of us. During this period, while we have had little to do, I have arranged for you to guard the estate. However, for Fengchen Manor to thrive, we must seek continuous revenue to procure cultivation resources. Such wealth does not come without effort. I am in the process of establishing a tavern and an alchemy hall as economic ventures, which will soon open. These enterprises will require your protection as well. Opening a tavern and an alchemy hall will inevitably encroach upon the interests of others, and we must be prepared for conflicts with rival factions. I hope you all understand this. The crowd exchanged glances, some beginning to murmur cautiously. Opening an alchemy hall. Isn't that competing with the Lin family for business? One remarked. Indeed, I recall that the tavern business has always been dominated by the Lin family, another added. Silence. Wang Tian interjected sharply. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Xiang Chen gazed at the crowd and spoke. To be candid, esteemed friends, your current prowess may prove insufficient when confronted with the interests of other factions, leading to inevitable conflicts. Thus, I present to you a method that promises to enhance your abilities eternally, even allowing each of you to undergo a profound transformation, elevating your innate talents. I wonder if you are interested in pursuing such a path. A profound transformation, an elevation of talents, an enhancement of strength. We are certainly eager, young master. What is this method? The crowd buzzed with excitement, responding eagerly. Uncle Mu, Xiang Chen signaled to Zhao Mu, who stepped forward. Everyone knows Zhao Mu, my personal guard, possessing a cultivation level at the 5th stage of the innate realm. What do you think of Zhao Mu's strength? One among them remarked. Brother Zhao Mu possesses incredible strength. His mastery of the heavy sword technique is unparalleled, and he can contend with experts at the 6th stage of the innate realm. Xiang Chen smiled lightly and said, it seems you underestimate Zhao Mu. Li Chuan, if I recall correctly, you are at the 7th stage of the innate realm, am I right? A man emerged from the crowd, nodding. Indeed, young master, I am at the 7th stage of the innate realm. And do you believe you can best Zhao Mu? Xiang Chen inquired. Li Chuan cast a glance at Zhao Mu, his eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Though brother Zhao Mu's strength is commendable, my cultivation level speaks for itself. I believe he would not be my match. Xiang Chen chuckled and said, Uncle Mu, show him your prowess. Unleash your full strength. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mu grinned, stepping away from Xiang Chen to face Li Chuan. Brother Li Chuan, let us exchange a few moves. I invite you to unleash your full strength against me. Li Chuan, taken aback, glanced at Xiang Chen, who nodded in affirmation. Turning back to Zhao Mu, he declared, Very well, since brother Zhao Mu is so confident, I shall test your capabilities. Li Chuan positioned himself 20 meters away from Zhao Mu. A formidable surge of innate true energy erupting within him, swirling in a blue aura that enveloped his entire being. Brother Zhao, I shall not hold back. Be cautious. He bellowed, and in an instant, he lunged forward with explosive force. With a thunderous boom, he propelled himself like a cannonball towards Zhao Mu, exuding an overwhelming presence. Wild Tide Palm, he shouted, unleashing a palm strike infused with innate true energy, the force manifesting as crashing waves of blue power that shattered the ground beneath him. Zhao Mu chuckled, and with a roar, he expanded dramatically, transforming into a colossal figure of 3 to 4 meters. A terrifying visage with a tiger's head and a human body, enveloped in crimson flames, resembling a demon. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. What is this? Even Li Chuan was momentarily taken aback, yet he pressed on, his palm strike unwavering, confident that he could obliterate even a stone mountain of that size. Now, Zhao Mu roared, gathering a maelstrom of violent crimson innate true energy into a massive palm. He launched it forward to meet Li Chuan's assault. The two palm strikes collided with a thunderous crash, unleashing a tempestuous wind that swept through the surroundings. The ground of azure stones erupted in a cacophony of explosions as Li Chuan's strike was shattered, and the recoil of Zhao Mu's palm struck him directly. With a sharp exhalation, Li Chuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body being violently propelled backward, performing a somersault in midair before crashing to the ground. Zhao Mu, with his immense physique, surged forward in a powerful charge, extending his hand to grasp Li Chuan's head, lifting him effortlessly as though it were a mere plaything. Li Chuan, in agony, whimpered and struggled, fully aware that a mere squeeze from Zhao Mu could shatter his skull. With a flick of his wrist, Zhao Mu cast Li Chuan aside, sending him crashing to the earth. Coughing violently, Li Chuan gazed in shock at Zhao Mu, who appeared as a monstrous figure. The onlookers, equally astonished, could not tear their eyes away from Zhao Mu. Xiao Bai and Wang Qian exchanged incredulous glances. Such formidable strength, surely, it could contend with a master of the 8th level of the innate realm, Wang Qian mused, narrowing her eyes. Is this the talent of the divine soul? Xiao Bai remarked, equally taken aback. How could this be? Li Chuan, at the 7th level of the innate realm, had been so effortlessly defeated by Zhao Mu. It was unfathomable. This fellow is truly terrifying. The transformation of the divine soul? All 40-odd guards stood in stunned silence, fixated on Zhao Mu. Thank you, brotherly, Zhao Mu said with a respectful fist clasp, immediately reverting to his usual demeanor, though his upper garments were torn from the exertion. What incredible power and speed. Zhao brother, was that a manifestation of the divine soul? Li Chuan inquired, astonished. Zhao Mu smiled faintly and replied, You could say that. Old Zhao, I recall you had not awakened your divine soul. When did you acquire such talent and strength? A longtime acquaintance of Zhao Mu asked, bewildered, as Zhao Mu had previously only possessed the 1st or 2nd level of the innate realm. All this is a gift from the young master, Zhao Mu said respectfully, bowing to Xiang Chen, then addressing the assembly. It is all thanks to the young master. Upon hearing this, every gaze turned fervently towards Xiang Chen, their eyes ablaze with curiosity. Could this be the methodology the young master had spoken of? Xiang Chen maintained an enigmatic smile, declaring, The Zhao Mu you see now possesses explosive power, rapid speed, profound vital energy, and a physique that far exceeds others of the same realm. Currently, he is capable of battling those at the 8th level of the innate realm, despite only being at the 5th level himself. What do you all think of this strength? Thank you to Jin Jun, Long Feng, and the other brothers for the unsealing. Today, due to the weekend review, we will limit ourselves to 5 updates. Chapter 231. The Western Tiger Guard's such combat prowess, exceeding 3 minor realms. This is astonishing. What sort of transformation could render old Zhao so formidable? In that instant, the gazes directed at Zhao Mu were filled with newfound reverence. while those aimed at Xiang Chen burned with intensity. Among those present, there were certainly astute individuals who recognized that the young master had intentionally allowed old Zhao to reveal this prowess, clearly aiming to inspire a transformation within them as well. With such strength, I wonder how many of you are intrigued, how many wish to learn? Xiang Chen inquired, igniting the desire for empowerment within the crowd. I do. I am eager. Please, young master, impart your methods to me. Li Chuan, responding swiftly, knelt on one knee, his gaze fervent, declaring, I, Li Chuan, pledge to follow the young master unto death from this moment forth, beseeching you to share your teachings. Xiang Chen remarked, my method is a lifelong treasure for Zhao Mu. This formidable strength shall accompany him as long as he diligently strives for improvement. Moreover, my teachings will permanently transform and enhance your innate talents, bloodlines, resilience, and the very essence of your lives. Your future realm shall not be confined to the limitations of this world's cultivation abilities. It is, indeed, a magnificent opportunity. This is the change and fortune I offer you, but what shall you bestow upon me? He posed this question to the gathered individuals. Li Chuan, quick to respond, stated, I possess nothing to offer the young master but my life and unwavering loyalty for this lifetime. Wang Daniu declared, I, too, am willing to follow the young master for life, exchanging my unwavering loyalty for this singular fortune. In an instant, over 40 individuals knelt, pledging their allegiance. Xiang Chen, hands clasped behind his back, gazed at the fervent eyes fixed upon him and said, Very well, I trust in your solemn pledges of loyalty. From this moment forth, you shall be considered my family, the Xiang family. Forget those you previously followed. From now on, your sole master shall be me, Xiang Chen, and your descendants shall bear the Xiang surname. I am prepared to bestow this fortune upon you all, but remember, what I seek in return is only your steadfast loyalty until death. I despise the notion of betrayal above all else. Henceforth, should anyone dare to exploit my fortune or betray me or their kin, I, Xiang Chen, shall undoubtedly reclaim everything I have granted you, including your very lives. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, sweeping across the assembly, causing all to instinctively lower their heads, avoiding his penetrating stare. With a wave of his hand, a radiant light emerged from his ring, revealing a multitude of medicine vials upon the ground. Each vial contained a golden red elixir. Each of you shall receive one of these elixirs. After you have received them, Zhao Mu, you shall impart the cultivation method of your current practice, the innate realm technique, to them, instructing them on its application. Should anyone aspire to break through, you will convey the higher level methods. Understood, young master, Zhao Mu affirmed. Possessing the White Tiger sacred art, a cultivation method suitable for those below the Yuan Yang realm. The assembly, filled with excitement, eagerly approached to claim their vials. The elixir within was known as the demon transformation pill. This substance, not only rendering oneself inhuman, but also transforming others into something beyond humanity. Once everyone had secured their elixirs, Xiang Chen continued, Zhao Mu, as you teach them your method, be aware that it is bound by restrictions, without my consent. Should anyone dare to disclose it, their souls shall disintegrate, and such knowledge remains a secret of our Fengchen manor. Furthermore, from this moment, you shall report to Zhao Mu, who will heed my commands. You shall share a common title, the West Pavilion White Tiger Guard. Yes, they all responded respectfully. We pay homage to the young master and salute Commander Zhao. Excellent. You may all withdraw now. Zhao Mu, oversee their transformative cultivation and relay the necessary details. Xiang Chen instructed. Yes, young master, Zhao Mu replied, leading the group away. Uncle Xiao, Uncle Wang, these 2 elixirs are prepared for you. Whether to consume them is entirely your choice. Xiang Chen produced 2 bottles of elixirs and handed them to Xiao Bai and Wang Tian. The 2 exchanged glances, perplexed. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen turned and strode towards his residence. What do you think? Wang Tian inquired of his old companion. We should partake. Since we have already pledged our allegiance to the young master, why allow such trivial matters to sow seeds of doubt in the future? Besides, I am genuinely curious. Could this be our fortuitous opportunity? Xiao Bai squinted at the contents of the vial. That night, a cacophony erupted in Fengchen Manor, filled with eerie cries and the roars reminiscent of ferocious tigers. The sounds reverberated throughout the manor, frightening the ordinary servants, who quaked beneath their blankets. Convinced that they were haunted. This sensation of power. Indeed, I have grown stronger, and significantly so. In the Grand Hall, Li Chuan stood transformed into a towering figure over 3 meters high, with a black tiger's head and faint golden stripes, trembling with excitement as he reveled in his newfound strength. One after another, half-human, half-tiger creatures emerged, each exhilarated by their transformation. The sensation of such formidable power was utterly sublime. Roar. Haha. I was merely at the second level of the innate realm. Yet now I feel capable of contending with opponents at the third or even fourth level. This miraculous change the young master spoke of is astounding. My sensitivity to the spiritual energies of heaven and earth has increased manifold, and my absorption rate has surged tremendously. This visage, so imposing and majestic, thrilled the men, who yearned for strength. They found the transformation not only acceptable, but also reversible. Zhao Mu, with his hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the assembly as they all reveled in their metamorphosis. Silence. Zhao Mu commanded softly. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, feeling an inexplicable sense of pressure emanating from him. Under Zhao Mu's gaze, their own powers seemed significantly diminished. This was the weight of bloodline supremacy. Zhao Mu embodied the essence of a bottle of the sacred beast White Tiger's bloodline, while these individuals collectively possessed only a fraction of that potency. Should the little white tiger appear before them, the pressure from its bloodline would compel them to bow in submission. The little white tiger wielded dominion over their fates, for their bloodline transformations were fundamentally derived from it. Thus, Xiang Chen harbored no fear in bestowing such power upon them. Even if some were to betray or rebel in the future, Zhao Mu addressed everyone. From this moment forth, we shall be the most formidable force under the young master's banner. I hope none of you will squander the young master's efforts. The stage of our Western White Tiger Guard extends far beyond this mere speck of land known as Dashang. Henceforth, our blades shall point towards the world. Chapter 232. Not a trace left behind. Xiang Chen's initiatives in talent cultivation and commercial infrastructure were underway, while the hidden ambitions were already stirring restlessly. The Xiang Manor was ablaze with lights in the main hall, where the head of the Xiang family would typically sit, now occupied by a woman, Lin Lian. Madam, after a prolonged period of covert observation by our infiltrators, we have ascertained the personnel within that estate, announced Steward Zhou. Oh, do elaborate. Lin Lian's eyes gleamed with interest as she eagerly inquired. According to our observations, the so-called Wind Dust Estate is guarded by approximately 40 individuals, all of whom possess innate abilities. In addition, there are merely a number of ordinary servants. The formidable practitioners at the Yuanyang level include the 2 masked men who infiltrated the Xiang family alongside Xiang Chen, the esteemed physician Hua from the Wanyao Pavilion, and another whose identity is rather troublesome, Feng Mo of the Alchemist Alliance. This old fellow has taken to residing at the Wind Dust Estate to mentor Xiang Chen. These are the only notable powers at the Yuanyang level, explained Steward Zhou. Damn it, that old wretch has truly taken that little rascal Xiang Chen as his disciple. Lin Lian's countenance darkened. She still harbored resentment from the day Feng Mo had struck her with 2 bricks, leaving her humiliated. Indeed, it is particularly challenging to deal with this old man and physician Hua. Feng Mo is a member of the Alchemist Alliance, a faction we cannot afford to offend. While physician Hua's influence from Wanyao Pavilion is cloaked in mystery, even the royal family holds them in awe. To eliminate Xiang Chen, we must refrain from deploying our own forces. Otherwise, these 2 factions may uncover evidence and retaliate against us, stated Steward Zhou. Lin Lian's eyes glinted with cold resolve. Is Lu, the chief of Black Wind Village, prepared? Yes, he is ready and awaits our command, replied Steward Zhou. Excellent. Inform General Lu at the West City Gate that at the stroke of midnight, the gates shall be opened to allow the men from Black Wind Village entry. They will have 1 hour to annihilate the Wind Dust Estate and eliminate Xiang Chen and Su Qinger, leaving no trace behind and denying Xiang Chen any opportunity to seek help. You shall personally lead 3 of our Yuanyang elders to assist Lu Haizi, ensuring absolute success. What of Physician Hua and Feng Mo? Inquired Steward Zhou. If they can be spared, let them live. Capture them alive. We will release them after the matter is concluded. Lin Lian pondered briefly. Although she yearned to eliminate Feng Mo, doing so might provoke the Alchemist Alliance into a thorough investigation, potentially unraveling critical secrets. Understood. Steward Zhou responded before taking his leave. Lin Lian's beautiful eyes glimmered with murderous intent as she coldly declared, Xiang Chen, at long last, I shall rid myself of you. the little thief who has plagued me for so long. This grand setup will be sufficient for you to meet your end with pride." As night fell, the silver moon hung high, gradually shrouded by a mass of dark clouds, leaving the earth devoid of light amidst the ominous winds. At the West City Gate, a throng of over 200 individuals clad in black approached stealthily. The gates, which had previously been locked for the night, suddenly swung open with a low rumble. This group, agile and swift, entered the city like phantoms, swiftly making their way towards a manor in the Western District. They traversed the streets, arriving at a brightly lit estate still undergoing renovations. A burly man, dressed in black and donning a sinister mask, raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt, concealing themselves in the shadows of the ongoing construction. "All of you, await my command. When we see them act, we shall strike," he instructed. The man adorned with a malevolent mask spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Yes," came the subdued and oppressive response from all present. At the entrance of the Wind Dust Manor, two ordinary servants were engaged in conversation, discussing the lingering echoes of anguished screams that had recently emanated from within the estate. Akin to the howling of tigers and wolves, entirely oblivious to the impending danger. Outside the high walls of the manor, four figures silently ascended over 50 meters, effortlessly leaping the imposing barrier. Such a height was indeed terrifying and could only be achieved by those of the Yuanyang realm. It is worth noting that the gravitational pull on this continent is significantly stronger than that of Earth. A martial artist capable of leaping over 10 meters here would easily soar 20 to 30 meters on Earth. These four figures, evidently all of Yuanyang strength, refrained from utilizing their true essence for flight, as it would stand out in the darkness like a beacon. They converged towards a singular direction with astonishing speed. Soon, they arrived at the exterior of the residence where Xiang Chen was engrossed in his practice within the stone chamber, refining the essence of the earth's yin energy and absorbing the potency of medicinal pills. Strangely, there are no patrolling guards, one remarked with a furrowed brow. "Isn't that even better? This is the lair of that little beast. We can directly break in and eliminate him." Another cloaked figure declared, "Allow me to take action. Witness my fire cloud palm, which will reduce this area of 100 meters to ashes. You all, go and distract those 4 Yuanyang experts," one individual sneered. Suddenly, he soared into the air, fiery wings coalescing from his back, exuding an astonishing force of fire essence as he ascended several dozen meters, resembling a massive torch. "Kill!" he roared, followed by a powerful strike that unleashed a torrent of fiery energy, akin to a storm of flames, filled with immense heat, crashing down upon the estate below. The air crackled with intensity, reminiscent of a meteor plummeting to Earth, stirring up a powerful wave of heat. With a thunderous explosion, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating the area as if it were midday, accompanied by a deafening roar that rivaled the force of a missile's detonation, encompassing a 100-meter radius. In this world, true martial cultivators represented unparalleled combat prowess. In the renovated district, Lu Haizi, the leader of the Black Wind Gang, clad in a demon mask, brightened at the sight. "They have made their move. Let us act." "What is happening?" The two servants at the entrance heard the astonishing explosion resonate from the manor. "Kill!" Meanwhile, a throng of dark figures surged from the opposite renovated district. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 arrows whistled through the air, striking the two servants in the head with a sickening thud. They emitted not a single cry, their lifeblood splattering as they crumpled to the ground. Bang! The crimson doors swung open, and the group, silent and resolute, brandished blades and swords, charging towards the manor, heading for the illuminated estate and courtyard. "No one shall be spared. Leave behind 100 archers and 80 swordsmen to encircle the estate. Should anyone attempt to flee, they are to be executed on sight. 70 innate true martial warriors shall accompany me into the fray." Chapter 233. Counterattack. The Black Wind Stronghold is a formidable force, notorious within the great merchant realm as a band of ruthless brigands. Its leader, Lu Haizi, is a peak Yuanyang realm powerhouse. Beneath him, for other Yuanyang realm warriors command a gathering of nearly 10,000 bandits, establishing their dominance over the region. What few know, however, is that this underground force is bolstered by financial backing and support from certain members of the royal family, undertaking many unsavory tasks that are best left to the likes of the Black Wind Stronghold. Lu Haizi, accompanied by 70 elite innate warriors and 3 additional Yuanyang realm experts, advanced upon the estate, targeting the residences of Hua Lao, Sun Fong, Xiaobai, and Wang Tian. The layout of the estate and the locations of the formidable residents had already been meticulously mapped out. With a resounding crash, a courtyard door swung open, revealing 3 startled servants who, upon their panicked emergence, were swiftly met by several innate realm assailants. Their lives were extinguished in an instant by a flurry of sword energy. What is happening? In the main hall, Zhao Mu and his companions were roused by the commotion outside. As they rushed out, they beheld the estate engulfed in flames, with screams echoing throughout. "Alert! We are under attack! To arms!" Zhao Mu bellowed, transforming into a towering red tiger demon, brandishing a heavy sword as he charged forth. "Let us test our current strength. Attack!" 45 members of the West Lodge Tiger Guard roared in unison, each morphing into demonic forms, wielding blades as they surged toward the intruders. The sight of these monstrous figures, towering over 3 meters with tiger-like faces, struck fear into the hearts of the Black Wind Stronghold's warriors. "Kill!" Zhao Mu roared. His sword ignited with crimson flames as he unleashed a ferocious strike at a cloaked innate realm warrior. The latter, regaining composure, retaliated with a blade infused with innate true energy, revealing himself as a 4th-layer innate realm expert. Upon clash, the overwhelming force of Zhao Mu's strike shattered the opponent's blade, cleaving it asunder. With a sickening sound, the innate realm warrior fell beneath the might of Zhao Mu's sword. The 40-odd West Lodge Tiger Guards, their eyes ablaze with fury, charged at the 70 or so innate realm opponents. Though outnumbered, their ferocity was unmatched. "What are these monsters?" exclaimed one of the Black Wind Stronghold's innate warriors, seething with rage as he thrust his spear forward, channeling a lethal force. Another West Lodge Tiger Guard of comparable strength surged forth, shattering the spear's concentrated energy with a single strike. The Black Wind warrior's expression shifted to one of alarm as he crossed his arms to block the descending sword. The clash resonated as the sword met the iron spear, unleashing a tremendous force that sent him crashing backward, his arms broken. "Ha! This power is simply exquisite," the West Guardian of the Tiger exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that a formidable opponent of the same realm could not withstand his single sword strike. With a resounding thud, he unleashed another surge of energy, stepping forward to swing his sword, releasing a fierce aura that cleaved through the air, mercilessly bisecting his adversary. The other West Guardians of the Tiger soon recognized their overwhelming strength within the same realm. In mere moments, the Black Wind Gang suffered grievous losses, with no fewer than 10 innate warriors falling in battle. Young Master Zhao Mu, however, had no desire to engage further with these foes. He unleashed his innate true energy and charged towards the residence of Xiang Chen. At Xiang Chen's estate, flames erupted and fierce winds swept through. Yet, this powerful being of the Yuanyang realm was horrified to discover that his strike had failed to obliterate the estate. Surrounding him, 81 points of light ignited, weaving together into a luminous barrier, adorned with intricate golden patterns, resembling an inverted golden bowl shielding the earth from his assault. How is this possible? Is this a formation? The Yuanyang realm expert's expression shifted as he recognized the intricate formation. However, masters of formations were exponentially rarer than alchemists. In the entirety of the Great Shang, those capable of establishing defensive formations against a Yuanyang realm expert were exceedingly few, a testament to their scarcity. Xiang Chen emerged from his cultivation chamber, awakening his mother. "Chenner, are you all right?" Su Qing exclaimed, her gaze astonished at the shimmering barrier above. "Mother, I am fine. Please retreat to my cultivation chamber," Xiang Chen replied, shaking his head, his piercing gaze fixed upon the figure in the sky, adorned with fiery wings. "Who are you?" he demanded with fury. "Impudent, who dares to question me?" Su Qing also inquired boldly, refusing to retreat. The figure remained silent, his countenance dark, before releasing an overwhelming aura of Yuan energy, enveloping himself in a radiant halo of crimson light, resembling a blazing sun illuminating the darkness for hundreds of meters around. A triple-layered Yuanyang realm expert. Xiang Chen's expression darkened. This was a being of formidable power, capable of extinguishing an ant of his cultivation with a mere flick of the finger. "Kill!" The Yuanyang triple-layered warrior roared, striking down with a fist that transformed into a colossal fire lion, charging forth with unrestrained ferocity. The fire lion fist. From the Xiang Wang residence. Su Qing gasped in shock. "It is Lin Lian sent to eliminate me," Xiang Chen stated calmly, his demeanor unflinching. With a thunderous roar, the raging fire lion collided with the barrier, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of true energy that sent shockwaves rippling outward, stirring up a tempest. Yet, the fist failed to breach the protective formation. Cursed be it, which formation master set this up? Why was I not informed of the formation's presence here? The Yuan-Yang realm expert's face darkened further. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen's eyes glimmered with a silvery light, his vision extending to encompass much of the Wind Dust Village, revealing a chaotic scene of battle where the West Guardians of the Tiger clashed fiercely with their enemies. Which scoundrels dare to challenge us? Old Feng roared, commanding a golden mountain seal akin to a formidable brick as it crashed toward two formidable beings at the Yuan-Yang realm. Meanwhile, for others from the same realm unleashed their assaults upon the residents of Shaobai and Wangtian. Another targeted the abode of Elder Hua. Witnessing this scene, Xiang Chen's expression darkened. The targeted approach of these 8 Yuan-Yang cultivators indicated a well-orchestrated scheme that had evidently been in the works for quite some time, as they had thoroughly assessed the circumstances of his estate. Old Ji, I cannot breach this. There is a formation here. Come assist me. A third-level Yuan-Yang cultivator bellowed to a figure in the distance. Since you have come, today, let us ensure you remain here. Chapter 234, The Day of Reckoning. I refuse to believe that I cannot dismantle this formation today. The third-level Yuan-Yang cultivator seethed with rage. A 7th-grade treasure sword materializing with a resonant hum in his grasp. Infusing substantial amounts of his true essence into the blade, it soared skyward, transforming into a fiery streak that enveloped an imposing sword aura stretching over 7 to 8 meters, emanating an astonishing sword intent. As it plummeted from the night sky, reminiscent of a meteor striking down or a battle axe missile brimming with violent force, it crashed into the protective light barrier, unleashing a tempest of sword energy. The power released by this strike rivaled that of a 4th or 5th level Yuan-Yang cultivator unleashing their full might without the aid of a treasure. The formation's luminescent barrier continuously radiated brilliance, resisting the onslaught of this formidable strike. Dragon Axe, emerge, Xiang Chen commanded coldly. A roar erupted from the depths of an underground well. Within the confines of Xiang Chen's cultivation chamber, an ancient well expanded, and a colossal black serpent, over 30 meters in length, surged forth, exuding a terrifying aura of demonic energy. The Earth Sha Xian serpent erupted from the stone door of the chamber, its massive form soaring into the air, charging toward the descending sword. Subsequently, one of its claws, infused with demon essence, struck with ferocity. Its attack was unimpeded by the defensive formation. With a thunderous crash, the fearsome claw collided with the sword, sending it spiraling away. This is the Xian serpent. The third-level Yuan-Yang cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. Not only he, but Su Qing was also taken aback, realizing the presence of such a formidable beast within her son's chamber. The Earth Sha Xian serpent's claw cleaved through the air, unleashing a torrent of razor-sharp energy that rent the night sky asunder. A pain scream escaped the third-level Yuan-Yang cultivator as his protective true essence shattered under the onslaught, sending him hurtling backward. The sharpness of the claw left deep gashes upon his body, bleeding profusely. With a mighty roar, the Earth Sha Xian serpent summoned a tempest of black, demonic winds, charging directly at the third-level Yuan-Yang cultivator. His face paled in horror as he sensed the overwhelming power of the creature, daring not to confront it head-on. Instead, he conjured fiery wings to evade the assault in the night sky. Vile beast, you seek death. At that moment, a figure exuding a powerful true essence of the 9th level of the Yuan-Yang realm approached, encircled by azure light. The identity of this masked individual was none other than Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji rushed forth, channeling a terrifying force of true essence, and unleashed a ferocious downward strike with his blade. A formidable blade of light, extending over 10 meters, descended upon the estate's protective array with devastating force. Thunderous roars echoed as the array could no longer withstand the onslaught. The energy of the array stones was entirely consumed, resulting in an explosive shattering that rendered the array obsolete. Mother, get away, Xiang Chen bellowed, seizing his mother and rushing forth. The estate, with its numerous chambers, was cleaved in two by a single stroke, causing many rooms to collapse. Master, the Earth Sha Xianjiao roared, turning immediately to assault Zhou Ji. With a fearsome growl, it unleashed a black beam of malevolent energy, a frenzied assault aimed directly at Zhou Ji. Zhou Ji summoned a pair of azure wings, deftly evading the overwhelming strike. The Earth Sha Xian Jiao charged forward, intent on annihilating Zhou Ji. I will hold it back. You must eliminate Xiang Chen. Zhou Ji shouted at the formidable figure of the third layer of the Yuanyang realm. The third layer Yuanyang expert suppressed his injuries, transforming into a blaze of fire and hurtling towards Xiang Chen. Mother, stay here. I will distract the enemy. Manha, safeguard my mother. Xiang Chen burst forth from the ruins, darting towards another location. Young master, Chenner. Su Qing's expression shifted dramatically as she watched her son draw the enemy's attention, her leg having been struck by a blade of energy, leaving her unable to move. Manha quickly embraced Su Qing, retreating into the debris for safety. Within the training chamber, four formidable figures, each measuring 7 to 8 meters, surged forth, revealing themselves to be 4 fiery phoenix serpents. The serpents roared, their crimson wings fluttering, the ferocity of primal beasts gleaming in their eyes as they charged towards the adversaries at Xiang Chen's command. The lead fiery phoenix serpent flapped its wings, a torrent of demonic energy erupting forth, igniting into a conflagration that coalesced into 2 7 to 8 meter long fire serpents, which lunged towards a master of the innate realm. The innate master swung his blade, cleaving one of the fire serpents in two. However, the other serpent nimbly evaded the assault, coiling around the opponent's body in a constricting embrace. The innate master screamed in agony as he was engulfed by the terrifying heat of the flames, his hair and garments disintegrating into ash. His skin cracked, moisture evaporating instantaneously, and in mere moments, he was reduced to a charred husk, then to mere blackened ash. Such astonishing, innate talent. The 4 fiery phoenix serpents soared through the air, their wings condensing demonic energy into torrents of fire serpents and fireballs that rained down with incredible power. Meanwhile, Wang Tian and Xiao Bai found themselves ensnared and subdued by 4 Yuanyang realm experts. Elder Feng was similarly entangled with 2 Yuanyang adversaries. Elder Hua, possessing limited cultivation at the second layer of the Yuanyang realm, had already sustained injuries from a 5th layer opponent. Damn it, get away from me, Wang Tian roared, transforming into a monstrous form. Standing at an imposing height of 6 meters, he resembled a titan wielding his battle blade. Yet, his weapon could only extend to a length of over 3 meters, appearing somewhat disproportionate in his grasp. The formidable prowess of the great celestial Yuanyang realm erupted, as he single-handedly subdued 2 formidable adversaries of the same tier. The 2 individuals were equally astonished by Wang Tian's formidable prowess, opting to avoid direct confrontation and instead seizing opportunities to strike amidst their evasions. After his transformation into a demonic form, Xiao Bai possessed combat abilities that rivaled those of a high-ranking celestial being, yet he found himself unable to draw his bow in close quarters. Engaging with an opponent of the 1st level of the Yuanyang realm and another of the 6th level, he was at a distinct disadvantage, his strength vastly inferior to that of Wang Tian. "You little beast, today marks your demise," bellowed the adversary of the 3rd level of the Yuanyang realm, unleashing a sword strike that sent a flaming blade of 7 to 8 meters hurtling downward like a lightning bolt aimed at Xiang Chen. With no time to contemplate, Xiang Chen instinctively propelled himself to the side, evading the lethal blow. Boom! In that fleeting moment of escape, the sword energy cleaved through the ground, leaving a charred scar over 10 meters long and 2 meters deep. A wave of sword chi still struck Xiang Chen, causing him to spit blood as he was sent flying, his body marred by numerous fine cuts from the sword's energy, drenched in crimson. The slaughtering aura of the Yuanyang realm truly felt akin to trampling upon ants. "Your end has come, little beast," the foe sneered, soaring through the air with a sword aloft, transforming into a streak of fire as he charged forward at a speed of 70 to 80 meters per second. Chapter 235, Super Slaughter. As the sword descended, a terrifying aura enveloped Xiang Chen, capable of shattering even a stone mountain of several dozen meters with a single strike, imparting an overwhelming sense of impending death. "Old fool, do you believe that I, Xiang Chen, remain the ant you once toyed with?" he roared, instantaneously transforming, his form morphing into a towering wolf-like creature over 3 meters tall. Simultaneously, he consumed a demon core infused with remarkable demonic essence, the core of the great serpent demon, Bai Han Xian Shi, swallowing it into his being and channeling it into a mysterious small cauldron. "Refine it for me," Xiang Chen bellowed, as the enigmatic cauldron nearly instantaneously unleashed a torrent of immense demonic energy that surged into his body, roaring towards the heavens. Xiang Chen felt the powerful essence pour into him, flowing through the ancient cauldron as if it were a source of divine energy, filling his dantian, meridians, and flesh. His body swelled once more, reaching a height of 5 meters, radiating a terrifying aura as he broke through barriers. 8th level of the divine concealment. 9th level. Innate realm. Minor celestial being of the innate realm. Middle celestial being. Great celestial being. Yuan-yang realm. Minor celestial being of the Yuan-yang realm. Xiang Chen's demonic energy surged wildly, an overwhelming force that corroded his rationality, transforming his eyes into a fierce shade of red. Upon his wolfish form, enormous steel-like scales emerged, while his tail morphed into an elongated serpent appendage, making him appear even more fearsome and monstrous. Boom! As the sword thrust toward him, Xiang Chen brought his palms together in a powerful strike. His hands unexpectedly manifested a terrifying sword energy, countering the lethal blade aimed at him. How is this possible? The 3rd-level Yuan-yang expert was taken aback, astonished by the sudden transformation of Xiang Chen into such a formidable and menacing presence. Kill! Xiang Chen roared, seizing the sword's trajectory and sending it flying with a single palm strike. Whoosh! He wielded the Dragon K demon blade, infused with a tremendous amount of demonic energy. With a resounding hum, the blade, originally measuring 1.8 meters, swelled to an imposing 4 meters, transforming into a colossal weapon that emanated an aura of terror. Kill! With his crimson eyes ablaze, Xiang Chen roared and leaped forward, akin to a primordial beast unleashed, delivering a devastating strike aimed at the 3rd-tier Yuan-yang realm expert. The might of this blow surpassed anything he had wielded before by several magnitudes. The Yuan-yang expert's expression shifted to one of horror as he summoned his treasured sword, channeling true essence to defend against the impending assault. Clang! Yet, as the blade descended, a cataclysmic force erupted, sending the Yuan-yang master hurtling backward, the overwhelming demonic energy crashing upon him. His eyes widened in disbelief and terror. Kill! Xiang Chen's massive form surged forward once more, the Dragon K demon blade poised for another strike. As he swung, the winds howled ferociously, and a 10-meter-long blade of light streaked down from the heavens with a thunderous roar. The Yuan-yang expert hastily attempted to evade, but the ground erupted with a deafening roar, a radius of dozens of meters obliterated by the stroke. Boom! Xiang Chen propelled himself forward, unleashing the stunning swan step, his figure darting an astonishing 100 meters in the blink of an eye, reaching speeds nearing the sound barrier, the air crackling in his wake. Dragon Elephant Fist. Kill! He unleashed a punch, a torrent of demonic energy roaring forth, manifesting as an ancient colossal elephant. The 10-meter-wide might of the Dragon Elephant Fist surged forward, creating an overwhelming atmospheric pressure. Fireline Fist. The Yuan-yang expert bellowed, retaliating with a powerful punch that collided with Xiang Chen's Dragon Elephant Fist. Boom! The two forces exploded in a symphony of thunder, an explosive shockwave radiating outward. Yet, the Dragon Elephant Fist proved superior, its immense force crashing into the Yuan-yang expert, shattering his protective true essence and sending him reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. Crushing Mountain. Xiang Chen roared, channeling a vast reservoir of demonic energy into his blade. Rumble. As the blade was unleashed, the heavens shook, the energy coalescing into a black-red wave of destructive force aimed at the Yuan-yang expert. With a thunderous impact, the wave erupted, unleashing a terrifying blade aura that struck the expert's body. Boom, boom, boom. Despite his protective true essence, the expert's flesh was mercilessly shredded, sent flying by the force of the blow, grievously wounded. He could even sense the chilling breath of death closing in. Indeed, Xiang Chen had already crossed over 100 meters in a single stride, pursuing with relentless speed, each step propelling him faster. In mere moments, he covered 500 to 600 meters, shouting, "Kill!" The Dragon K demon blade swung down with frenzied ferocity, engulfing the Yuan-yang expert in its deadly aura. Boom! The Yuan-yang expert was cleaved apart by the blade, his body exploding into a shower of flesh and blood. In Xiang Chen's eyes, the remnants of the expert's soul flickered, a terrified apparition in the wake of devastation. However, within Xiang Chen, a surge of ghostly energy erupted, heralding the presence of Yume. With a piercing shriek, Yu Mei lunged at the opponent's soul, voraciously tearing and devouring it. Amidst a swirling mass of black mist, the soul of this Yuan-Yang powerhouse was consumed, leaving no opportunity for reincarnation. Roaring, transformed into a demon, Xiang Chen unleashed a terrifying howl that echoed through the air. An overwhelming aura of malevolence and murderous intent began to erode his sanity. Kill. Clutching a colossal blade, he unleashed his demonic energy and charged towards Zhou Ji, who was engaged in battle with the earthly fiend Xian Jiao. Xiang Chen, how could this be? Zhou Ji cast a glance and was struck with shock. Whoosh. At that moment, the tail of the earthly fiend Xian Jiao struck like lightning, imbued with terrifying power. Zhou Ji roared in defiance, swinging his blade to block. Bang! Yet, the force of that tail still slammed heavily into Zhou Ji's body. Uft! Zhou Ji spewed a mouthful of blood, sent flying through the air. He was no match for the earthly fiend Xian Jiao. Die! Xiang Chen bellowed, launching a surprise attack aimed at Zhou Ji. With a swift motion, he drew his blade and unleashed a black blade of light, 7 to 8 meters long, that cut through the air and struck Zhou Ji's back, shattering his protective true essence. Ah! Zhou Ji screamed in agony as a deep gash was carved into his back, his spine struck. Blood poured from his mouth. Roar! The earthly fiend Xian Jiao unleashed a claw that descended with explosive fury, a single strike powerful enough to obliterate a small mountain. Suddenly, Zhou Ji erupted with astonishing yuan light, surrounded by a myriad of talismanic glows, and his speed surged multiple times as he evaded, transforming into a streak of light and fleeing into the night sky. This fellow actually escaped. The earthly fiend Xian Jiao roared, preparing to chase him down with a violent wind. Do not pursue a desperate foe, assist the others. Xiang Chen restrained his inner savagery and shouted. The earthly fiend Xian Jiao halted, then transformed into a streak of light to attack the Yuan-Yang realm powerhouses assaulting Wang Qian and Xiaobai. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, his face contorted in pain. Cough. He opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of blood, waves of excruciating agony coursing through his body. Uft, uft. In truth, his flesh had indeed torn, creating numerous gaping wounds, and scalding blood gushed forth. As forcibly enhancing his power and awakening the demon core exacted a heavy toll. Chapter 236, Deeply Defeated. Xiang Chen hurriedly gathered all the power of the great demon serpents into a mysterious small cauldron, preventing the state of his torn flesh from worsening. Nevertheless, he found himself in an exceedingly dire state, his meridians torn, body grievously injured, and internal organs bleeding profusely. Xiang Chen's eyes throbbed painfully as he gasped for breath, continuously spitting blood, while the true qi of heaven desperately shielded his organs, striving to halt the excessive blood loss. Zhou Ji, terrified, fled. Meanwhile, the earthly fiend Xian Jiao charged towards the two assailants attacking Xiaobai, unleashing the terrifying power of the great demon. With a resounding boom, a beam of earthly fiend light erupted, striking a Yuan-Yang realm powerhouse with astonishing speed. The 6th level Yuan-Yang powerhouse was unable to evade, struck in an instant. Bang! A piercing scream echoed through the air as a figure was violently hurled away, their body erupting in a gruesome display of blood and flesh, crashing over 100 meters into a nearby courtyard. Another individual, paralyzed by sheer terror, watched as a colossal earth fiend Xian Jiao lunged towards them, affording Xiaobai a rare opportunity to unleash his bow. He distanced himself, revealing a magnificent 8th-grade treasure bow, the finest crafted by the Gongsun family in recent years. 7-star arrows, strike. Xiaobai roared, drawing back the string, 7 arrows coalescing into a singular, lethal force, soaring towards the unfortunate soul still struggling to rise from the ground. In a moment of horror, the man was caught off guard. No, he gasped, but it was too late. Boom, boom, boom. The 7 arrows traversed the distance in an instant, crashing into his body with explosive force, obliterating him completely. Retreat, retreat, cursed the 2 powerful Yuan-Yang experts as they shouted in desperation, realizing the tide of battle had shifted. With 2 of the 8 Yuan-Yang already dead and 1 having fled, the situation was dire. Although Elder Foam was momentarily restrained, the enemy dared not strike with lethal intent, still retaining combat capability. The earth fiend Xian Jiao surged forward with an unstoppable might, while Xiao Bai provided formidable support with his unparalleled archery. The remaining 5 Yuan Yang made a decisive retreat. Fall back! Lu Haizi shouted furiously at his subordinates. However, upon looking around, he was dismayed to find that the 70 elite warriors he had brought had suffered heavy losses, leaving only 30 or so standing. Young master, Zhao Mu rushed towards Xiang Chen, who bore several gruesome wounds. Xiang Chen, gripping the dragon-quelling demon blade, struggled to remain upright. His condition gravely deteriorated. Help me to the meditation chamber, Xiang Chen murmured. Zhao Mu quickly scooped him up and hurried towards the sanctuary. Master, Chen'er, Su Qing'er approached, her eyes filled with concern and sorrow for Xiang Chen. Mother, I'm fine. Please take care of yourselves. Xiang Chen reassured her with a wave as Zhao Mu carried him into the meditation chamber. He promptly retrieved a vial of rejuvenating elixir from his Qianquan ring and consumed it. The potent essence surged through him, bringing a soothing relief to his agonizing body. Meanwhile, the little white tiger remained oblivious, peacefully slumbering in the Qianquan space amid the chaos of battle. At last, the adversaries had retreated. Wang Tian, Xiao Bai, and the others dared not pursue them beyond the estate, hastily making their way back to Xiang Chen's residence. Their faces fell as they beheld the near ruin of the estate. Where is the young master? Wang Tian inquired urgently, turning to Zhao Mu at the entrance of the meditation chamber. The young master is resting and recuperating, Zhao Mu replied gravely. Chen'er, master, Elder Feng and Elder Hua arrived, their expressions equally grave. Surrounding them, the Western Guardian Tiger Guards gathered in small clusters, most bearing wounds from the conflict. Damn it, who are these people? Elder Feng seethed, his face dark with fury. Zhao Mu replied solemnly, if my suspicions are correct, they are likely sent by Lin Lian. Lin Lian, Wang Tian and Xiao Bai exchanged glances, their eyes icy with resolve. How are the Tiger Guards faring? Zhao Mu inquired. The Western Guardian White Tiger Guards began to tally their losses. 1 warrior had perished. 18 were severely injured, while the remainder sustained minor wounds. This time, had it not been for the significant enhancements in strength, physique, and vitality, the losses would have been far more catastrophic, likely resulting in the demise of the majority. Commander, we have captured 2 survivors, someone remarked. Ensure they remain alive. Zhao Mu coldly instructed. Shortly thereafter, the Wan Medicine Pavilion and members of the Gongsun family received word and hastily dispatched a large contingent. Both the Gongsun Patriarch and Chun Feng, the Pavilion Master, rushed to the scene. Brother, where is my brother Xiang? Gongsun Shengtian inquired anxiously, surveying the devastation around him. Chun Feng frowned, a hint of malevolence gathering in his brow. The young master is currently recuperating, Zhao Mu replied. Who is responsible for this? Chun Feng demanded. We have yet to ascertain the details. We captured 2 survivors, but they are gravely injured and unconscious, Wang Tian explained. Master Hua, we must ensure the survival of those 2, Chun Feng insisted. Understood, Pavilion Master, came the reply. Gongsun Shengtian furrowed his brow, stating, it seems that not long after Xiang Chen left the Xia family, someone could not wait to make a move against him. It is likely that it is someone from within the Xiang family seeking his demise. The culprit is somewhat predictable. The challenge lies in gathering evidence. The chief steward Qing Feng remarked. Chun Feng cast a dark, silent gaze toward the direction of the Xiang family. The Xiang family. Zhou Ji descended from the heavens, making his way into the main hall. Inside, Lin Lian awaited news. Zhou, covered in blood, returned. Old Zhou, what has happened to you? Where is Xiang Chen's head? Lin Lian rushed over, her voice laced with urgency. Miss, we have failed. Zhou steward replied with a bitter smile, coughing up blood. Failed? How could that be? You had 8 formidable practitioners of the Yuan Yang realm. With so many experts from the Black Wind stronghold, how could you possibly fail? Lin Lian's expression shifted dramatically, her voice rising in anger. The intelligence was erroneous, Zhou steward said, his face etched with despair. Xiang Chen's estate was protected by a formation, preventing a decisive strike. Moreover, within his residence lurked a fearsome demon serpent that stalled me. I was no match for it. Even more terrifying was the fact that this young wretch employed some unknown means to become exceedingly formidable, exhibiting the power to slay practitioners of the Yuan Yang realm. Elderly one was actually killed by that wretch. In the compound, the 2 unknown practitioners of the Yuan Yang realm were exceptionally powerful. None of the 4 Yuan Yang practitioners could subdue them. Amidst such unforeseen circumstances, the operation ended in failure, and Lu Haizi lost a Yuan Yang practitioner. Now, with the reinforcements from the Wan Medicine Pavilion and the Gongsun family arriving, success is no longer attainable. Lin Lian's countenance transformed repeatedly upon hearing the news. 8 Yuan Yang practitioners and dozens of innate experts had initially made this ambush seem almost foolproof, yet it had still ended in failure. At that moment, a profound sense of defeat surged within Lin Lian's heart. Xiang Chen, a deep, suppressed, and furious roar echoed through the hall, lingering long after it had been uttered. Chapter 237. Preparing to draw the sword. 7 explosions in 6 days. In the cultivation chamber, Xiang Chen consumed the flesh of a colossal demon serpent while refining a substantial amount of returning celestial energy to mend his injuries. His rate of recovery was indeed astonishing. His regenerative abilities surpassed those of demons, bolstered by the aid of medicinal substances, celestial energy, and the restorative prowess of his techniques. Due to the damage inflicted by the excessive use of demonic powers, by the following day, I had nearly recovered. As I stepped out of the training room, numerous concerned faces greeted me. "Chinner, how are you?" Su Qing'er was the first to rush forward, her gaze scrutinizing her son, her leg wound having been healed by Elder Hua. "Brother, how are you faring?" "My friend, what is your condition?" A chorus of inquiries filled the air, and warmth blossomed in my heart. "Mother, Brother Chun, Brother Shengtian, my injuries are no longer a concern," I replied with a smile. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of those gathered. "Zhao, what is the casualty situation in the manor?" I inquired. "One brother from the Western Guard has perished, while the others who were severely injured have had their wounds stabilized by Elder Hua. However, we have lost 18 servants," Zhao reported. My gaze turned icy upon hearing the news. 19 lives had been lost, and I bore the weight of their deaths upon my shoulders. "Have their backgrounds been investigated?" I pressed. 2 severely injured survivors have been saved, but we cannot question them until they regain consciousness, Zhao replied. "Chinner, we must find a way to rescue Manha. When they retreated, someone discovered our hiding place. Manha diverted the enemy to protect me, and she has been captured." Su Qing urged anxiously. "What?" My expression shifted dramatically. "Manha had been taken. Quickly, bring those 2 to me," I commanded urgently. "Yes, we shall bring them to the young master." Soon, 2 men clad in black were brought forth, visibly injured, their masks removed, yet none present recognized them. "Awaken them," I instructed. A bucket of cold water was promptly poured over the 2, rousing them from their stupor. They awoke, fear evident in their wide eyes as they surveyed their surroundings. "Who are you? Why did you attack my manor?" I questioned icily. "Let us go, or our leader will return and raise your estate," one of them threatened, attempting to muster courage. Still defiant, Zhao swiftly delivered a couple of resounding slaps, prompting a pained cry from the man. I remained indifferent. "I have no time for idle chatter. Bring me a sturdy rope and a bamboo tube the size of a thumb." The White Tiger guards promptly suspended the 2 from the dilapidated door frame of the estate. A bamboo rod was procured, which I sharpened with a swift stroke, channeling my vital energy through the segments. With a decisive thrust, I pierced the leg of one man. "Oh!" he screamed, the rod penetrating a major artery, blood gushing forth like a spring, unrelenting. "Based on the flow of blood and your vitality, you will endure for approximately 30 minutes before succumbing to blood loss. During these 30 minutes, you will acutely sense the approach of death," I stated coldly. "In other words, you have but 30 minutes left to live, during which you will fully comprehend the manner of your demise." Upon hearing these words, the man's complexion shifted dramatically, his heart gripped by an indescribable terror. It was not an especially brutal form of punishment, yet the method of inducing death instilled an ever-deepening fear and despair within him. Death itself is not the most horrifying prospect. Rather, it is the agonizing anticipation of death that truly terrifies. Beside him, another individual also turned pale with fright. Blood flowed like a gushing spring as a crimson serpent slithered over, sinking its fangs into the tube to drink the blood, as if savoring a delightful beverage. "No, please. I will tell you everything. I will reveal all." Unable to endure the torment any longer, the man cried out in panic. Xiang Chen smirked coldly. "Now? This is the attitude I desire. Speak, who are you? Who sent you here? And who is your master?" The man, weeping, replied, "We are bandits from Haifeng village, led here by our chief, who instructed us to raid a wealthy estate. We know nothing more. We are from Haifeng village. I beg you, spare me, and I will divulge everything." Haifeng village. This den of thieves. Haifeng village. one of the most formidable bandit forces in the realm of great commerce. The crowd gasped in astonishment, taken aback to learn they were dealing with members of Haifeng village. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed. He had heard of the notorious reputation of Haifeng village, a group that had long entrenched itself in a particular region, engaging in plunder and pillage with considerable power. The bandits of Haifeng village have managed to infiltrate the city. It seems they have received internal assistance from Lin Lian, Chen Feng remarked nonchalantly. Xiang Chen's expression turned frigid as he mused. This woman is quite cunning. She fears direct involvement might leave clear evidence, thus employing bandits to eliminate me. Brother, what are your thoughts? Should we gather our forces and eradicate Haifeng village? Chen Feng proposed. Xiang Chen's countenance darkened as he replied. Haifeng village has claimed the lives of so many. I will undoubtedly annihilate them. However, this village is not to be trifled with. My father once mentioned that Haifeng village has survived for so long by covertly taking orders from the royal family, engaging in unsavory tasks on their behalf. We must bide our time. Now is not the moment to strike. Shall we simply endure this indignity? Gongsun Sheng inquired, furrowing his brow. You must temporarily endure. I will seek vengeance for this grievance. Xiang Chen breathed deeply, unwilling to confront the royal family head-on just yet. One thread pulled can ensnare the entire body. Ultimately, this nation is ruled by the royal family. If a genuine war were to erupt, the military would inevitably be drawn in, and all prominent factions in great commerce would be affected. Chen Feng silently nodded in appreciation. It is far wiser for one so young to exercise restraint than to recklessly engage in conflict. The mindset of this younger brother surpasses that of many adults. Disburse 1,000 gold coins to the families of each deceased servant as compensation, and ensure a proper burial for the fallen guards. For the others, recruit new personnel and restore the damaged structures. Xiang Chen commanded further. Remember this day. It marks the first and gravest humiliation for Fengchen Manor. I shall not permit such an occurrence to transpire again. We must know shame and transform it into courage. Yes, all members of the Shisu White Tiger Guard responded solemnly. Their eyes ignited with hatred and fury. Xiang Chen cast his gaze toward the Lin family, the site of the Wang residence, his expression icy. Lin Lian, Lin family, royal family, await my reckoning. Xiang Chen clenched his fists, his gaze icy and resolute. The once dilapidated mansion was being reconstructed, this time, for Xiang Chen's safety. Chen Feng of the Wan Yao Pavilion took it upon himself to reside in Fengchen Manor. Matters concerning the Wan Yao Pavilion seldom required his direct intervention. Qing Feng and his subordinates were more than capable of managing everything. However, when it came to the so-called Black Wind stronghold, Xiang Chen's insistence that Chen Feng and his men refrain from action did not imply that he would remain passive. A gentleman may take a decade to exact revenge, but he did not consider himself a gentleman. He simply wished to avoid employing the Wan Yao Pavilion's strength for retribution, which could incite a major conflict. With man he captured, he could not turn a blind eye. The Black Wind stronghold must be destroyed. Furthermore, it was imperative that the imperial family remained unaware of his involvement, necessitating careful planning. Chapter 238, The Land of Desolation, 8 Consecutive Explosions. Xiang Chen, accompanied by 30 White Tiger Guards, Xiao Bai, and Wang Tian, set off in pursuit of the Black Wind stronghold, exiting the city. Outside the city, over 100 kilometers away, a group of dejected horsemen rode onward. Lu Haizi, mounted on a dragon steed, wore a grim expression. This ambush yielded minimal benefits, costing him a significant portion of his elite warriors at the innate realm, and the loss of a capable assistant at the Yuanyang realm was a heavy blow, rendering the endeavor a costly misadventure. Let me go! You brutes, release me. A woman's furious cries emanated from a burlap sack tied to the dragon's steed behind him. Lu Haizi seized the sack and ripped it open, revealing Man-He's head. She glared at him, spitting defiantly in his face. You scoundrels, bandits, may you meet a wretched end. Man-He shouted, her eyes ablaze with fury. Lu Haizi wiped the saliva from his face and, with a contemptuous grin, struck Man-He across the face. You little wretch. If you weren't a woman and somewhat pleasing to the eye, I would have already killed you. Just wait until I return. I'll make you experience what it feels like to be ridden by 1,000 men. At his words, Man-He's face turned pale with fear. Just as she contemplated biting her tongue to end her life, Lu Haizi clamped her mouth shut, applying pressure that dislocated her jaw. Tears streamed down her face in pain, and though she wished to curse him, no sound escaped her lips. Lu Haizi secured the sack once more, and continued onward with his men towards the Black Wind stronghold. The location of the Black Wind stronghold was exceptionally unique, nestled against the misty mountain range within a canyon surrounded by towering peaks. Arrow towers flanked both sides of the canyon, while the rear mountains rose 1,000 feet high, their cliffs nearly vertical, with a solitary stone staircase leading to the stronghold perched atop the clouds. At this altitude, ordinary individuals could not ascend, nor could even those at the Yuan-Yang realm fly up. The only means of access was the solitary stone staircase. Troops were stationed on both sides of the canyon, rendering this place a veritable natural fortress. Even an army of 100,000 would struggle to conquer the Black Wind stronghold. Atop the summit, extensive settlements and courtyards had been cultivated. It was well known among armies that no one ever dared to assault this place. Xiang Chen, accompanied by his 30 white tiger guards and Zhao Mu, arrived at a distance within the canyon, gazing at the formidable landscape and the stronghold atop the clouds, his brow furrowing in contemplation. What a formidable natural defense! Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Young master, this is indeed the Black Wind stronghold. The prince once mentioned that with a mere garrison of 5,000 troops, one could thwart an army of tens of thousands. Moreover, the rear is shielded by the Demon Fog Mountain range, rendering this location of little strategic significance. The presence of Black Wind stronghold here is an audacious display of arrogance. Zhao Mu remarked. Xiang Chen squinted into the distance, stating, "This place is indeed perilous. A direct assault would prove futile. The only viable strategy is one of cunning." "What plan does the young master have?" Zhao Mu inquired. "Zhao Mu, take a few men and ascertain the source of their water supply," Xiang Chen instructed. "Understood." Zhao Mu nodded, promptly leading 2 men to stealthily scout the terrain. The 2 companions he chose had previously served alongside him in the military and possessed reconnaissance experience. After half an hour, the trio returned. Zhao Mu reported, "Young master, there are 3 nearby water sources. However, the primary source utilized by these individuals is a large mountain spring, heavily guarded by numerous sentinels. We dare not approach too closely for observation, as over 100 men are stationed there." Xiang Chen's expression hardened. "That is our point of infiltration," Zhao Mu exclaimed in astonishment. "Could it be that the young master intends to sever their water supply? Or do you plan to poison it? We cannot get near without alerting the enemy, which would lead to being surrounded from all sides." Xiang Chen replied, "I have my own methods. It is daytime now, making action unwise. We shall wait until nightfall. Let us find a suitable place to rest until then." Xiang Chen turned to leave, leading his group onto a small, desolate hill before entering the forest. From his universe ring, he retrieved a sizable dark green venom sac, the size of a human head. This venom sac belonged to the Baihanshian snake. "Black Wind stronghold, for daring to harm me, Xiang Chen, and to capture my women, you shall soon learn the nature of the calamity you have invoked." Xiang Chen's face was cold as he cast the venom sac into a mysterious ancient cauldron, igniting the 3-flavor true fire and adding several medicinal herbs. He began to refine the elixir within the forest, while the white tiger guards stood vigil nearby. Meanwhile, when he was brought to the summit of Black Wind and confined within a large stone cave, to her astonishment, she discovered that hundreds of ragged young women were imprisoned within. Most bore expressions of despair, huddled in various corners. When he was pushed inside, there was little reaction from the others. These women had all been abducted to serve as playthings for the bandits of Black Wind stronghold, their fates tragically grim. As he surveyed her surroundings, she realized that these were likely virtuous women taken from their homes. She quietly found a spot to sit, huddled with her knees drawn to her chest, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Will someone come to rescue me?" As dusk fell, the day came to an end. Above the canyon, many areas began to glow with the flicker of torches. Groups of bandits could be seen returning to Black Wind stronghold, dragging along plundered goods and even women. As night descends upon the Black Wind stronghold, a band of ruffians congregates, indulging in wine and meat. Those of higher status embrace women of striking beauty, while clusters of men engage in gambling and displays of strength. The echoes of women's weeping and anguished cries resonate from the stone and wooden huts. Some unfortunate men are bound to targets, an apple precariously perched atop their heads, serving as mere entertainment for the brigands. A sharp arrow whizzes through the air, striking fear into the heart of one man, who pales and shuts his eyes, so terrified that he loses control of his bladder, provoking laughter from the onlookers. The arrow narrowly misses the apple atop his head. "TCH, you're useless." Allow me. Another bandit exclaims, seizing the bow to take aim from hundreds of meters away. The arrow finds its mark, piercing the man's palm, blood gushing forth accompanied by his agonized screams. What remarkable marksmanship! The surrounding brigands roar with boisterous laughter, clinking their bowls in celebration. Amidst this chaos, Manha watches in despair as several men drag away a group of women, her face a portrait of horror. This den of iniquity lays bare the depravity of humanity, a place unashamedly rife with bloodshed, violence, and primal desires. At this moment, several bandits approach Manha. As the night deepens, the silver crescent moon hangs in the sky, casting its glow upon the valley, where flickers of firelight dance. A figure cloaked in an eerie aura seamlessly merges into the shadows of the night. Slipping into the valley, this figure is none other than Xiang Chen. Under the cover of darkness, his 7 illusions concealment technique unfolds, allowing him to blend flawlessly into the night. Nearly undetectable unless one possesses the extraordinary vision of a Yuan-Yang realm expert. Like a wraith, he stealthily navigates the valley, evading patrols of brigands as he ventures deeper into the heart of the stronghold. Xiang Chen arrives at a small pond, where a few bandits stand guard, engaged in idle chatter. With a flick of his finger, he sends a thumb-sized black pill into the water. As it sinks, it begins to dissolve, releasing tendrils of dark, toxic mist that swirl and expand. Undeterred, he proceeds to other water sources within the gorge, ensuring that even the smallest ponds receive a dose of his poisonous concoction. Before long, he reaches the water source discovered by Zhao Mu, a large mountain spring that continuously flows, feeding a small stream that meanders through the valley. Numerous guards are stationed here, as this is the primary source of drinking water for the Black Wind stronghold. Occasionally, one can see bandits hauling large buckets of water to fill their storage vessels. Did you hear? Today our chieftain led a raid into the royal city to plunder a wealthy estate, but it ended in disaster. Over 70 innate realm experts lost their lives, one bandit discusses, revealing the ongoing tumult within the stronghold. I have also heard whispers of a woman being brought back and the death of an elder. Alas, this has resulted in a tremendous loss. That village, shrouded in mystery, has managed to inflict significant damage upon the chieftain. As these individuals conversed, they remained oblivious to a shadowy figure stealthily approaching, who cast 3 black pills into the mountain spring. One of the bandits drawing water paused, sensing that something had fallen into the spring. Yet, seeing that all around him were his comrades and noticing nothing amiss, he resumed filling the large water vat. Once the vat was brimming, he stowed it within his storage jade belt and began to ascend the perilous stone steps. However, being seasoned warriors, their movements were swift and agile, akin to that of a stone monkey. A practitioner of the Yuan-Yang realm could only soar a few hundred meters. Their true essence could not escape the grasp of gravity at such heights. Thus, even those of the Yuan-Yang realm had to rely on their strength to climb, unable to fly directly to the summit. Xiang Chen, having poisoned every accessible water source in the valley without detection, quietly retreated to a corner after half an hour. The tendrils of dark greenish-black poison mist melded into the night, rendering it nearly undetectable. From every water source, wisps of toxic fog coiled and converged, enveloping the valley. 2 bandits engaged in conversation inhaled the poisonous mist, completely unaware of its presence. They only felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over them, as if a wave of intoxication had overtaken them. I feel so sleepy. My head is spinning. What is happening? Suddenly, both collapsed to the ground, their eyes rolling back as their bodies convulsed, white foam spilling from their mouths, their forms turning a sickly hue. What is happening? A nearby bandit noticed and rushed over. But before he could take more than a few steps, he too felt dizzy, his body succumbing to a paralyzing weakness, collapsing with eyes glazed, convulsing as well. The toxic mist continuously emanated from the water source, enveloping the entire gorge. Within the gorge, patrols had yet to utter a sound before one by one, they fell incapacitated. The fog surged upwards, but due to the darkness of night, no one above the 100-meter-high gorge could discern the chaos unfolding below. As the toxic mist ascended, the guards stationed at the gorge's summit succumbed to the poison, collapsing with glazed eyes. Yet, the mist could only rise to a height of 500 to 600 meters before its expansion was thwarted by the strong winds above, unable to reach the mountain peak. Xiang Chen coldly observed this scene, then let out a piercing eagle cry, calling thrice. It is time to act. That is the young master's signal. Zhao Mu, hidden within the forest, shouted upon hearing this. 30 individuals, each equipped with face coverings soaked in an antidote, rushed towards the valley. Flames flickered from torches, illuminating the scene where numerous bodies lay strewn about, with at least 800 or 900 people in the valley already poisoned, exhibiting identical symptoms of convulsions and foaming at the mouth. What a formidable poison! Zhao Mu gazed at the scene before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. Spare no one, Xiang Chen declared coldly. Understood. Zhao Mu and the others immediately dispersed, each wielding their blades to sever heads, as if harvesting watermelons, blood splattering everywhere. These bandits were no less than vicious fiends, their malevolence surpassing that of the most mercenary of mercenaries, and they felt no guilt in slaughtering these men. Before long, the valley floor, home to 800 or 900 souls, was left devoid of life, the scent of blood saturating the night air. Atop the Black Wind stronghold, a bandit drawing water placed jars from his storage belt at various fixed points for drinking. Unbeknownst to him, the water in these jars began to emit tendrils of toxic mist that wafted toward the stronghold. When someone approached for a drink and took a sip, they collapsed with a thud, having inhaled a lethal dose of the poison. What happened? Hurry, someone has fainted. Witnessing this, another rushed into the area thick with poison, only to find himself collapsing after just a few breaths, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. This is a sign of poisoning. This is bad. Someone has poisoned the water. The expressions of those poised to rush in shifted dramatically as realization dawned and panic ensued. 6 4s, 5 3s, what the hell? Just shut up and roll. A group was still gathered around a gambling table beneath flickering lights as tendrils of dark mist slithered into the room. 3 5s. One enthusiastically called out a number when suddenly his head spun and he collapsed onto the table, convulsing and frothing. Chapter 240. One man takes the stronghold. 10 consecutive explosions. The others gasped in shock, but soon enough, one after another, they fell like dumplings into the room. The poison, cultivated over 100 years by the Bihanshian snake, had been refined into a lethal elixir using several precious materials, releasing a noxious gas. The venom of the Bihanshian snake contained remarkable neurotoxic properties. Even the formidable Qian Tiger King, a 9-layered Yuanying great demon beast, had succumbed to it under Xiang Chen's assault. Now, this poison had been further enhanced by Xiang Chen and mixed with other toxic substances, transforming it into a gas that spread throughout the valley with astonishing potency. The venom pouch, which Xiang Chen had been reluctant to use, was a rare ingredient that could potentially assist in achieving the Yuan-Yang realm of the heavenly scriptures in the future. Yet now, in pursuit of vengeance and to save Manha, he had no choice but to unleash it. A single dose could slay thousands, showcasing the terrifying and treacherous nature of a master poisoner. In the chamber where the stronghold's leader resided, Manha was brought in, bound hand and foot, and tossed onto the bed. Lu Haizi looked at the terrified Manha with a cold sneer as he approached. "Let me go, beast. What do you want?" Manha cried out in fear. "You little wretch, your village has caused the deaths of so many of my brothers. Today, you shall witness how I make you suffer. To be honest, you are quite beautiful. None of the female slaves in this stronghold possess your charm," Lu Haizi scoffed, reaching out to caress Manha's cheek. "Scoundrel! Monster! Don't touch me." Tears welled up in Manha's eyes. "Ha ha ha. Once I've had my fun with you, I shall cast you aside for others to toy with, leaving you in a state worse than death." Lu Haizi sneered, stepping forward to rend her clothing with a single motion. With a sharp rip, Manha's garment was torn asunder, revealing her pristine, pale skin. "No, no, please don't. Don't touch me. Young master, save me." Manha cried out in despair, struggling desperately to free herself from Lu Haizi's grasp. "Ha ha ha. Scream all you want. No one here can rescue you," Lu Haizi taunted, continuing to tear at Manha's dress. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the door. "Boss, something's wrong." Bang, bang, bang. A voice called out urgently. Lu Haizi's expression darkened as he cursed. What could possibly be wrong? "I'm in the midst of something important. Boss, stop fooling around. It's serious. Come out quickly. The brothers have all been poisoned." The anxious voice of the second-in-command rang out. "Poisoned?" Lu Haizi's face paled instantly. He hastily pulled up his trousers and rushed outside, leaving Manha alone in the room. Manha, pale and trembling, curled up and wept silently. As Lu Haizi emerged, he found a crowd gathered at the entrance. "What is going on?" he demanded. "It's serious, big brother. You must see for yourself." The second-in-command, a stout and tall man, wore an expression of dread. They hurried outside, only to witness numerous people on the ground, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. What happened? Lu Haizi asked, his expression shifting to one of alarm. We don't know. It seems everyone has been poisoned, replied the second-in-command. Poisoned? Where did it come from? Where's the apothecary? Quickly summon the apothecary. Lu Haizi bellowed. The apothecary is poisoned too. It's hopeless. We are the only ones left in this stronghold and have no idea where the poison originated, the second-in-command lamented, noting that only a few of their powerful members remained upright. At that moment, figures began to ascend the stone steps leading to the mountaintop, entering the stronghold. Xiang Chen and his companions had also climbed up. Lu Haizi glared at the intruders, his countenance darkening. Who are you? Did you poison us? He thundered. Be brother. I feel strange too. I know. This poison comes from the mist, stammered one of Lu Haizi's men, a strong warrior who suddenly swayed and collapsed. Old four. Lu Haizi shouted in alarm. It was then he realized something was amiss. A wave of dizziness washed over him as well. But his formidable cultivation allowed him to maintain his composure. Do you remember the estate you raided last night? Xiang Chen's voice was cold as he approached Lu Haizi, unafraid of the man's formidable presence. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Behind Xiang Chen, a group of white tiger guards followed, accompanied by 4 dark red serpents flicking their tongues, glaring coldly at Lu Haizi. It's you. You are Xiang Chen. Lu Haizi gasped in horror. Ah, splendid. It seems you still recognize me. Do you feel dizzy? Weak? Xiang Chen replied with a chilling smile. As Lu Haizi's companions fell one by one, his crimson gaze fixed upon Xiang Chen, he bellowed, Did you poison them? Indeed. Lu Haizi, the retribution for your actions at the Black Wind village has arrived. You should never have dared to lay hands on my estate. All of you shall pay for the lives lost within my domain. Xiang Chen replied coldly. You wretched spawn, do you know who stands behind me? You dare to kill me and slaughter my village. Lu Haizi roared. Isn't it simply a vicious dog raised in secrecy by the merchant emperor? A dog that thrives on nefarious deeds? Tell me, did Lin Lian conspire with you to assassinate me? Xiang Chen questioned icily. I will kill you. Lu Haizi howled, unleashing his true essence as he charged at Xiang Chen. However, his steps faltered, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, unable to summon his energy. Xiang Chen advanced slowly, wielding the dragon blade, its edge sparking against the earth. Lu Haizi, wide-eyed and filled with dread, lay on the ground as he witnessed Xiang Chen approach. No, no, please, do not kill me. Lu Haizi screamed in terror. Justice is served, Lu Haizi. Your reckoning has come. Xiang Chen raised the dragon blade. With a swift motion, the blade severed Lu Haizi's head, which rolled away, blood splattering as his eyes remained wide open in death. The once mighty practitioner of the Yuanyang realm met his end by poison. A chilling wind surged from within Xiang Chen, as Yu Mei emerged, consuming the remnants of Lu Haizi's fading life force and soul. Master, so many souls, so much vitality. This will suffice for me to ascend to the Yuanyang realm, to embody the form of a Yang ghost. Yu Mei cackled with manic delight, her laughter echoing ominously through the night. The young master's prowess was truly remarkable. Not only Zhao Mo, but the other white tiger guards gazed at the youth with awe, fear, and astonishment. One poison, one village annihilated. If word of this were to spread, the entire Great Shang would tremble. Yu Mei transformed into a spirit wind, drifting among those felled by the poison, voraciously devouring their life essence and souls. Should she consume the souls and vitality of nearly 10,000 individuals, one could only speculate the terrifying heights she would reach. Do not underestimate poison. The reality is staggering. A mere gram of potent sea snake venom can slay 15,000, while the most lethal of jellyfish can finish one off within 30 seconds. The most formidable toxin, the botulinum toxin, can kill over 12 million with just 1 gram. If several kilograms were released into the atmosphere, humanity would face annihilation. Thank you, brothers, for the release. A tenfold eruption for a bit of fun is such audacity. After 500,000 words, this privilege will no longer be available. Post 500,000 words. Daily updates are regulated to no more than 5. To unleash an eruption, one must apply. We are nearing 500,000 words, and a tenfold eruption shall fulfill your desires. If the devil fruits could be tossed in, and a brother mentioned a surprise of 10 updates, I am eagerly anticipating it. Chapter 241. A friend to women, find someone for me. Ensure you locate Manha, Xiang Chen commanded. Yes. 30 individuals immediately dispersed, searching each room and courtyard for her. As Xiang Chen made his way into the inner chamber, a faint voice reached his ears. His heart leaped with joy upon recognizing Man He's voice. He rushed inside, only to find her bound hand and foot upon the bed, the toxic gas seeping into the room having already begun to take its toll on her, rendering her close to unconsciousness. Man he exclaimed, hastening to her side. Producing an antidote crafted from snake gall, he administered it to her and assisted in its absorption. Once the medicinal properties took effect, the paralyzing poison coursing through her body was dispelled, and she gradually regained consciousness. Upon seeing Xiang Chen, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Master!" Man he cried, throwing herself into his embrace, her voice trembling as she whispered, "I thought I would never see you again and that I could no longer accompany you." Xiang Chen gently patted her back, soothing her. "How could that be? I would never abandon you. Everything is all right now. You are safe. Come, put on your clothing." He removed his own robe and draped it over her shoulders. With Man he safe, Xiang Chen felt a weight lift from his heart, grateful that tragedy had not befallen her as it had Red Sleeve. Just then, Zhao Mu approached, stating, "Master, we have discovered many women who are trapped here." "Oh, take me to them," Xiang Chen replied, rising to his feet. "Master, they are poor souls who have been captured. You must save them." Man he implored, "Rest assured, I will not forsake the innocent. Let us go," he assured her, and together they ventured into the cavern, where they beheld hundreds of women, all afflicted by poison, lying unconscious upon the ground. The toxin employed was indiscriminate, sparing neither the innocent nor the guilty. Thankfully, it was merely a paralyzing agent that would not claim lives in the short term, but prolonged exposure could still lead to death. "Uncle Mu, please toss this antidote into the water tank and administer the water to these women," Xiang Chen instructed, handing Zhao Mu 3 antidote pills. "Understood," Zhao Mu responded. And following his orders, the antidote was dissolved in the water. A group of white tiger guards began to fetch the water, feeding it to the women one by one. Before long, the women began to awaken, their eyes wide with fear as they looked upon Xiang Chen and his companions. "Do not be afraid, everyone. This is my master, the son of the prince of the Deshang kingdom, here to rescue you." Man he reassured them. "Ladies, I am Xiang Chen, son of King Xiang. The bandits who held you captive have been vanquished. You are safe now, and we will help you escape," Xiang Chen announced. "Is it truly the prince of Jinyuan, the son of King Xiang? Are you really here to save us? We are safe. We are free." The women exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down their faces. "We never imagined we would see a day free from these brutes." "Thank you, Master Xiang." Overwhelmed with emotion, they embraced one another, rejoicing, while many knelt before Xiang Chen, bowing in gratitude. On their once desperate faces, glimmers of hope for life began to shine. Xiang Chen observed the women, quickly discerning that most had endured unspeakable torment, their ages ranging from their early teens to their 30s. One can easily imagine the daily tribulations they endure here, and with such thoughts, a surge of indignation welled up within Xiang Chen. "Young Master Xiang, I am Lu Zhuer. I have encountered you before." A disheveled young woman, appearing to be in her 20s and clad in tattered garments, approached and bowed respectfully to Xiang Chen. Despite her unkempt appearance, her exquisite beauty was still evident. Lu Zhuer. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow, striving to recall her identity, and exclaimed in surprise, "You are the daughter of Minister Lu?" "Indeed. Zhuer is grateful for your life-saving grace, young Master Xiang." Lu Zhuer, with reddened eyes, knelt before him in gratitude. Xiang Chen hurriedly assisted her to rise, inquiring, "Miss Zhu, how did you find yourself in this dire situation?" With tears streaming down her face, she lamented, "My family has been exterminated by this pack of beasts. Among my kin, only a few women were captured and brought here. The rest have all been slain by the Black Wind stronghold. I thank you, young Master Xiang, for avenging my family." Xiang Chen felt a heaviness in his heart, recalling what his father had once said about Minister Lu being an honorable official, with whom he shared a cordial rapport. It seemed that he had become entwined in an unwarranted political strife, leading to the annihilation of his family by the Black Wind stronghold. "Ah, Miss Zhuer, my condolences." He sighed softly. Lu Zhuer sobbed, "Young Master Xiang, I am now homeless. May I follow you as a maid? I know I am no longer worthy of serving you in a more intimate capacity, but I am willing to wash your clothes and cook for you, to repay your kindness. Young Master, could you also take in others like us? Our families have also been slaughtered by the Black Wind stronghold, leaving us destitute. If you would shelter us, we are willing to work tirelessly, as long as we have something to eat." Indeed, We are prepared to serve you in any capacity. The other women pleaded, kneeling in desperation. In such a harsh world, the plight of homeless women, devoid of male protection or formidable strength, was truly pitiable. Please rise. If you are willing to accompany me, I shall gladly provide shelter for all of you. I am on the brink of opening numerous establishments and will require ample assistance. So you may stay and help me. Compassion swelled within Xiang Chen as he urged the women to stand. Thank you, young master. They expressed their gratitude while rising. For those who had lost their purity and homes, finding refuge was the most fortunate outcome they could hope for. Miss Zhuer, how about you stay close to Man He and look after my mother? Xiang Chen proposed, glancing at Lu Zhuer. That would be no problem. Thank you, young master. You may call me Zhuer from now on, she replied joyfully. Sister Zhuer, I look forward to your guidance. Man He smiled. Indeed, it is I who should be grateful for your care. You are truly fortunate, having been brought here and inspiring young Master Xiang to risk his safety for your rescue. Lu Zhuer remarked, feeling a mix of envy and sorrow, reflecting on her own despair when her beloved had not possessed such courage to save her. Man He, upon hearing this, felt a sweetness in her heart as she gazed at Xiang Chen conversing with Zhao, resolutely determined to follow him unwaveringly for the rest of her life. Young master, come quickly. We have discovered something of great significance. A member of the White Tiger Guard called out from a distance. Oh, what is it? Xiang Chen, astonished, inquired, and then proceeded alongside Zhao Mu, escorted by a White Tiger Guard. Chapter 242. A frantic elevation soon. Xiang Chen arrived before a grand stone wall, where a formidable iron door stood firmly shut. Several White Tiger Guards congregated at this location. Young master, young master. Upon Xiang Chen's arrival, they all respectfully bowed. Youth, it is presumed that this is the bandit's treasure trove, yet we lack the key, Li Chuan remarked with deference. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen wielded the Dragon K demon blade and struck the iron door. With a resonating hum, the iron door illuminated with golden runes, resisting the force of the blow. The razor-sharp Dragon K demon blade merely carved a shallow mark into the door. Ah, there are runic protections, Xiang Chen mused, feeling a surge of joy. This could only be the bandit's treasure trove. As one of the most notorious bandit lairs of the great merchant, the wealth contained within would surely be substantial. Xiang Chen observed the door, noting a hexagonal keyhole. In his hand, he held a storage jade belt, which belonged to Lu Haizi. Channeling his vital energy into it, he released its contents. Dozens of chests filled with gold coins, a multitude of gold notes, garments, and a precious blade valued at no less than 300,000. Among these treasures, he indeed discovered a hexagonal key, adorned with runes. With the key in hand, he inserted it into the keyhole. Instantly, the runes glowed, and the entire iron door radiated golden light, followed by a resounding roar as the door thunderously parted. A group of individuals, brandishing torches, ventured inside. What lay within was a meticulously arranged array of chests, numbering in the hundreds. As someone approached to open a chest, a dazzling sight of gleaming gold coins greeted them. Gold coins. Good heavens, these are all gold coins. Ha ha ha, young master, we have struck it rich. These chests are filled with gold. Exclamations of joy erupted from the crowd, their spirits soaring. Xiang Chen inhaled deeply, his moonlit eyes discerning the vast quantity of gold, certainly no less than 1,000,000 coins. With a delighted smile, he remarked, truly the famed den of bandits. They are indeed wealthy. Let us take them all. Yes. The White Tiger Guards, brimming with excitement, began to transport the gold. As Xiang Chen ventured deeper, he discovered numerous shelves. Upon the shelves were myriad elixir vials, a plethora of vitality pills, thousands of vials arranged, each of immense value. In addition to the vitality pills, there were pure essence pills, and even a limited quantity of 7th-tier treasure pills and yuanyang pills. Moreover, a few chests contained spirit stones, totaling over 1,000. Xiang Chen then glanced toward a bookshelf, upon which lay scrolls and manuscripts. Upon casually unrolling one, he found it contained martial arts teachings. Yellow tier advanced martial art, 7-kill blade technique. Yellow tier cultivation method, barbarian bull strength. Mystic tier inferior body technique. Art of extension. These were but a few of the skills and techniques available. Xiang Chen's interest waned. He had an abundance of formidable techniques, the myriad demonic scriptures encompassing far more than he could master. Suddenly, Xiang Chen's attention was caught by a golden jade slip. composed of over 10 jade bamboo pieces intricately joined together. Engraved upon the surface were runes, devoid of any script. Ling Simple, exclaimed Xiang Chen in astonishment. Ling Simple serves as a vessel for recording spirit-level martial arts and techniques. However, those beneath the Yuanyang realm cannot perceive the techniques contained within, as they lack the spiritual awareness necessary for comprehension. Spiritual awareness is the outward manifestation of one's mental and soulful energy. Intriguingly, I must explore what lies within. A gleam ignited in Xiang Chen's eyes as the moon-gazing eyes radiated brilliance, allowing him to decipher the Ling Simple. Though he lacked spiritual awareness, the power of the moon-gazing eyes surpassed that of ordinary spiritual perception. Within the Ling Simple, clusters of luminous symbols coalesced into characters and runes within Xiang Chen's mind. 9 layers of flame palm. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes. This was a palm technique, particularly suited for fire-attributed true martial practitioners, utilizing true fire to launch attacks. It was a mid-tier spirit-level martial art, exhibiting formidable power, capable of incinerating mountains with a single strike upon reaching perfection in cultivation. The preliminary cultivation level necessitated innate realm achievement. This indeed was a precious martial art worthy of deep exploration. In my inherited memories, no access had been granted to martial arts of spirit level or above. Xiang Chen mused that this was a treasure, a legacy bestowed upon him by the 10,000 demons holy canon, primarily consisting of techniques at the mysterious tier. The more advanced aspects of the legacy remained beyond his grasp, as unlocking them would overwhelm his soul. Above the yellow tier lies the mysterious, and the martial arts and techniques of the mysterious level are already exceedingly precious. Spirit-level martial arts and techniques could be deemed priceless in the Great Shang, rarely available for purchase. It is said that the royal family practices merely the inferior techniques of the spirit level. This martial art was likely acquired by Lu Haizi during his plundering escapades. Xiang Chen, elated, stored the Ling Simple while surveying the vast array of elixirs, resources, gold coins, and numerous weapons. Such an abundance of resources was sufficient to cultivate a formidable force. These resources were the very lifeblood of the entire Black Wind stronghold. One cannot prosper without a windfall, just as a horse cannot thrive without night forage, Xiang Chen sighed. The gold coins here had been entirely evacuated, moved outside, and none dared to touch them. All these treasures were to be managed by Xiang Chen. After collecting the martial arts techniques, elixirs, and weapons, he proceeded to gather the mountain of gold coin chests, rewarding each participant in this endeavor with 5,000 coins. The total gold amassed was estimated at 4,300,000 coins, a staggering fortune. The wealth from the deceased bandits was left for Zhao Mu and others to freely plunder, each amassing over 10,000 coins, given the sheer number of them. Throughout the stronghold, bandits lay unconscious, while you may voraciously consume their souls and essence. The Dragon's Edge Demon Blade was equally relentless, transforming into a beam of light to absorb their vital blood and souls, thereby augmenting its own power. Zhao Mu and his companions lowered iron chains from the mountain, enabling the rescued women to grasp the chains and descend the steep cliff one by one. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen remained seated atop the precipice, meditating in a lotus position. He gazed upwards, where a small wolf of moonlit white materialized alongside a large fish of shimmering silver. These two ethereal entities coalesced into a tangible form, surging towards the numerous bandits sprawled across the ground, either unconscious or already departed from this world. The enigmatic silver fish devoured the souls and vital energy of the fallen bandits, while the moonlit wolf consumed their very essences, refining itself and channeling this spiritual energy back into Xiang Chen, fortifying his own soul. Within Xiang Chen's being, the energy of the Taiyin surged at a terrifying velocity, advancing to the peak of the 7th level of the divine concealment realm. In a vast space, measuring 4 zhong, strands of Taiyin energy were continuously refined, numbering in the thousands, relentlessly impacting the 7th level of the divine concealment realm. With a thunderous explosion, an unceasing stream of Taiyin energy shattered the constraints of the concealed space, causing a resonant roar as the area expanded several feet, birthing a plethora of Taiyin energy. The 8th level of divine concealment was achieved. Yet, this frenzied accumulation of vital energy showed no signs of abating. Chapter 243. Creating a corpse guardian. A cacophony of cawing echoed as a swarm of crows, seemingly sensing the scent of death, descended from various shadows of the night. However, upon entering the toxic miasma, they too succumbed to its effects, plummeting from the sky and meeting their demise upon impact. Crows, known for their intelligence and ability to wield rudimentary tools, observed their fallen comrades and dared not feast upon the corpses in the gorge. Within the Black Wind stronghold, thousands of bandits met their end, poisoned within the ravine. Li Chuan had already escorted a group of women to safety, while Zhao Mu, accompanied by 10 white tiger guards, remained to protect Xiang Chen as he practiced his cultivation. Days passed. 1, 2, 3, and the bodies within the gorge began to emit a foul stench, releasing a palpable aura of decay. On the 4th day, Xiang Chen's eyes suddenly flared open. With a resounding blast, 9 circles of formidable energy erupted, enveloping a radius of over 10 meters and conjuring a chilling gust. The youth's snow-white hair danced in the air, and his dark golden eyes radiated a moonlit glow. He had shattered the confines of the 9th level of divine concealment. In approximately 6 months, he had transformed from a mere mortal devoid of any cultivation into a being of great celestial stature within the divine concealment realm. Such a pace of advancement could only be described as terrifying. Zhao Mu and the others gazed in awe at Xiang Chen's successive breakthroughs, their eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and respect. "Congratulations, young master, on your ascendance to the celestial level," Zhao Mu exclaimed with a smile. "Congratulations, young master," echoed the other white tiger guards, their admiration deepening. They recognized that Xiang Chen's remarkable talent and rapid progress would one day transcend their own capabilities. At such a tender age, his potential was boundless. The white tiger guards firmly believed that Xiang Chen would undoubtedly emerge as one of the foremost powerhouses of the Deshang, perhaps even transcending all limits. Rising to his feet, Xiang Chen reveled in the newfound strength that had more than doubled within him, a smile gracing his lips. Moreover, he sensed that his perception had amplified several-fold. He could hear the chirping of insects from thousands of meters away, and even the faintest commotion from 10 kilometers distant. His sense of smell had sharpened dramatically, allowing him to detect the most elusive scents, while his vision had become extraordinarily acute. His spiritual power had also grown significantly. In the depths of his thoughts, Xiang Chen contemplated the manifestation of soul power enhancement. The silver fish had devoured an excessive amount of divine essences and soul energy. "Have Lu Zhuer and the others been settled?" Xiang Chen inquired. Li Chuan personally escorted them safely back to Fengchen Manor, Zhao Mu respectfully replied. "Well, that is good." Xiang Chen nodded, turning his gaze towards the valley. Within the valley, a thick mass of black mist was swirling, coalescing an astonishing amount of ghostly energy, malevolence, and deathly aura. Yu Mei had absorbed the souls and vital essences of countless formidable beings, undergoing a transformation and evolution, with the potency of the Taiyin ghostly energy escalating wildly. Previously, Yu Mei had merely attained a minor innate realm. Now, it was rapidly advancing, having reached the 7th level and still ascending, refining itself. The dense, deathly mist present here was indeed an exquisite location for the creation of zombies. A glimmer flashed in Xiang Chen's eyes. The tongue of the moon sky wolf, part of the Taiyin True method, contained a unique technique: zombie refinement. Zombies exist beyond the realms of life and transcend the 5 elements, embodying a near-immortal existence. Xiang Chen surveyed several corpses of formidable beings at the Yuanyang realm, now rigid and uncorrupted. The blood vitality of such powerful corpses was astonishing, brimming with energy. Even in decay, it would take a year or 2 to fully rot. Lu Haizi's body was beyond salvage, having been decapitated. However, the body of this second-in-command, a powerful figure at the Yuanyang realm, was excellent material for crafting a zombie. Zombies excel in strength and possess formidable defenses: iron zombies, silver zombies, gold zombies, and spiritual zombies, each exhibiting tremendous power. Historically, fire zombies were known for their allure. Capable of ravaging vast lands, gold zombies could shatter anything. Wood zombies commanded the vitality of all living things. Water zombies roamed the seas, and earth zombies governed the land. The 5 elemental zombies could form the 5 zombie godslaying formation, and upon reaching perfection, could dominate a realm of the underworld. Xiang Chen recalled the teachings of the Taiyin True method regarding zombie refinement. Yes, these corpses, combined with the deathly and ghostly energies of nearly 10,000 souls here, could certainly yield a formidable zombie guardian, Xiang Chen mused. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of spirit stones appeared before him, numbering in the dozens. Xiang Chen concentrated his true energy, weaving it into special symbols that infused the spirit stones, constructing an array. After half a day, all 49 array stones were successfully condensed. In an open space within the encampment, Xiang Chen arranged these stones into a formation. Subsequently, a surge of true energy surged forth, embedding itself into the array stones. With a hum, the 49 stones emitted a faint black glow, enveloping the entire formation. Xiang Chen cast the corpse of the second-in-command into the array and poured his tying true energy into the body, where the disintegrated soul had once resided, forming a unique symbol, the Ghost Control Curse Mark. This mark was directly imprinted into the being's brain. With a resonant hum, the entire formation released an array of special fields, the aura enveloping the valley within a radius of over 10 miles. In that moment, the atmosphere was rife with an eerie wind, producing a series of strange sounds. The lifeless energy within the canyon seemed to converge here, resembling billowing clouds of dark gray smoke. What was the young master engaged in? How peculiar! The white tiger guards gazed in astonishment at the bizarre celestial phenomenon, their surroundings shrouded in a gray haze. Aside from the corpse ensconced within the formation, the surrounding bodies, including that of the formidable Yuanyang realm warrior, were continuously enveloped by waves of grayish-black death energy, flowing into the formation and the solitary corpse. Additionally, various feeble soul energies and fragmented remnants of souls manifested. One could observe a bandit's corpse corroding at an astonishing rate, decaying and releasing formidable death energy, ultimately transforming into a stark skeleton, as if it had been deceased for years. Not just him, but all the fallen bodies were undergoing a similar metamorphosis, rapidly decaying and emitting vast amounts of deathly aura. Invisible to the naked eye, wisps of soul force and fragments surged into the heart of the formation, into the corpse of the second-in-command of the Black Wind, specifically into his head. Within his skull, where spiritual consciousness had long since faded, an unusual form of spiritual energy began to manifest, albeit devoid of any soul presence. Only the essence of spirit remained. Ancient zombies seized the essence of heaven and earth, robbing all vitality. I command the moon's shadow, subjugating all ghosts and spirits, granting you rebirth. Arise as a zombie. With a drop of his blood, Xiang Chen condensed a blood-red rune, merging it with the essence of the moon's true energy, and infused it into the corpse's forehead. In the next moment, a chill ran through Zhao Mu and the others. Chapter 244, The Territory of Earth. They beheld the lifeless figure suddenly sit upright. This is a resurrection. Zhao Mu and his companions stood in stunned silence, gazing at the upright figure. No, rather, the zombie. His tightly shut eyes flung open, revealing emotionless, blood-red irises. Yet, his transformation was far from complete. A torrent of deathly energy surged forth, absorbed by the formation and flooding into his body, enveloping it in a cocoon of darkness. Astonishingly, the body within the cocoon began to shrink and diminish. What had once appeared to be a man in his 40s now seemed to revert to youth, experiencing a remarkable rejuvenation. Xiang Chen squinted at the unfolding scene, sensing the influx of unique earthen spiritual energy penetrating the figure. It appeared that a great earth zombie was on the verge of being born, he mused. Zombies possess their own innate talents and attributes. They transcend the 5 elements, yet can also master them. There are even legends of zombies that can command the powers of space, such as Ingo. An abundance of earthen spiritual energy merged with the death energy. After a considerable duration, the condensed black earthen energy egg shattered with a crack. Boom! All the energy exploded, surging into the body within the egg. Suddenly, a child clad in adult garments emerged within the formation. Before him stood a figure, seemingly no older than 7 or 8, with a pallid complexion devoid of any hint of vitality. His skin bore a dull yellow hue, his cherubic face still retaining a semblance of baby fat. Cascading down from his head was a mop of sandy hair, and he scarcely reached a height of 1.40 meters. His eyes were void of any sparkle, cold and merciless, glistening with a crimson tint akin to blood. From the corners of his mouth protruded sharp, pointed teeth, while his fingers were adorned with lethal claws. The energy coursing through him was an eerie, tainted essence, indicative of a corpse, oscillating with considerable potency, akin to that found in the celestial realm of innate mastery. This abundant energy had catalyzed his metamorphosis, rendering his cultivation not particularly formidable. A unique rune, resembling a crescent moon, adorned his brow. Master. The diminutive zombie intoned in a hushed, somber tone, gazing up at Xiang Chen. At this moment, he possessed little intellect, merely having coalesced a peculiar consciousness. Devoid of a soul, their essence was a fusion of spirit and flesh, endowing the zombie's corporeal form with extraordinary strength. Unless its head was shattered, it could reassemble even if its body were obliterated. Xiang Chen regarded the small zombie with intrigue, subsequently establishing a mental connection with it. With a hum, the little zombie seamlessly melded into the earth, capable of merging with the ground itself. After submerging several meters into the soil, he resurfaced. A unique, dark energy coalescing within his tiny palm and flowing into the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a sharp stone spire erupted from the earth like a stone sword, remarkably keen. Haha, splendid. Truly a remarkable gift, Xiang Chen exclaimed joyfully, addressing the small zombie. From now on, you shall be known as Kunling. Kunling, symbolizing the essence of the earth. This earth affinity bestowed upon Kunling was an exceptional talent for ambush. This is the cultivation method of the earth Kun divine art. You shall henceforth pursue this path. A surge of memory and consciousness flowed into Kunling's mind. Kunling shared a unique bond with him, allowing for direct mental communication and the ability to govern Kunling's actions. Though Kunling lacked significant wisdom, his consciousness remained intact, making simple cultivation unobjectionable. The earth Kun divine art was a method from the Lunar Wolf's holy scripture for nurturing 5-element zombies. Kunling blinked his crimson eyes a few times, gazing blankly at Xiang Chen. With a flicker of brilliance, the Qiankuan ring enveloped Kunling, causing him to vanish within. The miasma pervading the entire canyon had nearly dissipated, leaving behind only fragile, grayish-white bones, the essence within which had been absorbed by Kunling to reconstruct his form. The resilience of a zombie's body was widely acknowledged across the 3,000 worlds. Even if not the most robust physically, it still ranked among the formidable. Young master, what was that just now? Zhao Mu inquired, taking a deep breath. I have refined a zombie spirit, known in the cultivation world as a zombie. Though it differs from the ordinary iron, silver, or gold types, Xiang Chen replied. Zombie. Upon hearing this, several individuals changed their expressions, for they were familiar with the concept of zombies, yet it was their first encounter with such a creature. The small child-sized monstrosity they had just witnessed was indeed a zombie. The abilities of the young master have become increasingly unfathomable, Zhao Mu remarked in astonishment. Xiang Chen smiled faintly, his gaze directed towards the swirling mass of black energy within the canyon. From the depths of this dark mist, a thumb-sized, dark blue pill materialized, a ghost pill. The emergence of such an entity indicated that you may had ascended to the Yuan-Yang realm, often referred to as the realm of the Yang ghost. It seemed that the souls and energies of so many individuals had greatly benefited her. After a considerable time, the black mist surged forth, visibly rushing towards Xiang Chen. The energy coiled and condensed, culminating in the appearance of a woman. Zhao Mu and the others instinctively took a few steps back. The scene was exceedingly eerie. This woman possessed exquisite beauty, her complexion strikingly pale, almost ghostly. With captivating phoenix-like eyes and an oval face, a crescent-shaped white mark adorned her brow. Clad in white, her long, flowing hair cascaded gracefully. She descended lightly before Xiang Chen, as if weightless. Master, you may addressed him respectfully, her voice gentle. Ah, congratulations, you may, on reaching the stage of transforming the illusory into the tangible. Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile, extending his hand to caress her face, squeezing it lightly. Yet, it felt different from flesh. It was merely a cold touch, reminiscent of water. This is all due to the opportunities provided by my master, you may said with a soft laugh. However, this is not yet a true underworld body. Following my lord, I shall become the true king of ghosts, Xiang Chen responded with a light smile, waving his sleeve. You may believed in this, having just broken through. She needed to stabilize her realm before accompanying her master. I shall secure my footing first, she remarked cheerfully. Boom. Yu Mei dissipated into a surge of ghostly energy that rushed into his body, merging with the celestial wolf spirit, vanishing from sight. Zhao Mu and the others stood in stunned silence, as the events before them surpassed their wildest imaginations. Even Zhao Mu, gazing at Xiang Chen in that moment, felt as though he was witnessing the growth of a boy who had now become profoundly enigmatic. "Uncle Zhao, let us depart. Please send someone to deliver a message to Huanghu village. Someone must take responsibility for the events here." Chapter 245, Tianchun Dan Pavilion, Huanghu Village. Another den of bandits held a notorious reputation alongside Heifeng Zhai within the realm of the great merchants, where conflict among rival factions was inevitable. 2 days later, news reached Huanghu village that the inhabitants of Heifeng Zhai had ingested toxic river water, leading to widespread poisoning. Initially, the people of Huanghu village were skeptical, but upon sending scouts, they discovered a scene littered with corpses, the toxic fumes having dissipated. The leader of Huanghu village, Huanghu, was astounded. He personally led a large contingent to investigate and attack Heifeng Zhai, only to find that all its inhabitants were dead, the ground strewn with lifeless bodies, instilling a chill of fear within the hearts of Huanghu village's people. Meanwhile, through the machinations of unseen hands, the tale of Heifeng Zhai's annihilation at the hands of Huanghu village spread throughout the populace. Within the grand imperial house of the Deshang, news emerged that incited a fierce rage in some. The Black Wind Stronghold, a covert force cultivated by the Deshang, was tasked with eliminating those factions that were difficult to eradicate overtly, bearing the infamy of the Black Wind. Now, this shadowy hound had been slain by the Yellow Tiger Stronghold. What a fearsome yellow tiger it is, possessing such prowess to annihilate the Black Wind Stronghold. Without this vicious dog, who would assist the imperial house in uprooting dissenters? The King of Commerce, Xiang Chen, wore a grim expression as he gazed upon the confidential memorial in his hand. The terrain of the Black Wind Stronghold was easily defensible, and not even 100,000 troops could surely conquer it. Yet, the leader of the Yellow Tiger Stronghold possesses such capability? Your Majesty, even if the Black Wind Stronghold is extinguished, is there not another shadowy hound available for selection? The Yellow Tiger Stronghold could serve as a suitable replacement, no? Behind Xiang Chen, a regal woman clad in opulent palace attire approached with a cup of tea. This individual bore a resemblance to Lin Lian. She was Lin Jiao, the Empress of Deshang and the mother of Yin Tianai. The Yellow Tiger hails from the wilds. Not one of our own making. Fierce and untamed, it may not willingly submit, Xiang Chen remarked with narrowed eyes. I can have my father test the waters. If that fails, we shall eliminate it, Lin Jiao replied. Very well, let the Duke of Protection take a chance, Xiang Chen nodded. Meanwhile, the Yellow Tiger unexpectedly gained a formidable reputation in the underworld, heralded for its conquest of the Black Wind Stronghold. Such an elevation of notoriety was not something the Yellow Tiger would feel compelled to explain. Yet the true mastermind behind the scenes remained unknown, diligently crafting their own commercial empire. 3 days later, Xiang Chen's alchemy hall finally opened its doors. The Tianchun Alchemy Pavilion, a towering edifice, more than 10 zhang high, was currently alive with the crackling of firecrackers, drawing the attention of countless passers-by. A large group of young women, dressed in vibrant red gowns and possessing striking beauty, stood in 2 rows before the building. Above, a sign bore the inscription, Tianchun Alchemy Pavilion. Esteemed guests, Huafeng, clad in a splendid scarlet robe, stood amidst the throng, addressing the converging crowd with a smile. I am Huafeng, and I believe many of you have heard of me. It's the renowned Huasheniai. Indeed, it was the illustrious Huasheniai. Many pedestrians were instantly captivated by the well-known figure within Deshang. My esteemed teacher has inaugurated this Tianchun Alchemy Pavilion today, where we specialize in various cultivation elixirs, healing drafts, detoxification potions, and more, all priced comparably to those in the marketplace, yet crafted from the finest materials. Furthermore, presiding over our pavilion is the esteemed Elder Feng Mo from the Alchemist Alliance, whose elixir quality is undoubtedly among the pinnacle within all of Deshang. We welcome everyone to make purchases today. Huafeng beamed at the gathering crowd. Huafeng, we are aware of your medical prowess, and Elder Feng Mo is indeed distinguished. But how can you assert that your elixirs are the finest? A voice of skepticism emerged. Indeed, which elixirs could possibly rival those of the Lin family or the Alchemist Alliance? Another chimed in. Quite right, Huafeng. While you are revered, one must not fabricate claims. Many expressed skepticism, while members of the Lin family scoffed. Old Hua chuckled heartily and said, It is quite normal for you all to have doubts. Please observe. This is a genuine pure pill. He produced a pill that radiated 9 circles of pill aura, 9 layers of pill glow, a supreme pure pill. Those with discerning eyes gasped in astonishment, their gazes ablaze with fervor. The pure pill is the finest elixir for cultivators at the innate level. Our pill is of the highest quality, and during our opening month, it will be offered at a price comparable to that of superior pills on the market. As for its potency, it is enhanced by an astounding 30%. Is there any fellow cultivator brave enough to give it a try? Old Hua inquired with a smile. I will try. So will I. Many eagerly raised their hands. Old Hua, with keen eyes, selected a peak innate level cultivator and said, Young friend, please give it a try and share your experience with everyone. Thank you, Old Hua, the young man replied excitedly as he stepped forward. And Old Hua promptly handed him a vial containing 10 pills. The young man swallowed all 10 pills, beginning the process of refinement. Soon, an incredibly pure and vast force of medicinal energy surged into his divine reservoir, far more robust than that of other pills. Boom! The young man experienced a powerful surge of true qi erupting from within, his realm directly advancing to the second layer of the innate level. I have broken through, he exclaimed in joy, utterly astonished. The potency of just one vial of pure pill had facilitated his breakthrough. This efficacy is simply astounding. Others gasped in disbelief at this spectacle. Young friend, how is the effect? Old Hua inquired. The young man, brimming with excitement, responded. I needed at least a year or two to advance my realm, yet this vial of pills has enabled my breakthrough. Thank you, Old Hua. The potency of this supreme pill surpasses that of superior pills by a significant margin. How much for a vial? I wish to purchase one. Old Hua replied with a smile. The price is the same as for superior pure pills, 1,000 gold coins per vial. But this opening promotion will soon conclude, and prices will rise. Excellent pill, Old Hua. I'll take 2 vials. The man declared directly. Ha 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 ha, splendid. Please proceed to that side for your purchase. There are guides available. Old Hua, I also wish to try a vial. I want 2 vials. In an instant, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Everyone, please remain calm and proceed to the guides. There are also Supreme True Qi pills, Supreme True Essence pills, and various other exceptional elixirs available. We have the finest selections for sale, and those of lesser quality are priced even lower than market rates. Old Hua's promotional efforts yielded tremendous results, drawing throngs of customers into the Tianqin Pill Pavilion to purchase the elixirs. Across from the Tianqin Pill Pavilion stood the Qinglin Pill Hall, a venture of the Lin family. Many patrons of the Qinglin Pill Hall were lured away to try the premium pills at Tianqin. The salespeople of the Qinglin Pill Hall watched in shock as their clientele dwindled. Thank you, brothers, for the unblocking. It has reached 500,000 words. Updates were restricted. And in the future, no site will permit more than 5 updates per chapter. Chapter 246. Targeting the Lin family on the 3rd floor of the Qinglin Pill Hall. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, with a pale face and no beard, was reporting the situation to an elderly man in a long black robe with graying hair. The middle-aged man was none other than Lin Quan, the esteemed manager of Qinglin Dan Hall, while the elder was Lin Yuan, the family's venerable patriarch. Elder, this year, our Qinglin Dan Hall has achieved a total profit of 86 million, reflecting a 2% increase compared to last year. Furthermore, we are on the brink of establishing a marketing pathway to the Scorpion Kingdom. If we can secure our footing in that market, the business of our family's elixirs will flourish immensely, Lin Quan remarked with a smile directed at Lin Yuan. Indeed, we shall undoubtedly face numerous obstacles from the Scorpion Kingdom. If there is any assistance needed from the family, do not hesitate to inform us, Lin Yuan replied, nodding with great satisfaction. The elixir trade has always constituted the economic backbone of the Lin family, second only to their tavern business. With so many individuals to support, it is imperative to have substantial financial resources to sustain the numerous true martial practitioners and Yuan Yang experts within the family. In contrast, the Xiang Wang Mansion, with its territorial dominion, can collect considerable wealth through taxation annually without the necessity of establishing any enterprises. Similarly, the great merchant royal family thrives on taxes and tributes from various factions. The power that Xiang Chen has built will also be obligated to pay a certain amount of taxes to the great merchant royal family, calculated as 10% of the total profits. Manager, there is an urgent matter. At that moment, a man clad in the attire of an attendant approached to report. Greetings, elder and manager, the attendant said respectfully. What is the matter that has you so flustered? Can't you see I am in discussion with the elder? Lin Quan reprimanded. The attendant, with a wry smile, replied, Manager, Something has happened. A new elixir hall named Tianqian Pavilion has opened directly across from us, offering top-tier elixirs that surpass the quality of ours while priced similarly to standard ones. Now, all our customers have flocked to Tianqian Pavilion to purchase their elixirs. What? Lin Quan's expression changed dramatically as he sprang to his feet, and Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Lin Quan hastily made his way to the window, where he observed a throng of people bustling into the newly opened establishment, which had previously been under renovation, unbeknownst to him, for the purpose of selling elixirs. Lin Quan's expression darkened as he inquired, "What is the situation with this Tianqian Pavilion? Which faction or family is behind it?" The attendant responded, "It is backed by Elder Hua of the Wanyao Pavilion and Elder Feng of the Alchemist Alliance, though it is unclear whether they are the true masterminds behind the scenes." "Is it merely this one establishment?" Lin Quan pressed further. "The Lin family's elixir halls have numerous branches, and in such a vast market for cultivation in the Great Merchant. One hall alone cannot meet the demand." "I am not certain. We have yet to receive any news from the other branches," the attendant replied. "Manager, we have received a letter from the second branch." At that moment, another attendant approached, bearing a hawk named Hai Dongqing upon his shoulder. Hai Dongqing, a bird renowned for its astonishing speed, is often employed for delivering messages. Lin Quan opened the letter to find it boldly stating that a new establishment named Tianqian Pavilion had opened on the street where the second branch hall was located. This new pharmacy had swiftly depleted the clientele of the second pavilion by offering a batch of extraordinary elixirs. Lin Quan's expression darkened slightly. "The head shopkeeper, we have received correspondence from the third pavilion." "The head shopkeeper, we have a letter from the fourth pavilion." At that moment, news arrived from several other branch shops as well. In total, 6 alchemy halls had reported the emergence of this Tianqian Pavilion, which was selling a selection of premium elixirs and had captured a significant portion of the customers from Lin family's Qinglin Pavilion. After reading the letters, Lin Quan's face grew increasingly somber. In the royal city, half of the Lin family's elixir business had been severely impacted by this Tianqian Pavilion. "What is happening?" inquired the Grand Elder Lin Yuan. Lin Quan's expression turned grim as he replied, "Grand Elder, our main hall and 5 branch halls have suddenly encountered a new competitor named Tianqian Pavilion that is vying for the elixir market, causing a substantial disruption to our customer base." Tianqian Pavilion. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. "How come I have never heard of this force? Is it newly established? Who is behind it?" "It is indeed newly opened, and the identities of those behind it remain unclear. However, it is likely that they have connections with Hua Feng and Feng Mo, possibly even ties to the Wanyao Pavilion and the Alchemist Alliance," Lin Quan elaborated. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's brow knitted into a frown. "Many of our medicinal materials are sourced from Wanyao Pavilion. They would not likely target us by competing in our market, as it would not benefit them. The Alchemist Alliance is even less likely to do so, as many of their elixirs are distributed through our Lin family channels. You must investigate thoroughly to uncover the true identities behind this Tianqian Pavilion. An enterprise of such scale cannot operate without substantial financial backing for procuring medicinal materials and a considerable number of alchemists to support it. Their background must be formidable." "Understood." Lin Quan nodded. On the 4th floor of Tianqian Pavilion, in a room with a balcony overlooking the bustling crowd below and the now noticeably quieter Qinglin Hall of the Lin family in the distance, Xiang Chen wore a cold smile. If it were not for the shortage of manpower and alchemists, he would undoubtedly establish a Tianqian Pavilion at every Lin family shop to compete for business, driving Lin's elixir sales into the ground through superior quality and pricing. He had imparted the cultivation methods of the 3 flavors True Fire to over 100 alchemists, teaching them the detailed techniques for crafting several premium elixirs and their intricate patterns. The alchemical prowess of his subordinates had significantly improved, enabling them to produce exceptional elixirs within their capabilities. Moreover, with the detailed formulas at their disposal, most of them, barring a few with particularly poor talent, had become treasure alchemists. He now had 70 to 80 treasure alchemists under his command, alongside Elder Feng, a spirit alchemist. "Young master, our business is thriving," "Man," he exclaimed, standing behind Xiang Chen and observing the excitement of the crowd below as they scrambled for elixirs. "Naturally, if I cannot outdo this mere Lin family in the realm of elixirs, then I would deserve a scolding from my elder brother," Xiang Chen replied with a smile. "Indeed. Speaking of the 8-bird, it has been quite some time since I last encountered that fellow. Where has he wandered off to?" Xiang Chen mused. feeling a twinge of longing for the eight-bird. Chenner, should you wish to venture into commerce, your mother would be more than capable of assisting you. Su Qing remarked with a smile. Wonderful, dear mother. I have heard tales of your past as a commercial prodigy, expertly managing the various enterprises in Xiang City. With your guidance, the rise of our family's economic ventures is surely imminent. Chapter 247. The demise of the black market. His mother was renowned for her intellect, particularly in the realm of management. Xiang City, situated 30 kilometers west of the royal city, was the territory of the Xiang family. However, it had now fallen under the control of the princess consort Lin. In the past, the management of that city and its various industries was deftly handled by his mother, Su Qing. She was by no means a mere ornament. In the royal city, there were once young masters who were considered ineffectual. Yet it seemed that this young master was destined to become the foremost merchant of his generation. Lu Zhuer, standing beside her mother, gazed at Xiang Chen, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration and affection. Yet, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her gaze. Such an exceptional man was beyond her reach. For how could a woman who had endured humiliation in a den of bandits ever hope to capture the heart of one so distinguished? Fortunately, Xiang Chen regarded her without any disdain, and Su Qing treated her with great kindness. Lu Zhuer felt immensely grateful to have encountered such individuals to accompany her through life. Not only was there a thriving business in medicinal concoctions, but the tavern trade flourished as well. The Lin family operated 16 taverns in the royal city, each establishing a branch of the renowned Red Dust Immortal Tavern. The culinary offerings presented therein were dishes the denizens of this world had seldom tasted: Peking duck, mapo tofu, West Lake vinegar fish, flying dragon soup, dompa pork, spicy chicken, and steamed wuchang fish, among many celebrated delicacies from a bygone culinary tradition. All of these recipes had been imparted by Xiang Chen, and the chefs at the Red Dust Immortal Tavern executed them to perfection, garnering widespread acclaim from food enthusiasts. Moreover, the Tianxiang winery provided exquisite wines, whose quality and pricing eclipsed those of the Lin family's taverns. In a short span, the Lin family's two major enterprises in the royal capital faced tremendous upheaval. Across from the Wind Dust Manor, the commercial street of Red Dust Square had already been established. Xiang Chen mobilized his personnel to launch hot pot restaurants, barbecue joints, and various modern eateries. Employing the most rudimentary promotional methods, distributing flyers throughout the royal capital to attract a greater clientele. The Gongsun family also opened a weapon shop there, recommending the market to their patrons, which drew in a substantial number of customers. The Wanyao Pavilion established a branch to assist Xiang Chen in attracting foot traffic. First-time diners experiencing hot pot were effusive in their praise, relishing the joy of gathering 7 or 8 friends to partake in the feast. Have you heard? A new marketplace has opened in the royal capital, called Red Dust Square, where one can find an array of peculiar and delightful dishes: hot pot, Cantonese cuisine, Sichuan dishes, and Huayang fare, all reported to be quite delectable. Oh, Red Dust Square, hot pot, and Sichuan cuisine. What are these things? I have never heard of them. Let us go and explore. As the bustling marketplace of the mortal realm opened, propelled by the promotions from powers such as Wanyao Pavilion, Gongsun Clan, and Tianxiang Winery, it instantly became a sensation within the capital. A street barely 700 or 800 meters long was teeming with people, crowded to capacity, with many queuing for entry. The hundreds of women whom Xiang Chen had once rescued found employment, assisting in managing these establishments, each busily engaged yet filled with joy and fulfillment. Xiang Chen's endeavors were all aimed at amassing wealth and cultivating influence. He was contending against the royal family of the great merchant, and it was clear he could not prevail alone. However, while the marketplace thrived spectacularly, no one was aware of the true force behind it. The emergence of Tianshandan Pavilion and its rivalry with the Lin family incited their wrath. Regardless of who established Tianshandan Pavilion or Hongchen Xinjiu, if they intend to target our Lin family, we shall fight them to the end, declared Lin Ba, the head of the Lin family, with a cold voice. These two enterprises were the foundation upon which the Lin family stood. Their ability to support numerous formidable warriors and true martial practitioners relied on these ventures, which were widespread throughout the great merchants' taverns and pill halls. Naturally, the Lin family would resort to methods of suppression against the rise of Tianshandan Pavilion and Hongchen Xinjiu. On the third day of Tianshandan Pavilion's opening, trouble ensued. Over 100 burly men clad in leather armor, exuding a menacing aura, surrounded the pavilion. On the ground lay 7 or 8 individuals on stretchers, their faces darkened and showing signs of poisoning. Brothers, fellow cultivators, cease purchasing from Tianqidan Pavilion. Yesterday, our Blood Oath mercenary group procured a batch of pills, and as a result, 8 of our brothers were poisoned. Their concoctions are toxic, bellowed a robust man, radiating a fierce presence. This man, known as Qi Shui, was the leader of the renowned Blood Oath mercenary group, a formidable presence at the Yuanyang realm. 100 experts at the innate realm encircled Tianqidan Pavilion. Nonsense. How could our pills be toxic? You are slandering us. Came a response from a pill master of Tianqidan Pavilion. Qi Shui coldly retorted, slander? Then how do you explain the condition of my 8 poisoned brothers? They all succumbed after consuming your pills. Could it be true that Tianqidan Pavilion's pills are indeed poisonous? It's impossible. I purchased a vial just yesterday and ingested one without any adverse effects. The potency was undeniably strong. Qi Shui was a well-known figure. He could not possibly be lying, and the surrounding patrons began to murmur, their skepticism growing. Qi Shui's voice turned icy. Your pills have caused the death of our brothers. I demand blood for blood. Come, let us demolish this nefarious apothecary. Members of the Blood Oath mercenary group grasped their swords, ready to charge inside. Stop. At this moment, Master Hua, accompanied by a contingent of White Tiger guards, emerged to intercept the members of the Crimson Blood mercenary corps. Master Hua, though you are highly esteemed and respected, I implore you not to obstruct me today. I seek vengeance for my fallen brothers, stated the leader of the Crimson Blood mercenaries with a chilling demeanor. Leader of the Crimson Blood, there is more to this matter than meets the eye. I kindly ask you to refrain from hasty conclusions, Master Hua replied with calmness. Humph. These 8 brothers perished due to the poison in your elixirs. Here is the receipt from your Tianqidan hall. Can there be any doubt? The leader retorted coldly, producing the receipt as a formidable aura emanated from his Yuanyang realm. I care not who your employer is. Your elixirs have slain my brothers. If I do not take revenge, I shall not be worthy of being human. Bring forth the destruction of this establishment. He roared, unleashing his pressure as he advanced. Who dares to destroy my establishment? I will slay them. Chapter 248. Disgrace. At that moment, a young man clad in white with silvery hair approached, flanked by 2 masked individuals and 10 White Tiger guards. Who are you? The leader of the Crimson Blood inquired, sneering, what audacity you possess, youngling. Do you truly believe you can threaten anyone here? Impudent. That is our young master, Lord Xiang Chen. You shall not speak disrespectfully. A member of the Tianqidan Pavilion rebuked. The name Xiang Chen rang familiar. Could it be that you are the renowned son of the King Xiang, recently celebrated for your reputation? The leader asked, scrutinizing Xiang Chen. Indeed, the Tianqidan Pavilion is my enterprise. Should you wish to destroy it, you must first seek my permission, Xiang Chen replied with indifference. You little brat, do you think your noble lineage intimidates me? Not even your father would escape unscathed here. Your elixirs have slain my brothers. How shall we resolve this? Either you compensate with 1 life for each brother at 100,000 each, or I shall raise your Tianqidan Pavilion to the ground. The leader's tone was icy, exhibiting unwavering resolve. Try to destroy it, if you dare, Xiang Chen challenged, as Wang Tian and Xiao Bai stepped forward, releasing an overwhelming aura. Do we engage in battle? The Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps fears no one. Brothers, arm yourselves. The leader bellowed, as 5 formidable warriors from the Yuanyang realm and nearly 100 innate realm experts unleashed their formidable presence. The White Tiger guards stood poised for conflict, and the atmosphere thickened with tension, hinting at an imminent clash. Crimson Blood, do you realize you are being used as a pawn by others? Should a true battle ensue, it will be your defeat, and both our factions will suffer losses. Xiang Chen warned coldly. Are you cowardly? Unless this matter is resolved today, your Tianqidan Pavilion shall never operate again. The leader retorted sharply. Such fury. Leader of the Crimson Blood, who do you intend to annihilate? At that moment, a light laughter resonated as a stunning woman clad in azure approached, leading a large entourage. 10 powerful warriors from the Yuanyang realm and over 100 innate realm experts from Wanyao Pavilion arrived for reinforcement. Chief Qingfeng, the leader of Crimson Blood, narrowed his eyes, looking at the woman, and smiled. What brings you here? Chief Qingfeng. Qingfeng scoffed coldly. Xiang Chen is my brother. How could I not come if you intend to smash his shop? Qi Shui, you better think this through, should you destroy this establishment. I will ensure that none of your men can escape this street. Qi Shui's smile faltered, his expression darkening. Does the Tianshandan Pavilion still have the backing of the Wanyao Pavilion? Qingfeng, I must trouble you once more, Xiang Chen said, clasping his fists in respect. Qi Shui retorted coldly. Is the Wanyao Pavilion complicit in distorting the truth for the Tianshandan Pavilion? Their pills have caused deaths, and yet you refuse to take responsibility. Who would dare purchase your pills thereafter? Indeed, indeed. Come and see. The pills from the Tianshandan Pavilion have led to fatalities, and they refuse to provide compensation. Attempting to twist the narrative. If the Tianshandan Pavilion operates in such a manner, then I shall refrain from purchasing their pills in the future. Precisely. Compensation is a must. Otherwise, be expelled from the realm of alchemy. With the instigation of some individuals in the crowd, chaos erupted. I reject these inferior pills. Refund. I will not take them. Return my money. Who would dare consume this? Many vehemently smashed the pills they had just purchased, seething with indignation. Compensation. Compensation. The crowd was thrown into disarray, with members of the Lin family stirring the pot further. Silence. Xiang Chen's voice thundered, resonating like a clap of thunder, rendering everyone momentarily stunned. All eyes turned to him. Xiang Chen spoke coldly. If our pills truly caused harm, we at the Tianshandan Pavilion will offer 100-fold compensation. Excellent. That is the right attitude. You acknowledge that there is an issue with your pills. Here is the receipt from your pavilion, Xiang Chen. Compensation is in order. Qi Shui sneered, presenting a stack of receipts before Xiang Chen. They were indeed receipts from the Tianshandan Pavilion. Xiang Chen maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "How can you prove that they were poisoned by our pills?" Qi Shui retorted coldly, "You will not weep until you see the coffin. Here is one of the pills that was not fully consumed." Qi Shui produced a pill bottle containing several remaining pills. We had these pills examined by an apothecary, and tests confirmed their toxicity. This premium pill is indeed one that you are selling. Surely, you do not intend to deny it? Let me see one, Xiang Chen replied. Qi Shui poured out a pill and tossed it to Xiang Chen. He caught it, sniffed it, and his expression darkened slightly. Is this from your stock? Qi Shui asked coldly. Indeed, it is our concoction, and there is undeniably poison within, Xiang Chen admitted candidly. What? It truly contains poison. Damn it, Tianshandan Pavilion. What are your intentions? Do you seek to harm everyone? Smash this wretched establishment. With Xiang Chen's admission, the crowd erupted into chaos, many hurling pill bottles at him. Refund. Compensation. Curse it. I shall never buy your pills again. I just consumed one. I hope I won't be poisoned. Amidst the turmoil, many angrily surged towards Xiang Chen, denouncing him as a swindler. Everyone, please consider purchasing pills from our Qinglindan Hall instead. We have operated for many years without such incidents. A member of the Lin family shouted. Indeed, Qinglindan Hall is an established brand, a reputable apothecary. For safety's sake, let us continue to support Qinglindan Hall. Bah! What a farce, the Tianshandan Pavilion. I shall never purchase your elixirs again. To oblivion with you. Let us demolish this Tianshandan Pavilion. The crowd seethed with fury, many seizing large stones to hurl at the pavilion. In the distance, on the third floor of the Qinglindan Pavilion, a middle-aged man stood upon the balcony, observing the chaos with a chilling smile. The Tianshandan Pavilion dares to compete with us. They are far too naive. I never imagined that this establishment was founded by that wretched Xiang Chen. No wonder they constantly undermine our business. Lin Quan, the chief manager, scoffed. Master, your scheme is truly brilliant. By tarnishing their reputation, even if their elixirs surpass ours in quality, no one shall purchase from them henceforth, a steward flattered. Lin Quan chuckled heartily. After years in business, do they think a newly emerged alchemy hall can topple us with mere quality and pricing? They underestimate me gravely. Often, these ignorant consumers prioritize reputation and renown over quality. Even if presented with a pile of dung gilded in gold and branded, they would still find it irresistible. Once we ruin their name, the Tianshandan Pavilion, regardless of the quality henceforth, shall find no buyers. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. The intrigues of commerce are no less fierce than those of the underworld. Or perhaps, it is the underworld itself. How will Xiang Chen navigate this impending crisis? Chapter 249, Resurrection. Everyone, please remain calm. The elixirs are indeed our creation. However, the poison was introduced by an outsider. This is a deliberate slander against our Tianshandan Pavilion, Xiang Chen bellowed, his voice overpowering the din nonsense. This elixir was purchased directly from your Tianshandan Pavilion. If there was poison, it must have been from within your ranks. Is this not a case of greed leading to death? The leader of the blood-red brigade retorted coldly. Indeed, you profiteers, seeking wealth at the cost of lives. Return my brother's life, cried the blood-red mercenaries in outrage. Xiang Chen smirked. Who says your brethren are truly deceased? If I can bring them back to life, will you reveal the truth? At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Resurrection? How could that be possible? You jest, boy. My 8 brothers have succumbed to poison, devoid of breath. How could they be revived? Do you think yourself a celestial being? The leader of the blood-red brigade scoffed. I assure you, if I cannot revive them, I shall forfeit my own life. Xiang Chen declared coldly. Very well, you have made your claim. Let us see what methods you possess, the leader of the blood-red brigade sneered. Qing Feng, I implore you to have your men seal off this street, ensuring that none among this crowd may depart. If I surmise correctly, the perpetrator of the poisoning must be among them. Xiang Chen instructed Qing Feng. Understood. Qing Feng nodded, raising her hand, and her followers immediately dispersed, drawing swords to block both sides of the street, trapping the crowd within. Xiang Chen approached the 8 poisoned individuals, all eyes fixated upon him, murmurs of skepticism swirling around. How could it be? Can the deceased truly be revived? Impossible. Even the most skilled physician could not accomplish such a feat. This boy is merely posturing, indulging in mystique. The crowd was engulfed in astonishment, unable to fathom the words spoken by Xiang Chen. Amongst them, a middle-aged man clad in yellow, with shifty eyes, sneered inwardly. Thinking, this poison is instantaneous. Once afflicted, the heart will inevitably cease to function, the life force extinguished, beyond the reach of even the most divine intervention. Xiang Chen approached a lifeless body, gazing intently at it, his complexion darkening as he noted the heart had indeed stopped beating. He produced a set of silver needles. The Beidou heart stabilizing needles, positioning them precisely at the location of the heart. Old Hua, standing nearby, whispered, Master, this person is truly beyond revival. How can you possibly save him? Xiang Chen replied. The human being consists of body, soul, and spirit, the soul being the essence of one's being. While this man's body may be considered deceased, the vital energy has not yet dissipated. His soul remains intact within the brain and has not fragmented. Though it exists in a state akin to suspended animation, if I can awaken the soul, the body may be purged of toxins and restored to life. However, this state can only be maintained for 3 days, provided that the body has not sustained severe damage and the brain remains intact. After 3 days, the soul will inevitably depart the body and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Such a phenomenon exists. Old Hua was taken aback, hearing this theory for the first time. Regrettably, the white tiger guard who had been slain previously had his head obliterated. Otherwise, Xiang Chen could indeed have saved him. Xiang Chen proceeded to remove the man's clothing, inserting silver needles into his body, while the revitalizing qi surged within him. The onlookers, engaged in hushed discussions, directed their gazes toward Xiang Chen. These individuals were deemed deceased by others, yet in Xiang Chen's eyes, they still retained a flicker of life. If the soul had fully dissipated, he would have been powerless. As the silver needles penetrated the man's form, under the influence of the revitalizing qi, the once stagnant vital energy began to flow once more, revitalizing the blood within his veins and coursing through the heart's channels. Upon reaching the heart, stimulated by the Beidou heart stabilizing needles, it began to beat faintly. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a heartbeat emerged. This heartbeat resonated with remarkable clarity to the ears of the strong. How could this be? Qi Shui stared in disbelief at his once-deceased comrade. He could hear it, the heartbeat. Qing Feng gazed at Xiang Chen in astonishment. His medical prowess could now be deemed divine. Subsequently, from the multitude of pores on the body, droplets of black blood began to ooze forth. It was the poison, the very toxin that had plagued him. As the noxious substance was expelled, Xiang Chen employed more silver needles, stimulating the man's brain. The needles penetrated special meridians and acupoints, igniting a unique energy within the body, directly invigorating the seemingly lifeless soul. Awaken, Xiang Chen commanded, as a needle pierced the center of the man's brow. Suddenly, the man exhaled a great breath, gasping violently, and then his eyes flew open. Liang Shang, you live. Liang Shang, you are truly alive. Brother, are you well? Incredulity swept through the ranks of the Qi Shui mercenary corps as jubilant exclamations filled the air. How is this possible? He has truly been revived. Heavens! I distinctly sensed that he had already lost his breath. Remarkable. What kind of medical expertise is this? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief as the mercenary regained his breath and opened his eyes. How is this possible? Among the throng, a middle-aged man with shifty eyes turned pale, staring incredulously at the man who had come back to life. Subsequently, he glanced at the astonished onlookers and prepared to slip away unnoticed. Stop. This area is under lockdown. No one may leave without orders. Return at once. A guard from the Wan Yao pavilion barked, brandishing his weapon at the would-be escapee. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he retreated back into the crowd. Shengzi, how are you? Qi Shui asked excitedly after the initial shock. The mercenary, a portly fellow, looked around at the multitude of people with a bewildered expression and said, Captain, what has happened to me? Qi Shui replied, You have been poisoned. Afflicted by a toxin from the pills sold by the Xiang pill pavilion. You were on the brink of death, but you were saved by Xiang Chen. The rotund Lu Sheng was left dumbfounded, his disbelief palpable. He then exclaimed in horror, I kept seeing a vast black whirlpool, drawing closer to me. Did I nearly descend into hell? Xiang Chen replied indifferently, That was the cycle of reincarnation. Had I delayed your rescue by even a couple of days, your soul would have been consumed, leading to your ultimate demise. In your next life, you might not even be reborn as a human. Lu Sheng gazed at Xiang Chen and nodded. Yes, just now, a mysterious force awakened me, and then that entity vanished. Was it you who saved me, sir? Xiang Chen affirmed. Indeed. Tell me, did you truly acquire the pills you consumed from my Xiang pill pavilion? Chapter 250. The Revelation of the Truth. Shengzi, speak the truth. If those toxic pills were indeed sold to you by the Xiang pill pavilion, my brother will undoubtedly seek justice for you. Qi Shui, the captain, asserted firmly. From another perspective, it was evident that Qi Shui was a man of loyalty, for otherwise, the Qi Shui mercenary group would not have gathered so many followers. Lu Sheng replied with a bitter tone, That should be the case, though I cannot guarantee it completely. What do you mean? Xiang Chen inquired. Did you purchase the pills directly from the Xiang pill pavilion? Not exactly. We acquired them from a second-hand dealer. Lu Sheng shook his head. But he possessed receipts from your pavilion, so they should have originated from there. A second-hand dealer? How did you come to buy from such a source? Qi Shui pressed. Not being naive, if the pills had passed through another's hands, their nature would have altered. Lu Sheng explained, There were too many buyers for the pills yesterday. The pure ones were sold out. My brothers and I encountered a second-hand dealer at the entrance. He had pills purchased from the Xiang pill pavilion and offered them at a reasonable price, just a few gold coins more than the pavilion's rate. So we decided to buy? Qi Shui's expression darkened at this revelation. Xiang Chen coldly remarked, Captain Qi Shui, if you possess any intelligence, you can discern the truth. Someone has undoubtedly conspired against our Xiang pill pavilion. That pill was certainly poisoned by that second-hand dealer. Shengzi, do you recall that two-faced traitor? Qi Shui inquired coldly. Indeed, I remember his appearance, Lu Sheng replied. Men, surround this area. No one is allowed to leave. The leader of the Qi Shui mercenary corps commanded in a furious tone. Understood. In an instant, the members of the Qi Shui mercenary corps encircled the area. Among the crowd, a figure appeared anxious, attempting to break through the throng to escape. You there, halt. Where do you think you're going? Someone shouted upon noticing the fleeing individual. Get out of my way. Who are you to stop me? The man retorted, abruptly slashing at a nearby Qi Shui mercenary. The blade struck true, and the mercenary let out a blood-curdling scream as he was hit in the chest. Commander, it's him, Lu Sheng bellowed, pointing at the fleeing man. With an explosive surge of astonishing true essence, Qi Shui transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling after the fugitive. Leave him to me, he commanded, as a massive hand of red true essence manifested, crashing down upon the man. With a wretched cry, the man was sent sprawling to the ground, creating a tremendous crater upon impact. Two Qi Shui mercenaries dashed forward, capturing the man and forcing him to the ground. As the crowd observed, they were met with the sight of a middle-aged man with shifty eyes and a furtive demeanor. Commander, it's him. He sold me the poisoned elixirs. Lu Sheng shouted. The man, trembling in fear, cried out, I know nothing. This has nothing to do with me. I purchased the elixirs from the Xiang elixir pavilion as well. Bring him here. The Qi Shui leader replied coldly. The man was dragged forward, kneeling on the ground as Xiang Chen cast a frigid gaze upon him. Search him, Qi Shui ordered after glancing at Xiang Chen. Upon searching, the Qi Shui mercenaries discovered several vials of elixirs purchased from the Xiang elixir pavilion within the man's storage jade belt. Qi Shui took the vials, pouring out the contents and handing one to Xiang Chen and another to the alchemist of his mercenary team. The alchemist pierced the elixir with a special silver needle, which turned a deep greenish black. "Commander, this elixir has indeed been poisoned," the alchemist declared. Qi Shui's expression hardened as he glared at the man, his voice laced with killing intent. "It is you who poisoned my brothers within the elixirs." Xiang Chen's voice was icy as he asked, "Who is the mastermind behind you? You are merely a pawn, are you not? Speak, and I may spare your life." The middle-aged man, trembling, pleaded, "Do not kill me. I was instructed to poison the elixirs. Please, Commander Qi Shui, I am also a victim in this plot. It was truly this scoundrel who framed the Tianqian elixir pavilion. We have misunderstood them. Oh dear, where have I thrown my elixirs?" The crowd buzzed with excitement, as many who had discarded their elixirs earlier now appeared remorseful, scrambling on the ground to recover them. The leader of the Qi Shui mercenary corps, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of embarrassment and regret. Turning to Xiang Chen and apologizing, "My apologies, young Master Xiang. We have wronged you." Xiang Chen disregarded him, gazing at the man with a frigid demeanor. "Reveal the identity of your mastermind, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall meet a most grievous end." The mention of a mastermind astonished Qi Shui, who cast a surprised glance at Xiang Chen. With a cold smirk, Xiang Chen continued, "The other party either seeks to exploit you against the Tianqian Pavilion or is a foe of your own orchestrating your demise. Otherwise, what reason would there be to poison you?" Xiang Chen harbored suspicions that this matter was likely instigated by the Lin family. Qi Shui, upon hearing this, found it plausible and turned her gaze toward the man, demanding in a fierce tone, "Speak, scoundrel. Who has instructed you?" "I will speak, I will speak. Do not kill me. I am under the command of," suddenly, from a distant building, several arrows imbued with swirling runes and infused with vital energy descended upon them with lethal intent. "Young master, be careful." Xiaobai reacted swiftly, enveloping Xiang Chen in a protective embrace, unleashing a surge of defensive energy. Clang, clang, clang. Several arrows struck Xiang Chen but were thwarted by Xiaobai's protective barrier. A cry of despair arose as several individuals fell, pierced by arrows. "They are killing." At that moment, chaos erupted among the crowd, with everyone scattering to evade the deadly projectiles. Thud! The middle-aged man was pierced through the skull by an arrow, his eyes widening in shock as he collapsed lifelessly. Seeking death, Qi Shui roared in fury, directing her gaze toward the building from which the arrows had been loosed. In an explosive display of energy, she soared skyward, her blood-red wings unfurling as she ascended to great heights. Qing Feng followed suit, propelling herself forward with even greater speed. However, the building was a bustling inn, crowded with patrons, making it challenging to discern the identity of the archer. Xiang Chen stared at the lifeless body with a gaping wound in its head, his expression darkening. The revelation of the plot was apparent. The mastermind had resorted to murder to silence the truth. "Everyone," Xiang Chen addressed the scattered onlookers. "It is evident that someone has framed our Tianqian pavilion. This is a misunderstanding. Henceforth, please refrain from procuring our elixirs from unscrupulous vendors. They must be purchased exclusively from our official outlets. The elixirs of Tianqian Pavilion are beyond reproach. We were mistaken about Tianqian Pavilion, young Master Xiang, and we sincerely apologize. From now on, we shall support Tianqian Pavilion and acquire only its elixirs. Indeed, we were mistaken, young Master Xiang. The elixirs from Tianqian Pavilion are undoubtedly the finest. We shall continue to purchase them here." As the crowd recognized that no further arrows were being loosed, they began to gather again, rallying in support of Tianqian Pavilion. Damn it! In Chapter 251, the rival is a pig, Lin Quan. The head steward of Qinglin Dan Hall observed this scene from the third floor, his face ashen with fury, gritting his teeth in frustration. Cursed Xiang Chen. How could he possess such prowess? He has poisoned this man, yet managed to save him. Infuriating. My meticulously devised plan has been utterly ruined by this wretched brat. Lin Quan slammed his palm against the railing, reducing it to dust. Quickly, instruct the archer to withdraw. They must not be captured. He immediately commanded the attendant beside him. Yes, the attendant snapped back to reality and hurried off to relay the message. Chen'er, we must be more vigilant in our dealings with elixirs in the future. Xuanqing's mother, Su Qing, approached and said, "This conspiracy is not directed at the Crimson Blood mercenary group. It is aimed at us." The marketplace resembles a battlefield, and I suspect it is the work of our competitors, most likely the Lin family from across the way. Xuanqing nodded in agreement and asked, "What suggestions do you have?" "Mother?" Su Qing replied, "From now on, the elixirs we refine must undergo safety inspections by the alchemist before being placed in the display cabinet. Once stored, no sales staff should handle the elixirs until they are sold. The bottles must be sealed completely to prevent any malicious poisoning. Given the recent events, we must remain vigilant against any attempts by our insiders to undermine us, ensuring that we take every precaution," Su Qing asserted, immediately thinking of a countermeasure. Xuanqing nodded and said, "Let us proceed as you suggest, Mother. However, I must say your medical skills are truly astonishing. Who taught you?" Su Qing laughed and inquired. Xuanqing smiled wryly. "Who could it be but the pet pig you raised for over a decade?" Yet, he refrained from uttering this, instead mystically replied, "The esteemed minter behind me has instructed me to keep his identity a secret, even from you, dear mother." Su Qing rolled her eyes at Xuanqing and playfully flicked his forehead with her delicate finger. "So even you must keep secrets from your mother? As long as the other party harbors no ill intentions towards you, it is indeed a blessing to encounter such a remarkable figure." Xuanqing chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further. "Mother, how did you come to raise a pet pig?" He suddenly became curious about the origins of the little pig. "The little pig? You must mean Xiaoba?" Su Qing responded, puzzled, then continued, "Yes, it's been quite a while since I've seen Xiaoba. I wonder where that rascal has wandered off to. Interestingly, before your birth, Xiaoba came to our home on its own. I found the little pig quite adorable, so I decided to keep it as a pet. I do hope it hasn't met a grim fate." Xuanqing laughed. "You've taken such good care of that pig. It has indeed changed my life. Rest assured, that crafty pig is clever enough to avoid any peril." Just then, a loud grunt from a pig echoed from above, and a hefty, mottled rear end came crashing down, landing squarely on Xuanqing's head. "Ah!" Xuanqing exclaimed in dismay as he was knocked to the ground. "Xuanqing, young master." The onlookers' faces turned pale as they beheld a small, mottled pig seated upon Xuanqing's face, rubbing its backside a few times before leaping towards Su Qing. "Xiaoba!" Su Qing exclaimed in surprise, instinctively reaching out to catch the little pig. The small pig nestled in Su Qing's arms, nuzzling affectionately against her chest, as if seeking her affection. "My lord." Manha hurried to assist Xuanqing to his feet. Rubbing his head, Xuanqing was furious to see Xiaoba behaving so brazenly in his mother's embrace. "You audacious pig! How dare you take advantage of my mother? I shall roast you," Xuanqing bellowed, reaching out to seize Xiaoba. However, Xiaoba turned its rear towards him, and with a loud fart, an astonishing gust of air struck Xuanqing's face, momentarily blinding him. "You foul pig! I swear, one day I will have my revenge." In a corner, a certain individual was retching, the stench so foul that it seemed to emanate a gas specifically designed to induce nausea. "You little rascal! It has been quite a while since we last met. It appears you have honed your skills to the point of being able to resurrect the dead with the divine art of healing," he chuckled heartily. The little parrot lay obediently in its mother's embrace, whispering with a mischievous grin. Su Qing, cradling the parrot, gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. "Little eight, where have you been these past few days?" she inquired with surprise. With a series of pig-like grunts, the parrot responded. Su Qing laughed. "You little rascal. Have you been off seeking a mate?" To her amusement, she understood the parrot's meaning. "Filthy pig, keep your distance from my mother," Xiang Chen bellowed. The parrot, upon hearing this, raised its rear end defiantly, ready to retaliate. Xiang Chen's face turned pale with fear as he swiftly moved away, gritting his teeth while glaring at the parrot. Could you possibly be any more shameless? In a deliberate attempt to provoke Xiang Chen, the parrot playfully licked its tongue across his mother's hand, causing Xiang Chen's face to turn an even deeper shade of green. "Father, it seems you've encountered a rival. A pig, no less." "Enough, Chener. Why are you quarreling with little eight?" Su Qing laughed. "Mother, you don't understand. It's nothing but a lecherous pig. Keep your distance from it," Xiang Chen retorted angrily, glaring at the parrot, which swaggered with its tail flicking playfully. Su Qing affectionately stroked the parrot's head and remarked, "Little eight is quite adorable, possessing an intelligence beyond that of an ordinary pig. After all, I have raised it for over a decade. Nurturing it from a piglet to adulthood, I consider it my child. I refuse to be brothers with this pig," Xiang Chen exclaimed in frustration. "Very well. If you despise it so much, shall we not prepare it for a hot pot feast? Little eight is a treasure in its own right." The parrot shivered in fear at the mention, leaping from Su Qing's arms with a look of grievance. What a cruel heart. At that moment, Qi Shui and Qing Feng returned. Did you capture the one who launched the surprise attack? Xiang Chen inquired hastily. Qing Feng shook her head and replied, the assassin is cunning. The building from which the attack was launched is bustling with patrons, making it impossible to identify the culprit. Young Master Xiang, I have misjudged you. Qi Shui, the leader of the Blood Red Brigade, approached with a clasped fist and an awkward smile. Xiang Chen shook his head, stating, Leader Qi Shui, your intentions were noble in seeking justice for your brothers. It is not your fault you were manipulated. Qi Shui sighed. It is unfortunate that we could not capture the murderer. Had we discovered who was behind this, I would have sought vengeance. However, we have many enemies, making it difficult to pinpoint the culprit. By the way, young Master Xiang, could you possibly help revive the other 7 as well? My brother is among them. He succumbed to poison. Rest assured, I will ensure you are compensated for your efforts. Xiang Chen replied, to save a life is to contest with the King of Hell, to snatch sustenance from the grasp of death. This is not a matter resolvable by mere monetary compensation, as it will bring repercussions upon me. However, out of respect for Leader Qi Shui, I shall revive them without charge. This individual, boasting grandly, seemed to imply that saving a life surpasses the construction of a grand pagoda, with little regard for the consequences of his actions, merely seeking to win hearts and forge connections. Chapter 252. The Tragedy of Mortal Existence. Hearing this, Qi Shui felt a surge of emotion, almost compelled to take Xiang Chen as a sworn brother at that very moment. Young Master Xiang, a man of loyalty, proclaimed that from this day forth, he would be a blood brother to the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. He assured that should there be any need, they would be at his service. Brother Xiang, do not hesitate to speak, said the leader of the Crimson Blood. Xiang Chen smiled and replied, you are too courteous. This is merely fate, a bond formed through combat. Now, allow me to save these souls. Approaching the fallen, Xiang Chen skillfully employed needles to stimulate their hearts, channeling his revitalizing energy to rouse them from their death-like slumber. One by one, they awakened, and the astonishing display of medical prowess garnered admiration from those nearby. Master Hua, in particular, was deeply impressed by Xiang Chen, vowing to diligently follow him and learn this miraculous art of healing. This nefarious plot not only failed to undermine the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps, but it also forged a valuable connection for Xiang Chen. The Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps, a 5th-tier organization, stood as the most formidable mercenary group within the realm of great commerce, boasting a membership of 6,000 to 7,000 and branches in numerous cities. Xiang Chen, once a mercenary himself, had risen to prominence as a renowned martial artist in this grand domain. Young Master, trouble is afoot. At that moment, a white tiger guard rushed in to report. I regret to inform you that there are disturbances at the Red Dust Tavern. Disturbances? Who is responsible? Xiang Chen's expression darkened as he inquired. It is the Green Wolf Gang. They demand protection fees from our Red Dust Tavern, the white tiger guard replied hastily. The Green Wolf Gang. Xiang Chen frowned, unfamiliar with this faction. I am aware of them. Their leader, Du Qing, is a formidable figure at the celestial rank of the Yuanyang realm. They extort protection fees from unprotected taverns and operate brothels for profit. Crimson Blood elaborated. Is it true, Brother Xiang, that the Green Wolf Gang seeks to trouble you? Crimson Blood asked. Indeed, I own several taverns, and it seems this fellow has set his sights on mine, Xiang Chen stated. How audacious. A mere small gang dares to demand protection fees from the second master. Qing Feng remarked coldly. Brother, leave this matter to us. Come, let us address this. All members at headquarters, assemble at once. Crimson Blood commanded his men. Meanwhile, in another district, the Red Dust Tavern was besieged by 200 to 300 individuals. The sounds of smashing and destruction echoed throughout as tables and chairs were violently demolished. 6 white tiger guards were injured, suspended from the rafters, while a group savagely struck them with iron rods. Over 20 women from the tavern, previously rescued by Xiang Chen from bandits, were bound and trembling in fear. A burly man, adorned with a wolf tattoo and bearing a scarred forehead, sat on a bench with a mocking grin. Smash everything. Show no mercy. These fools have no respect. They opened a tavern on my turf without proper acknowledgement or payment. They act as if we do not exist. Indeed, they lack all sense of decorum. Smash it. Another man echoed. The man in question was Du Qing. Master Du, you mustn't smash it, you mustn't, implored the portly middle-aged proprietor of the Red Dust Tavern, whose name was Xiang Fu. a former loyal servant of the Xiang family who had been cast out. Xiang Gongzi. Which Xiang Gongzi? Du Qing narrowed his tiger-like eyes and inquired. The son of the Xiang Wang, Master Xiang Chen. Please, Master Du, do not destroy this place, or you shall surely regret it. Xiang Fu exclaimed, his voice filled with anger. Xiang Chen, the lad who was expelled from the Xiang Wang's residence? Du Qing scoffed. I wondered who you were referring to. If it were Xiang Ke, I might have considered sparing him. However, what is Xiang Chen? A mere outcast from the Xiang family dares to disrupt the order of the streets? Guards, strike this old fool's face. No, sever his hand. Xiang Fu's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, just as someone approached and seized his arm. Du Qing, you will come to regret this. He bellowed. With a swift motion, a member of the Qing wolf gang raised his blade. Ah! Xiang Fu cried out in agony as his hand was severed at the wrist, collapsing to the ground. Howling in pain, blood pooling around him. Laughter erupted from the surrounding members of the Qing wolf gang. Master Fu. The women screamed in terror. You are courting death. Our young master will not let you escape, shouted a member of the White Tiger Guard, suspended nearby. Huh, your young master? What is he to us? You lot are rather unique, transforming into monstrous beings, increasing your strength to slay many of my brothers. Have you heard of the punishment of lynching? Today, I shall slice your flesh piece by piece. 3,600 cuts, not one less. Du Qing sneered, spitting in disdain. Several members of the Qing wolf gang chuckled as they brandished their daggers, plunging them into the 6 captives. They howled in torment as their flesh was methodically carved away. Please, do not do this. Our young master will arrive soon and teach you villains a lesson. A woman cried out in anger. Bah, that little brat dares to come? I will ensure his demise, for the Xiang Wang's residents will not support him now. Du Qing retorted, stepping forward to seize a comely woman. Leering, you are quite lovely. Let me relieve my frustrations first, ha. Brothers, attack. With a call, Du Qing commanded his gang, who leapt upon the women, tearing their garments and dragging them into the rooms. No, please. Ah, beasts, no, echoed the cries of despair from within the Red Dust Tavern. In the distance, at the Qinglin Tavern, the proprietor chuckled darkly, saying, a newly emerged tavern dares to compete with our Lin family for business? Do they truly believe they can prevail? The patrons below were unaware that this establishment belonged to Xiang Chen. A throng of men surrounded the entrance, preventing any customers from entering. Their expressions fierce and bloodthirsty as they reveled in the sounds of chaos above. This is exhilarating. Brothers above, take care, leave a survivor. We shall join soon. A member of the Qing wolf gang shouted, inciting a chorus of raucous cheers from the crowd. Boom, boom. At that moment, a throng of individuals surged from across the street, a cacophony of footsteps accompanied by a sea of heads. No fewer than 2,000 people, armed with swords and blades, rushed forward. Among them was a youth clad in white, with white hair flowing, wielding a massive black blade that scraped against the ground, sparking as it carved through the stone pavement. A multitude followed in his wake. Chapter 253, The Wrath of Xiang Chen. Look, so many people. The members of the Qing wolf gang below exclaimed, their faces draining of color as they unsheathed their weapons, preparing for battle. Who are you? This is the Qing wolf gang's territory. Clear out at once, shouted a leader of the gang, a master of innate realm, as Xiang Chen and his throng advanced. Hearing the anguished cries from above, a chorus of screams and wails, his countenance darkened, a frigid resolve hardening within him. Qing wolf gang, I shall see you perish. Boom. Within Xiang Chen, the essence of the celestial wolf surged as the moon charm released a portion of her astonishing lunar energy into him. The innate talent of the celestial wolf, a divine power harnessed. In an instant, Xiang Chen's aura soared to the heights of innate realm's great celestial position. Kill! Xiang Chen bellowed. With a powerful stride, he plunged into the crowd, channeling the lunar energy into a devastating strike. The small leader of the innate realm was taken aback, hastily raising his blade in defense. Clang! Yet, the ferocious force of Xiang Chen's strike shattered the leader's weapon, cleaving him in twain, blood gushing forth. Kill! Cried Qi Shui, and the members of the Qi Shui mercenary corps charged furiously at the Qing wolf gang. Die! Xiang Chen's fury ignited further as he swung his blade, unleashing a crescent of moonlit energy that sliced through 3 Qing wolf members. Their agonized cries echoed as they were cleaved in half, blood splattering as their bodies fell. The Qi Shui mercenary corps surged forward, hacking down the remaining 200, engulfing them in a storm of violence. With a wave of her hand, Qing Feng unleashed a barrage of azure feather-like swords, striking down upon the Qing Wolf members. Thud! One of the luminous feathers pierced a skull, penetrating deeply. Ah, no! Captain, save us! The cries of despair rang out as dozens fell, the Qing Wolf members wailing in terror. Masters of the Yuan Yang realm, retreat. Back to the building. Find the captain. The remaining Qing Wolf members, stricken with fear, scrambled inside. Above, within the confines of a room, Du Qing halted his actions, demanding, "What is happening outside?" "Boss, it's bad. A multitude is attacking us," came the panicked response, the sounds of battle echoing from below. "Damn it. I shall see who dares to thwart my plans." Du Qing fumed, hastily adjusting his attire before storming out. On the table, a naked woman curled up, weeping. Why can't they escape such a fate? Do the insignificant not deserve dignity and destiny? As Du Qing emerged, he was met with the resounding cries of anguish. In the corridor, a formidable surge of energy struck forth, cleaving 5 or 6 individuals in a single blow, sending their bodies flying. Dozens of members of the Qinglang gang were pale with fear, retreating while gazing at the blood-soaked, knife-wielding young man in white, who charged forward with a large group. "Boss." The sight of Du Qing emerging brought a semblance of calm to the gang members. "What are you panicking for? Steady yourselves," Du Qing commanded. His gaze shifted to the white-clad youth leading the charge, his expression fierce. "You boy, are you Xiang Chen? Young master?" 6 members of the White Tiger Guard exclaimed with delight, their bodies marred with gruesome wounds, blood dripping profusely, exposing raw flesh and bone, an alarming sight. Upon seeing the 6, as well as Xiang Fu, who lay on the ground, hands severed, Xiang Chen's countenance darkened to an extreme. He looked at Du Qing, his voice gravelly, "Qinglang gang. Du Qing, you shall not die a good death. You dare conduct business on our turf without consulting us or paying the protection fee. Do you understand the rules?" Du Qing sneered. "You came at just the right time. Having dared to harm my brother, I was just thinking of dealing with you. What audacity! Who do you think you are, Du Qing?" A voice echoed from the stairwell as an individual ascended, icy in tone. Du Qing's expression shifted, immediately replaced by a forced smile. "Is that you, Brother Qishue? What brings you here?" The leader of the Qishue stepped forward, standing beside Xiang Chen, his demeanor cold. "Xiang Chen is my brother. How dare you stir trouble in his domain?" "What? Xiang Chen is your brother?" This is akin to the floods sweeping through the Dragon King's temple, causing families to turn against each other. Du Qing's face faltered, and he quickly forced a smile. "How audacious! A mere insignificant insect dares to create chaos in our second master's territory, oblivious to the consequences." From below, another woman in green appeared, sneering. "Director Qing Feng," Du Qing exclaimed upon seeing her. Qing Feng, the significant figure who straddles both the underworld and legitimate circles, head of the Wanyao Pavilion. "What brings you here?" Qing Feng cast him a glance before delivering a resounding slap, unleashing her true power. Bang! "Ah!" Du Qing cried out in agony, hurled against the wall. "Boss!" The Qinglang gang members were horrified, rushing to assist Du Qing. Rising from the ground with a dark expression, Du Qing coldly addressed Qing Feng. "Did I provoke you, Sister Qing Feng?" Qing Feng scoffed. "Blind fool, who is your sister? You haven't offended me, you've offended my brother." She turned to Xiang Chen, second master. "How would you like this fellow to meet his end?" Upon hearing this, Du Qing's heart sank, incredulity washing over him as he looked at Xiang Chen. Qing Feng calls him second master? Qishue is his brother? This is a disaster. "Young master, you have finally arrived. Woe is us, young master. Please stand up for us against these beasts." From within the room, a group of tattered women emerged, crying out in despair. "Qinglang gang." Xiang Chen's eyes blazed crimson as he gazed at Du Qing. Du Qing hurriedly replied, Xiang Gongzi. "It's a misunderstanding akin to the floods sweeping through the Dragon King's temple. I had no knowledge of your relationship with Brother Qishue and Sister Qing Feng. We were in the wrong. I apologize, I sincerely apologize, Xiang Gongzi." Du Qing hurriedly bowed in apology, while the members of the Qing Wolf gang were so terrified that they fell to their knees. As he approached with a knife, Xiang Chen swung it, and with a sickening thud, one of the gang members had his head cleaved off. The others recoiled in horror, retreating in shock. "I demand your demise, you beasts. I will not accept your apologies." Xiang Chen bellowed, delivering blow after blow, severing head after head. Du Qing's complexion changed drastically. He immediately turned and struck the wall with the palm. With a resounding crash, a large hole was created, and he unleashed his true essence, manifesting true wings to escape through the breach. He was not afraid of Xiang Chen, but he dreaded Qing Feng and Qi Shui. However, at that moment, an arrow of blinding speed shot forth from behind, piercing through his protective true essence. Du Qing screamed in agony as he was struck in the back by the arrow, plummeting from the air. It was Xiao Bai who had intervened. In Chapter 254, the situation escalated. As Du Qing wailed, his true essence dissipated, and he crashed to the ground with a thud. Wang Tian leaped down from the upper floor, seized Du Qing by the neck, and ascended with him, pressing a blade against Du Qing's throat, forcing him to kneel before Xiang Chen. Du Qing's face was pale with terror. How could there be so many formidable experts besides Xiang Chen? Young master, I have brought the person, Wang Tian declared coldly. Xiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed intently on Du Qing. Kneeling on the ground, Du Qing, with a face ashen, pleaded, Young master Xiang, spare me. Spare me. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Xiang Chen replied with a cold laugh, lifting the dragon-quelling demon blade. What happened to your earlier arrogance? Indeed, I am the one who was expelled from the Xiangwang mansion, yet killing you remains an effortless task. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen brought the blade down, severing Du Qing's arm. Du Qing shrieked, rolling on the ground while clutching his severed limb. However, Wang Tian firmly pressed his foot on Du Qing's head, preventing him from moving. That strike was in retribution for Xiang Fu, Xiang Chen stated icily. He then swung the blade once more. No, please no. Du Qing howled as his other arm was severed. That blow was for the sake of these young ladies, Xiang Chen said coldly and mercilessly. Spare me, spare me. Young master Xiang. Du Qing cried, tears and snot streaming down his face. The other members of the Qing Wolf gang trembled in fear. Some were so terrified they lost control of their bladders, gazing at Du Qing, now a mere figure with severed arms. Xiang Chen raised his blade, coldly stating, This strike is the consequence of your actions against those dear to me. Punishment is death. With a swift motion, Du Qing's head rolled, his eyes wide in shock, blinking a few times as his body gushed blood. Young master Xiang, spare me, spare me. The members of the Qing Wolf gang cried, bowing in desperation. The dragon-quelling demon blade devoured Du Qing's essence and soul. Xiang Chen coldly commanded, As for the rest of you, strip them of their cultivation, break their legs, and cast them out of the Red Dust Tavern. Yes, a large group surged forward. Young master Xiang, spare us. The cries of the Qing Wolf gang echoed as one by one. They had their legs broken, their powers dismantled, and were unceremoniously tossed from the tavern. In the bustling atmosphere outside the Red Dust Tavern, a multitude gathered, their voices mingling in astonishment. To their surprise, they discovered that this establishment was owned by none other than young master Xiang. The extent of his influence was remarkable, capable of attracting such a crowd. Many among them were members of the bloodied mercenary corps in the Wan Yao Pavilion. The Qing Wolf gang had severely miscalculated, incurring the ire of these two formidable forces, particularly the Wan Yao Pavilion, a rival too powerful for a mere street gang to provoke. As the crowd murmured, members of the Lin family wore expressions of dismay. To their shock, the Red Dust Tavern was indeed established by Xiang Chen. The Qing Wolf gang was on the verge of annihilation, and with the news spreading, other factions dared not incite trouble at the Red Dust Tavern any longer. Xiang Chen consoled the distressed women for an extended period and instructed Elder Hua to retrieve Xiang Fu's severed hand. After a day of cleaning and renovations, the Red Dust Tavern reopened its doors. Within the martial world, it became widely known that both the Tian Chundan Pavilion and the Red Dust Tavern were ventures initiated by Xiang Chen, who was backed by the Wan Yao Pavilion and other influential factions. In this moment, no one dared to seek further conflict. The businesses of the Tian Chundan Pavilion and the Red Dust Tavern officially resumed operations. Upon learning that these two significant enterprises they had targeted were founded by Xiang Chen, the Lin family members could hardly conceal their distress. Consequently, the Lin family convened an elder council. Within the conference hall of the Lin family, no fewer than 20 elders had gathered. The family head, Lin Ba, occupied the prominent seat, while Lin Lian had also returned to the family. Furious upon discovering that Xiang Chen had launched the Tian Chundan Pavilion, thereby encroaching upon their business, she felt as though he was openly challenging her. The elders whispered among themselves, discussing the affairs of the Tianchundan Pavilion and the Red Dust Tavern. Everyone is likely aware of Xiang Chen's establishment of the Dan Pavilion and Tavern, which directly targets our Lin family's interests. Lin Ba spoke in a grave tone. Indeed, we have heard about this. The impact on our family's business is significant. According to Elder Lin Quan, our sales in the royal city for both the medicinal and tavern businesses have plummeted by more than half, an elder remarked. Where did this young scoundrel acquire the capability to run a medicinal business? What alchemists does he have at his disposal? Another elder expressed anger. That insolent boy, a mere child, dares to challenge our Lin family. The elders erupted in indignation. Lin Ba continued, according to Liener, this young rascal possesses extraordinary alchemical talent, having already achieved the rank of fourth-tier alchemist at such a young age. Furthermore, he has taken Elder Feng Mo of the Alchemist Alliance as his mentor. It is likely that his alchemical expertise was gathered through Feng Mo's influence. Reports indicate that he has also cultivated relations with the Tianxiang wine house, making it quite feasible for him to run a tavern with their top-quality wines. Lin Lian interjected. Let us not underestimate this young rogue. He has amassed a considerable network of connections. The Gongsun family, Wanyao Pavilion, and Tianxiang wine house are all backing him. It has become exceedingly difficult for us to openly suppress him now, she cautioned. How did this little bastard manage to forge such powerful alliances? Does no one know the reason? An elder inquired. Lin Ba narrowed his eyes and remarked, according to our investigations, it appears that he has forged connections through his medical skills and these several factions. This young rascal possesses remarkably formidable medical prowess, leading me to suspect that he is backed by a medical master. Otherwise, how could a mere youth suddenly acquire such extraordinary abilities in medicine? The elders were taken aback. Father, this young rascal has already become a significant force. If we do not devise a means to eliminate him, he may indeed become a grave threat in the future. Lin Lian expressed her concerns. I dispatched powerful assassins to eliminate him, yet all attempts have ended in failure. Master, should this young man continue to rise, he will pose a threat not only to us, but to the royal family as well, Elder Lin Yuan added. Lin Ba's eyes narrowed further as he stated. The royal family will certainly not permit this young rascal to rise unchecked, but the factions behind the Wanyao Pavilion present a considerable challenge. The Gongsun family has long been a prominent supplier of military equipment, and the Wanyao Pavilion wields significant economic influence over the Great Shang. The royal family will not act rashly against these major factions for the sake of a single youth. Within the Great Shang, with these factions protecting him, it is unwise to strike directly. Thus, we must devise a plan to draw him out of the Great Shang and eliminate him in a place devoid of such protection. Upon hearing this, Lin Lian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Father, what is your strategy? Lin Ba replied with a cold smile. In a few days, the spring festival at the Yingchun Palace will commence. At that time, Chapter 255, suppressing Aishang, the bustling red dust market was alive with activity, filled with a throng of people and a cacophony of sounds. Many young nobles were drawn here, eager to savor delicacies they had never tasted before. From hot pot eateries to renowned dishes from Xiang Chen's previous life, modern snacks were a delightful novelty for the inhabitants of this realm. As Xiang Chen strolled through the vibrant streets, he felt a swell of pride in his heart. He had finally established his own capital and strength in this royal city. Following the success of Xiang Chen's enterprises, Zhao Mu went on to successfully gather all those who had been driven away from the Xiang family, integrating them into the White Tiger Guard. The number of the White Tiger Guard had increased from just over 40 to 85 members. The two former experts of the Yuanyang realm, previously in service of Xiang Chen's mother, now willingly pledged their allegiance to him. Sun Wu Chu Wei, what do you think of this red dust market? Xiang Chen inquired of the two men behind him. These two men, one tall and one slender, were named Sun Wu and Chu Wei, both formidable figures in the Yuanyang realm, one at the celestial position and the other at the lesser celestial position. Exchanging glances, Sun Wu sighed. I have never witnessed such a bustling and prosperous market. The young master's business acumen is truly commendable. Indeed, many of the shops here are unlike anything I have encountered before, Chu Wei remarked, his eyes widening at a store named the Foot Bath Health Center. Inside, the foot massage therapists, trained by Xiang Chen in the art of acupressure, provided genuine health benefits, promoting longevity and beauty. This establishment rapidly became a favored destination for many young nobles and affluent ladies. With these enterprises, the young master has planned to restore the direct lineage of the Xiang family is surely only a matter of time, Sun Wu commented with a smile. Ah, indeed. I shall take you both to experience it firsthand, Xiang Chen exclaimed with enthusiasm. Xiang Chen chuckled heartily, leading the two individuals into one of his enterprises, a foot massage and wellness center. How absurd. The hypocrite pretends to be virtuous while dressing so provocatively, resorting to selling herself. It still dares to act superior? Inside the wellness center, a strikingly handsome youth of 19, with slightly sunken eyes, struck a female technician across the face. Young master, I assure you, we only offer our skills, not our bodies, the technician pleaded, her voice quivering with distress. Ah, young Master Wang, we operate within the confines of propriety here. Should you wish to indulge in carnal pleasures, there are other establishments in the bustling city better suited for such pursuits. A portly man approached with a nervous grin. This man was none other than Wang Ying. Sprawled comfortably on a recliner, Wang Ying propped his feet up, gazing at the alluring technician clad in delicate gauze, and scoffed, I care not for your rules. Today, she has piqued my interest, so you may leave. Guards, strip her of her garments. Two adept guards rushed forward, one to eject the man while the other proceeded to disrobe the technician. Young master, this is an establishment owned by young Master Xiang. Your actions violate our master's regulations, making it quite difficult for us, exclaimed the innkeeper, being dragged away. Young Master Xiang? What nonsense. Even that Xiang Ke must yield me some respect in this city, Wang Ying retorted with a disdainful smirk as the technician struggled against the guard's grip. Oh, is that so, I Xiang? It seems you have not learned your lesson, came a mocking voice from outside. A scream followed, and the sound of a guard's anguished cries echoed as Sun Wu, outside, effortlessly snapped the arm of one of Wang Ying's men. Startled, Wang Ying, mid-sip of his tea, nearly choked, spewing the liquid in shock. Young master, the technician exclaimed in surprise. Xiang Chen, Wang Ying's guards, now terrified, released the technician. Xiang Chen, observing the technician nearly torn from her clothing, donned his fur coat over her shoulders, casting a stern glance at Wang Ying. Wang Ying, no Chen Gu. Wang Ying stammered, jolting upright, his face drained of color, before approaching with an obsequious grin. Chen Gu, what brings you here? Please, allow me to treat you to a foot massage. Have a seat. Having endured several beatings, Wang Ying was left with a psychological scar from his encounters with Xiang Chen, now displaying the same fear as a mouse confronted by a cat. Xiang Chen, with a cold smirk, inquired, What happened to your bravado, I Xiang? Where has it gone? He patted Wang Ying's sycophantic face with a mocking laugh. Bowing deeply, Wang Ying responded, Chen Gu, I trust one have not offended you this time? Xiang Chen glanced at the distressed technician beside him and declared, This establishment belongs to me. These women are under my protection. So, I Xiang, are you seeking indulgence here? If so, bring in two individuals to serve young Master Wang properly. Very well, young master. Outside, two imposing figures, towering at 2 meters, entered the room. White tiger guards whose presence exuded an intimidating aura. One of them cast a mischievous glance at Wang Ying. Upon hearing this, Wang Ying felt a chill run down his spine, and in a panic, he dropped to his knees, clutching Xiang Chen's leg, and pleaded, Brother Chen, I was wrong. Please spare me. I truly had no idea this was your establishment. Otherwise, even with 1,000 lifetimes of courage, I would never dare to cause a ruckus here. Xiang Chen snorted disdainfully and kicked him away, coldly remarking, You still owe me 160,000, and I haven't even sought repayment from you. Now you dare to stir trouble in my domain? He turned to the technician, Xiao Chunxua, go ahead and slap him twice, and make it count. Ah, young master. I cannot. The technician stammered, clearly intimidated. Wang Ying, known as one of the top rascals in the Grand Merchant City, urged, Come on, just do it. If Brother Chen wants you to hit me, don't hold back. Let us make it a few more. Quickly. Wang Ying grabbed the technician's hand and brought it to his own face, thinking that being slapped was far preferable to the alternative. Xiang Chen found the scene amusing. A once dreaded rogue was now reduced to such a pitiful state under his influence. It became evident that reasoning with villains was futile. Only by being more ruthless than they could one instill fear and respect. All right, since your attitude has improved, I shall let this matter slide. Continue with your work, but charge him triple. Let me be frank with you, the red dust market is my domain. From now on, you must keep an eye out. Should anyone dare to cause trouble here, I will be the first to come after you, Xiang Chen said with a cold smile. If you manage security well, I might even consider sharing some of the profits with you. Wang Ying, upon hearing this, felt a surge of determination and stood up, promising, "Rest assured, Brother Chun, I will immediately summon personnel from my family. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the red dust market will face my wrath first." Gratitude was expressed to old Zhang, and the cat was unsealed. Chapter 256. The Return of the Da Wang. As for Wang Ying, he harbored resentment towards him for causing Ro Air to reincarnate as a tiger. Yet, he found solace in the fact that Ro Air had not truly perished. Instead, she had been fortunate enough to become a sacred beast. Thus, his murderous intent had diminished. The reality was that now, killing him was not a viable option, especially since Wang Ying had been subdued. Rather than create an enemy of the Wang family, it was wiser to exploit him for his own purposes. While Xiang Chen brought 2 companions to this establishment, 2 distinguished guests arrived at the red dust market. Unexpectedly, Xiang Chen had proven himself to be a remarkable figure, establishing such a bustling market through his own efforts. What was once a suburban area, under his management, had transformed into one of the most vibrant markets in the Grand City, rivaled by few others. Influential families such as the Gongsun clan, Wanyao Pavilion, and Tianxiang Winery had all invested in this thriving locale. As the red dust market flourished, numerous factions began constructing additional markets and commercial streets around it, hinting at the emergence of a bustling urban center. A young man clad in luxurious garments, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, strolled down the street accompanied by a middle-aged man in white. This individual was none other than De Wang in Tianhua. His current reputation and prowess were indeed beyond imagination. "Your Highness, look, that is the headquarters of the Blood Red Mercenary Corps, which has now relocated to this area," his companion remarked. The middle-aged man clad in white pointed towards a magnificent mansion, which was guarded by a substantial number of personnel. It appeared that the initial acquaintance had been fortuitous. "Let us proceed to Fengshan Manor to meet this scion of the Xiang family," he said with a smile. As they approached the estate, Yin Zhenghua was taken aback upon entering Fengshan Manor. A vibrant, colorful mist enveloped the area, invigorating the senses and accelerating the flow of vital energy within. "This is the essence of heaven and earth. Such rich spiritual energy," exclaimed the man in white. Yin Zhenghua's eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked, "This truly is a sanctuary for cultivation." The location of the Yin Spirit Well had been ingeniously arranged by Xiang Chen into a simplified version of the Grand 5 Elements array, transforming the abundant Yin spirit energy into the authentic spiritual essence of heaven and earth, thus creating a genuine haven for cultivation. He had also set up several gathering formations to attract and concentrate the spiritual energy from the surrounding dozens of kilometers. Such a dense concentration of spiritual energy was unparalleled in the royal city, save for within the palace itself. How had Xiang Chen discovered such a treasure? Yin Tianhua was astounded. The spiritual energy here was far more potent than that in his own residence. It was no wonder that mortals residing here could expect to prolong their lives significantly. For true martial practitioners, cultivating in such an environment would yield remarkable results with minimal effort. Yin Tianhua had come to pay a visit to Xiang Chen, who, however, was reclining in a wellness center, comfortably asleep in a chair, while Zhao Mu stood vigil at the door. At that moment, a member of the White Tiger Guard approached to report to Zhao Mu. After receiving the information, Zhao Mu turned and entered, whispering in Xiang Chen's ear, "Young master, Duke De has arrived at Fengshan Manor." Startled from his slumber, Xiang Chen's eyes suddenly flared with brilliance. "Thank you. That was quite well done. You may leave," he said with a smile to the attendant. After the attendant had cleaned his feet and helped him into his shoes and socks, he respectfully took his leave. Xiang Chen straightened himself and stretched, remarking, "It seems this fellow can hardly contain himself. Shall we meet him, young master?" Zhao Mu inquired. "Of course, we must. He has come to see me, most likely regarding matters of the Yingchun Palace," Xiang Chen replied with a smile. "Let us go and greet him." Xiang Chen and Zhao Mu made their way back to their Fengshan Manor, where Yin Tianhua was awaiting them in the parlor, served with hot tea by the maid. "Manhe." Shortly thereafter, Xiang Chen entered through the main door, smiling, "My apologies for keeping you waiting, Your Highness Duke De. I was caught up in the bustling marketplace." Yin Tianhua rose with a smile, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, my friend. As I have mentioned, we are to regard each other simply as friends." "Haha, Brother Tianhua," Xiang Chen replied, clasping his fists together before taking his seat at the host position. "This is my esteemed teacher, Mr. Gugu." Yin Tianhua introduced the middle-aged man in white. Xiang Chen gazed over, his eyes glimmering with recognition. a formidable practitioner of the Yuan Yang Great Heaven position. Mr. Gugu, Xiang Chen greeted with a respectful bow. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Xiang. Mr. Gugu nodded in acknowledgement. Yin Tianhua chuckled. Upon my arrival at the bustling marketplace, I was utterly astonished by its vibrancy. I had no inkling that Brother Xiang possessed such remarkable business acumen, transforming a remote locale into a thriving hub that leaves one in awe. Xiang Chen replied with a serene smile. It is merely the support from various brothers, coupled with some strategic methods to attract attention. By the way, since you are new here, would you allow me to show you around? Let us indulge in hot pot and skewers, enjoying food and conversation simultaneously. Is that not delightful? Indeed. I have heard much about the delectable hot pot flavors that have recently captured the public's imagination. It would be splendid to experience it firsthand. Yin Tianhua responded with enthusiasm. Xiang Chen led the group to a hot pot restaurant named Drunken Laughter in the Mortal Realm. After arranging a luxurious private room, they commenced the hot pot feast. The bubbling red oil broth and the white bone broth simmered enticingly, with a dedicated individual preparing the sauces. The ingredients for the hot pot were sourced from the cultivated beasts and fierce creatures, resulting in an exquisite taste. Seated at the table were Yin Zhenghua, Gugu, Zhao Mu, and Xiang Chen, with Yin Tianhua and Xiang Chen facing each other. Yin Zhenghua expressed his admiration for this novel dining experience. A serving maid poured exquisite wine from Tianxiang Winery for the guests, who clinked their glasses and drank heartily. Yin Tianhua remarked, Brother Xiang, the spring festival at the Yingshan Palace begins the day after tomorrow, and Zhenghua sincerely invites you to attend together. Xiang Chen inquired, May I ask which factions will be invited to this year's spring festival? Yin Zhenghua responded, If all goes as expected, the 4 great royal houses, various military factions, as well as Wan Yaoga, the Gongsun family, the Xia family, the Lin family, and the Qiu family, among others, will likely receive invitations. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes, deftly dipping a piece of tripe into the pot, stating, Indeed, the number of attendees is quite substantial. Moreover, Yin Zhenghua continued, This year's recruitment at the Huangzhou Academy coincides with the Spring Festival. Young prodigies who perform brilliantly at the festival may be directly invited to join the academy. Given your youth, Brother Xiang, you would do well to further your studies at Huangzhou Academy. At the mention of the Huangzhou Academy, 2 young women immediately flashed through Xiang Chen's mind. Where is Qing Cheng? And that girl, Lu Ximing, is she there as well? Xiang Chen cast a meaningful glance at Yin Tianhua. Brother Zhenghua, are you contemplating further studies at Huangzhou Academy? Xiang Chen casually asked after savoring a piece of tripe. Yin Tianhua nodded, stating, If I wish to compete with my elder brother, Huangzhou Academy is an essential destination. It is a significant place where even princes go to hone their skills. There, not only will I meet other talented individuals from various countries, but I will also forge numerous friendships. Furthermore, Huangzhou Academy is indeed one of the premier places for martial arts in Huangzhou, offering a broader perspective that is unmatched by the merchant class. To vie for the position of crown prince, my achievements must surpass those of my brother. Yin Tianhua then picked up a slice of snowflake beef and dipped it into the pot, adding, What I mean to say is, why not join me on this journey? Brother Xiang, let us explore the vast world beyond. I am confident that with your talent, you will undoubtedly achieve great success wherever you go. Yin Tianhua was, in essence, extending an invitation to Xiang Chen to formally join his ranks. At the Spring Festival Assembly, Xiang Chen from the Huangzhou Academy paused thoughtfully before saying, I shall attend. What activities are planned for this year's gathering? Yin Tianhua replied with a smile, If all goes as expected, it will be similar to previous years, featuring sacrificial rites, literary and martial gatherings, and the spring hunt. Excelling in these events will certainly attract the attention of the strong from the Huangzhou Academy, granting one generous admission privileges. Moreover, the royal family will offer special rewards. Surely, the crown prince's entourage will not remain idle. That is undoubtedly true, Xiang Chen remarked. A smile crept across his lips as he added, I must see for myself what this spring festival assembly has to offer. Are you truly committed, Brother Xiang? Yin Tianhua exclaimed joyfully. Xiang Chen chuckled, It would be beneficial to broaden my horizons. Ha ha ha, splendid. I knew a talent like Brother Xiang would not shy away from excitement. Yin Tianhua responded with delight. Their ensuing conversation was particularly enjoyable, at least on the surface. After indulging in hot pot for over half an hour, Xiang Chen finally escorted Yin Zhenghua away. Young master, you intend to go to the Huangzhou Academy? Zhao Mu inquired, astonished after Yin Tianhua's departure. Walking through the bustling streets, Xiang Chen reflected, "To me, the Dashi Empire feels too small. Huangzhou is merely one region among the 9. A true man aspires to explore the world. While still young, I must venture forth and seek new experiences." Zhao Mu's voice turned serious. "But young master, many are watching you. The Huangzhou Academy is not an unfamiliar place. And without our connections and influence, it could be perilous. The Crown Prince has already been enrolled there for several years. I fear he may take action against you." Xiang Chen laughed heartily. "Take action? Let him come. Frankly, I fear his continued silence more. Without such seasoning in my life, it would be utterly mundane. It is inevitable he will target me, yet whether he can suppress me remains uncertain." With a cold smile and a glint of ice in his eyes, he stated, "The Huangzhou Academy operates in a closed environment. External forces cannot interfere. There is no need to worry about the royal family, the Lin family, or the Xiangwang residents sending any experts to confront me. Alas, I have heard that the Huangzhou Academy only admits those under 30. As I have surpassed that age, I cannot accompany you, young master. However, you could take Manhe along. It would be prudent to have someone care for your daily needs," Zhao Mu suggested. "We shall see. Nothing is certain yet. Come, let us return home." The master and servant made their way back to the Fengchen Manor. That evening, Xiahou Wu brought over 2 jars of fine wine and mentioned the Spring Festival Assembly and the Huangzhou Academy. Xiang Chen had plenty of barbecue sent over, and the 2 brothers sat across from each other, enjoying skewers and drinks. "This little rascal indulges in hot pot by day and barbecue by night. Truly a glutton," Xiang Chen remarked. "Brother, my father is insistent that I attend the Huangzhou Academy. Will you join me?" Xiahou Wu asked, biting into a grilled kidney. "Of course. Why not? It would be perfect for us brothers to join forces, to witness the talents of other nations, and to explore the higher realms of martial cultivation," Xiang Chen replied. Reclining comfortably against Manhe, "I still prefer the battlefield. It is the place where a man grows and matures through combat most swiftly. By the way, I have already attained the innate realm and am at the 2nd level," remarked Xiahou Wu, taking a sip of wine. "By heavens, you beast! Why are you progressing in your cultivation so rapidly without waiting for me? I am the destined protagonist of this world, whereas you are merely a supporting character," Xiang Chen exclaimed, astonished, as he playfully kicked Xiahou Wu's foot. Xiahou Wu chuckled, responding, "The heavenly dual, sacred method passed down by my master is perfectly suited for the battlefield. Engaging in daily battles serves as my cultivation, and amidst the fighting, I broke through. Haven't you reached the 9th level of the divine concealment realm? You're catching up. Breaking through is not as simple as it seems. I must seek the land of extreme Yin to refine my physical body, shed my acquired form, and condense the true Yin essence to break through to the innate realm." Xiang Chen sighed and shook his head. The innate realm is vastly different from the divine concealment realm. The power cultivated in the innate realm possesses an energy known as Gangqi, which adds a potent offensive and defensive capability to one's true energy. Gangqi can be cultivated independently or refined from the natural energies of heaven and earth. The true energy of the innate realm is also referred to as the true gang of innateness. Those who achieve this realm are protected by a true gang that safeguards their bodies, rendering them impervious to conventional weapons. However, treasures ranked above the 3rd tier possess the ability to break through such defenses. Furthermore, the innate realm facilitates the reception of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth to refine the body, leading to a profound transformation and the birth of innate qi, thereby nourishing one's lifespan. All practitioners of the innate realm, barring exceptional circumstances that lead to premature demise, can live for 2 cycles of 60 years, approximately 120 years, which is a considerable span of life. Ordinary practitioners of the divine concealment realm, free from ailments, can easily live to around 100 years, while those in the innate realm may extend their lives by an additional 20 years, which is no small number. The quest for longevity is one of the pivotal reasons why so many are drawn to the path of Zhenwu cultivation. Having indulged in excessive drink at Xiang Chen's place, Xiahou Wu sprawled on the wooden floor, falling into a deep slumber. Xiang Chen carried him back to the guest room to rest, then proceeded to refine the lingering alcohol in his system before focusing on cultivating the true Yin Qi. The 1st level, true Yin, manifests as the heavenly wolf, commanding spirits and consuming the essence of the moonlight. The true Yin, the extreme Yin energy, makes the condensation of the true gang of innateness exceedingly challenging. The 2nd level, The Grand Sun Emperor Sutra embodies the golden crow, consuming the fire of the sun and gathering the utmost yang energies, which presents its own formidable challenges for cultivation. After a considerable period of cultivation, Xiang Chen exhaled a breath of true energy and sighed, noting that while the Earth's spiritual energy here is abundant, its low quality is insufficient for him to condense the powerful true gang of innateness. The True scriptures are merely the first level of the primary cultivation method from the sacred codex of 10,000 beasts. Chapter 258, A Foolish Incident on the Third Day, within the Duke of Da's residence. A procession of horse-drawn carriages entered the estate, and Xiang Chen also traveled in one toward the Duke's residence, driven by Zhao Mu. The tall, vermilion gate walls were imposing, guarded by a row of armored soldiers, all experts above the 9th level of the divine concealment realm, exuding an aura of authority. This was Xiang Chen's first visit to the Duke of Da's residence. As the carriage approached the entrance, it was halted by the soldiers. Zhao Mu produced an invitation card and presented it to the sentry stationed at the gate. Upon reviewing it, the soldier respectfully returned it to Zhao Mu and announced to the carriage, "Young Master Xiang, His Highness has commanded me to escort you inside." "Thank you," came the voice of Xiang Chen from within the carriage. The soldier accompanied Xiang Chen's carriage as they entered the Duke of Da's residence, where several other carriages were already parked in a spacious courtyard. Xiang Chen alighted from the carriage, with Zhao Mu closely following, and together they traversed a long corridor. Arriving at the Grand Hall, inside, they encountered over a dozen young men and women, all approximately in their 20s, accompanied by numerous guards. Most of these individuals were offspring of the nobility. "Ah, Brother Xiang, you have arrived," exclaimed Yin Tianhua, who was conversing with a golden-haired youth. As he quickly approached Xiang Chen, "Your Highness," Xiang Chen greeted with a respectful clasp of his fists. In public, it was naturally inappropriate to address Yin Tianhua in a fraternal manner. He is none other than Xiang Chen, the son of the Prince Xiang, whose reputation has recently surged. Previously regarded as a waste incapable of cultivation, rumors now suggest that he possesses considerable prowess, having earned the title of Young King from the Xia family. Yet, what of it? The Prince Xiang's estate has ultimately cast him out. Now he is merely a noble youth with a hollow title, remarked one burly young man with pronounced brows and large eyes, his disdain palpable. The higher one ascends in social circles, the more acutely they discern status and rank. "Apologies for my tardiness," Xiang Chen smiled amiably. "Not at all. Come, Xiang Chen, allow me to introduce you to everyone here. Some of them you may already know." Yin Tianhua took Xiang Chen by the hand, beginning the introductions. "This is Zhao Zizong, the son of General Zhao from the Western Front. This is Li Ren, the eldest son of the Li family from the Protectorate of the West." Yin Tianhua continued to introduce the attendees, and Xiang Chen shook hands with each, familiarizing himself with their faces. Some he had heard of but had never met. "This is Sha Guangxin, the eldest son of the Northern Protectorate." When introduced to the imposing young man of about 21 or 22, Sha Guangxin cast a sidelong glance at Xiang Chen, betraying a hint of scorn. As Xiang Chen extended his hand to shake, Sha Guangxin seized it, suddenly exerting an astonishing grip that aimed to crush Xiang Chen's hand. Yet, Xiang Chen remained unfazed, retaliating with an even more formidable grip, unleashing the full might of his physical strength. Sha Guangxin's expression shifted, his hand pained, and he quickly withdrew from Xiang Chen's grasp, his eyes widening in astonishment. Xiang Chen chuckled lightly, saying, "Young Master Sha, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. It is said that you once shot down a massive eagle from 1,000 meters away in the desert, earning the title of Eagle Slayer. I am truly impressed." With a faint smile, Sha Guangxin remarked, "That is hardly noteworthy. Although I am often hailed as the foremost young sand sculptor of the desert, I prefer to maintain a low profile. However, I have certainly heard of the illustrious young Master Xiang, renowned for his natural dog-eared appearance, the rivalry with Brother Du, his expulsion from the Xiangwang mansion, his marriage into the Xia family, and his conquest of the Xia family's youthful heir. Such fame has certainly reached my ears." Laughter erupted among those present. This so-called fame was essentially infamy. Xiang Chen retained his smile, unfazed by the mockery. "Indeed, my accomplishments cannot compare to the illustrious reputation of Brother Sha. You seem to know quite a bit about my affairs. Could it be that you admire me and have been keeping tabs on my exploits?" "Bah, admire you?" Sha Guangxin spat, producing a handkerchief to wipe his hands, his disdain evident. "Were it not for His Highness the Duke's favor, I would never wish to lay eyes on someone of your ilk, let alone shake hands. A prince's son reduced to seeking refuge in a count's household. What a disgrace to manhood. In Tianhua remained silent, recognizing the youthful impulsiveness inherent in all young men. Respect must be earned through one's own merits. Zhao Mu, fetch me a towel, for I just shook hands with a pile of filth, Xiang Chen instructed. Zhao Mu stepped forward, offering a towel, only for Sha Guangxin to retort, "You dare call me filth? Your words are as foul as the stench of excrement. What else could you possibly be?" Xiang Chen replied, equally repulsed. "You seek your own demise." Sha Guangxin thundered, stepping forward as a surge of earthy, innate true energy erupted from him, revealing his strength as a first-tier innate realm warrior. Xiang Chen, undeterred, met his gaze with the calmness of a wolf, his eyes sharp and penetrating. "All right, gentlemen, since we are all gathered here as friends, let us not ruin the atmosphere," In Tianhua interjected with a smile. "Your Highness the Duke, such detritus is unworthy of your companionship and does not deserve to walk amongst us." "Xiang Chen, do you dare insult me? Do you understand the consequences of your words?" Sha Guangxin's voice turned cold. "Should you find my presence intolerable, feel free to act, but spare us your empty threats." Xiang Chen replied indifferently. You dare call me detritus? I shall ruin you." Sha Guangxin seethed with rage, for he despised being insulted by his surname. With a resounding crash, Sha Guangxin unleashed his innate true energy, a tempest of yellow sand swirling violently around him, his fist coalescing with innate power, launching a fierce assault towards Xiang Chen. The earthy energy roared like a great sand python, surging towards Xiang Chen as the space around them hummed with a piercing shriek. "Alas, Xiang Chen is in for a rough time," murmured the onlookers. "That lad has yet to break through to the innate realm, it seems." Xiang Chen sighed, yet his gaze suddenly sharpened. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying surge of vital energy erupted from within him. The power of the dragon elephant inner strength surged forth, reverberating with the sound of elephants trumpeting. In an instant, he harnessed pure physicality, unleashing a force equivalent to thousands of pounds. Waves of lunar true energy unfurled, the 9th level of lunar energy howling forth, causing Xiang Chen's form to expand, and with a single punch, he struck back. Roar! A roar reminiscent of ancient dragons filled the air, accompanied by a thunderous sound as an immense force surged forth, mingling with the essence of the moon, resulting in a spectacular explosion of a dragon-elephant shadow that shattered the atmosphere, generating a tremendous gust of wind. With a resounding impact, the moment the fist made contact with the sand python, the formidable true energy of the beast was obliterated by this overwhelming power. Chapter 259. Entering the imperial palace, a fierce gale from the punch struck San Guangxin, forcing him to stagger backward, as the earthy glow of his true energy flickered violently. How could this be? San Guangxin's expression changed dramatically. Xiang Chen's punch had completely overwhelmed him. At that moment, Xiang Chen advanced with the swiftness of lightning, his fist unleashing a terrifying dragon-elephant force that surged forward. Bang! San Guangxin barely registered the blow before the sheer might of Xiang Chen's strike shattered his protective true energy. With a horrified scream, San Guangxin was sent flying several meters, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. The onlookers, who had come to witness the spectacle, were momentarily frozen, their expressions shifting from amusement to shock as they gazed at Xiang Chen in disbelief. How could this be? Am I seeing things? Someone rubbed their eyes in astonishment. San Guangxin had been sent flying. The other youths murmured in astonishment. Xiang Chen withdrew his fist, exhaled a breath of true energy, and mockingly remarked, "Little Sand, your strength is rather lacking." Cough. How could you? With the 9th level of divine concealment, how could you defeat me? San Guangxin was both astonished and furious. Young master. The expression of San Guangxin's attendant changed dramatically as he rushed to assist his master, his gaze turning furious as he directed it towards Xiang Chen. You dare to injure my young master? You are courting death, the attendant bellowed, charging at Xiang Chen with a palm infused with the formidable true energy of the 6th level of innate realm. In response, Zhao Mu unleashed an equally terrifying burst of true energy, igniting with crimson flames, and struck back at the attendant's palm. Bang! As their strikes collided, Zhao Mu's punch released an even more horrific force, resulting in a pained cry from the attendant as his arm cracked, and he was sent reeling back, falling to the ground alongside his master. Both master and servant were dispatched to the ground, proving ineffectual. Zhao Mu smirked coldly, respectfully retreating behind Xiang Chen. The attendant's face darkened as he clenched his teeth, arms crossed. Useless. Sand Guangxin roared in fury, kicking his attendant. Enough. And you? Are you not also a useless fool? Little Sand, learn to show respect. Xiang Chen sneered, then disregarded Sand Guangxin entirely. Yin Tianhua approached, saying, Brother Sha, are you all right? Apothecary. Hurry and check on young Master Sha. Sand Guangxin's expression remained grim as he glared resentfully at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen continued to greet others, and the demeanor of the crowd toward him noticeably softened. Yin Tianhua remarked, What just transpired was merely a spar between the two. Let us not harbor ill feelings, as we may need to assist one another in the future. Now that everyone is gathered, let us proceed to the palace together. Yes, Your Highness. A multitude gathered. A congregation of individuals, subsequently departing from the Duke of Da's residence towards the imperial palace. The grand palace of the Great Shang, the abode of the Son of Heaven. The imperial city towered at a height of 100 zhang, a stature that even the most powerful beings of the Yuanyang realm could not surmount. At the entrance stood a multitude of soldiers, diligently maintaining strict security. The entourage from the Duke of Da's estate settled into a colossal carriage, drawn by 6 dragon steeds. Within the palace, numerous palatial edifices housed the elite of the inner court, either as residences for concubines or as administrative quarters, spanning an area of over 10 kilometers. Upon entering the palace, those within the carriages were required to disembark and proceed on foot, subjected to thorough inspections as they entered the imperial grounds. Before the Great Hall of State Affairs stood an expansive plaza, its surface paved with pure white Han marble bricks. Surrounding the plaza were towering stone columns, each 100 zhang high, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. This place had gathered a significant assembly of officials, soldiers, and many young talents of the Great Shang. Upon their arrival, Xiang Chen and his companions were ushered to an area bustling with youthful figures. Xiang Chen observed that no fewer than thousands had come to the palace, and his keen senses detected the formidable presence of at least 70 to 80 powerful beings of the Yuanyang realm within the palace, a true lair of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. In this gathering of youth, there were hundreds present, with ages ranging from 26 or 7 to as young as 18 or 19, making Xiang Chen one of the few of his age. Dog! Exclaimed Xiahou Wu, who had already arrived with others from the Xiahou family. Upon spotting Xiang Chen, he hurried over to greet him. Meanwhile, the prominent figures, including Prince Xiahou and others of high stature, had their own assembly. A congregation of Yuanyang realm powerhouses gathered at a distance. Among them were Qing Feng, the head of the Gongsun family, and Lu Qing. Although Qin Feng was notably absent. Second brother, it has been a long time. At that moment, a youth of remarkable demeanor, clad in a light yellow dragon robe, approached with a retinue towards the gathering of the Duke of Da, Yin Tianhua. The first prince, Yin Tianai. Your Highness the wise prince. First prince. The surrounding crowd promptly bowed and greeted him. Xiang Chen remained composed, displaying no emotion and refraining from bowing, nor did Xiahou Wu. Elder brother. Yin Tianhua returned the gesture with a fist salute, his countenance still adorned with a gentle smile. Yin Tianai cast a glance at Xiang Chen, his expression turning contemplative. Before he remarked with a smile, Second brother, this time is indeed different. You have brought quite a number of people along. Yin Tianhua responded with a light smile. Everyone wishes to broaden their horizons. They entrusted me, so I brought them along. Oh, to broaden one's horizons, what extent do you wish to see? Is the realm of the Great Shang not sufficient for you, second brother? The first prince's smile carried an implied meaning. Elder brother jesting. The expanse of our Great Shang is vast. How could I possibly see it all? Yin Tianhua maintained his cheerful demeanor. Indeed, it is good to see the world. However, second brother, you ought not to have brought that young man along to broaden his horizons as well. You are aware of the discord between us. The first prince's smile grew colder as he directed his gaze towards Xiang Chen. Enemies should be reconciled rather than deepened, elder brother. As the first prince, should you not possess the magnanimity to embrace all? Yin Tianhua countered. Oh, are you implying that I lack generosity? Second brother, I would not dare. Huh. I see you dare, dear second brother. Do not think I am unaware. For these years, you have been biding your time. Indeed, your cultivation is commendable. Already at the 3rd level of the innate realm. The crown prince chuckled coldly in my ear. Yin Tianhua was not taken aback by the other's knowledge and offered no response. To aspire is nothing unusual. After all, What man lacks ambition? However, dear brother, since you have made such a choice, do not blame your elder brother for his ruthlessness in the future. The crown prince patted Yin Tianhua's shoulder with a low laugh, then led his entourage towards Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, with an unruffled expression, gazed calmly at Yin Tianai as he approached. The latter halted 3 meters away from Xiang Chen, wearing a gentle smile, as if greeting an old friend. Xiang Chen, long time no see, the crown prince remarked as he approached, his smile broad and demeanor affable, as if there were no grievances between them. It has not been long since their last encounter. Could it be that the crown prince has missed Xiang Chen? Xiang Chen replied with a faint smile. Indeed, it has been a while. Last time, I owe it to you, dear crown prince, for granting me a complimentary visit to the prison, allowing me a brief reunion with my father. Yet, the means you employed were rather disgraceful. The crown prince feigned surprise, exclaiming, wasn't he it the lord of the Zhang family who misjudged the case? What does that have to do with me? Naturally, he would not confess to such matters, especially concerning the Gongsun family. However, he was indeed taken aback that Xiang Chen could deduce his scheming. Zhang Baoguang and Gongsun Hua, merely pawns manipulated by others. The crown prince dares to plot, yet lacks the courage to admit it? Xiang Chen teased. I truly do not comprehend what you are saying, Xiang Chen. We had some misunderstandings in the past. I have come now to seek reconciliation, the crown prince responded with a mild smile. Reconciliation? This declaration surprised Xiang Chen, who fixed his gaze on the crown prince, seemingly attempting to decipher his true intentions. Previously, due to Qingcheng, we indeed harbored some conflicts. Yet, Xiang Chen, I must confess, I hold a certain admiration for you. Let us put the past behind us. Wouldn't it be better to forge a friendship? The crown prince continued. Your talents are indeed astonishing. A 4th-level alchemist, and you have established the Tianshan Alchemy Pavilion, the Hanshan Tavern, and the Hanshan Market. Such prowess places you unparalleled among the younger generation of the Great Shang. I genuinely admire you now. The crown prince's demeanor was indeed peculiar. The second prince, Yin Tianhua, felt his expression darken slightly. What does the crown prince mean? Does he now recognize Xiang Chen's immense potential and wealth, seeking to undermine his own brother? Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes at the crown prince and stated, reconciliation is not out of the question, but you must publicly apologize to me. Furthermore, regarding Qingcheng, it would be best if you refrained from meddling in my relationship with her. Xiang Chen, have you lost your mind? The crown prince seeks reconciliation with you. It is a tremendous privilege, yet you dare to demand an apology? Who do you think you are? A young man in yellow garments ridiculed from behind the crown prince. Crown prince, I previously mentioned that my second brother has a narrow mind and would never accept your goodwill, Yin Ke added coldly. The grand prince waved his hand dismissively and declared, it is highly improbable for me to apologize publicly. I represent the dignity of the imperial family. Xiang Chen, I genuinely wish to reconcile with you, so do not squander this opportunity. As for Qingcheng, I have no lingering thoughts about her. I advise you to relinquish your attachment to your engagement with her. Presently, she has caught the eye of an extraordinary individual, one whom you cannot contend with. Nor can your father, Lord Xiang, nor even the Great Shang. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. What do you mean by being favored by an extraordinary individual? What has transpired with Qingcheng? His expression remained indifferent as he continued. The Grand Prince has attempted to end my life on multiple occasions. I can set aside my grievances and allow you to apologize. I have extended you a courtesy. However, since you cannot relinquish your so-called pride, there is nothing more to discuss regarding reconciliation. I have always remembered our original agreement clearly. The Grand Prince's expression darkened, his countenance growing colder as he asked, Are you resolute in your choice? Xiang Chen scoffed. To put it plainly, you have repeatedly forced me into a corner. If an apology were all it took to resolve this, I would not feel satisfied. I cannot perish while you remain unscathed. Your survival does not bring me solace either. Presumptuous, unappreciative wretch, do you believe yourself to be someone of significance? Indeed, Xiang Chen, what are you truly worth? The Grand Prince has shown you favor. You ought to accept it. Should you provoke a rift, it is you who will suffer the consequences. This was the scornful rebuke from the young aristocrats at the Grand Prince's side. The Grand Prince's demeanor turned cold as he stated, Since you have chosen this path to your own demise, prepare yourself for the ensuing storm. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your eventual regret. Rest assured, you will not witness that day, Xiang Chen replied with indifference. Humph. The Grand Prince snorted in disdain, sweeping his sleeves as he departed. His expression dark and chilling, What an ungrateful individual. In Tianhua, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of relief. Had Xiang Chen allied with the Grand Prince, his hopes of claiming the throne would have become even more tenuous, for Xiang Chen had the backing of several significant factions, and his immense potential was worthy of cultivation. Brother, you have squandered your opportunity. In the future, I shall be the one to collect your remains, Xiang Ke mocked. Go to hell, Xiang Ke. Hurry along and eat dirt, scolded Xiahou Wu. You uncouth individual. Xiang Ke's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. At that moment, a resounding blast of trumpets echoed through the air. 2 rows of trumpet players stationed on either side of the administrative hall suddenly sounded their horns. Following this, a long crimson carpet was unfurled from the hall, carried by a group of palace guards, cascading down the steps. Everyone straightened their expressions, turning their gaze toward the main hall. There, a figure clad in a resplendent golden dragon robe, crowned and exuding an air of unparalleled authority, strode forward. Flanked by a beautiful woman adorned in a phoenix crown and flowing robes, accompanied by a throng of attendants. On either side stood formidable warriors clad in golden armor, all possessing innate strength at the great heavenly level. Behind them trailed a cadre of experts at the Yuan Yang level, the imperial guards, and high-ranking ministers. It was none other than the king of the Great Shang, Xiang Chen. Long live the king. In this moment, nearly everyone bowed respectfully, their expressions reverent. Among the crowd, Xiang Chen slightly inclined his body, yet his gaze towards the figure was icy. The king of Shang, Xiang Chen, the schemer behind the misfortune that befell his father. Standing upon the steps, the king surveyed the multitude of ministers and noble youths below, his voice calm, yet authoritative. You may rise. Thank you, your majesty. With that, all stood upright, their eyes directed towards the man who held dominion over the vast Shang Empire. Today marked the annual Spring Palace meeting, a season of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. What I see before me is the boundless vitality of our great Shang, the vigor of the rising sun. I behold this nation flourishing more and more through the collective efforts of our royal family and all of you, which brings immense solace to my heart, Xiang Chen remarked, looking down at his subjects with a faint smile. The prosperity of our nation today is inextricably linked to your majesty's wisdom. Please, your majesty, ring the grand bells to herald the auspicious new year. A middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe respectfully intoned, addressing the prime minister of the Shang dynasty. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Shang Wang approached the grand bell nearby, taking up a mallet presented with reverence by a guard. With a decisive strike, the mallet struck the bell, producing a melodious and resonant sound that reverberated through the heavens, stirring the souls of all present. Amidst the harmonious tones, fireworks erupted into the sky, bursting forth in a dazzling array of colors. However, in the distance, a piercing cry echoed through the air. A thunderous roar resonated from afar, reminiscent of a tempestuous storm. All gazes turned skyward, where a colossal silhouette approached rapidly, slicing through the air. It was a gigantic azure bird, resembling a majestic eagle, its wings spanning nearly several dozen meters, adorned with feathers as tough as steel. This azure bird emanated an astonishing wave of energy, its powerful wings stirring up fierce gales capable of shattering stone, its sharp beak akin to a great sword, and its claws as lethal as daggers. This was indeed a demon bird of the Yuan Yang realm, the azure wind demon eagle. Upon the back of this colossal bird stood over a dozen figures, the foremost being a middle-aged man in a flowing white robe, his sword-like brows and silver hair flowing in the wind, exuding an ethereal aura. Behind him stood a man clad in black and a beautiful woman in white. Following them was a group of youthful men and women in their 20s, one of whom held a grand banner emblazoned with the words, Huangzhou Academy, Western Wilderness Institute. The azure wind demon eagle soared with astonishing speed, breaking the sound barrier, the roar echoing the shattering of sonic waves. The individuals from Huangzhou Academy have arrived. How grand it is, with the Yuan Yang realm's azure wind demon eagle in attendance. The crowd below stirred with excitement, their eyes lifted in awe towards the magnificent eagle, the young nobility filled with astonishment and envy. Upon the back of the azure wind demon eagle, the young men and women gazed down at the crowd below, their expressions tinged with an unmistakable air of superiority. These were the esteemed individuals from the Academy of Huangzhou. Xiang Chen observed this grand entrance with a steady gaze, activating his moon-seeking eyes in silence. Among this assembly, it was evident that nearly all possessed innate realms of the 7th or 8th level and above, with 3 elders at the forefront, 2 of whom were at the great celestial level of the Yuan-Yang realm, while 1 remained inscrutable to his perception. Above the Yuan-Yang. My goodness, these individuals certainly know how to make an entrance, exclaimed Xiahou Wu. In the future, I shall procure a true dragon for you as a mount, allowing you to surpass them in grandeur, replied Xiang Chen with a faint smile. As the azure wind demon eagle descended upon the plaza, it stirred a whirlwind as it landed, prompting the occupants to leap down. Ha ha ha, welcome esteemed guests from the Academy of Huangzhou, who have traveled from afar, boomed King Shang. The middle-aged man in white robes with frosted hair approached, clasping his fists in greeting, Your Majesty, it has been quite some time. Mr. Wu, it has indeed been a while, the king replied, welcoming him warmly. Master Wu. The crown prince also paid his respects to this Mr. Wu, demonstrating the deference of a junior. Wu Ling, a formidable figure from the Academy of Huangzhou, nodded slightly before adding, I trust we have not disrupted your grand ceremony. Not at all, not at all. You have arrived at just the right moment, Mr. Wu. Please, the king insisted, extending a courteous invitation for the group to ascend the steps. Once invited, the guests were assigned seats, and the king settled into his own throne, remarking, This time, Mr. Wu, your arrival is notably earlier than in previous years. I heard that this year, the Great Shang has produced some exceptionally talented individuals, hence my expedited journey. As long as we do not disturb your ceremony, it is all well, Wu Ling replied with a smile. As the Spring Festival assembly commenced, the king remarked, It is fortuitous that you are here to witness the literary and martial talents of our youth this year. After conversing briefly with the unexpected guests from Huangzhou, the king turned his attention to the assembled ministers, aristocrats, and outstanding young individuals, proclaiming, This esteemed elder from the Academy of Huangzhou, Wu Ling, may well become your mentor in the future. The vigor of a nation lies within its youth. Today's Spring Festival Assembly serves as a stage for you to showcase your youthful exuberance, propelling the advancement of the nation and the progress of martial cultivation. Today, I shall allow our elder from Huangzhou to witness your literary and martial prowess. Nodding toward the chancellor, the king signaled for him to address the audience. The chancellor, understanding the cue, ascended the steps and surveyed the nearly 1,000 young individuals below, announcing, Let us commence the first event of the Spring Festival Assembly, the literary recitation. The written word has been the heritage of humanity for millennia, while martial strength fortifies both body and spirit. Literature awakens wisdom, and martial skill is the foundation upon which humanity stands. Henceforth, the king shall present a literary topic, and those talented youths under 30 shall express their creativity, crafting compositions that earn the approval of the king and esteemed ministers. The foremost literary talent shall be rewarded with 100,000 gold coins, 1,000 spirit stones, and a scroll of profound martial arts. Upon hearing this declaration, the young attendees began to murmur amongst themselves, many appearing confident, as if they had long been prepared for this moment. Xiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, finding the situation rather amusing. He casually recited a line, The bright moonlight before my bed, referencing Li Bai's drinking of rice soup, and jested that on a leisurely night, even wetting one's pants would outshine these mediocre efforts. King Shang remarked that the peace enjoyed by the Shang dynasty was thanks to the valiant soldiers guarding the borders. To honor these warriors, he declared that the first poetic task would be to compose 2 poems celebrating their valor, allowing the talented individuals present to showcase their skills within the span of 3 incense sticks. Poems extolling the border soldiers, he declared. Damn it. Poetry has never been my forte, a youthful talent lamented beneath. Your Majesty, I have a poem to present. At that moment, Xiang Ke stepped forward, bowing respectfully. King Shang, along with the gathered crowd, turned their attention to Xiang Ke, who began to recite, The cold winds blow fierce beyond the great wall, the soldiers' blood defends their loyal souls. With thoughts of the king's wisdom and righteousness, I wish only for a triumphant return to our homeland. Upon concluding his verse, Xiang Ke was met with resounding applause from the royal family and courtiers alike. The ministers pondered over the lines, nodding in agreement. Young Master Xiang Ke truly deserves his title as the foremost genius of the Xiang family, a splendid poem filled with fervor and elegance, remarked a member of the court. Lin Lian gazed proudly at her son, while King Shang nodded with a hint of a smile, recognizing the fruits of his lineage. Indeed, Wu Ling remarked with a subtle nod. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen scoffed, perceiving the poem as overly flattering, believing that the so-called literary prowess of the so-called poet was rather superficial. Xiang Ke, glowing with pride, watched as others attempted to present their own verses, none shining as brightly as his. Feeling a sense of superiority, he shot a glance of derision at Xiang Chen, taunting, "Brutes who only know how to fight could never compose such fine lines." A courtier chimed in, "Your Majesty, the poem by young Master Xiang Ke is indeed a rare find, with its rhythm and rhyme, worthy of being framed and presented to the border soldiers." Another added, "Among the recent compositions, only young Master Xiang Ke stands out. He is indeed a prodigious talent from the Zhenyuan Wangfu." Hearing the praises for her son, Lin Lian felt a swell of pride, casting a disdainful glance at Xiang Chen, who, despite his newfound abilities, remained a crude individual lacking in refinement and talent. King Shang acknowledged, "This poem does express the hardships faced by the border soldiers, and the second line celebrates their fervent spirit, while the third conveys loyalty." "Thank you for the kind words, Your Majesty," Xiang Ke replied, his smile widening. The crown prince remarked, "Among the dual heirs of the Xiang household, with such talent as Xiang Ke, I presume Xiang Chen must also possess some merit. Xiang Chen, why not share a poem of your own?" With this prompt, many turned their gazes towards Xiang Chen, their expressions filled with intrigue. Lin Lian smiled and remarked, "The crown prince has overly esteemed certain individuals. Some can only engage in acts that harm their elder brother, behaving worse than beasts. Writing poetry? Huh. I fear he lacks the talent and elegance for such an endeavor." The sarcasm and disdain in Lin Lian's words were evident to all. Xiang Ke sneered and asked, "Xiang Chen, can you compose such exquisite poetry?" Countless gazes turned toward the recently prominent youth in the community. Clad in white, with hair as pale as snow, the youth curled his lips into a cold smile and replied, "Even a piece of utterly worthless verse can be regarded as a source of pride by certain individuals. Do you truly believe there are no talented people in this world? Impudent." Lin Lian shouted angrily, "Xiang Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by worthless? This poem has garnered tremendous admiration from the king. Are you implying the king's judgment is so lacking?" Xiang Chen's expression remained calm as he clasped his fist toward the merchant king and then turned to Lin Lian, saying, "I meant no offense. It is you who has inflated the worth of your son's mediocre poem." Xiang Ke retorted angrily, "Mediocre poem? Xiang Chen, can you compose poetry of such caliber? You may manage violence, but when it comes to literary talent, I surpass you by miles." Indeed, was it so difficult for Xiang Chen to acknowledge another's excellence? He neither writes himself nor appreciates the merit of others, embodying a classic case of an individual with lofty aspirations, yet limited capability. "Xiang Chen, if you possess the skill, write one for us to see." Many from the crown prince's faction erupted in derisive laughter. The merchant king remained silent, observing Xiang Chen without any discernible expression. Xiang Chen declared, "Xiang Ke, with your meager knowledge, you dare claim to possess literary talent? Today, I shall demonstrate to you what true literary prowess is." Ascending the steps, he recalled an incredibly renowned poem from a past life. "General Yu Wumu, forgive me for borrowing your words to suppress this cur." Xiang Chen thought to himself before proclaiming, "This poem is dedicated to the soldiers guarding our borders, a tribute to those who bear the weight of our nation amidst chaos." The poem's title, Full River Red. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with fervor as his voice rose, resonating with emotion, reminiscent of thunderclaps. "In a fit of rage, I stand at the railing as the rain ceases. Raising my gaze, I cry out to the heavens with a passionate heart." The youth took a step forward, closing the distance to Xiang Ke, his voice imbued with feeling. 30 years of fame reduced to dust, 8,000 miles of clouds and moonlight. Do not wait idly, lest your hair turns white in vain, filled with regret. The shame of Jinkong remains unavenged. When will the hatred of loyal subjects be extinguished? With a long carriage, let us trample the Helan mountain pass. The poem's indomitable spirit and deep sorrow resonated with all present, allowing them to feel the profound anguish of a general's heart at the brink of national ruin. Xiang Ke's face turned pale, and in that moment, he found himself retreating step by step under the pressure of Xiang Chen's formidable presence. With a fierce appetite, I shall feast on the flesh of the barbarian, and in jest, quench my thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. Soon, we shall reclaim our lost mountains and rivers, and march toward the heavenly gate. With a resounding cry, The youth's voice reverberated throughout the palace, soaring to the heavens. The poem's grand ambition and heroic spirit rendered all speechless. In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd, each person gazing at the youth, still savoring the depth of the poem, as if lost in its profound meaning. How could this be possible? Xiang Kei's face turned pale. The aura and essence of this poem utterly overshadowed and crushed his so-called loyalty and valor. With hair bristling in rage, he stood by the railing as the gentle rain ceased. He lifted his gaze to the heavens and let out a long, resonant cry, filled with fervent ambition. 30 years of fame reduced to dust, 8,000 miles of road beneath clouds and moon. Do not idly let the youthful head turn white, filled with empty sorrow. The shame of Jinkong has yet to be avenged. When will the resentment of the minister cease? Let us drive our chariots and trample upon the Helan Mountain's gaps. With a fierce appetite, let us dine on the flesh of the Hu invaders, and quench our thirst with the blood of the Xiongnu. It is time to reclaim the old rivers and mountains and face the imperial palace anew. At this moment, countless talented women in the palace gazed at Xiang Chen, their eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. In the Xianzhou Academy, Wu Ling was equally shaken, murmuring to himself as he beheld the proud figure of the youth, and then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Excellent! What a line! Let us reclaim the old rivers and mountains and face the imperial palace anew." What a powerful sentiment! Drive the chariots and trample upon the Helan Mountain's gaps. A magnificent poem, rich in passion and ambition. In all my years, I have never encountered such a poignant and grandiloquent piece. Young man, what is your name? Xiang Chen looked towards Wu Ling and clasped his fists, replying, "Esteemed elder, I am but Xiang Chen." This poem is titled Man Jiang Hong. Wu Ling chuckled. What a splendid rendition of Man Jiang Hong. I shall remember both you and the essence of this poem. The language and imagery are leagues above the previous loyalty and valor. In contrast, the latter pales in comparison. Truly, exquisite craftsmanship. Xiang Chen smiled. Thank you for your kind words. Esteemed elder. Xiang Kei, upon hearing this, turned ashen. His own poetry had been likened to mud by Wu Ling. How could this be? Where could this young upstart have learned such verse? How could he possess such eloquence? Lin Lian's expression darkened, her fingers clenched tightly. At that moment, no one could find words to speak, for even those unfamiliar with literary finesse could perceive that this poem surpassed the so-called loyalty and valor by leaps and bounds. Xiang Kei, what of your loyalty and valor? Does it even deserve to be called literature? Xiang Chen sneered. Xiang Kei retorted angrily. Xiang Chen, you shameless wretch. This man Jiang Hong was originally penned by me. You have stolen my work. I once regarded you as a brother and shared my literary endeavors with you, only to find you so despicably pilfering my poetry. How brazen. Everyone, this man Jiang Hong was written by me first. He has stolen my poem. Xiang Chen felt a chill. He wondered how the general would react to such allegations. Chapter 263. The Crushing of Literary Talent. Was this poem truly written by the young master Xiang Kei? Did Xiang Chen steal it? It all made sense now. That was how Xiang Chen could compose such a fine poem. It was originally penned by young master Xiang Quebec. How shameless, to steal from his elder brother's work. The supporters of the crown prince erupted in indignant accusations against Xiang Chen. Many officials cast scornful glances at him, appalled that he would pilfer his own brother's poetry. Indeed, how could Xiang Chen produce such eloquent verses? Lin Lian scoffed. I had heard Kei recite this poem before. I did not expect it to be misappropriated by Xiang Chen today. Many were left in doubt, gazing at Xiang Kei's expression of fury. Was it truly written by Xiang Kei? Had Xiang Chen stolen his brother's poem? Shameless wretches, begone. The young nobles of the crown prince's faction coldly retorted. Ha ha. What a brazen display. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, casting a scornful glance at Xiang Quebec. Xiang Kei, not only are you lacking in virtue, but you also possess an utter lack of shame. Truly, birds of a feather flock together, just like you and your mother. Am I to steal your poetry? Indeed. It is you who have pilfered my verses. This poem was penned in my study, and you have seen it before. Xiang Kei, in a fit of rage, displayed an expression of such sorrow and indignation that it could rival the finest actors, eclipsing all youthful pretenders. I cannot believe you could be so despicable, resorting to my own poetry against me. It is my fault for having trusted you too much and sharing everything with you. His face contorted in anguish, as if a trusted companion had plunged a dagger into his back. Xiang Kei, could you not possess even a modicum of dignity? This poem is indeed your creation. Why did you not recite it earlier? When my brother was reciting poetry, why did you not interrupt him? Only after he finished did you claim it as your own. Truly, how shameless can one be? Do you think everyone is a fool? Xiang Hu angrily retorted. Xiang Ke shouted back, I simply did not recall it at the moment. The poem I just composed, Loyalty and Bravery, was an impromptu creation. Who knew he would use my earlier work against me? Xiang Chen could never compose such exquisite poetry. Young Master Xiang Ke is undoubtedly the author. It is Xiang Chen who has shamelessly stolen from him. Came the furious cries from Xiang Ke's supporters. Silence. Xiang Chen's voice rang out coldly, his gaze icy as he addressed Xiang Ke. Since you claim you can craft such fine poetry, I presume you possess considerable literary talent. The king has requested 2 verses. Therefore, for the next, I implore you to compose a poem that surpasses Man Jianghong. I, Xiang Ke, am rendered speechless. Such a timeless masterpiece. How could I possibly craft anything that exceeds it? This poem is my magnum opus. Nothing can surpass it. Xiang Ke fumed. Shameless indeed. This poem is not yours unless you believe in ghosts. Yet, I am not at a loss for words. Witness how I shall once again best you with what you so dismissively call loyalty and bravery. Xiang Chen sneered, then took a moment to ponder before advancing towards Xiang Ke, reciting with clarity, Song of Liangzhou, grapes and fine wine in a luminous cup, desiring to drink. The pipa hastens the call. Drunkenly lying on the battlefield, do not laugh, for throughout history, how many return from war? As Xiang Chen concluded, he approached Xiang Ke, tauntingly inquiring, what say you? Is this poem also your creation? How does it compare to your loyalty and bravery? Aye. Xiang Ke's complexion paled, rendered speechless. Drunkenly lying on the battlefield, do not laugh. Throughout history, how many return from war? A splendid poem, magnificent and heroic. Wu Ling's eyes sparkled, enamored by yet another beautiful line. Cannot find your words now. I have more for you. Listen closely to Wang Ji Min. Gazing upon the distant Yintai, the heart of the traveler stirs. The sounds of horns and drums fill the Han encampment. 1,000 miles of cold light sparkles like accumulated snow. The dawn breaks over the borders, stirring the banners of danger. The battlefield's flames intertwine with the moon of the Hu. By the sea, mountains embrace the city of Ji. Though in youth I was not a pen pusher, when it comes to merit, I still wish to wield the long cord. Xiang Chen's cold laughter echoed. How does this poem, Wang Ji Min, compare to your loyalty and bravery? Is it yours as well? I found myself retreating step by step, pressured by the imposing presence of Xiang Chen, my complexion as pale as a ghost. Meanwhile, everyone else was still enraptured by the exquisite verses of the poem recited by Xiang Chen. Numerous talented ladies of the court gazed at the figure of the young man clad in white, their eyes shimmering with admiration, captivated by the brilliance and depth of his poetry. Listen once more to the stirring verses. In the intoxication of night, I raise my lamp to inspect my sword, dreaming of the sound of horns echoing through the encampments. 800 miles beneath my banner, 50 strings resonate with the sounds beyond the frontier. As autumn descends upon the battlefield, the steed gallops like the wind, the bowstring snaps with a thunderous crack. To resolve the affairs of the realm, to earn a name both in life and after death. How pitiful is the white-haired warrior. Here, I have an abundance of poems that crush your loyalty with their eloquence. Allow me to present this piece from the year of Yihai, the lands of the Zugwa entwined in war maps. What plans do the common folk have for joy amidst the toil? Do not speak of titles and fiefs. The success of one general is paved with the bones of thousands. Upon finishing, the room fell into a profound silence, while Xiang Ke was further overwhelmed by Xiang Chen's aura, collapsing to the ground, his face drained of color. Do not speak of titles and fiefs. The success of one general is paved with the bones of thousands. Such powerful words resonate not only on the battlefield, but also in the realm of martial arts. The birth of a strong individual is accompanied by the blood of many, a timeless masterpiece. Wu Ling was astounded, watching the young man's expression filled with excitement. Such a person of literary prowess must undoubtedly possess great talent and wisdom. Ah, splendid. What a line about the success of one general being paved with the bones of thousands. I shall cherish this poem and have it framed in my study. What a fine phrase, truly remarkable, young Master Xiang. Many high-ranking generals laughed heartily, resonating with the poem's essence. Indeed, it is a remarkable work. The line speaks volumes about the struggles we warriors have endured to reach this point. Young Master Xiang, thank you for penning such a splendid poem to honor us warriors. The gazes of many warriors softened as they turned towards Xiang Chen. Each of these verses, crushing the essence of loyalty, reveals the truth. Previously, Xiang Ke must have lied. That man Jiang Hong could not possibly have been his creation. He lacks the poetic talent to recite such loyalty. Indeed, compared to these verses, whatever Zhong Dan he spoke of is utterly insignificant. The exquisite man Jiang Hong could not have been written by him. As discussions swirled among the courtiers, it became apparent that few believed Xiang Ke had authored man Jiang Hong. Enraged, he trembled with fury, his face as pale as parchment, enduring the scorn and ridicule of those around him. His dignity was ruthlessly trampled upon by Xiang Chen's verses. Where did this little brat acquire such poetic talent? Lin Lian fumed, her nails digging into her palms. The king sat quietly above, his eyes glimmering with intensity as he gazed upon Xiang Chen's proud form, momentarily overlapping with the image of King Xiang. In his calm demeanor, there flickered a rare glimpse of cold, lethal intent, murderous intent. Xiang Ke, do not be so shameless in your actions. Are you not aware of the depths of your own knowledge? Your underhanded tactics to smear others are futile. In martial prowess, you are no match for me. In literary skill, you are even less deserving to stand against me. Ha! Do we consider ourselves mere weeds in the wilderness? Read extensively, consume news diligently, indulge in snacks sparingly, and prioritize ample rest.